consortium. Believe it, several members from China there, and they very specifically were asking for collaboration in some of these very deep technologies. So, we talked about how, gravity manipulation, right? Kind of went dark for a while. Well, they call it something slightly different now, and it's something that China and others are actively researching. They call it extended electrodynamics. Same thing with cold. What is the difference between saying gravity and extended electrodynamics? Yeah, so extended electrodynamics essentially is equations that we utilize to understand the electromagnetic spectrum. But there's like a large portion of those equations that we kind of just throw out because we don't utilize them in our normal engineering and scientific work. So they're part of the equation, but we really don't know how to use them yet. And people are starting to think that by integrating the full understanding of electrodynamics through extended electrodynamics, that there are gravitational effects that pop out that we can utilize for technology. Wow. And they're actively researching that, actively asking for collaboration on that from China. Same thing with cold fusion. Is that God? That's what she was working on. Yeah. Yeah. Tell her story, because it's a crazy one. Well, I might not know it as full as you do, but there have been a number of instances within the United States where people have been trying to do work to manipulate gravity through large concentrations of energy, electromagnetic effects, things of that nature. And very recently, I forget the year, I don't know if you have that information, Jamie, but I think it was 2013 or around that time frame where she had kind of a breakout paper, which she was claiming was utilizing some older techniques, and she was able to modify the mass of an object, essentially the force of gravity upon it. My understanding is that paper went out, and then she essentially disappeared for a number of months. It's like a movie. Yeah. And last I heard that she was potentially either still missing, or there was some evidence that she might have gone to China. I thought she died. She went to China and then come back and died. Did she come back and die? She did die. Yeah. Or did she? Working in the vault somewhere. With masks now, they're just like, maybe she was the tall Biden. Remember the tall Biden? Remember that guy? 21. She gets struck by a car in 2014, caused permanent brain damage, resulted in Alzheimer's, and then died in 2021. What's the other fun driving that car? I was waiting for him to be like, yes. Well, there's another tech too. Cold fusion, right? Yeah. Another 50, 60 topic that was ridiculed and went away. Well, it's also now the talk of certain fusion communities. Instead, they call it low-energy nuclear reactions, right? Instead of having a large fission or fusion reaction where a lot of heat and radiation comes out, you do it slowly and incrementally, and it releases a lot of energy, but it doesn't have accompanying radiation or super high levels of that comes out. And that's now something that very serious scientists within the and another technology that the China representative at that conference was asking for collaboration on. So are we investing in this? Is this work that we're doing in a dark lab? Because the open source community doesn't have the resources to be able to invest in this. Well, let me ask you this. So if you were the government, which is today, if you were them, and you wanted to work on some very, very advanced, if you had some knowledge that this stuff was possible, but you couldn't put it in the private sector because it would get pilfered, it would get infiltrated by Chinese spies, which happens all the time, right? Wouldn't you hide it away? Wouldn't you squirrel it away somewhere? Like, if you're doing the right thing, if you're being intelligent about it, wouldn't you? It essentially can't be public because it is in the interest of national security because it's such a big deal. Like, if they develop a propulsion system that is completely reliant on gravity, and they figure out, like, they're bending time, flying places in travel, like, whoever gets there first, that is a really big deal, and that can't be out there in the public where China can steal the data, or Russia can steal the data, or Iran can steal the data. You can't have thing. If we're the sole superpower in the world, then I think it makes sense for us to hold that information back and develop it on our pace because we're not worried about competitors that are going to catch up to us and potentially leapfrog us. But when we're operating in a world where we have near peer or peer adversaries, the ability to potentially work on the same technology, we'll break down a bit, right? Because if we're artificially slowing our progress in order to maintain the secrecy, and someone is catching up to us, our only real solution at that point is to activate, the millions of super smart and motivated people in our country to start pushing ourselves ahead, lest we get leapfrogged by countries that can do that through their own private investments, such as China.
That's a very, 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 very good point. Because wouldn't it be awesome if we were the only superpower and we could slowly get into this stuff?
And maybe that's what's been happening for the past, 20, 30 years after the war.
That's where this whole Area 51 S4 shit comes into play. Because you have to think that if this is happening, this is around the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union, right? So this is like,
we had a good 30 years, see what we could do.
Relax. And have you ever seen Lazar talk about it?
Yeah, met him once.
What did you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's the type of story that, you only have your own beliefs to go off of because
it's so crazy.
It's so crazy, and it's one of those stories where it's basically impossible to validate it. So like a lot of the stories I hear, I often don't have all this evidence that I can work from. So I throw it in the database in my head, and I look for comparisons, right? Just like the gimbal video and how it maneuvers. Like, well, that's interesting. That kind of lines up. Doesn't totally validate the story, but that's kind of how I approach this topic. I'm not there to immediately judge whether it's true or not true. It's just kind of additional information I can use. Just like that photo I sent you, right? That is just some random lady in her backyard. But as it turns out, multiple pilots and commercial airliners saw the same thing. So
So this is the one that the commercial airline saw that was flying at about the same speed as a plane and then took off.
Yep, it was completely stationary and accelerated to the speed of a plane, and then went way faster than that.
And what year was this one?
It was 22.
So this lady got a picture of it.
That's actually a picture from the pilot in the cockpit. Yeah. It looks the same something from the ground, but
the same air. Doesn't that look like the planes, Jim? Doesn't it look like the front, like the nose? I mean, I'm looking at big pictures right now. So that's one of those look at his face. That looks like
multiple light sources.
So that's a clock. That looks tripping. The thing is,
air traffic control didn't have it on their radar.
Unless you have a really good phone, if you have a Samsung that gets that 100x zoom, how much are you going to be able to see?
Yeah. That's why, with these cases in New Jersey, what's most compelling for me are these, they're not the images themselves, but it's these elected officials, law enforcement officers, and others that are very flabbergasted at what they saw, right? They're not just pissed off. They're very confident what they were seeing was not normal. They're having a proper photo, but as you can tell now, I think it's not easy to just put your iPhone up in the sky and grab a photo of something that's far away, right?
Yeah,
they're not designed for that.
They're not designed for that. They don't look that cool. And even the best phones, if something's flying through the sky, you're going to get an image of it. But you need some very high-powered equipment to image stabilization to be able to lock it into place.
There's so much AI on phones that interact with your photo before you even see it. It's hard to even tell what you're looking at.
Yeah. Well, that was the thing with the Samsung phones. They got in trouble because they were taking photos of the moon. It wasn't really a photo of the moon. Did you see how that got figured out?
No.
You can't let things by the nerds, right? They're too fucking smart. So these guys were kind of suspicious of whether or not this thing was actually taking a photo of the moon. So they put a blurry photo of the moon on a screen, and then stepped to the back end of the room and zoomed in on the blurry photo that's on the screen, and it filled it in with high resolution and showed you all the craters. And it's it's bullshit.
Yeah.
So they're trying to say it's AI, but it's not. You're not enhancing the image. You're creating it. Yeah. There's no image there. We know what the image is. The image is blurry bullshit. Turned into a clear photo of the moon. So this is shenanigans.
Well, let me tell you, I think what needs to happen here to be able to better understand the situation. Right, and this I think this applies for New Jersey, but also applies for the much broader kind of UAP conversation as well. So I told you about discovery, I told you about disclosure. I think we can only motivate the government so much knocking on the door and asking for information. There needs to be a public, unclassified scientific investigation into this from the perspective of trying to attack it as a scientific anomaly, right? Instead of trying to attack it from a request from the government to release new information. So I think this should be a national priority, frankly. Right? We need to have very senior people within the White House that care about this topic, that are leading the charge, perhaps at the Office of Science and Technology Policy, somewhere at that level that can lead this conversation and start to employ different organizations in a public manner, such as Department of Energy, such as the FBI and other reporting sources, so that we can be able to gather this information, investigate it, and then form theories about how we can detect it, whether that be through XRAD data in the United States, whether that be through weather satellites, other large data sets that we can use to detect these disturbances, and work with the Department of Energy to be able to put forward scientific ideas and then utilize their compute resources to be able to process and churn through all this data and see what pops out on the other side. And I think that we can bring in organizations such as the National Science Foundation or National Science Council. We can bring in National Science Foundation, excuse me. We could bring in offices such as the Office of Strategic Capital and start to actually support the public interest in this conversation by having people that now can access these large data sets and these large compute to be able to run experiments, bring forward new data sets and technologies, and have this be like a true national effort at a high level. I don't think that the current structure of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office within the Pentagon, serving as a whole of government point, is going to be effective, especially considering that they are technically charged with investigating potential crimes of the Pentagon itself, right? Conflict of interest there. So this needs to be raised to a much higher level, and we have the resources in the United States to truly study this. And I think by doing that, we can then, potentially confirm what is being discovered through this unclassified method with classified sensors, but leave it so that it's repeatable and unclassified so that the scientific and academic community can see the results of that and work off of it.
Would there be an issue with you would have to provide amnesty to the people that could potentially lie in these programs? So if you diverted funding, if you've not been completely honest to Congress about where the funding is going, and you've had some sort of a back engineering program or whatever they have, would there be like criminal liabilities? Would there be issues where a bunch of these people could get executed?
Potentially, yeah.
So that would, if I was them, I would, I'd keep hiding them.
Exactly.
But if you wanted to get full disclosure, it would seem like the only way to effectively make it happen would be to give amnesty to the people that have committed these crimes. So it become a real dilemma if they were actually crimes.
It could be another way to approach it. So one thing, especially after the last hearings we've heard, is that there needs to be stronger whistleblower protection laws, right? And you've heard that. I've updated my thinking on that. I've done a lot of research on whistleblower protection laws in the United States, and it's actually quite interesting. We've had whistleblowers from the executive branch whistleblow to the legislative branch in the past. We had the church committee. We had thousands of people that have come forward and shared classified information with Congress outside the bounds of the executive order that allows for the creation of classified information. None of them have been ever prosecuted. Now, they may have faced ramifications such as a loss of security clearance. They may have lost their job, right? Those are real risks. I don't want to downplay them. But the way the system is currently set up, there's an executive order that allows for the creation of classified information. We have the National Security Act that was created in Congress and signed by the president. These are the two laws that essentially allow for the creation of that type of information. So when a whistleblower goes to Congress and shares that information, the Congress people are just as susceptible and vulnerable, perhaps, to having classified information that they're not privy to. Right? So they're in legal jeopardy in a sense. For there to be prosecutions in Congress or from the whistleblowers themselves, the Supreme that's never happened. They don't want to step in on that legislation, and have had, I don't know how many years, but decades, and opportunities to do so, but they choose not to. So we're in this kind of stalemate where, by action, by inaction, whistleblowers have this unspoken protection, if you will, to come in and share that information, lest the Supreme Court step in and change their precedent for the past several decades. So there's no reason that any of these potentially susceptible whistleblowers that do fear legal ramifications for those activities couldn't come into Congress, set up a very quiet meeting, share what they have with these Congress people, and allow them to then run with that information clearly away from any personal identification from that whistleblower. That's the world we live in now, right? We don't have whistleblowers doing that, and I think some of the messaging has been inaccurate, claiming that we need to have stronger whistleblower protection laws, because it's probably not going to happen. I don't think Trump wants stronger whistleblower protections. I don't think he wants to enable people that would be calling out actions of the executive branch to Congress strengthened. That's not necessarily aligned with some of the activities that happened with Colonel Vindman and the Ukraine incident, where he essentially utilized those whistleblower laws to share information with Congress about what they perceived as wrongdoing. Right? So I don't see those laws getting stronger, but we're in this kind of weird false dichotomy right now where people are asking to come forward. But ultimately, I think we just need someone to step up to the plate, come forward to Congress with this information, be able to move the conversation forward on the disclosure side.
So what you're saying to me, what it sounds like, is like you're almost like advocating for a complete restructuring of how the information gets disclosed. Instead of the way they're doing it now, someone come in and sort it out. Like you. Why don't you do it?
I would. If I was asked.
I bet you'd be asked. I hope you would be asked, I should say. Because I think you're uniquely qualified and obviously like very invested in this. Like, you wouldn't want someone who's not invested in this, leading this. This is a super complicated, nuanced rabbit hole that you have to go down. Then you have to like be balancing out all the possibilities in your head at the same time while you're trying to get this information out. And whatever you guys experienced, whatever those things were, if that isn't ours, we should probably know. We should probably know. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if it is ours. I don't know. I get that if it is, you can't tell me. I get that. But if it's not, what's going on? What do you think it is? Like, if you had to guess, some of it's got to be ours, right?
In like a broader conversation, or specifically New Jersey?
Well, broader conversation.
Yeah. It's clear to me, based off of all my research and connections and conversations, a couple things. One, people are absolutely seeing things that seem to be exhibiting capabilities beyond state of the art. Let me put them in a conversation.
Like this one, you said.
I mean, that's an interesting one. Yeah, I mean, multiple witnesses seeing capabilities of craft operating flight regimes that we don't have the technology to do. So that's step one. Step two is I've been a lot like a blind man touching an elephant. I don't know necessarily it's an elephant yet, but I'm feeling the tail, feeling the trunk, feeling the foot. And what that elephant represents is the government's classified work on this topic. Right? I butted up against it through people that have been actively engaged in programs that are investigating this in ways that are not public. So I know that there is something there behind the scenes. I don't know how deep it goes. I don't know specifically the type of, like, the total amount of work that's being done. It's very clear to me that there are boundaries that I've touched, others have touched, that represent that work. So it would make sense. It would be aligned that the government would be very interested in this technology. And I think it's time that we put the proper protocols and processes in place so that the public can discover this information. We have the technology, Joe. Like, it's not that we don't have the technology. I mean, I'm personally working on space situational awareness sensors that we can put in space in order to maintain custody of these objects.
Now, if no one has ever gone full disclosure, no president, how much do you think they tell them? And what, if anything, could you even imagine would be a valid reason for not telling people?
I think that there was probably a presidential order at some point in the past that is likely still in effect. And, You know, unless another president is fully right in and countermands that order, then it's business as usual. And perhaps that's one of the reasons they don't tell presidents a lot of information on this, is because they want to maintain that effective authority, keep it in play, so that another president doesn't.
Yeah, because none of them spill feelings. None of them. None of them feel obligated to tell the American public. You know, I think I can see both ways though. That's the problem. I can see it from a point of the national security. Right? If they're back engineering these things and trying to do the race, it's essentially no different than if we engineered ourselves. At the end,
And we might have integrated some of these capabilities into some of our technology that might look out the window and see, right? But deep in the bowels of the system, you know, there might be capabilities that were discovered or motivated through the investigation of these others, right? So I can see why I agree with you 100%, right? And I don't believe that 100% of the information should come out. You know, I mean, I've worked in secured information, I worked in the military, I understand the need for these capabilities, but the core information that we're not alone in the universe eventually, there's no government on earth that has the right to hold that information.
agreed. I think everybody agrees to that. There's no reason why they should. That's human information, and if we're really confronted by an absolute fact that we're not alone, it changes everything. We kind of know it, but we're not sure, and we haven't seen it. And if you have seen it, you don't know what you saw. Well, what is that?
Think about how that would motivate us populace, right?
Oh, yeah.
To have this carrot on the stick out to say, here's how we access the rest of the galaxy.
Yeah.
Right? Imagine what that would do to our technological innovation. How many millions of kids right now would go to school in order to be engineers and scientists to be able to work on this?
Oh, yeah.
It would completely change the world. And maybe we'd have, you know, less Facebook apps and things of that nature and AI wrappers, but we would be working on deep, important technology that's going to unlock the rest of the universe to us.
Or we give in to our alien overlords. Because they're coming, they're going to be super powerful. And every civilization that we've ever encountered that was primitive always had a terrible go of it once we showed up.
Well, maybe we'd be better prepared.
Well, I would hope they wouldn't beat us, that they would be past what human beings today, as you know, especially if you follow like Steven Pinker's work, where you look at crime and violence throughout history. Human beings today live in the safest environment that's ever existed for people, relatively overall, despite all of our problems. It's trending in a way of more peace. But if you think about no violence at all, none, ever, just like a complete shut off of everything. That's what you'd have to be if you were a civilization that's eclipsing all the problems that we have here on Earth. It's by or all the bullshit that's destroying the environment, inequality, resources.
Yo, what's going on? How are you?
The populace, that's all out the window. With this super
Kicking ass, taking names. What's good in your neck of the woods?
not much. I got the green prayer recently. I'm going ham with that bitch.
One more time, my friend.
So I got a 3D printer now, so I'm just screwing around with that thing.
Oh, that's really sweet. What do you make?
Right now I got some armor being printed out. A lot. What's really cool is a lot of the shit in video games were made.
Yeah.
And I love this. This is their 3D models. You can just turn them into STL files, put it in a slicer, and print it out. I got combat armor for the Fallout 4.
Definitely.
I got a chest plate, a piece of that print right now.
Amazing. How long is it going to take to print?
It's probably going to be done around this time tomorrow.
All right. Well, that works.
And that's not even going to be the finished product, so yeah, it's going to be a bit.
Well, do you know anything about me?
I saw that Marty was promoting you a while back. I joined up. Like, I've heard a few things that you do, like 24/7 streams and whatnot.
Word, dog. So music biz, Marty, you're saying?
Yeah, I found the link in Marty's server.
Yeah, absolutely. So I stream out like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If you know, Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king. and I'm making it true today. In 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, gold, water, air, petroleum, everything. And I have more data online than anybody. Essentially, people will be able to watch my life like a time capsule going back many years. And, we'll see one day if I'm able to monetize it. That might have exciting opportunities.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, this is going to be good documentation. If you've been doing this for the past few years like this,
3.5, yeah.
I mean, we're only around for 70 years on average, and if the world keeps going the way it does, and the world keeps chugging along, we're going to have the internet for hundreds of years, right?
Absolutely. And let's talk about it being around for only 70 years. Has anyone ever told you, Dr. Don, they don't think you're going to die?
I've heard the theory of quantum immortality, yeah.
Yeah, okay, great. So I'm a believer in it. Essentially, just like you're talking, average life expectancy 70, 80 years, maybe with some types of life extension technology, things like human growth hormone and stem cells and nootropics and ambrosia therapy using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people, eugenics. We might be able to get from 70 to 80 to maybe age 100, 120, but eventually your body's going to break down. And after that, the next type of technology is mind floating technology, where we scan your brain into a computer. We scan your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system into a computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I am saying to you is I think that you might be able to take advantage of life extension technology into mind floating technology and have a digital immortality.
I mean, that is a possibility. Is that then we're at a philosophical? There's like a philosopher, forget his name. Basically, he said, if you have a boat and it has 100 pieces, and every year you change a piece of wood from that boat, right?
Yes.
100 years later, is it the same boat still?
Yes. So this is known as it's a paradox. It's like it starts with a P, I think. I'm gonna find it right now. Or no, it's a T.
Very well known.
Yeah, ship of Theseus.
The ship of Theseus, yeah.
Exactly.
Who's not to say? Because also there's perspectives, right? Computer who has learned our electrical brain, and it's just mimicking that. Is that still you? You know?
It's an excellent question. I think if you're able to have the same consciousness and it's just transferred, I think it's still you. But you're exactly right, Dr. Don. It is just like the ship of Theseus.
It is, yeah. And I mean, personally, I would never do it. There are better ways of immortality. There are people that have lived way longer than we think is possible, right? I mean, even the Bible backs it up, right? You're
Absolutely.
Jewish,
Absolutely.
right?
Methuselah, 969 years.
Yeah, there you go. The Old Testament, it says that there was somebody who lived 969 years. It's possible, right?
Right. So you never know.
You really want to live that long when everybody around you,
Well,
you really want that.
It depends if everybody else is experiencing it as well. But yeah, absolutely.
Me personally, I would never want to do anything like that. I've got 70 years, or however long God gives me, and then it is what it is. I'm not going to fight and whatever, because at the end of the day, it's his, right?
Hey, and you should be given the opportunity to leave whenever you want on your terms. But there should be those of us who want to continue going. If we have a good life and we want to continue it, why stop at age 80? Why stop at age 90? Why stop at 100? Why stop at maybe even 200 or 300? If we want to keep that going, keep the good times rolling.
Well, yeah, no, of course. I mean, there are people that are alive among us today that it's speculated that there's at least one person who has discovered the key to immortality. And history right now can't prove it otherwise. So basically, the guy has gone under several different names, right? And think he was like first spotted in like 1600, something like that. And he was already saying he was 300 years old. He'd go into bureaucracies and stuff, the higher society. He would, what's it called? He would basically bedazzle them, show them like all sorts of crazy shit, all these skills that he like acquired over the hundreds of years he was alive. And then when people got suspicious of him, he would just dip and do it all over again.
That's tight as fuck. Let's find that guy's name just for a moment. Yo, dog, can you please tell me about somebody who was around the year 1600 who would go to the leaders and tell them basically that he was already like 300 years old and had all this information and was able to wow them, and then eventually he would just dip out? What is this dude's name?
Saint-Germain, I think.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Or no,
yeah, no, that's right. The common shot.
No,
Yeah, great job, dude. Dude, Dr. Don is on the ball, man. Yeah, that's right. I'm aware of this, man.
What can I say? I just know a few things.
Yes, you do. Excellent. Look, speaking of knowing a few things, you know who Joe Rogan is?
Yeah, I know about Joe Rogan. I've never really watched him, though.
All right, well, it's the biggest podcast in the world. Essentially, he has, you've heard about these drones on the east coast of the United States recently?
Yeah, the quote-unquote drones, yeah.
Whatever they are.
I think it's either one of two things. It's either it's one of three things. Either experimental aircraft, UFOs, or some kind of drone that is. It's been speculated. I've heard rumors of it that there might be a backpack nuke in New Jersey.
Yeah, they addressed this on this episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. This just happened within the last 24 hours. So they talk about those things, and really at this point, we still don't know what they are.
And I mean, my best guess is experimental aircraft. We didn't know about the SR-71 Blackbird for 40 years, right?
Right? But then it would show up on radar. These things don't show up on radar. They don't have, they're not showing up on like heat. They have some kind of way that they're being prevented from their heat. Let me think of the word. Yo, dog, what is the word for when you see like a drone on camera, an infrared camera? It's a heat something. Heat. What is it?
Heat signature.
Hey, heat signature. Thank you so much. That's exactly right. Dr. Don's on the phone.
No problem.
Absolutely. And or at least not traditional heat signatures. And they're flying in restricted airspace, like over airports. They're having to shut down airports because of this, and military bases are on high alert. So it's quite interesting what's happening.
If it is experimental aircraft, it's definitely not from America then.
Right, but then they say that. Well, then so if it were another country, I mean, aside from this Chinese balloon that happened, whatever, within the year or whatever, I've never known of anything to be allowed to just fly over American airspace, and especially to cause any issues with American airspace like these have. And but at least the Department of Defense or the Pentagon and the current administration are saying that these are not human, that they're unmanned, that they are not from another country, and that they are not to cause any kind of panic. Which I don't know, but they don't know what they are. It's like, well, how do you know all that if you don't know what they are?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think they're just, if it is, UFOs are probably just as clueless as us. And if they can reach us from like whatever distance, we can't see any life in the observable universe aside from us right now, as far as I know. Outside of like microbes and tardigrades and like shit on asteroids, microorganisms, we haven't found like intelligent life ever that we know of. So
well, wait, hold on, that's arguable. At least if you look as well, crash and other downed aircraft, they have had allegedly, I don't know if it's true or not, but non-biological entities. or I shouldn't say non-biological, extraterrestrial biological entities. Yeah, I'll show them. You want to see it?
I would love to see that actually. That's interesting as fuck.
Absolutely. So,
I mean, it would be interesting to see what's on those craft. I mean, if it is alien stuff, they could have like shit like cold fusion.
yeah. So let me show you. I'll show you one of those crashed disc from up close. So if you're wondering, okay, well, where is this? It's in a documentary, a famous documentary known. I call it the. It's called the Top Secret KGB UFO Files. Basically, after the Soviet Union fell in the early '90s, there was footage that they had, and also like um, other classified documents from the KGB that were leaked. And so I don't know if you know who Roger Moore was. He was a Bond actor. He played James Bond, and um, he is the narrator of this. And what you'll see is just one moment. I'm going to pull it up on that screen. So I have it on my phone as well, but then I don't have to hold it. It'll be easier for you to see. Just one moment.
All right. I mean, I would just love to have that kind of see what kind of text in there, you know?
Yeah. So at least this footage, you only see the outside of it, not the inside. I'd love to see the inside as well.
So very yeah. Here we come to the other. The first country of being gathering information about UFOs. Nuclear physicists stand. There's no question that military and intelligence groups overseas are collecting data, whether it's in Brazil or in Australia or in England. So the KGB has collected information. I've met with people who've gone to the Soviet Union who have obtained some of that information. I have met Soviet cosmonauts and other researchers over there. There's no question they're interested. And again, the republics that used to constitute the Soviet Union cover a huge area. They too were monitoring the skies because they were afraid the United States was going to bomb them. So when you monitor the skies, you pick up UFOs, no question about it. During the communist war, there was no official mission observers interest in extraterrestrial activity. It has been only recently this fact confirmed. The former secretary of the Commission on Anomalous Phenomena, Alexander Petruva, confirmed that an official statement told the public did exist. В рамках этой комиссии тогда было произведено, она начала планомерный сбор информации. During the Soviet Union, he started to regularly collect information from the public and received more than 15,000 reports. The thing is that the commission was an official public organization. It had an official address. Today, the mindset of Russia is far different from what it was during the communist period. Under communism, they were told that UFOs didn't exist, but just the fact that they were told they didn't exist made people believe that they did exist, because the government was also denying. They were saying there was no crime in Russia, accidents didn't happen. You know, I mean, that everything was censored and given this rosy picture, which of course people knew better. It was in a small house on a side street near the Academy of Medical Sciences. The British and American spies met with informants throughout the system and learned of one of the most bizarre plots in the world of intelligence. He was behind walls for a period of at least 6 years. Sort of jumping with death and knowledge with most of the nations in Moscow who were interested in how advanced the politics. Some new weapons and propulsion system were being developed, and the CIA was using any means to get information from anyone involved in the threat. Well, the Russia for a year and a half as two religious executives. We routinely brief U.S. informants who work for the Ministry of Defense. We would
exchange hard currency with information on new military technology. Some of this technology definitely relates to regulation. One way we'll come down to a fashion code is to keep false information without links to the American and British values. Well, we knew Soviets were onto something after we started getting those kinds of smoke elements. That was a sure signal that they were hiding something. There's an indication they got covered something in their Starbucks. That they were keeping it very secret.
Senior research scientist Dr. Richard F. Baines believes the Soviets had good reason to bring the revolution.
It's my understanding that the Soviet military has had a continuing interest in UFO phenomena for very, very many years. And the reason being is that their air traffic controllers, their radar sites, their military pilots have been reporting things just as ours have, and they had no explanation for it. And so the first possible explanation would be that it's a foreign nation um, test or espionage or something like that of a military nature. And if you're in the military yourself, then you take that very seriously and you explore it.
This film
Here, this is what I want you to see.
interest by Russian military.
Oh, that is interesting.
It's very, and they have it from multiple cameras.
Soldiers, officers, and civilian military agents are deployed around the site, and they appear to be both guarding and defending the object. This is what we found on one of the four reels of film taken in Russia. After viewing it, we were able to determine that it was most likely shot with two separate cameras. One apparently a handheld camera, which starts out
Yeah, dude, that was the UFO.
and the
I
second
agree.
seemed to be on a tripod. As the soldiers march past, you can see the cameraman turn to the troops. Here we cut to the other end, the point of view from the tripod. And here you see the handheld camera as the truck goes up. Both cameras change vantage point several times during the film, as if to get better views of all hands under orders.
When was this filmed?
We see
The late 90s. Wait, I apologize.
Okay.
No. The footage we're looking at is from the 1960s. The documentary, 1960s, yeah. And they have verified that all of the uniforms of all of the soldiers are all accurate. So basically something in the 1960s. But this documentary was made in the late 90s.
But the fact that he was holding a camera like that, a handheld one, that's insane. They had fucking video cameras in the 60s. The Russians at least did for military use, right?
Yeah, I mean, you got to think they had those kind of cameras as well, even going back to World War II.
Yeah, but they were big and bulky. I mean, they were huge, not like what he had. That thing looked like almost like a digital camera.
And well, you'll see, they'll show, okay, from the footage, or from the view we're seeing right now, they'll show it's on a tripod. So you'll be able to see this.
I've got to take a look.
I understand. You'll be able to see this camera on a tripod. So just one moment.
described
The slow. Тысяча 969 рабочий местного in the spring of 1969, a collective farmer found some strange remains in the forest not far from the village.
So basically a farmer found it.
And reported that
Dang.
the local
Same thing happened in Roswell. Mac Brazel's the farmer found it.
asked the neighboring village area and CEO to provide assistance to the investigation. On March 1969, two KGB officers examined the discovery site and sealed the door. Знаете, в дальнейшем события приняли более такой масштабный характер. Сотрудники КГБ были on the KGB request, so the army unit was brought to the discovery site. И в результате очень тщательно обследовали. Были найдены after close examination of the place, they found some wreckage remains of a great object which partially sunk into the ground. Поначалу органы безопасности предполагали, американцы разведывательных самолетов came from an American spying plane or Soviet station.
George Miller, a retired Air Force intelligence officer who was stationed at Lang, afraid the Russian missiles in Soviet.
The Soviets would pay to get information on UFOs as opposed to, say, F-111 aircraft. They were, in a way, more interested in UFOs than some of our latest aircraft.
And here you see there is probably a agent directing the camera and pointing down toward the disc. A total of almost 1,200 feet negatively covered dust on this crash site. It is possible that more form was shot to basically all that we were able to obtain. None of this forms depicts the removal of the disc itself, and at no point can we see inside the couple. From this angle, you do see the handheld camera shooting behind it, or inside the disc. However, that footage, if it was in fact a shot, was not included in the cans of film we acquired. We can only speculate that they still be enough. We must also speculate on how the object ended up here. Based on information from the show before and what we can see in this footage, we created this computer animated version of how researchers believe the crash may have occurred. The questions then become, where did this object come from? How did it come to crash here? And more importantly, what has happened to it?
Okay, so that's a crash. Now, if you want to see an alien, I'll show you an alien. This one's let me just give you the background on it. I'll have AI tell us all about it. But basically, okay, so it's known as Skinny Bob. Yo, dog, can you please tell me about Skinny Bob and it having a reward on Reddit and the fact that it hasn't been debunked and it's been posted with a public reward for like at least a decade, at least since like 2011. Tell me all about that, please. All right. Skinny Bob refers to a well-known piece of UFO-related footage that emerged online primarily around 2011. The video shows a purported alien often described as skinny because of his slender appearance, as well as footage of UFO and extraterrestrial phenomena. The footage was first uploaded to YouTube by an anonymous account and quickly gained traction in UFO circles. Here's the key backstory. Origin of the video. The video that became known as Skinny Bob is said to have been taken from a government leak or an alien or ET species with thin body and large eyes. The creature in the video is often described as having gray or reptilian-like appearance, some which fits with alien lore. Some even suggest that the footage could be from the 1940s or 1950s, which is, personally I think it is, making it seem more credible because of its supposed age and historical significance. Public reward. In the years after the video surfaced, a Reddit user posted a reward to anyone who could prove the authenticity of the footage. The reward reportedly offered a significant sum for credible evidence or the identity of the person who leaked the video. The reward would encourage others to reveal the truth about the origin of the footage or provide more information on it. So it was also, I think, a reward to debunk it as well. Just if you could provide more information on it. The debate around authenticity, despite the reward and claims made by individuals in UFO forums, the footage has never been conclusively debunked or verified. Various experts and UFO enthusiasts have offered opinions, but there's no solid evidence to either confirm or completely disprove the legitimacy of the footage. The fact that it has not been debunked, while also remaining unproven, has kept it in the realm of speculation in ufology. So basically, like normally when somebody comes out with, hey, I've got footage of an alien, within like 10 minutes somebody's like, oh, this is back footage from such and such movie, or this is obviously a doll that was made in the makeup department for such and such show. But
It gets debunked pretty quick.
exactly. But Skinny Bob has not, and he also has a website, skinnybob.info. And okay, so let me just see if it's on here. Like
SkinnyBob.info. Gotta have to go there. Right?
yeah, dog. It's an interesting one. Okay, I even had it. I go through this with a lot of people, and okay, here you go.
Oh, dang.
So at first it's just like a flying craft. Nothing too important about this. This is from at the beginning they showed something like this is Soviet footage.
What up?
John Hefe, smart man. Now the casting too is not. It's fine. But Don Hefe is interesting in a small amount of time.
When was this video published? Yeah, there is.
2011. Okay, actually, there's more to it than that though. Hold on. So
When
that's
was the original video published?
April 14th, 2011. So then there's a second video that they normally. This was published second 2011, and
2011 is well before the age of
AI
AI
and
being
stuff.
able to do that.
Exactly.
So
Okay, here we go.
that's why,
I know. So this is
Yeah, the day and age of fake everything. It just doesn't look fake,
this is
Especially with the date.
right, and
The date's really all I care about. Because in 2011 you have to go even further conspiracy theory and say that the government already had ChatGPT, and we're only now getting it. You have to add on a lot of conspiracy theory for a 2011 video based on modern. You have to start creating connections. You have to make a war, yeah. And I mean, I don't see any benefit to the government doing something like this, right? Even if they did have access to like chatbots and like all that kind of stuff. I mean, they had some pretty good tech even for like 2011, right? Absolutely. I mean, even their supercomputers still, from that time, still surpass our computers on several levels, several hundred times actually, if not thousands. One thing I always think about is we as the public, we don't have access or even knowledge of a lot of technology. Even if it's just sitting there in the patent office and there's no classification. If you and me can go down to the patent office and submit a request on a piece of technology, now the problem is, what technology are we looking for? Because you got to be specific at the patent office when you're looking for something, right? So like, I don't know what I'm looking for. Can I just see like a list of, you know what I mean? So they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. But now, if you talk to Rabbi about some of the possible underground tunnel systems,
no, we haven't talked about it.
Places like Dulce Base or Area 51 to maybe casinos in Las Vegas. That's something he and I have talked about before. You got to imagine that, some people are like, oh, what are they going to do? They're gonna bore an underground tunnel from here to there. And it's like, well, Elon Musk has a whole company that does that these days, and nobody, all of his ideas are just modernizing or implementing technologies that have already existed. I mean, his biggest idea that he started off with, he wanted to create the concept of a bank that is all online, and he was involved in PayPal, right? So, okay, then he's taking he didn't invent rockets, but he modernized them, and he's putting together groups of people who can make technology better. So I think that there was definitely some really great underground boring technology that he adapted, improved,
turned it into his boring company. Now we're hearing about underground tunneling efforts, blah blah blah, and it's still barely even known about. But that doesn't mean that the technology wasn't available to the government to build underground tunnels for their own employees. So,
well, the British now, we've had that for well over 3 decades now.
exactly. So, like, these aren't impossible technologies. We see people, creating precise tunnels under and through mountains from 2,000 years ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's more difficult without the technology, but it's possible. So, however it was, like, you can't discount certain ideas. But as far as the AI thing, AI is one of the few things that really does feel like it's been the last 5 years that we've made these leaps and bounds. It really feels like, I mean, to have hidden the level of AI that we have today, 5 years and beyond into the past, I think would be the ultimate conspiracy.
It's very
I mean,
interesting.
there was probably some kind of AI that the government had, probably enough to generate images and things like that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like we see what ChatGPT-1 did when it's like you say, hey, give me a picture of Rabbi Michael Rothschild. They're just going to spit out a picture of just the first, Orthodox Jew-looking guy that might be a rabbi, and they'll be like, is this what you mean? And you could try again. Now, if it'll actually search through the internet, it might actually find the man we're speaking with on Discord right now, and it might just send us a picture of him. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or hey, give me a picture of, I don't know, Justin Trudeau and so mixed together, with wings. I was using AI to make Elon Musk pregnant, Justin Trudeau pregnant, just because I thought it was funny.
Okay.
And it was eerie. It was eerie, but ChatGPT-1, GPT-1 couldn't do that.
So at least with
Yeah, well, have you ever heard of, like, the AI that are coming out now? That's even more terrifying, in my opinion. It's able to mimic our emotions at this point.
It has the ability to appear as if it's mimicking our emotions. I think to be able to actually replicate, it's going to have to pass the Turing test. But still, so far, we've not been shown anything that passes the Turing test, as far as I know.
okay.
Well, who knows what they got in their faces, right? Technology behind closed doors is usually a whole different ballgame, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You never know. And, if the public doesn't know about what's being researched, that means the public won't find out about human rights, animal rights, violations. Exactly, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you. If I don't tell people that I found a new element that might be powerful, because I need to test it on humans and animals first, or at least I think in my head I do, then yeah, of course no one's going to find out about it. You know what I mean? There might be one guy, the only people who know about it are the people who are funding me, and they want to make money on whatever I can, turn this into a product. How can I commercialize this technology to make money? So they don't want to say a fucking word until they have products on the shelf, until they can fucking generate income. You know what I mean? So it really just comes down to that.
I mean, we have so much crazy shit that we don't implement today just because it's been shelved or because it's bought out. I mean, we have water-powered cars. We had cars back in the 60s that had fucking turbines in them, right?
Those the turbine cars, honestly.
Yeah, the turbine cars.
The turbine cars, and to another extent, rotary engines like the Mazda MX-7, MX-8, or I'm sorry, RX-7, RX-8. Rotary engines is actually really funny because in the movie Mad Max, one of the reasons why everyone is so after Max is because if you watch the first one, you see that he has like the last rotary engine in Australia, the last land of living people, and they're all dying of radiation poisoning. And he has the last rotary engine. which means he has the last engine that if you take care of it, it won't go away. You know?
Exactly. It's indestructible.
Exactly. He has the indestructible beast of an engine, of a rotor. It's amazing how we don't think about this, but it's more efficient, and we don't use it now because it's hard. Because it's hard to balance it. And I'm not saying I know how. I'm not a mechanic at all. But we have billions of people on this planet, and some of them want nothing more than to be an engineer. So if we make rotary engine, turbine engine, you know, and then again, it's amazing, like the things that they just say. Oh, you know what? We decided it's not really the direction anyone's going to go, and so everyone else has to stop investigating and researching and building and trying to improve this technology, unless it's a passion project. You know, like Bob Lazar building a fucking rocket car. Not because Ford didn't commission it, GM didn't want to figure out a fast car. Dude was having fun. It's the only way anything actually happens. I mean, you know, that's why we have, again, back to Elon Musk.
Laboratory around us. They just found a bunch of smart ass people. They didn't tell them to do anything. They just said, fucking make something. I don't care, just fucking make something.
Exactly. They get inspired and do
wild. The government shut them down in '84 because they were so fucking good, you know?
It's definitely. What was this group again you were talking about?
Bell Labs.
Bell Labs, yeah, Bell Labs.
And they were around, like, they made so many technological advances. A lot of the shit that we have today is because of them, right?
Technically, JPL still kind of exists insofar as it is an entity completely absorbed back into NASA, really. It's almost like, you know, it seems like, you know, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, you know, started by, yeah. So, fuck, I have to remember his name right now. Please don't tell me. Parsons, Jack Parsons, okay. Thank you for that moment. Anyway, yeah, so, like, they were doing their own thing and being mad scientists. You know what I mean? And that's where science makes leaps and bounds, when you have someone who's actually interested in it. Not, I have to go to work. Yes, I study science because I love science, but now all I do all day is I just test, you know, the pH of a toxic thing. But I'm the only one qualified to do the test. But really, it's something that maybe they could teach someone through ITT Tech type situation, like a tech school, how to just fucking run the system to test something, so that the people who have more knowledge can go and fucking do something. Yeah, do something that they're actually like. I'm not a scientist. I'm not gonna come up with like the next great fucking algorithm for something. But someone can teach me how to fucking click this button here, there, the other where, and then I can test to make sure like the purity of a chemical, whatever, or you know what I'm saying, right? Like there are like these people who are so qualified and so talented. They need legions of minions. And I wouldn't mind being called that. Like, yeah, what do? We do the grunt work, we do the bitch work for the fucking scientists. But now they have time to just fucking kind of work on the stuff that
They want to work
that
on.
actually benefit people. You know what I mean? Like we would have cars running on hydrogen. I mean, you and me right now, we can build a hydrogen car because
it's not that hard. I mean, I've actually I was an engineer. I've done some calculations. All you would really need is if you get like a 4-cylinder, from like a Dodge from the '80s, right?
Exactly.
And you put that on you upgrade your alternator, and you just have alternating hydrogen generators, right? So the big problem with them is they drop in efficiency when they get hot, right? As they get warm. So all you gotta really do is, if you know how a distributor cap works, right? You just do that, and pretty much you'd have a distributing system. So only certain cells are going at certain times, so the other ones can cool off, right?
Yeah.
That's really all you got to do.
I mean, cooling systems are something that we've been working on forever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even I can't remember. I was just watching this fucking thing about this micro lubricant they're using right now. They can adjust this lubricant to be thinner than water, less viscous, or just as viscous as water, I guess. And I don't remember exactly what it is, but there's two different versions of it that, because of these different chemical properties, they're able to really basically make infinite different kinds now. Really make very specific. We need it to be a little bit different because we're going to put it into microchip to make sure that there's like they use it from everything from just lubricating to vibration insulation for chips. Like if you have a chip that it has that fucking shit, dynamic movement, 3 axes. I cannot ometer. I cannot remember the fucking word. But anyway, they use this, and it's a liquid, and it's not it's not for conducting the electrical impulses in it. It's not for cooling. It's for hermetic, pressurizing and making sure that something that's inside doesn't bounce around from vibrations. Like moving the vibration. It's really fucking interesting.
It is.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, but
The
we could make water powered car. It is theoretically possible.
The thing is, will he get the highest reward journalism for it?
Stanley Meyer did it.
Are you willing to put yourself and everyone else at risk because of the ongoing oil, petroleum crises and stuff? You know what I mean? It's insane. I actually just saw another little video about the guy who invented "quote unquote" petroleum jelly. Rather, he refined it. I guess. Yeah. I mean, it's insane. Just there was petroleum gunk that was just as a byproduct of pumping oil. And
yeah, he just saw the workers smeared on their fucking burns and wounds.
Yeah, they're just smeared on their burns. And he wanted to make it. He made a version that it took him 10 years to figure out how to make it cleaner. So it probably just he wanted to make it look not gunky, right? Like now we have Vaseline and it looks, whatever. But it probably, I imagine it was dark before. You know what I mean?
It was probably darker. I mean, the method was the first generation. It probably wasn't the best way to do it. My guess is it was probably like a yellowish brown color, the original.
Yeah. Exactly. Even still, we have something that's kind of like tannish hay color almost, but it's got a clarity to it, and it doesn't have a grit. I also think he probably tried to figure out a way to make sure that it was just completely smooth. But I imagine there was some kind of a grit, even if it was
100 years ago this happened. So
exactly. Yeah, no, I mean, and that right there, that's a lubricant, that's an insulator, that's something we use for all those other things we talk about. Before petroleum jelly, people were killing sperm whales for machinery. We were using animal fat for machinery.
and we're at that point where we can do that again. Actually, we have
whales.
Not with whales, but you could get a cow, right? Specifically breed it just to make fat, or a pig just specifically to be the fattest fuck you can make it, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if they just grow up and as soon as they're adult, they grow up, whatever. You can use their fats.
I mean, we understand the concept of liposuction. You don't have to kill an animal to continually harvest its fat throughout the course of a full life.
Yeah, that too. I mean, we could even have that. Get pigs, give them liposuction, get them fat again if it's cheap. If it's cheaper to do it that way than just raise them and kill them.
And I do see that the overproduction of animals it makes us waste a lot of resources on the planet, especially knocking down forests and stuff so that people can build cattle ranches, which is still happening in the Amazon right now on the west side. Right after the Andes Mountains, people are starting
to leave.
No, they're burning down the forest so that they can build cattle ranches.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, I mean, most of our oxygen comes from the ocean, but we're not doing the ocean any favors these days still. So, I don't know. And I think that we should definitely figure out how to make sure we have a lot of oxygen. It seems like in periods of time where there's a lot more oxygen on the planet Earth, that's when new species develop. Life grows,
Yeah, I mean, that's when we evolve, that's when things change. I think people are too worried about the climate change. It's nothing we can stop, right?
No, I don't think we can stop climate change, but I think that I think that we can terraform. I think that no problem. I just think that it's laziness that makes people stop and want to control populations. Because if you irrigate, if you make new rivers, you make new land that is beautiful for settling. And if you make new land that is good for settling, you have new land for people to decide they don't want to be part of your world. We're going to start our own world. And I think the governments, if anything, they want to make sure people can't start new countries, since no one has any control over the countries that they're on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. And I mean, also the fact is, if you have a country, if you just have that there, right, you're losing power, right?
Exactly.
So, I mean, there are still a few places in the world where if you wanted to, you could make your own country. Technically, the DDR still exists. Funny enough.
Because there's a land right next to Egypt that nobody wants to claim, and nobody will claim because, people, they go there and they plant a flag of their own. No one will contest it. I could go there right now. I can plant a flag with my face. I can declare it in the name of Caspian Sea Ecosystem, and everyone's just going to say, "Oh, cool. Well, look around. There's a million flags because no government will claim this land because of the contention, and nobody gives a fuck because you're one man, you're not an actual nation. So have fun pretending to be an explorer." It's like this land next to Egypt is like this place where you can just walk up and say, "This belongs to me," and everyone just it's like dropping a plate.
Good job, bud.
Yeah, it's like everyone will just clap like you dropped a Greek restaurant. Like, "Opa, good for you. Go home."
Yeah, fuck off.
Exactly.
Something really.
I hope you had your fun.
There's an island right next to Cuba that's still the DDR, right? Also known as East Germany. And technically, because of political shit that happened here in Europe, it was never signed back over to the Germans. And when the Soviet Union collapsed and the DDR collapsed, and the last bit of the Soviet Union, last bit of the fucking East Germany over there, and it's been abandoned since '72. You can go there and just be like, "This bitch is mine."
And for the most part, people are just going to be like, if you really want to try to live in a fucking demilitarized, DMZ, you know what I mean? So,
yeah, get sanctioned and shit,
Yeah, you know what I mean? No one's going to come protect you if somebody decides, you're just as free to go there as other people are free to come be highwaymen and steal your food, kill your wife, and there's the same amount of police there. None. You know what I mean? There's nothing that anyone will do. There's not a state, there's not a government that's going to come investigate. It's just why were you there in the first place?
You are the law there, yeah.
Yeah. If you wanted to go be the law, you should have taken it in your own hands and been man enough to do it. If you couldn't protect your family, you really should have lived in a place where the society would have helped keep your family safe. And that's going to be the mentality, and it's not a wrong mentality.
It's not, no.
I mean, it's not that I don't want to fucking move to a goddamn cave, but, you know, at the same time, there's no internet, and it's hard to raise all the crops I would. I really like Malaysian sambal. Big lemon.
Oh shit, Lemon, it's been a minute. How are you doing, my friend?
Not too bad, dude. How you doing?
Dude, I'm doing great. Dude, this fucking printer, it came in. It's a fucking, oh man, it's a beast.
Mate, what you printed out so far?
Right now I'm just doing some test. I did test print. Did you ever watch the Fallout series by any chance? Like on Amazon?
Yeah, dude.
You know the hollow discs? Or the hollow
Yes.
Yeah. The one that I got that printed out. I got one of the fucking cards from Fallout printed out. I printed out like a ring. There's a few misprints from that. I mean, it's cool as hell. I got combat armor right now written out. And then when I get the right plastic, I want to actually do get one of the 3D models out of Fallout and print that part at full size.
Oh, sick, man. 100%.
It's like something I've wanted to do for a while, and this printer has just unlocked that. I don't want to deal with all that metal bending, right?
Yeah, you know. How much did it set you back?
Where in the EU are you?
I'm in Germany.
I mean,
Okay.
yeah, over here it would probably be a bit more expensive, but I'll have to have a look at the prices. I'll probably need a computer to go alongside.
I'm talking to two people from in the EU right now. Is pretty much everyone in the EU kind of moving over to the euro?
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one with Britain. Legally, with the EU.
Okay, gotcha.
What, 2018, 2017, something like that?
Yeah, we never officially left until 2020, I believe.
And I'm sure I have understanding as to why that began. But, you know, COVID definitely, and people with different ideas about how to handle it, you know.
Because we had the vote in 2016. The vote went through for it. It was a very close vote, but the Leave vote sort of won by a very small margin because the whole country was divided over it, man. To be honest with you,
I don't know how long Europe's going to be. To be honest, like politics right now are so shitty.
It's insane what's going on over there.
Here in Germany, it is 11,000 euro fine if you misgender a trans person.
no fucking way.
11,000.
$11,000 if you call the true the true.
Yep.
Jesus.
You call it as it is, you get in trouble here. It's hate speech.
Fucking hell, man.
Yeah, you're gonna get in trouble for coming out with speakers. And I said it.
What?
Nothing's just. It's just insane, especially like the idea of Germany. You know, after you mentioned, you know, like they imposed all these medical restrictions. You know, everywhere in the world in the late 60s and 70s, the greatest medical marvel in mental health was all the rage everywhere in the world. Lobotomy. Oh, is your wife acting up? Give her a lobotomy. Is your kid screaming? Give him a lobotomy. Everyone was doing it. But the Geneva Convention said specifically that Germany was not allowed to take part in this new great medicine because whatever. You know what I mean? Germany has a past of weird medicine, a recent past. And so they allowed everyone else in the fucking world to chop up their family's brains, except Germany, because Germany had Joseph Mengele. But it's like, so to get back at Germany, we're all going to be Mengele? Is that what you're doing? Like, it makes no fucking sense.
Dude, the Germans, They're really fucked up type of people. So in schools here, they teach that the reason we don't have a death penalty is because it's against human rights. Actual reason was because after World War II, during the Nuremberg trial, they applauded to save their asses.
Exactly.
And they tell everybody over here, no, that's just because we're such good people and we believe in human rights. They're full of bullshit, man.
What does everyone? It's becoming
it's the same with Japan as well, you know. Like, Japan won't ever recognize what they did for, you know, what they were doing in World War II. I guess it's just a country by country thing, you know.
Well, Germany claims responsibility for the Holocaust. Japan doesn't claim responsibility for Unit 731. That's the difference.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, that's one thing I'll give Germany, man. They recognize this.
We had Tuskegee here in America. You know what I mean? Like, no one has clean hands in the 1930s and 40s. But everyone, you know.
Internment camps.
Well, they all started on Germany because Germany was the loser, so we can just point the finger at them, you know?
Exactly. And
I mean, look, we killed a fuck ton of Indians around that time, just the British troops in World War II, you know, we just starved them because we took all their food.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we don't have clean hands on our side either.
Yeah, nobody does.
Also, let's not even mention drawing that fucking line in the sand that separated India and Pakistan. That's all the UK fucking up right there.
Oh, yeah, 100%, dude.
100%, man. It's like, all right, well, if we have to leave, make sure that there's some problems here, so you have to ask for help later on, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, dude, our government's fucked, mate, at the moment. You know, it's fucking... There's no nation building going on anywhere, you know?
Did you go to jail for trolling right now?
You can?
Wow, it entirely depends. I mean, Twitter, yeah, they've got an eye on Twitter, but I don't know if they've got an eye on Discord.
I don't think they
do. Lemon's not a troll.
Yeah, we're not.
No, I'm a wonderful individual.
How's Potato doing, by the way? Like, I saw the thing where the Keta was in there.
I can't
see that clip.
Oh, what? Fucking, I'll tell you what.
Unfortunately, I've seen too much of Anna today.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a week of Anna at the moment.
I do my absolute best to steer clear of her, and I never hop into a VC. I mean, I haven't even really been online very much the last couple of weeks, but then I fucking decide I'm gonna start hanging out today, and then fucking glitch. But yep. You know,
get back in the trenches, yep.
I'm a simple man. I see anacondas in the voice chat, I avoid it.
I don't hop in. Same thing. I just don't go in. And so the only way it would have to be someone posting something, because I just usually wouldn't be around. I did get a little curious earlier when it seemed like Port, and I think you too, Lemon, were saying that, what is it? There was something interesting going on. I don't know if it was any lives, just her oversharing in pictures, or
not just that. So fucking Tim, Tom, whatever you want to refer him as, but basically said a load of death threats towards Port on a stream, saying he'll find his address and kill him.
Oh, that's fun.
Wait, she said that to Potato?
No, Potato. Port.
Oh, about Port. Okay. And so
so Anna came in. Well, he was on there. Well, she was on there the whole time. But he's been really kicking off about Port this week for some reason. I guess he's living in his head rent free. Just been waffling on about pork pretty much.
He picks the people that he wants to do that to him. Like he won't let me back into his Discord or anything, or I'm completely blocked from messages on his YouTube. I might be the only person that noticed who seems to me. There's other people I'm sure, but I see.
Oh yeah, no,
I mean, click the button and it says you're specifically not allowed to join, because that's what it says.
Yeah.
For me.
It's
so
like banned from the guild.
Yeah, so he doesn't run full bans on everyone. I'm apparently YouTube don't have it. He just never wants to see me again. He gets so mad when I get around. So I haven't been around, and I hate seeing him. I fucking hate seeing him.
It was the one about the last bit for me. I don't think I'll ever get unbanned. Like, Lemon was there for the end of that. He was like really fucking steaming with me. But I just wouldn't take any of his bullshit, and he got pissed.
I told this story before. I don't know if either of you guys heard it. Rabbi knows this story very well. It's how I met Rabbi, and it was probably, maybe October or November last year, and it was another, short period of time where Rax wasn't going on panel, and so this is like right before Marty found Crystal and Leslie, and people were sending him, "Hey, Rax isn't around. Check this person out. Check this person out." And he was looking for new targets. He was looking for new people to troll. And someone said, "Hey, check out this guy, Rabbi Rothschild." So I'm watching, and Marty hops into the Rabbi Rothschild, and Marty brings a bunch of people and starts interacting. He's probably there for like an hour and a half, and I'm just kind of watching, and people are asking Rabbi questions, and Rabbi's just being Rabbi, you know what I mean? And at some point, it was maybe an hour in, after the conversation turned out to be a nice conversation, a chill conversation, and Marty was just like, "Guys, we got to move on. I don't think I've got anything to work with here." And he just fucking moved on. He found Crystal Station like maybe that day or the next day. But it was like, I got extremely fascinated with Rabbi because Marty was looking for a way to get under his skin, and you can't get under Rabbi's skin.
And Rabbi, I'm more concerned about that Yorkshire dude.
Oh man, I haven't seen him around in a while. Rabbi has that dude Bluebell or Blue Boy, the Kansas Yorkshire bounty hunter hacker.
Yeah. That exact guy, yeah.
Like the guy with the Yorkshire accent, but he fucking British. I'm sorry, I know.
Oh, that guy? Yeah.
I'm not. Oh, I hate the UK. I'm born and raised in Kansas City.
Yeah.
I'm a bounty hunter.
No, I don't know.
Australian.
I don't know what.
Dude,
I don't know what happened.
The only time he said that. Please tell me I'm not the only time.
No. He said a couple different things. Sometimes he wouldn't bring up the bounty hunter thing.
You're exactly right. His stories remain consistent. That he just went to school in Yorkshire and gained that accent, but he was quite a person. He had his own bounty hunting company. He had killed, as of like November, 12 people that year. So this year he's killed 12 people. And I would ask him, like, wait, you just straight up kill people? And he's like, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to do the accent, but basically I'd be like, okay, so give a lowdown. Like, what happens? He'd be like, well, I'll get like a job. I'm like, how do you get this job? Is it like Uber? Like, is there a bounty hunter app? And he's like, no, there's like a website. Basically, somebody will, you know, essentially pay me to go fly to somewhere. He's a pilot, private pilot, and
I did it out. Pilot too.
Oh yeah, definitely. And he would basically have to kill people in self-defense. And it was like
So
Midwestern
puts
James
himself
Bond.
in a position where he has to self-defend.
That's exactly right. That's
Just
exactly right. So I would ask him.
Basically, it would provoke people into attacking.
That's a provoke people.
Exactly.
Oh,
Exactly. And I
So this guy is just a fake guy who can't do an American accent, so he sticks to his naturalized Yorkshire accent and then pretends to be from Kansas, pretty much.
perhaps.
Interesting.
But yeah, exactly. I would be like,
God.
so don't the police, after like, I don't know, a half dozen of your self-defense murders or whatever, self-defense executions, do they not like raise questions? And he's like, no. And I'm like, okay, really? So, yeah, he was quite a character, but he has not been in recently, and um, he was entertaining, so I can't say that I necessarily am mad that he's gone, but on the other hand, it was hard to keep track of his stories. Like, wait, okay, so I mean, I remember this one time he was calling me. He was flying cross country, something like that, and it was just like I'm like, so you're on Discord while I'm flying a plane? Is that like, is that not like, I guess,
Rabbi
right, exactly. I'm like, is that not,
like,
is that not against like FAA? Isn't that,
His mum's house in York or something.
is that not against FAA regulations?
I'm flying to another state to defend myself.
Well, so I asked him, I'm like, is that not against FAA regulations to like be on a Discord call? Like, I don't know the FAA rules, but maybe you can enlighten me. He's like, well, it's all hands free, and it's basically just like like a telephone call into my headset. And so I'm like, all right, so can you like watch Netflix while you're flying the plane? And he's like, no, I mean, you're not supposed to do that. There's basically like, I'm not saying that private pilots don't do it, but that is against FAA regulations. But being on a Discord call, no, as long as I'm paying attention, it's like you can be on a cell phone if you need to. And I'm like, okay, so like, what kind of internet do you
I'm gonna
have?
get pulled over driving a car if I got a phone in my head.
What kind of internet do you have? And he's like, oh, well, like Starlink.
Did he say he was in like a private jet or something?
I want to say he owned the plane.
He was the pilot.
Yeah, I want to say he owned the plane.
It was for pilot.
Oh yeah, no, definitely that. And I know that he was young. I mean, he had like a 22-year-old girlfriend, and they had a child, and they were just chilling in the passenger seat. I mean, I'd be like, okay, I mean, is this where the story's going today? And but yeah, he'd fly all over the United States like Batman or something. He's like a crime fighter. That's really what it came down to. And I was just like, okay. And then on top of that, he had this accent, and it's just like, wait, so you were born in Kansas and you live in Utah, and you speak like you're from the British Isles? Like, what kind of world is this? And yeah, it was quite.
Yeah, I can't understand that, dude.
Right.
It's wild.
It was.
A little bit of this one guy named Nate who just fucking lies and lies and lies.
Oh, I knew a guy named Nate who was a liar.
He's just one of them bullshitters, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't get why people think that's fun to do, like, or why they do it.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's maybe no harm in a little white lie for the sake of, OPSEC if you're on Discord.
Exactly.
When you're out
Preserving your identity or something. Like, oh, where do you live? I can hear, I said, you said Germany, but I'm not asking you what your fucking cross streets are on. You know what I mean? Like,
Exactly.
So, like, there where you don't even have to say anything, though. You don't have to be like, oh, well, yeah, I live in a about it. I live in the bungalows that were Hitler's old basement. And if I go down there, it's like a museum. And yeah, and I give people tours and I show them where he shot himself in the head.
Yeah, so you would be able to realize that bullshit immediately if you know anything
Exactly.
about what happened in that bunker. After the war, they built a whole bunker with concrete, like it's sealed, right?
But I mean, like, if you, like, if you were to start saying some wild shit like that, it'd be like, what is this guy talking about?
Yeah, no, it would be wild. I mean, I've been to historical places here in Germany, right? And even Austria. I forget, I think it's called the Gedstein House. It is Hitler's vacation home. It's a tourist destination, right? And I'm just one of many people who've been there. It's absolutely stunning if you go there. Like, it's in the mountains. It's beautiful.
Is that different
But,
than the Eagle's Nest?
No. That is the Eagle's Nest. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. It is beautiful up there.
Oh shit, is that still around?
Yeah, that's still around. You can go visit it. I do.
Fucking hell, man.
I don't know what it is about lands and English, but it always represents a dark nation. Anyway.
Yeah. What's fucked up is if you go there, they've almost turned it into like an amusement park. They got go-karts, like rides for kids and shit at the base of the mountain.
Oh, dude, I'll tell you what.
Instead of painting faces like tigers, they just put little Charlie Chaplin mustaches on the kids.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
I nearly went on a school trip to Germany when I was a kid, but I ended up going to Normandy instead because it was cheaper. But the cunts who went to the German school trip ended up going to Phantasialand, and I went to some cheap fucking French wooden roller coaster fucking theme park, man, you know.
Dude, that sucks. I mean, the beer's good down here. They've got that pretty down pat. I'll never drink fucking American beer again. That shit is terrible.
Yeah, no, I'll give that up. When it comes to beers, now as far as like, I don't know how long you've been out of the States, but there are some good like small brewer companies that are doing good work. But for the most part, I like Belgian ales most.
Yeah, outside
but
of
if I want a good lager, I usually go for something German, like a Spaten, maybe. But I also like Sam Smith's, which is English. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's plenty of good beers. I can't mention any of them that I drink because all these breweries, where I live, it's all local shit, right? So
Exactly.
if I say where it is, you're going to know exactly where I'm at.
Yeah, exactly. No worries.
I mean, I'm a big IPA man, but
Me too.
I mostly order it online, and it's some Norwegian stuff.
Really? A Norwegian IPA?
Yeah, dude, it's called Lervig.
Interesting. I need to look for that.
I need to get some Japanese beer again. That stuff was good. I can't really read the labels, but it tastes pretty good.
There's a couple. Sapporo has one now, but Asahi was the first Japanese beer brewery to make a stout style, like a black beer, and it's not heavy on the tongue. It is. The first time I had it, I went with my buddy and his dad. And his dad's one of those Irish guys who's just like, Ireland is the beginning of civilization. You know, every country has one.
Pure Irish patriot.
Exactly.
The British know all about the Irish.
Oh, absolutely. Well, but I mean, like, every country. You're going to meet Greek people who say Greece is the beginning of civilization. People from China will say that that's the beginning of civilization. It's just like everywhere. But not everyone will do that. But the people who have that pride, and so he's one of those guys who he drank Guinness because that's a good Irish stout. And so I take him to this beer tasting, and we go up and we see Asahi Black. We try Asahi Black, and I look at his face, and he puts the beer down, and he just goes, "Fucking Japs have to beat everyone at everything." He's so pissed.
Yo,
he was just like, "Fucking Japs have to do everything better, huh?" Fuck that.
I know they won't admit to their own mistakes, but fucking hell, they do a really good job with technology. They do a really good job with, reproducing Western drinking products, you know, and
Their
they do
scotch
it in
is
their own way.
very good. Their scotch is scary good. Their scotch style whiskey, rather. It's scary good. How do you do that?
I've had Nika in the bottle, if you know what that one is. That one's really good.
No, I don't know that one. I'm thinking of, there's another one that's really popular out here in America right now for a Japanese whiskey.
Dude, so in my time in Norway, obviously you can't buy hard spirits in normal shops. They have like dedicated shops for it.
Liquor stores.
Yeah, well, they're not liquor stores, they're liquor supermarkets, man. They're fucking huge. And they have this, they have this crazy Finnish vodka. I forgot what the name of it was, but it was 60%.
Wow. I really don't like vodka, personally.
I've always wanted to try like actual absinthe, right? Like there's outlawed pretty much everywhere.
I ordered some. I got some here in America before. So I ordered it from the Czech Republic. They had to send it to 2 other countries. It finally went through Canada and got to me here in Vegas. And fucking, yeah, I had 2 bottles. One of them, I can't remember the name, but at the time they only made this one absinthe because it had the highest content of thujone. So like the psychoactive property in the wormwood that's supposed to make you see the green fairy. This absinthe they made only because they wanted to try to basically like guarantee you a hallucinogenic experience if it works. And the other one I got was, I can't remember the name, but it has Vincent van Gogh's face on there. And it's like, it's one of the oldest recipes in Europe, kind of thing. Like, this is like an actual legit brand of an old world, you know, a real absinthe. This is,
I would love to get my hands on
this is
shit like that.
16 years ago, 16, 17 years ago that I ordered this fucking bottle.
And it's probably never been opened, has it?
Oh no, it was gone after about a month or 2. Yeah. No, the one that was like the old recipe, been around for a long time. That was phenomenal. I like ouzo. I like arak, any kind of an anisette, Pernod, sambuca. I think those are nice flavors. Not everyone likes licorice, but I dig it. I think it's just like that. It's just green. They have wormwood, and it gets milky, just like other. You know, it was fine. The one that they made that was specific content, it was trash. It tasted like fucking Listerine, but we drank it.
Did it get you fucked up though? Did you see shit?
I would consider it a different kind of drunk. Where, you know, if you get drunk on tequila, it's different than getting a beer drunk. It's different than getting a wine drunk, right?
Yeah.
This was different. It was a very happy drunk. Nobody saw anything, but it was a very happy drunk, which was, you know, even in the moment, we were just like, is your mood elevated? Fuck yeah. Well, that's different for booze, huh? All right. Good night. But then at the end of the night, horrible hangovers, you know what I mean? Because it's super high alcohol content. It's got more than alcohol. Whatever the fuck the thujone is, it's not good for you. You know what I mean?
It wrecks you, yeah.
Dude, it's basically white spirit at that point anyway, because of the alcohol.
Almost. Exactly.
Pretty much. It's like 66, 67%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's the thing.
It was interesting.
I mean, I bought a bottle of fucking Captain Morgan's when I was in Norway, and because of how fucking expensive their alcohol is, obviously if you go and buy a bottle of Captain Morgan's in the UK, just a 70 cl will cost you about £20. But if you go to Norway, it will cost you about £40 because of how much they tax it.
Wow, that's insane. 40 pounds?
Yeah, dude.
That's a lot for a fucking bottle.
Mm-hmm. It only is 27 at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was my birthday though, so I decided to treat myself, and I was there for a while.
Well, fair enough. Yeah. I mean, for like 4 more euros, like at 44 euros, you're at the supermarket, you can buy, I think it's like a 2-gallon bottle. They're fucking huge ass bottles. They're about like a meter tall. And it's just like 40 euros for it.
I mean, look, £44 in the UK could probably feed you for about 3 weeks in terms of food and stuff. So, well,
Yeah, no, it is still expensive, right? I mean, you can get a cheap bottle of vodka here for like $5.
yeah. Same over here as well. It's about £7
Yeah.
for a full fit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know those little have, you can buy one of them for about £7.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
70cl is a different story though. It's about 50 or 70.
Not bad.
Yeah, alcohol's relatively cheap over here, but they tax it very much.
We'll be back in just a moment. It's kind of like here in Germany. I mean, here, I think we can get, I think it's called like 0.5, just the red can. You can get those for like 40 cents, and it's half a liter.
Yeah, dude, 100%.
I mean, I'm glad I'm not in a place where they tax me high. Hell, I know in the East they do.
So, I'll go ahead. So I took my big break into jumping on someone's stream panel. I'll have to send a link to you.
Oh, were you on Marty's shit?
No. So there's this guy who spurgs out about Marty all the time. He accuses him of being, swatting, and life ruination. And I've just made it a big LAN party.
Oh, that's great. So Potato was probably spurting out quite a bit.
Yeah, he always is. If he's not getting enough attention, he'll start begging for attention. Then Anaconda Sin comes in and he gets even more attention. So then he's placated for about 2 days before she starts saying even more disturbing shit. So.
Wait, is she like that bitch on YouTube? I think I might have seen her. Hold on, let me look her up.
The Mindforge Craft lady.
Her.
Yes, exactly her.
She was in fucking Potato shit. No way.
Mm-hmm. Dude, this is the most disturbing crossover I came across.
Holy shit. This
Dude.
is bad, man. Oh.
You see what I mean?
Dude, I saw like your clip where Potato was like on live stream, right? And he was like, yeah, let's see what's going on with me. Saying like, yeah, I had sex with a 13-year-old. Exactly.
Dude, it's all spiraling for Potato. Hasn't changed his coffee target in about 4 days, I believe. So you know he's having a little bit of a moment.
Oh man, dude, that's great. No, I just remember seeing him sitting there after hanging out, and he's like, "Let's just have a conversation about life. Just have a conversation about life with some good coffee."
Yeah, you know, the fucking. You got any updates from PKFC about how he's doing with potatoes from him for a while?
Honestly, I've been kind of out of the game myself too for like a week or so. You know.
Yeah, I was gonna say you haven't seemed very active for about since you got the 3D printer.
Yeah, no, I got that thing when I started going ham. But dude, fucking anytime I come back, there's always some crazy shit. It's like nothing happens when I'm around, right? Or like if I'm looking for updates or trying to get in there, there's nothing happening, right? I turn my back for a week, get fucking Anaconda Simpsons, and they're talking about this fucking 13-year-old, you know?
Honestly, mate, honestly.
She's something else.
That dude I jumped on his stream with, after the stream was finished, he started talking about Schwartz. Do you know Schwartz at all?
I think I've heard the name Schwartz.
Yeah. And so basically, since I left that particular stream, because he kept fucking muting me when I kept trying to say stuff.
I know.
Yeah, he started constantly talking about Schwartz's kids getting molested and shit, and he just went in on it, like he trickled out.
What got that guy started? Him off attacking people in the server.
He kept talking shit about Marty, but way before that, apparently Jazzy supports swatting, doxing, and life ruination, and it's just those three things, right? And he was obsessed with that idea. Obviously, I don't know any of the real context behind it, and I can't be fucked to ask Jazzy about it because I'm entirely not on his side. So
what's going on with her? Because like last time I talked to her, she was like fucking crossfading pills with fucking alcohol.
So what's he show? Jazzy's not Sammy, right? Who's Jazzy?
Jazzy's some other like e-whore. I'm not sure how to really describe her.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so she e-milks men basically.
I getcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she's offered sex to literally everybody in the potato server.
Exactly.
I got offered sloppy toffee at one point.
Like, you'd think you'd go to a server that's owned by someone with money to try to get money. Like, there's streamers who have money. Like, Potato doesn't. He spends 14 hours a day streaming, complaining about being broke. Why the fuck would you walk into his neighborhood trying to get money?
Because most of the people in his server weren't there to give him money. They were there to fuck around with him, you know?
That's what I'm saying. But I mean, like, I don't know. Maybe this is me just with my thinking. If I was going to try to offer sex to people for money, I would probably go somewhere where people likely had money. And Potato's server revolves around a guy with no money.
I mean, yeah, there's about 8 or 9 servers that I'm in, and it's all in the same sort of vein of thought. It's just people fucking with people.
Yeah.
And as soon as you open the gates to those people, you know for a damn fact you will get rinsed, mate. You're done.
I just don't get it. You know what I mean? I don't know.
I don't know. Dude, the human psyche is weird ever since the internet came out, mate. It's like we were just giving crazy people phones, and then those crazy people are out there opening to strangers on the internet, you know.
Gigi says he's in Denmark, and he's at a hostel in his town.
He's in Denmark?
general of the MBM server just 10 minutes ago. Gigi says, I'm in Denmark. He blocked me when I went to see him. I'm at a hostel in his town. And then there's a video under it.
The potato was waiting for me. It wasn't the other way around, if that makes any sense.
A lot of context missing from that short thing, but
Yeah,
I mean,
I mean, look, me and Paul thought that fucking potato had killed him or something, you know?
I don't know. I really wish the only thing that would get me into watching a potato stream would be if he went outside and did another one of like those old style, like, oh, I'm going to go to a bar and try to make friends.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, Denmark's quite a nice country. It's quite similar to Norway, you know?
That's the thing. Like, what a nice place to have such a terrible person like Potato there. You know? Denmark is, like, known for being a nice place. And then you find out that there's people like fucking Tom Dahl living there.
100%.
Like no matter where you go, there's still going to be a demographic that you do not want to be around. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't care about a lot of things, but I really don't like Potato. I think Potato might be the one I hate the most.
He's one of them fuckers, isn't he? He's like, even if he's not directly done anything horrible to you, he demands the best of respect from you, and I absolutely refuse to bow down to that shit, you know?
I mean, he demands that you talk to him at a moment's notice. I want someone to talk to me right now. Nobody's talking to me, so I'm gonna throw a fit. I mean, I'm amazed he lives on his own. I think he knows that if he does go outside very much, they're gonna beat.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there was one time he sent me a message, initial reactions to him, because I said some pretty stupid, disrespectful shit to him. He then blocked me and kicked me from the garden. And then 2 days later, he sent me a message saying, you're going to have to pay me back somehow. So I was like, look, I'll give you £0 and 0 pence. And then he was like, no, you got to pay me back some respect. I was like, yeah, no, I don't respect you.
He doesn't understand that you have to earn it. I don't know. You gotta be a friend to get a friend. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird that, like, there's all these adults that, I mean, they just don't fucking understand some of the most things about human interaction. And it's not like an autistic thing, because people who are genuinely high-functioning autism, they're doing okay, man. They're doing okay. You know? I don't know.
Hey, in all honesty, I've met some autistic people who are better at speaking to people than this fucking idiot, you know?
Absolutely. So it's like, you can't just blame that. You know, like fucking Andy Ditch. The Andy Ditch guy, he's not autistic. He doesn't even know how to pretend, but he runs around screaming, I'm autistic, someone take care of me, I poop my diapers. Autistic people do not wear diapers. It's not he's made up his own version, and doctors keep telling him, you're fine, you're faking it. And he just gets mad and screams and walks into the street and tries to. He went to fucking Cleveland, dude. He went to Cleveland. He lives in New York. He went to Cleveland to try to scam their fucking social services.
Oh, fucking hell, man. That's the thing as well. He would have shot himself on a train or a bus or whatever he took up there. And there would have been witnesses to testify that if he was that incapable of looking after himself, you know.
Exactly. I mean, but he spent over 3 days in a hospital down there, and they finally, after he was just like, I can't clean myself, I have to wear a diaper. It's just depraved because he's diagnosed as not sick. So it's nothing except depravity, and someone who they can't admit to themselves, which is just absolutely insane. You know what I mean? I don't know.
He's one of them fucking nappy weirdos, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I just don't get it. A pampered shoe, another one. You know?
Honestly, there's some horrible people in the world, aren't there?
There really are. I mean, it makes me wonder how far on the other side of the spectrum I am if I'm so interested in all of these terrible people, though. Maybe I need constant reminders that I'm not like that. I don't know. You know?
Fucking good point, you know? I mean, look, I fucking got onto this Cyrax craze a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Never really stepped too deep into it. And then all of a sudden, mate, I've always treated it as at least I'm not that person, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Do I just use the troll community to feel better by comparison? And then if I have to do that, how much better am I really?
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, at least we're not pooing ourselves and requiring diapers.
Exactly.
You know?
And those are the reminders I need, because like to actually cross that line, you really do become something else than people, you know?
Yeah. And then you get ones that double down on it as well. Like,
oh yeah.
Like Mr. Ditch, you know?
I just, he won't give it up. I don't know.
How even old is he? Like, do you know how old he is?
He's like 35 or something.
Oh, God. Fucking hell.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he used to be like a computer technician. His first videos are all of him like working on computers, and then sometime about 7 years ago, he just decided that he was a poo fetishist, I guess. I don't know. But like, there's so much more about him that is just absolutely insane, And he goes on to even poison his family. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude.
Like put stuff in their food and their coffee, like stuff from his own body and stuff from the garage end of the sink. You know what I mean? Like, bro. Yeah. Bring back insane asylums. I know that people weren't treated very well in there, but there are a few people who really don't belong anywhere else. Not many.
True, man. I agree with you.
But unfortunately, that guy, I don't think that I bring too much to the table as far as like productive member of society, but I am definitely not trying. I am definitely not something like that. I don't know. That people would
like, yeah, like none of us are trying to shit in our mum's dinner bowls, man.
Exactly. And I mean, that's not even to mention more than half of these guys end up getting found out to be talking to kids, right?
Yeah.
Or, I mean, that Brandon, whatever, the emo kid who went to jail for threatening, and he would be Daniel Larson if his family would kick him out of the house. You know what I mean?
Wait, what's his name? Fucking Brandon Brutal or something.
Brandon Brutal? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, exactly. Like, that guy, I don't know. He doesn't even jump on panel with other people. He's not even on panel. He's just working himself up, making videos and then posting it.
Yeah,
dude. Crazier than Cyrax.
I'll tell you what, Rabbi, are you still with us?
Go, dog.
Still with us? Can I send you a link real quick to show us a certain video?
Up
Can you
there,
not?
up there. Yeah, I mean you can go for it.
You can share screen in here.
Yeah,
Bear with me.
it
Give
just
me 1 second. I'll have to find the video.
it slows
Oh, no
down.
worries.
It slows down my devices. So
Yeah, same with me. I'm on mobile. I'll see if I can get a screen share going on. Right, okay. Let me just look for it. I might just disconnect temporarily. I'll be right back with you then.
Lemon, if you want, you can send it to me and I can show it on my phone on the camera.
Yeah, you could do. Is
Okay.
the sound alright?
Just send it to me. Let's try.
Yep, no worries. I'll get that sorted for you now.
Sure thing.
Just one moment. I'll be right with you. It looks like text chat's unavailable for me right now. Is it alright if I DM it over to you?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, no worries.
Or you can send it to me too. I can screen share. I just realized. Whatever works.
Yeah, I've got you on here, haven't I? Just 1 sec.
Yeah, that way Rabbi doesn't have to do it. Just thought about that.
It should be with you.
Yep, I just got it. Oh, this is that guy, yeah.
Yeah, so he did one with Port the day before, and he wouldn't let Port speak, but he let me speak a little bit more.
Alright. So, I have someone here who is another Music Biz Marty fan who is a supporter of Life Ruination. He thinks it's okay to swat, get people fired, try to get people falsely incarcerated or institutionalized by things such as mental health facilities, inpatient mental health facilities.
The only reason this guy is mad is because he's about to get found out.
This person is just generally the scum of the earth, much like all people who would willingly associate with Music Biz Marty or Music Biz Marty orbiters on various social media platforms. This dude is also a, what's it called? Far-right racist Ethan Ralph supporter, and Ethan Ralph supporters, people that are on that end of political extremism, it's funny because Ethan Ralph is an incumbent. Ethan Ralph is a
Ethan Ralph is, man. I don't know why this guy decided to bring up Ethan Ralph. I don't understand what this guy. I don't know where he drew a connection to Ethan Ralph, but as of this moment, Ethan Ralph becomes his biggest qualm, it seems. You know?
Yeah, exactly. What's going on?
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Hey, dude, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to go.
Oh, no worries.
Who's the guy in the chat?
It's Afirmakia. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. She's in Poland. Maybe
Okay.
maybe we'll watch this a later time.
Yeah, no worries.
She's a little. I don't think she's into that. Just to be a little bit more inclusive at the rabbi.
No. Show.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Show it. She's doing her own thing.
Okay. No worries. I'll do that.
So this is comedy.
A racist white woman who thinks that other white people are inferior because of their skin color. So
This guy's
just
insane.
just to let you know, the racist white people are in fact eugenicists against other white people, and people like Music Biz Marty and his fans' behavior are proof that racist white people are also racist against other white people, and they think their own race is inferior. Isn't that right, Lemon?
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Answer the question. There's no need for morality, or there's no need for formalities, because I hate you and I hope you drop dead. So go ahead and answer the question that I asked you.
I mean, look, you accuse me of being an Ethan Ralph person. Who's Ethan Ralph?
No, you are one because you sit in
Yeah, see, that's the best part. You don't even know who the fuck he is, he's telling you.
Ralph in a Music Biz Marty fan server. So I don't think you are. I know you are, and you also think your own race is inferior because you are participating in spreading a dox for a racist white woman named Jazzy who hates other white people. And that correlates with the ideology of Ethan Ralph fans, because Ethan Ralph is also a coupled. So what do you have to say for yourself? If you keep unmuting yourself, I'm going to kick you. Anything here, so if you keep unmuting yourself, I'm going to kick you.
Okay, so
Yeah, what's funny is that you think you aren't going to go to hell, and that you think karma isn't going to come back around on you, and it will. So when your family gets when your family has unconsensual sex with a pack of gorillas, I'm going to be laughing the way you were laughing just now. I hope you know that.
It's bad karma to wish for that.
okay. Do you know any gorillas?
When it happens, I'm going to laugh. I don't need to know any gorillas to determine whether or not I'm going to laugh when your family has unconsensual sex with a pack of them.
So is it an if or a when?
You going to answer the question?
What was your question? You just waffle a lot.
Oh, you forgot the question already? So you're the one with the short attention span, not me. Because I remember the question, so.
Yeah, I'm trying really hard right now to remember the question, because it didn't sound like a question. It just sounded like someone who's a bit butthurt about his personal situation. What is your personal situation?
Okay, so you should go ahead and be able to maintain an attention span that's longer than about a minute and a half if you want to insult people's intelligence or you want to talk shit to people, because you're showing lack of cognitive ability here by not being able to stay on topic, and that's not against you. So you should probably do better before you want to talk that way.
It's over for big levels.
Pretty sure I could beat you physically too, but you're too afraid to figure that out.
Yeah.
Because your mom raised you.
I've seen you. You're a massive
You haven't seen me in person. That's what you haven't seen. You haven't seen me in person because you're too much of a chicken shit. Your parents raised too much of a bitch-made coward for you to come and talk to me.
Only cows say bitch-made.
Figure out your mental situation and your physical situation before you want to say shit.
You're a fat boy.
Yeah.
You're a fat boy. That's what you are.
You're going to answer the question yet? What did I tell you about unmuting yourself?
It's so bad.
Yeah, he kept backstaging me. He kept backstaging me.
Can't follow simple instructions. They can't act with an ounce of decorum, and they want to pretend that
That's the first time he says decorum.
when they can't even remember a question when they're asked a question.
He says like 5 more times.
Yeah, he says it a few times.
In a fucking 10-minute video, he says decorum like 5 times.
You unmute yourself, you're going to lose this debate real quick, tough guy.
He lost
John,
it.
guys.
It's just being
Shut the fuck up. You ready to behave?
Cyrax.
yeah.
Cyrax.
It's funny to
Tell me now. Shut the fuck
Ready
up.
to behave, tough guy? What I tell you about unmuting yourself?
Have a second to watch my.
Oh, sorry. We're watching. Yeah, we were watching.
They're going to learn today.
Big Lemon was. Yeah, Big Lemon
Big Lemon
was.
got some funny shit. That's what happened.
Yeah, we'll watch you. We'll watch what you want to watch. Yeah, if you want to pause it for now, we'll catch up on the rest later.
Yeah, that's just silly stuff.
Are you talking to Potato?
Who?
I just wanted to thank you for conclusion about this what I asked you about this what was in the soil.
Did you figure out what that was?
Yeah. That was the light. And what was in the soil was like the light. You said something about something for worms. I was afraid that it was true, and there was no warning dogs in the area could get poisoned. Thank you for the conclusion. I know now that was no worms in the soil. It was thank you.
Canal man, lime in the soil. Shit, I hope your dog's okay.
Yeah, after lime, yes, but something on worms. This is what something killing worms, right? So this is a toxic. That's the difference.
And just keep the dogs away from that particular soil. I guess. I hope it pulls through. You know.
I didn't understand you. Sorry.
Oh no, it's okay. It's okay.
Thank
Alright, I'm gonna run an errand and be back in just 45 minutes.
Alright,
See y'all in a bit.
I'm gonna get some sleep, friends.
Catch you later, man.
Alright, I might have to go to school myself soon, so.
Take care, friends.
Yeah, no worries, man. Look, I'll catch you guys later.
Come back whenever you
Yeah,
guys
I'll
like.
check you later, man.
Come back whenever you like, Doctor. You're both very smart people. Take care.
I guess I can always start off by saying loose lips sink ships. That's almost a pun anymore. I'm Phil Schneider. I worked 17 years for the United States government as a geologist and aerospace engineer, as well as a structural engineer. I worked for such elusive occupations with Morrison Knudsen, Bechtel, Page and Page, Aerospatiale of France, and a host of other EG&G and a host of other Los Alamos Laboratory and these kind of things. But rather than bore you with all those statistics, I've got cooked up a real mixed bag here of different topics, and it might be a little bit like brain overload, but I'll start from the beginning. Like I said, I worked for 17 years. Co-invented methods of shape charge blasting as well as laser rock deflagration, which means rock is literally melted or powdered by a special laser combination, and the residue of the rock underneath is applied as a coating, as a liquid coating, kind of like instant agate, if you could imagine a hunk of agate, which is a hard silicon mineral, rock actually. But up here we have another topic. This is an area where I worked. I worked 11 years of the 17 years at Groom Lake, S4, S2. It's in the Nellis Air Force Base area. In fact, Groom Lake is, I'll show you in the picture right here. It's right here. Groom Lake is quite the place. A lot of rumors and other kinds of things have come out of there. Of course, people have stood on the outside for years and wondered at what's been flying there. There's all kinds of things been flying. Let me give you a brief overview. Start in ancient history land here. Back in 1909, the U.S. cavalry was engaged in catching some banditos that had crossed over the Mexican border into a place called Truth and Consequences, New Mexico. And they went into a cave or a hideout and killed the so-called bandits, but what they found out they couldn't explain, and they were called horseshoe craft at that time, or horseshoe ships. There were UFOs, and they saw these, what they called demons, gray demons, little gray guys all around the place. That was in 1909. Now, in 1933, our government was actively engaged with the Europeans, mostly the French and the English, and special researchers dealing with aerial phenomena. And once again, the term flying saucer or flying disc didn't come about until much later, supposedly right around the mid-1940s.
outpacing our social.
Anyway, the whole thing here is that also in 1946, I might want to add, we were engaged in atomic bomb testing and this kind of a life. And of course, the area of Bikini Atoll. Some of the pictures are over here on the whiteboard, showing with the actual language of both the U.S. Army and U.S. Navy archives. Anyway, these Fleming ships were seen in the years 1945 to 46. Some of them are called Foo Fighters and you name it. They were fully known about maybe as early as 1935 or 36 by our U.S. Navy. And there was a shallow underwater base at Bikini Island, and that was probably the one reason why a number of atomic bombs were exploded in that area rather than other areas which they could have been even more remote out in the South Pacific. It's that Operation Crossroads. Well, anyway, this all led up to later on, 6 years later, 1954. During the Eisenhower administration, led to an interesting treaty called the Greada 1954 Treaty. It was the Alien Human Treaty. And supposedly the aliens would come in and exchange technology, and they'd want to take an occasional human being and a few head of cows. Accurate books were supposedly to be kept and all this kind of stuff. Of course, eventually all that broke down, and aliens are notorious for being liars, even greater liars than so-called we humans are. Alien treaties are often just not even the pieces of paper that are written on there. It's really kind of worthless. Anyway, my work as a geologist in building underground military bases, some of which are over 2 miles underground. And I think when you listen to Al tonight, if you have a chance to listen to him, he will speak of, Al's actually been on some of the high-speed monorail subway cars, if you might want to call them, link these bases together. Some of them are capable of riding on a cushion of air about 3/4 of an inch off a rail at better part of Mach 2. And he's actually been on one of these trains. I've only been in one of the tunnels and helped build some of the tunnels. Incidentally, I helped work on 13 deep underground military bases. Actual had hands-on experience. Notorious was the one in and around the Dulce, the southeastern and southwestern sides of Dulce, New Mexico, in Los Alamos laboratory regions where we built hermetically sealed rooms that were very deep, going down over a mile. We also built additions onto Green Lake and the S2 and S4 complexes. There are a total of 9 underground. They're called DUMBs. You can learn a lot from this dummy. DMV stands for Deep Underground Military Base. And or Deep Underground DUMB 2, for instance, is a submarine base. And I have built a few of those too, which are off our continental shelves and certain islands and out in the Atlantic and the Pacific in strategic locations. All this, I can hardly, in an hour's time, I can hardly squeeze all this in. So I'll be kind of rambling here if you just bear with me. The main topic of my discussion here is to link up basically what's going on with these deep underground military bases, what they're being used for, what is the present situation now being employed both by our federal government, which is slowly being phased out by the United Nations government, as well as the New World, in quote, the New World Order, which is even a higher entity, and who these higher entities agencies are taking their orders from, and try and link up basically what's going on. A lot of us have been kept in the dark. We've been given, maybe most recently over here, photographs of an alien at Roswell. I'm going to make a very brief statement about that. The photographs do not stand up to a computer green analysis test, and therefore are retouched or faked. They're not real. The real ones, the real photograph of the charred or dead alien that was one of the several that was autopsied over here was given to me by a friend by the name of Skip Plumback in Seattle. And his father worked as one of the principal doctors. He was from Germany, and at the time worked on some of the autopsy material, from what I understand, along with other people. Anyway, you just can't believe everything. And that goes for me. You got to get out there and do your homework. Like I always say, you might don't put your spectacles on, you put your skepticals on when you listen to me. So if we can have a show of hands here, how many people have heard about Roswell, New Mexico? Very good. And how many people have heard about the black helicopters and the other kinds of flying saucers type equipment out at Groom Lake and other places? Very good. Well, this obviously is a nice enlightened audience. Most of you have probably seen what a black helicopter is. Or maybe even gotten glimpses of an F-117A black jet or stealth, as they're often called. Or a B-2 bomber, B-1 bomber, or some of these other sophisticated aircraft that are now being touted as the new technology. Once again, where did they get this new technology? Well, obviously we've had a little hand in that. Our little alien so-called buddies have kind of exchanged things, not without a great cost. The cost of which has been a lot of people have disappeared. Well, this is statistic by you. There's, according to current FBI, Defense Intelligence Agency, and CIA statistics, 100,000 children and 1 million adults every year. These are not kidnappings or murders or rapes or suicides or anything. Totally unaccountable. And where are these people going? Nobody knows. Maybe us in this room or somebody has encountered such an individual and wants a loved one or a friend or something. And that's unfortunately. My best friend, Ron Lee, several years ago, got himself murdered because we dared to put out in a plant, and at that time I was still working for the government, so was he. We dared to put in a plant that so-called the Strategic Defense Initiative, or Star Wars, as part of the New World Order, and it takes its actions. It was originally written as a kind of a spoof or a joke. We had one of these alien grays dressed up and had New World Order insignia on, and of course that wasn't taken very nicely. My friend was so murdered. It was called a suicide, but now it's turned over to special authorities who now acknowledge it as a homicide. Other than that, I'd like to also mention something about my father. My father was a naval captain in Hitler's Navy, and he got captured and taken over. I didn't find this out until about 2 weeks before he died on his deathbed. He kind of told everybody in total shock. I was one of them about in fact, I didn't believe him. I thought he was kind of in delirium or something like that. And of course, I found him come up since. And so, anyway, he was captured by the Command over to the Third Army, the U.S. Third Army. U.S. Third Army turned one to the Navy. And he was a master machinist. That's not a journey. A master means that they can take a block of metal, make a gun or a watch or some other flying instrument. And he was a master machinist. He later became an MD doctor, part of the aerospace medicine group of the United States Navy. Was instrumental in helping build the USS Nautilus and its first nuclear powered predecessor, the Enterprise, and its first nuclear powered aircraft carrier, and other ships like it. Actually pioneered all the ways and building very small miniature nuclear engines. He even helped work later on in his life. He helped develop the infamous grid-fed nuclear motor, which is now employed in some things that look like flying saucers that people claim are flying saucers. Yes, we, in quote, the United States Air Force and other armed forces, are training other European forces to fly unidentified or now identified for, in quote, flying saucers. We've actually built several prototypes that are flying under the names of Black Crab. My position as a geologist and an engineer got me to see a lot of things in the world. I've been in over 70 countries. Also looked for an agent. I carried a level 3 security clearance with a rhyolite factor. Rhyolite is a hardened factor, only given out to a handful of civilians and maybe a couple of hundred military men worldwide. I thought I was doing the nation, the United States, as well as the world a favor by I thought I was kind of keeping my end up. Well, but it didn't work out that smart. Later find out that these underground bases are now being employed as strategic bases for in case there is martial law in this country. Right now, our military professors that used to be in war colleges and the like are training people like ex-Russian KGB and Spetsnaz people right here on American soil. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes, along with other people who are geologists. Other fellow geologists still do geological survey work. However, I don't work for the government anymore. Took my security clearance and all my GoPros and stuff and cut it up and sent it back to the part of my branch SOB. When I found out that a number of these 131 deep underground military bases are being used to subvert the Constitution of these United States and its people, I said, that is enough. I can't possibly be connected. Oh, Schneider, you can't quit. Well, I said, yes, I can. I'm an individual. I'm going to quit. I'm walking off the job. So I got arrested. Casually told, well, you got to finish the job. And so I caved into that part. I finished 3 weeks, and then at that time, my father was dying, and I was allowed home, and I never went back for my paycheck. Still intended to be there. These people are beginning to show signs of being our utmost enemy. I'm talking about military people now engaged in training foreign troops on American soil, clearly against Bill of Rights and U.S. Constitution. It's why we formed the government, why our forefathers formed the government. And it occurred of these United States in the first place way back 200 plus years ago, because the drawing and quartering of soldiers, taxation without representation, law by edict, otherwise known as today's version executive order, and among other that we became in quote, a free republic, a free society, possibly one of the greatest nations to ever be a nation on this earth. We're instilled in our founding fathers that are now so far away from the people now running the federal government structure. So I'm here today to touch upon a number of subjects. One being that these underground bases are roughly over 3 of them per state. There's now, instead of 12 prison camps, there's 39. That's also 1 per state. They're building 2 prison camps every 7 months. They're building 2 underground military bases every year. Each one of these military bases, by the way, is underground military bases. They cost somewhere between $17 and $26 billion. They employ 1,800 to 10,000 workers each, from varying grades of skill. They gobble up totally through the black budget, over 1/4 of the black budget, or roughly $310 billion. Of course, you may say, where are these figures coming from? Well, the black budget, as we know, black project, which anything called black is significant of hidden from Congress, hidden from the American people. Very few people are even going to know about it at all. A black budget per year runs over $500 billion a year. And it's these kind of huge quantities and sums of money are garnered through CIA drug activity, National Security Agency clandestine operations, mostly in Panama and South America. Now also engaged in Russia in bringing and refining strategic metals. By the way, you might want to ask, where's all these kind of interesting new metals? Over here on the whiteboard, we have a new periodic table. It's got 140 elements. Now, in our high schools of today, I was in a high school about a week ago. I saw a new periodic table. It had 105 elements. And some of us, we're not being told the truth. We're being lied to in every turn, in every corner. We're considered less than morons. So the government has made itself an entity, an independent taxing body, an entity unto itself, and isn't accountable to anybody. Not even the so-called New World Web. They just go ahead and do everything willy-nilly as they please. There's nobody checking. I don't have to worry about this. Occasionally there's a senator who pokes a nudge in here or there, and that senator finds out either nicely or not so nicely that you don't do things like that. We're taking a grip on our country. We're to take our country back. We must first ask our public officials if they cannot tell us the truth, and we will impeach them, or they will be impeached, or they will be tried as traitors. That's pretty stiff language. Already I was slowly beginning to trickle out and refer to a number of people that this may be the only way out. And also, our founding fathers, George Washington, Patrick Henry, and a few of the other ones came up and said that you don't want to let the beast out of the box. They're talking about a runaway government. You don't want to allow your government to become like England. And so they warned us about this very same kind of thing. First of all, the United States is not a democracy. It's not a republic anymore. It should be a republic. That's to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God. why we can't even pray in the public schools anymore. We have to have a Supreme Court judge or group of them, plus Janet Reno and company, among other things, telling us what to do. Interpret for us as if we cannot read with our own two eyes and understand with our minds. This, of course, is bad policy all the way around. And we don't, I guess I don't need to blow that by your ears. Okay, on another subject, I have a number of items up here on the table. One of which here is, I can show it, is heavy under rock indeed. It has a weight of about a little bit more than a pound, 2.5 times the weight of uranium. It's not radioactive, it can never be made radioactive. It's composed of earth, rare clays, and powdered metals, as well as alien elements, mostly from crashed and retrieved flying saucers and those of the kind that have the chance to crash in our deserts and backyards, so to speak. It's called uranite. This is employed in every stealth aircraft, every black jet, roughly like rocket. Also in very small quantities in the skins of black helicopter flights. It's uranite. Here's another thing. Here's a piece of probably the purest titanium you'll ever hear or see. It's so pure. It's also composed with other alien elements to make it extremely tough. It's capable of withstanding temperatures in excess of 7,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Our new Phoenix-class submarines, of which we're building 2 of them, the Phoenix-class submarines is a black budget program. One of those submarines costing $208 million just for the titanium hull, which is made of secondary. Approximately 10,000 pounds of it. Now, we've got totally, as of the data right now, we've got 106 of these submarines. They're flying water in the way. They can dive to a depth of over 7,000 feet and hold that for 3 days. It's a fantastic submarine. It has 11 grid-bed nuclear motors that run everything, purify the air. By the way, these aren't your usual nuclear motor installations. They're very small. They're probably no bigger than this podium, weighing less than 3,000 pounds, putting out as much as the equivalent of 3 aircraft carriers for the Enterprise class. But these Phoenix-class submarines are getting this metal. How are we getting the metal? Well, it's being stockpiled in a number of strategic locations. Supposedly, I've heard stories, well, it's being mined on the moon, and I have no way of proving that one way or another. I think we're probably getting it from Russia, or refining it in outer space. Or we shuttling, basically a shuttle, a secret shuttle flight. 1 a week now is going up and back. What are they shuttling? Well, obviously, they've got kind of their own little laboratories up there, station, and all this kind of stuff. Remember, what you're being told is only just the smattering of the truth. It's not the real truth. Maybe it's 5% of the total. Maybe it's not even that. The problem with that is you can rest assured you're not getting much. Another strategic metal is this particular bar with some strange crystals on it, scalenohedral crystals of niobium, titanium, radium, copper oxide. This complex group of elements is not found on the Earth in specific quantities. This was developed at Los Alamos through EG&G and other outfits. Employ all black jet aircraft, including the in-quote sport model, the little flying saucer we occasionally see over at Groom Lake. And by the way, now, if we happen to be with a video camera, taking pictures of the so-called area around Groom Lake. It's now you can get your equipment confiscated, your car, your house, considered the same thing as a drug dealer, and you go to jail for 5 years, up to 5 years, and $1 million fine. I personally don't think this is what I'm hearing. I just don't think that this kind of punitiveness is what we need in America. We have to get rid of it, otherwise we're going to die with no America. Here's some other elements. Here's a very light element. It's composed of lithium metal, as well as a alien element, a little heavier than hydrogen, but a little lighter than helium, also employed in this. It's used in secretive methods of propulsion. And it also is in a peculiar scalenohedral-crystalline form. And anything scalenohedral, and by the way, a scalene triangle is no side is equal to the other side. A scalenohedral metallic crystalline structure is definitely alien element, or alien technology converted over to our own technology. These were given to me about a year ago. They're called alien or aurora drops. Supposedly the skins of the black jets, some of the ones that are coming in at very high rates of speed, they're still glowing red hot, white hot, and they'll sit out there and cool off, and they're dripping their material off of it. And it's kind of like a rubberized coating. It's not rubber, I can tell you that. It's as hard as lava rock or harder. That's not capable of standing tremendous temperatures. But nonetheless, some of it sloughs off every time, and so they just kind of scoop it up and throw it in the trash can there, a few pieces of it. Here's one of the hardest so-called man-made rocks. Once again, it's got a number of alien counterparts. It's got an alien crystalline structure to it that's very advanced. It's about 11 times harder than a diamond, and about 70 times stronger than a diamond, capable of standing temperatures in excess of 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It is employed as very thin coatings or windows, tiny windows in hypersonic aircraft that exceed Mach 5. Here's an interesting artifact. Right here in this hunk of rock, which by the way was an old 100,000-year-old shipping tool found in Syria, Jordan, excuse me, is an implant it looks like a flower, but it's not. It's an imprint of a small mechanical part of exactly 360. It's kind of like little rotor blades. This rock is 220 million years old. Who was making machines 220 million years ago? Right after all. Here we have an actual piece of agatite fruit, or similar to a lime. It's even been pecked by a bird at one time. That's still there. So it's instantly turned to agate. It is the same agate or chemical structure as material found at Hiroshima and Nagasaki after the A bombings in World War II, where grasses and flowers, petals of flowers and other kinds of things were instantly petrified, turned to agate. It is the same identical crystalline structure. However, this particular piece is about 20 million years old, and it's still got its original green coating, basically unchanged. Perfect condition. That's real. Likewise, here's a garlic plant about somewhere between 20 to 35 million years of age. And once again, it's got that same pink agate coating. And here are some pieces of the metal skin from a plant disc at Roswell. It was given to me when I was 14 years old. My father was visiting one of his old friends in can I answer Johnny? So, no, go ahead, ask. Get anything you can from him, that kind of thing. So, well, gee, Johnny, well, do you think I can have a piece of this? No, you can't have that. I'll give it to the kid. What the heck? He won't have it very long anyway. Well, I've had it all this time. It's kind of a unique thing. They were able to break the skin of that crab, by the way, by dropping it into a bath of liquid nitrogen, hitting it with a mechanical or hydraulic hammer, and shattered in little bits. And it was later analyzed and adapted for our own technology. All these artifacts are fine. Once again, the main part of this talk is where's it all leading to. We get very little spin-off to where any of this is leading to. Occasionally we'll get a new computer or maybe a quartz watch or some little trinket, kind of like giving the Indians deeds a couple hundred years ago. Well, we're getting these little spin-offs. But the black budget still rolls on, garnering up over $1 trillion every 2 years. It's somewhere between 1.023 trillion and 1.31 trillion dollars every 2 years. And every year goes by and the black budget is unchecked, unaccounted for. It's just subverting our country. That's number one. Number two is that these underground military, first of all, if there was something like a nuclear war or there was a definite enemy out there where we were going to be under attack, like China or someplace like that, I could see maybe a couple of dozen underground bases for our government, so it would theoretically come right like the phoenix out of the ashes. Well, not 131 of these. If you were going to so-called round people up and put them in prison camps, what a better prison camp than underground, where nobody knows where it is anyway. So once again, these underground bases are most likely been planned as underground prison camps and slave labor factories. New World Order, by the way, is getting, and I'm probably the only person ever talking about that. The New World Order is taking it, and the United Nations is taking its orders from, believe it or not, these more powerful outer space alien entities. We might call them the large grays or the small grays. Sinister forces invade. And you might want to say, well, gee, how come we don't see more of this kind of thing? Well, you can just imagine. If you're only being told 5% or less of the truth, there isn't very much to go on. That's one thing. Another thing is, you don't find very many people coming up here, and when you have hands-on experience. I'm going to try and do this to you. However, I do ask you to go out and do your homework and keep doing it. Don't necessarily believe in what I'm saying, but get out there and talk to people. Whether it's just a couple of neighbors or friends or something, get out there and talk. Because one will tell two and two will tell four, and pretty soon you have a whole room full of people that are in the know. And then from there, wonders can work. Other than that, as far as changing the black budgets and these clandestine programs, public opinion is only going to be that, going to do that. It's going to take millions of us, but we have to be informed. And to do that, we have to be doing what we're doing now, gatherings and talking. And of course, most of us are adults and can weed out fact from fiction. Most of us are responsible adults and know the difference between fact and fiction and how to use it or how to abuse it. So we therefore have to continue to keep studying and keep talking. If there's just me out there, believe it or not, there aren't very many people like myself out there talking. I've given over 30 talks in the United States, Canada, Japan, the England gun going, the Japan gun illegal, came back the same weekend. They flew me in and out, but I talked to a number of their execs, and they were very interested in dating. Now, if this was all a bunch of poppycock and hooligans, I wouldn't be listened to, be given an audience by these people, but evidently I have. 13 attempts on my life since the first of this year. There's a number of you ladies present, so I won't bore you out, but Al has seen some of the longs, and there's a few other people that have been to a few of my other lectures, and they can attest that I have been shot. I've been run off the road, I've been pushed off the road, I've been mostly shot at, and things like that. But that's hand-to-hand combat with some of these people, and once again, I'm not in the best of shape anymore, but I still know how to handle myself. And I'm just about ready to wrap things up here, but just basically wanted to give you an overview of what's happening. And if we have any questions, we can start asking a few questions. Okay, here's a gentleman over here. Would you please speak up loud? Yes, I was involved in 1979, in August, late August of 1979. I was involved working through Los Alamos Laboratories in Dulce, New Mexico, and what's now known as the Alien Healing War. 66 Secret Service agents, government lawyers, geologists, and the like. I almost hit the desk. I was good at number 67. Lost their lives that day because the government lied, and I knew full well what was underneath. And what we've done is, out in the desert there, we had drilled four, in a period of a couple of days, we drilled four of these holes that went down several thousand feet, and one of these holes kept bringing up dirty dust and putrefying odors and broken off machine bits and other kinds of things like that, and boring machines as well as lasers damage. First, there was a probe that was sent down that came up totally missing, and so people were sent out, and that was one people. And I got down there, of course, the now remember, I was in a spacesuit type environment. That's the only thing I can think of. All I had was a small tool belt with special sensors and a small lock hammer and a lock stacker, mineral specimens, kind of things like that. And I had my little pistol. Being an engineer didn't have time to carry a big hunk of pistol like most of these Green Berets carry. Stuff like that, like berets. I carry a little BBK with a back shot. As soon as I got down this hole, standing about from me to this gentleman over here in the front row, 10 or so feet away, 7 feet away, something like that, was one of these 7-foot-tall stinking alien guys. I didn't waste any time after that. I'm not talking to you guys. We're not so away you go. And I was one of the few that had been lured that this may or may not occur. And so basically was given ED training. But a lot of these other people weren't. And we were, in fact, it was asked, are there aliens in the area? And of course, the big question was, well, and that's a big lie. And of course, 66 people died that day. I have a big hole in my chest. I lost a lot. My lungs literally burned out of me. My fingers burned off of me. My toenails burned off of me. My skin was in radiation isolation therapy for 400 plus days. My bones were vitrified and burned. I was cooked. I managed to survive. Here, John says something about a day. Other than that, I'm the only talking survivor. There are only 2 other survivors, and they're in nursing homes in Canada. Canada to allow the United States officials to talk to them. That technology one of them can't talk, doesn't want it. They're regarded as Canadian heroes. Being kept by Canada. This fellow over here. Speak up loud.
Iran, China, and Russia, the operating companies are supporting.
Actually, yes, there is several. In fact, as I was coming to this talk,
That's not a problem.
supposed to be here by plane, but there was a subsequent foul. Anyway, I drove all the way out and did it in one day. But as I was coming over near Cheyenne, I noticed a military airport in the Army are building a so-called new prison camp. And I was here 3 months ago. I wasn't there. So it's brand new. In Colorado, yes, there's about 4 underground bases. One being Denver International Air Base. I call it Air Base. Spaceport or whatever you want to call it. Denver International Airport. No wonder your luggage gets flopped. There are 8 levels underneath the airport. Tarmac area, both tarmac or cement bank. And so those bags could be there for a damn long time. Just imagine if this was Anthony Carnegie 30 or more million years ago, those bags could very well be the same way. Oh yeah, there's a number of them. And I wish I had a map with me. In fact, subsequent talks I'll have a map, which will be put on the overhead. In fact, the next talk I plan to have just that. I had planned to bring a map here and had all the latitude and longitude of all the bases, and I can't do that. It would be jail sentence, so I didn't bring it. So, but other than that, I'll have that all researched for you. Yes, this one.
Especially carbon side is growing.
Yes, as far as there being an inner Earth, a hollow Earth or anything like this, I've never run into anything like that. However, Al Bielig has been on these tunnel trains, the better part of Mach 2, going from coast to coast an hour and a half, faster than any jet plane we got, including the SST. They're about the same. There's no rapid speed, but I helped build a lot of these tunnels, and all of the underground mountain or military bases are connected. All 131. They're connected both by road, not a big freeway under there, but it's at least a 4-lane road. Rather narrow lanes, but they're there. And there are also high-speed magneto-load train tunnels. Yes, this lady over here. Stand up and speak up, please.
Our water water. Our sensing of the water is not as good as there's less.
What levels of military personnel know about this? Most of the levels of military know about this. Especially at higher levels, higher officer levels, the enlisted I'm sure don't, are basically kept in the dark like we are, So, yeah, this fellow right here with the hat. Well, there's 131 of them in the United States, 127 of them in the lower 48. There's some in Canada, I'm not counting those. Some in northern Mexico, I'm not counting those either. They average about 4 cubic miles out underground, an average depth of 5,700 feet underground. Average cost of $17 to $31 billion each. Some of them employ anywhere from 1,800 to 10,000 people. Then there's some very large ones now being built in Sweden, one of which is repudiated to be 30 cubic miles. It will take 5 years to build that one at a cost of about $2 trillion. And that's all being supplied by the United Nations. Yes. Anybody over here? This gentleman. Speak up, please. Okay, you want to know exact locations of all these, where all of your Army, Marine Corps, Navy, and Air Force bases are. They're with all the present, not the ones closed down. And by the way, the closed down bases are now being used for gasoline storage and equipment storage and these kind of things. So they're not really closed down yet. Food camps and boot camps and all this kind of stuff, so-called prisoner camps and these kind of things. Right now, police, for instance, are being trained by the Air Force and the Army intelligence in martial law research, as they call it. How dare they call that by that name? So where these are, where every one of these strategic bases are now in Colorado, and around Denver, there's 3 of them, and they're fairly small. Some of these bases are only maybe 2,000 to 3,000 feet in depth. Some of them were built a long time ago, back to 35, 40 years ago, and they're only maybe 500 feet, and they're mostly for equipment storage. Denver, and then there's Fort Collins. There's also Colorado Springs area. By the way, Colorado Springs is kind of a famous area. Nikola Tesla's laboratories were in Colorado Springs, and need I say more? I'll leave that up to Felix. As far as Nellis Air Force Base, there's 9 underground mountain bases in Nellis Air Force Base. That's in Nevada. It's north of Las Vegas. There's going to be a UFO show and conference in Mesquite here later on this month. That's very close to the quote Area 51. That whole area, by the way, the state of Nevada is 81% managed or owned by the federal government. The land is either restricted or run by the federal government. That's why we have it. There's roots rising as we speak, dealing with the problem very vociferously, and senators are now getting involved. So evidently, waking up is occurring. That's this gentleman over here. Speak up, please.
Get all tickets.
Okay. Yes, they are. Gentlemen asked, are these networks connected to large caverns? Yes, these large bases are basically like this Coliseum. Everything's underground. Everything's a city underground. Most of these bases both have military bases, and they have all the accoutrements of life. Remember, each one of these costs quite a bundle of dough, and some of it in our tax money, most of it in clandestine approaches, and that's definitely undermining the country. Yes.
The host of the largest podcast on planet Earth, Joe Rogan Experience, and now we're going to stand up.
Some of them have difficulty in understanding our language. It's too slow.
We're grateful to have him here today.
If you've heard whale songs or bird chirpings at high speed, it's about what these aliens sound like audibly to us, so they do this bunch of gibberish. Yes, they've slowly actually broken down. There's 11 prototypes that are 11 civilizations of aliens using this planet all the time, all of which are known by the U.S. military. 9 of which are not very good indeed. They're pretty bad news. 2 of which are benevolent. But the benevolent ones are supposedly left. They have their own little war of sorts, especially the Pleiadian groups and whatnot like that, which Val Thor was repudiated to be a Venusian, but other people will argue looks more like a Pleiadian. Human, except he's got 6 fingers and toes, he's got one long, oversized long, he's got 2 arms, he's got all kinds of weird stuff.
Yeah. You like, is it scary to start to think, okay, I'm going
The man asked, do I tie in the alien agenda to the New World Order? Yes, sir, 100%. I can elaborate briefly. The New World Order right now basically is dismantling countries, governments, telling governments that they're war with each other, basically they're taking their orders directly from the aliens and they've got their own country. They want their one world order because they want the planet for themselves. Of course, you've often heard the term Global 2000, that's the supposed sinister plot, or has been a group of sinister plots to produce biological weaponry to reduce or clean out so-called ethnic cleanse the population of the planet by 5/6, or roughly 5 or 6 billion people, enslaving the rest to work willy-nilly with the so-called people in the New World Order. Now, another peculiar thing is the alien agenda is not really well believed nor understood by a lot of these one world orders. They don't believe it. They think they've been singled out for their own into glory. What they don't know is there's just another human being, and according to the negative or bad aliens, they're just another what's considered bags of food to them. They don't eat us like we think of a cannibal eating hunk of meat, but they use our glandular secretions as part of their food base, blood, and their glandular secretions like adrenal hormone and such like that. And in fact, the Atlanta Center for Disease Control has figured out ways that we can combat this and all stuff like that. It might be where these new designer diseases like AIDS and Ebola, hantavirus, and all these kinds of things have come up out of nowhere, and these diseases, in quote, almost have already developed. That's what I hear.
I saw in the world they had a lot of the cops that were on horseback into the horses started walking with me.
Okay, Lee asked, is the tunnel building having an impact on the fact that earthquakes? Yes, it could very easily be, although I've got to remember a lot of these underground bases are constantly being repaired, so a lot of people have to be hired. As far as the U.S. government, second part of the question was the U.S. government modifying our weather? Yes, that's an affirmative. And we have the U.S. government has been working with the Russians for at least since 1972, maybe as early as 1966, on weather modification, and it's a well-known fact. And it's well understood. And by the way, they can literally weather modify a hurricane or a tornado out of existence. And the reason they don't do that is pretty obvious. Yeah, right. Or they could actually send a plane inside of a hurricane, for instance, that would blow off an atmospheric bomb or a shockwave bomb in the eye of the thing that would completely dissipate. Well, they don't do this, of course. So they raise all this money. There's probably other reasons for that, see which way it goes or what kind of havoc and how we can study the havoc and whatever you can go from there. So this fellow in the back
and also get him a golden retriever like an animal because he's got.
How do we learn more about our general topic? Well, there's this particular fellow, his name is Richard Sauer, PhD. He wrote a book recently, Underground Bases and Tunnels. What is the government trying to hide? That is one book.
They get in that.
Then we have other Here's a popular science article. Secret airbase. The government doesn't want you to know the Green Lake. Supposedly Green Lake doesn't exist. Well, I guess if it doesn't exist, then me talking about it, I guess I can't be a red bug or anything. I'm just a copycat here. Well, the editor, one of the editors of Popular Science that put this article out is now in federal prison. Then there's a book called Self-Fighter Pilot. These books are available. I got this one at Dalton's. This one actually was sent to me by the publisher. I did some test piloting, and the only thing I test piloted was run the aircraft back and forth on the runway, the special runway to go to Green Lake to Victor V in uniform. And I can go on. These publications are out now, and they're available. Yes, this lady over here.
Yeah. It was like, it almost like,
I can't hear you. What? Okay. Okay, that's kind of a mixed bag question there. She asks, with martial law being called precious metals and all these kinds of things, first of all, hoarding anything will be outlawed. The order food, have a radio, anyway of communicating, gasoline, these kind of things you have to be martial law is martial law. Martial law is dictatorship. And your other part of the question, if I got it right, was when's the alien takeover? Well, the alien takeover right now, and probably will be for probably the next 20, maybe 30, 40 years, we basically in the background. The idea is we have the one world beast-like government order in place, and then on the population of the planet. And then all heck will break loose and on. And whether it is, I don't know, not Bible and some people have worried, well, this is already mentioned in the Bible, blah, 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 and all this kind of stuff. Well, that may be, but all I can tell you is I've been face to face with one of these senator characters, or a couple of them, saying, most people would just as shocked at them seeing such a thing would cause them to not be in a very healthy mode, right behind as physical as well as mental. This man here looks something. So it's a combination of, what technology is used to build these underground bases. Well, we have lasers that can drill out or basically deflagrate or melt out a tunnel 7 miles a day. And that tunnel is 28 feet wide, 28 feet high. You've been told about drilling and boring machines in very slow, quarter of a mile a day. Most of that went out in World War II. Most of that's all World War I or World War II era material. And once again, you've been badly lied to. And I believe pretty well. I've worked on public engineering projects and really better at grinding up road beds and laying them down at the rate of 4 miles a day. And supposedly that doesn't exist. Well, I work on the state of Oregon just a few months ago. And we built a tunnel for sewage and whatnot like that. It wasn't very big. It was about 6 feet across. Real great solid rock right to the base of under one of the hills in Portland for their new light rail. Did that in 2 days. The complex was a small complex. It's big enough for a man to crawl through and inspect. What technology? A lot of this is alien technology, readapted for our own use, but a lot of it's our own ingenuity too. you can bet I can tell alien technology, anything that's just absolutely outlandish, like taking a oxyacetylene welding torch and trying to cut into this metal and getting nowhere, obviously, would be metals research, aircraft research, and like different tools and products, things that are many times the hardness of diamond or known hardened substances like orthol. Obviously, that's nothing that we came up with on our own, but we could have over a several hundred-year period. But you got to remember too that the military technology is outstripping the public sector technology at the rate of 44 to 45 years of technology for every calendar year, every 12-month calendar year. So every year going by this time in 1996, the military technology will be roughly 45 years more advanced than what we are today. So it's quite possible that way back in 1943, the U.S. Navy not only caused the ship to disappear, it literally disappeared and reappeared. Basically, military technology right now is about 1,200 years more advanced than public state technology. Computer technology right now, it's on the scale, I can tell you. Right now, and employing next-gen blackjack and stealth aircraft, the computers are so completely advanced that we couldn't get them to the public sector for maybe another 40 or 50 years. Yes, this lady here.
Let's say you're an executive at a green software, okay, and they know your kids are also.
Well, the lady asked with the slave labor camps of the old, the infirm, the handicapped, are they going to be executed and will there be executions? You can bet your bottom dollar there actually will be these things. I wish I knew more, but I don't. Set my own agenda to keep up. But other than that, yes, I would imagine so. Look at all the 39 prison camps that are presently built, and they're called boot camps. And of course, these new trains that have 143 shackle plots per train, they're a scary thing indeed. You know what they're called? They're called United Nations Prisoner Transfer Cars. Oh. Well, we got to wrap it up here. They're telling me it's time. I'll take one more question. This lady over there. They'll brainwash you. They don't brainwash you. How do they brainwash 18,000 people?
Right? You're like,
well, you sign a full piece of paper saying you work, you go to prison. For the rest of your day. Or you're not going to be taking home a paycheck of about anywhere from 4,000 or 40,000 a month, depending upon your position. 40,000 a month. Okay. I got to wrap it up here, folks. So, I'll be over at Al Felix, but I think it's over in number 125. If you got any questions there, I'll let you take a look at artifacts. Once again, on these artifacts, and the reason don't handle them, just look at them.
I'm just going to be up at 4:30, right? Everything's all, what do you do? Like, how do you, this is the end, this is when it's like, all right, Joe Rogan, you know what I'm saying? You hear it just comes from God or from something like a strong wind with a fucking, with a voice box in it. It's like, this is it.
This is the apocalypse.
You're leaving work. This is it.
I guess you have to respond to each individual situation. It's like each thing will be unique. Like, is someone trying to break into
For
your
over
house?
half a century, there have been rumours of secretive facilities and bases that have been below the surface of sprawling North American landscape.
I'll give you 90 minutes. Give 90 minutes to kind of get before.
We examined the most infamous of these alleged sites. An underground base believed to be situated near the town of Dulce in New Mexico.
But I'm wondering what you do.
Modern day mystery,
That's what I would do.
which
So
lies
I
deep
load up some magazines.
beneath the mesa.
Into what?
Into guns.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, how did that feel like it?
No,
At the
I don't
periodical
mean
like Sports Illustrated.
like that. I mean like an AR.
This guy's taking information into a
I mean, got magazines.
yeah, dude. I'm like, I just see shows with this big copies of Field and Stream that you can fucking live.
Well, you could use those magazines as like protection, stacking up of them.
Okay, so
each other.
okay, see, now you're thinking.
Slow bullets down.
Okay, but say like you pick up your family or something. You guys stay. Do you have a bunker?
I don't currently, but this conversation is making me want a bunker. I've wanted a ranch for that very reason. Like, if shit goes
Bringing his
completely
patrol
sideways,
car to a
it would
halt,
be great if there was a place with water.
Gabriel Valdez stared out through the driver's side window at the dark mass lying not far
Okay,
from
what
the
about
side
if you're
of the
kind
road,
of in a city or
and
you're
then
in like
cursed under his breath.
like what's maybe a business or something you
For the
hold up
briefest of
there? Think
moments,
Bible.
he tried to convince himself that the most sensible course of action would be to simply drive on, away from this place, and to ignore what he had seen.
You'd have to get something that.
And yet his curiosity urged him to exit the vehicle, to conduct a closer inspection,
I think
and
you probably
confirm
like
what his
think of
instincts
all
and fears
hiding
were
the
telling
fucking
him.
Macy's behind all the
Hiding Cinnabon.
With a heavy sigh, the patrolman used his radio to inform the dispatch of his location before opening the driver's side door and making his way
and that's
across
the
the
because
scrub.
a lot of that stuff has like all the
Deep down,
preservatives in it.
he had
You have
known what
that,
he
you
would
have
find
mannequins
before
in
he
there.
even
Think about
reached
that.
the
You can set up like
carpet. The cursory inspection confirmed that this cadaver had been left, just like the others he had attended upon. A series of diamond-shaped indentations had been carved into various points of the hide, with several layers of skin having apparently been removed
I would go to the mall.
in an expert fashion.
Yeah, the mall. Yeah,
The creature's eyes, nose, and tongue were all missing, despite there being no sign of any wildlife or predation having taken place.
Shut the fuck up! I'm pretending to be
It was almost certain that the reproductive glands would be absent,
like,
as well as a number of other key internal organs, all removed in what presented as a clean and sterile manner. As he stood regarding the lack of any tracks or disturbed foliage on the ground surrounding the animal's corpse, Valdez now became aware of the low rumble of an approaching vehicle.
They're going to have a lot of weapons.
Looking up from the grisly scene, he caught sight of a 5-ton truck painted in army camouflage, heading along the highway towards him.
Right.
The transport began to slow as it approached the point where he left his patrol car. Its occupants returning the questioning gaze he had offered as they passed, before it pulled away at greater speed. As he watched the dust cloud thrown up by its passing dissipate, Valdez found himself experiencing a whole host of emotions: confusion, a small degree of fear, but most of all, he felt anger, directed towards those he blamed for the death of this creature, for the deaths of all the same animals he had found in recent months, and the wider falsehood of their slaughter that he used to perpetuate. A lie fabricated for one purpose, and one purpose only: to keep local residents away from the neighboring mesa, for fear that something resided there which neither he nor any other earthly power could hope to protect them from.
Honestly, I bet it was almost
The town of Dulce in New Mexico would not come into existence until the end of the 19th century. U.S. authorities ordered the local Apache tribe to settle itself permanently in one place. The area's Native American population duly complied with this instruction, forming the Jicarilla Apache Reservation, around which the town would eventually be established. For the next century and a half, the inhabitants of this small backwater community would live their lives in relative peace, a short distance from the slopes of the adjoining Archuleta Mesa. There had always been tales of high strangeness associated with the region, from weird light anomalies witnessed in the night sky to Bigfoot-like creatures seen wandering the scrub. But by the late 1970s, the looming shadow cast by this towering mountain peak would begin to take on a sinister connotation with the discovery of a series of bizarre cattle mutilations. Following several complaints by ranchers and farmers to the local police department, insisting that someone or something was slaughtering their livestock, an officer by the name of Gabriel Valdez was ordered to investigate the matter. But after visiting the affected properties, the investigator often returned to his superiors with far more questions than answers. Usually, only one animal in the herds which were targeted had been affected, and it had been dispatched in a manner which seemed to discount the involvement of any natural predator. Although key sensory and internal organs had been removed from the carcasses, there were never any indications that the flesh had been consumed by a potential attacker. In fact, these bodies would remain untouched by scavengers for weeks after the event, a phenomenon previously unheard of within this harsh and unrelenting environment. The report submitted by Officer Valdez also highlighted the lack of disturbance in the soft and sandy ground surrounding the remains, offering no hint as to who or what was responsible. Due to the discovery of shattered bones in some cases, the suggestion that the bodies had been dropped from a great height was something we thought to be questioned over at some length. It soon became apparent to his superiors that Officer Valdez had no fixed agenda and was not promoting any theory in particular regarding the deaths of these animals. Instead, his report simply documented everything he had encountered during his investigation and demonstrated that he had discounted all of the most obvious explanations for the deaths. But situations would soon unfold, setting in motion a chain of events which would quash any hopes the investigator might have had in maintaining a calm and rational assessment of the incidents plaguing his community.
What is that? It's like a bunch of people there. Like
during the summer of 1986, a resident named Jerry Julian approached the local police department to report that someone had attempted to abduct her from her home while she was sleeping. Julian explained to the attending officers that the evening prior, she and her husband had driven out in their flatbed truck to the slopes of the Archuleta Mesa to do a bit of stargazing. After a short time, Julian's attention had been drawn to one star in particular, which seemed to be moving through the night sky. As she and her husband looked on in wonder, the celestial body in question suddenly began to descend from the heavens, landing on the ground a short distance away. Gradually, the bright light before them began to diminish, revealing a metallic structure from which a small set of steps descended. Two small figures then slowly made their way down the metallic walkway before they set off on foot in the direction of the married couple. With a frightened cry, Julian's husband had grabbed her by the shoulders, bundled her into his pickup, and frantically attempted to start the engine. She continued to stare back in terror at the two squat figures slowly advancing upon the vehicle as the engine repeatedly failed to turn over. It was only when the strangers were mere meters away from the rear of the truck, reaching out as if to take hold of it, that the motor suddenly fired its light and allowed the couple to escape. Later that night, having decided not to report the matter, the couple had gone to bed, only for Julian to awaken in the early hours of the morning due to a strange tugging sensation. Looking down towards the bottom of her bed, she could see two shadowy figures, identical to those she had witnessed emerging from a strange craft earlier that night. Suddenly realizing she could feel her sheets being pulled off the bed to expose her lower body, Julian attempted to scream, but nothing more than a hoarse and raspy sound had emerged from her mouth. This quiet whimper, however, had been sufficient to awaken her sleeping husband, at which point the two figures had immediately vanished. When questioned further by federal agents who had been tasked with attending the incident, Julian claimed the existence of these entities was common knowledge amongst the native community. She even went as far to describe a large hole bored deep into the mountain face, hidden away much further up the slopes of the mesa, which she claimed the creatures used to access the surface.
You gotta have another boat with diesel. You gotta have a second boat.
Around the same time that the investigators were taking Jerry Julian's statement, separate claims of a possible alien base concealed beneath the Archuleta Mesa were being directed towards the local authorities. Security staff at the Kirtland Air Force Base began to receive a string of detailed allegations from a local businessman, stating that he had documented mysterious activity both above and below the mountain chain. Paul Benowitz was already well known to the senior officers at the base, following reports he'd submitted to them of strange lights in the sky above his home in the Four Valleys district of Albuquerque. He now claimed that in addition to the lights he had filmed, he had intercepted mysterious energy emissions and radio transmissions, and that these were emanating from beneath the mesa.
Why is that?
The businessman had also taken to conducting regular flights across the mountains in his private aircraft, photographing anything he deemed out of the ordinary. Invited onto the base to speak in person, he showed them photos of what he believed to be paths and doorways cut into the rock, miles away from any existing road or highway. He drew maps of alleged air vents and access points, and cited interviews he had conducted with the owners of mutilated cattle and locals who claimed to have been abducted in the vicinity of the mesa. But the more detail that the impassioned Benowitz chose to add to this ad hoc briefing, the less credibility he was extended by his audience. He began to panic, citing discussions with shadowy government agents, claiming that the extraterrestrials living below the mountain were one of 3 separate species to have visited Earth. But it was the assertion that a whole floor of the alleged alien base contained vats filled with human organs and body parts harvested by the alien visitors, which saw him ridiculed and finally escorted off the base. Shortly after this, as the businessman's mental health and coherence continued to deteriorate, he suffered a nervous breakdown.
So I got a question for you. So,
on the advice of doctors, his family applied to have him committed to a psychiatric facility in 1988, seemingly removing any shred of credibility his initial reports to the military may have contained.
Was it scary that people?
But perhaps the most amazing aspect of the stories told by Paul Benowitz is that they are by no means the only such detailed allegations of a secret base concealed beneath the town of Dulce.
But it's just one of those things where people start debating whether or not you should.
During the mid-1990s, a former Air Force technician by the name of Thomas Costello went public, confirming that there was indeed a hidden facility underneath the Archuleta Mesa. More incredible still was that Costello claimed that this was not an extraterrestrial base, but one constructed by the United States government, where aliens and human scientists worked together on genetic experiments. Costello related how he had been a US Air Force photographer based at Nellis in Las Vegas, but in the early 1970s had been transferred to the secret Dulce base in New Mexico. Whilst there, he was responsible for maintaining the facility's extensive surveillance network and for documenting some of the work being conducted in the laboratories. Costello even went as far as to offer photographic evidence with his testimony of what he purported to be some form of alien hybrid suspended in a vat of fluid in one of the labs. But barely had journalists time to digest his claims that the Dulce base was just one of many such facilities linked by a vast underground railroad network before he disappeared from public view altogether. However, his claims would later resurface when a further whistleblower came forward, this time from within the ranks of the Dulce Police Department itself. A former reservation police detective named Avery Tafoya, who had been researching the testimony of Jerry Julian, related how he had stumbled across the report written by federal investigators assigned to the case. To his amazement, in addition to the events described by the victim, they had included detailed drawings of a sprawling military facility, exactly where Julian claimed a hidden opening in the mountain was situated. The drawings depicted that the base had 7 different levels, including accommodation blocks, storage facilities, and laboratories. It was also serviced by an underground train network similar to that alleged by Thomas Costello.
Do you feel like,
armed with this information, Tafoya stated that he had made a number of attempts to climb the mountain and to the facility by himself, only to be defeated by adverse weather conditions on each and every occasion. Not to be deterred, he had then used a thermal camera to document strange apertures and vents built into the rock of the mountain, and recorded what sounded like large machines being operated beneath the slopes.
Talk some shit.
Over the years, the United States military has gone to great lengths in denying that Dulce Base exists, or that it's part of a network of hidden underground facilities. And it would seem that part of their strategy to do so has involved a concerted effort to undermine the credibility of those making the claims. The background of Thomas Costello remains shrouded in uncertainty, with attempts to locate and review his military service records seeming to suggest he never existed.
have you had people like that?
Photographs associated with his testimony have proven to be forgeries, and no formal interview with him has ever been unearthed. Members of the intelligence community have also come forward and admitted to deliberately feeding false information to Paul Benowitz. It is alleged that having become uncomfortable with his obsession and surveillance of the secure Manzano weapon storage complex, the Air Force invented the fictional Dulce base in order to distract the businessman. They even claim to have placed machinery and fake air vents on the Archuleta Mesa for him to photograph, in order to convince him that the base existed there and draw him away from genuine military facilities. Gabriel Valdez himself has always refused to believe stories of the base at the Mesa, extraterrestrial or otherwise. Prior to his death in 2011, the former police officer told his son that he believed it was humans who had mutilated the cattle near the town, and not aliens. He cited secretive nuclear testing in and around New Mexico during the 1960s, claiming samples had secretly been removed from local cattle to test for radiation poisoning. There are equally detailed cases both for and against the existence of a base beneath the Archuleta Mesa, and the secretive work which is allegedly being conducted there. With so many stories, it is difficult to know which sources to trust. It is not beyond all possibility that the US government is in possession of secret underground military bases, constructed well away from prying eyes. But at the same time, some of the claims attached to them seem so outlandish that they push any notion of their existence towards ridicule. However, throughout this episode, we have deliberately avoided the most detailed and impassioned evidence for such an underground structure as Dulce. That of a man who claimed he was a former worker at the secretive site and had survived a horrifying battle unfolding between human and extraterrestrial forces during the excavation of what would become the eventual facility there. Join us next week as we examine the testimony of one Phil Schneider.
Oh, I mean, it's not like closing a detective.
Would you feel like they would?
Something about falling would be extra scary to fall naked.
Dude, say you're falling, right? All right, you have a turtleneck on. Do you put your head? Do you put your head aside or not?
I don't think you think about it.
Yeah, you do.
You probably have a heart attack.
You don't think about it. You think about it. That's what you do. You're an investigator. So you don't think you would.
I think I would. No, I'd be thinking of how to cushion the fall somehow.
So what would you land on? You think chest first? Probably give a strong chest.
No, I think you want to like land on your feet and try to collapse your whole body and roll, but you're dead. You know, there's a certain height that you're just dead.
My buddy made love to a plane survivor one time, and then she ended up becoming a lesbian after that, which is kind of crazy. But
He turned her.
I think she just, I think she was trying to help him out.
She wasn't straight to begin with.
Yeah, right. And I think they both had kind of a buzz cut, and they just fucked. But what about like? So has your life? Just because your life's so interesting, man. It's like so many people try to like, I think, emulate Joe Rogan, you know, and I think they emulate. Well, I think they try to emulate. You know, they hear so many guests on here, people that are doing positive stuff, right? And so they try to emulate that universe, you know.
That's good.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. Do you feel like it's ever tough for you, like for you to keep up with being Joe Rogan? Does that ever start to get to like a thing in your head? Is that a crazy question?
No, it's not a crazy question, but I don't think about it. Right. I just keep doing what I'm doing. Like if I stopped tomorrow, I'd be cool. I enjoy doing everything. I enjoy doing comedy. I enjoy doing podcasts. I enjoy doing UFC. But if I stopped doing all of it tomorrow, I'd find other shit to do.
Yeah.
I like
doing
stuff. Yeah, I like doing things. I would probably just get really more into archery and playing pool, and maybe I'd start drawing again or something. I mean, I don't need.
In our previous episode, we examined reports from various individuals who stated that there is a secret facility buried deep beneath the New Mexico town of Dulce.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But we deliberately avoided the testimony of one man, who is arguably the most controversial figure in the allegations surrounding the possible existence of Dulce Base. A man who claimed he was the survivor of a war with the Mesa.
Sometimes I think these skill clips I get a little plenty.
I talked to the man that runs that company. Really cool guy.
Oh yeah, he's got John.
Yeah.
These are shit, man. I love this. This flavor. This Ignite is the Ignite is the same flavor as the CBD one, but this pineapple jalapeno is my idea. This is all my drink. That's why it's my face all over it. The Flavor Joe.
Let me get in this bastard.
Get in there, son. That's what it is. This is we came up with this idea. We were talking, and we were talking about coming up with a specific flavor, and I said, no, pineapple jalapeno. He's like, ooh, I like it. And so we went through like.
Having sought shelter behind an equipment crate of sufficient size, the lieutenant now tried to take stock of the situation. At least 3 members of his platoon were gone, their bodies charred beyond all recognition, following exposure to the horrific weaponry employed by their opponents. Despite this, they had managed to push the enemy force deeper into the facility, as they had been ordered to do so, and if they could just secure the stairwell in front of them, the mission would be a success.
But then you're chewing on that wax.
Waving across the corridor, where 2 more of his team members were sheltering behind another crate, he began to issue a series of orders using hand signals. Moments later, the pair were up on their feet and heading towards the looming metal door, each tightly clutching the satchel charge. Their intention was clear. But before they could reach their objective, the door suddenly flung wide open. A skeletal figure materialized from the darkness within, followed by a terrifying bright blue energy discharge from its weapon. The 2 soldiers did not even have time to cry out, as their bodies were engulfed in a ball of brilliant blue flame. Almost immediately, an infantryman further down the corridor, operating the platoon's M60 heavy machine gun, opened fire, shredding the attacker with a steady hail of gunfire. More soldiers then ran forwards, snatching up the discarded satchel charges and priming them before hurling them in through the open doorway. There was an enormous explosion, immediately followed by a shower of dust debris as the stairwell caved in, preventing their enemy from accessing this floor or any others which lay above them. Leaving two of his men to cover the collapsed structure, the lieutenant and the remainder of his platoon made their way back up through the facility towards the main loading area. But upon his arrival, he was shocked to see that two further army trucks had arrived, discharging several more squads of soldiers wearing black uniforms, who hurried towards the corridors from which he and his men had just emerged. Turning to his commanding officer, he abruptly inquired as to what was taking place, who this unit were, and why they were now heading underground towards the lower levels. Curtly dismissed, he and his fellow Navy SEALs could only watch on as the mysterious soldiers continued to head deeper into the base, where so many US soldiers had already lost their lives in an effort to contain the marauding extraterrestrial threat. During the summer of 1995, Phil Schneider gave a series of lectures across the United States, in which he went to great pains to highlight to his audience the dangers of what he was doing. He spoke of the murder of his close friend, which he alleged had been made to look like a suicide. Then he related various attempts on his own life and threats to harm his family in an effort to stop him from sharing confidential military secrets with the public. But Schneider explained that his love for his country superseded any thoughts for his personal safety, that the American people had a right to know the potential dangers which their government was hiding from them. He would open his talks by explaining how he came from a family of public servants, how his father had been a military officer who worked on the Manhattan Project. Then he would reveal to those present the fingers missing from his left hand, relating how he had lost them whilst fighting to regain control of a secret military installation from extraterrestrial attackers. Schneider would hold up bizarre-looking metals and minerals, claiming that they were products of experiments which had been kept hidden from the American people. He would then explain in great detail how there was a vast network of underground military bases beneath the surface of North America, linked together by miles and miles of magnetic train tracks. Finally, he would close his lectures by saying that when his time came, just like his friend, his murder would be made to look like a suicide, reiterating that he had no wish to end his own life. Less than a year later, the impassioned public speaker would indeed be found dead in his apartment. His death, perhaps unsurprisingly to anybody who had ever heard him speak, ultimately being ruled as suicide. Much as the former Air Force Sergeant Thomas Costello had done beforehand, Phil Schneider told anyone who would give him the time that there was a military base hidden deep beneath the Archuleta Mesa. But unlike the enigmatic Costello, Schneider chose to deliver his evidence in a far more public manner, speaking openly to roomfuls of interested people and fielding any questions they might have concerning his account. He described how, since the end of the Second World War, the United States government had been building a vast network of underground bases around the country. Schneider explained that to his knowledge, there were 129 deep underground military bases, or DUMS, hidden beneath the plains, mesas, and the mountain ranges of North America. 9 of these were clustered in close proximity to one another, located in and around Groom Lake, near the infamous Area 51 testing facility in Nevada. All of these bases were linked by a seemingly endless series of tunnels, which housed a maglev train line, allowing workers to travel between the locations at speeds of up to Mach 2. As he stood and summarized how these tunnels had been created, and how each of the secret bases had been constructed, audiences found themselves visibly impressed by the level of technical detail Schneider used. Having listed his credentials as a geologist and structural engineer, he related how he had been brought onto the project to assist with the complicated and advanced construction methods being used. The maglev tunnels had not been drilled or blasted through the ground, but had instead been created using laser technology that vitrified and melted its way through the previously impenetrable rock. In order to create each base, 4 gaping holes were bored deep into the earth. Each separate floor was then blasted out of the rock before being linked up to these 4 gigantic corner shafts. And it was amidst the construction of one facility in New Mexico during the late 1970s that Phil Schneider became an unwitting participant in what would become known as the Dulce. Schneider maintained that in August of 1979, construction on the Dulce base had begun to fall behind schedule due to issues relating to the drilling of one of the corner columns. The facility was being tunneled out beneath the southwest corner of the Archuleta Mesa, but every time the drilling team had attempted to pass a certain depth, they found that their machinery was mysteriously failing. In an effort to discover what was frustrating the drilling operation, Schneider and the Green Beret bodyguard had been lowered into the incomplete shaft via a crane. But as soon as he stepped out of the crane basket into what appeared to be a pre-existing cave network, he had instantly realized that something was very wrong. There was a bitter and unnatural stench in the air, as the drilling operation had now allowed ancient gases to escape from the void beneath, along with a mysterious and sooty residue on the unusually smooth walls of the caves. It was at this point that a tall and slender grey figure had suddenly stepped out of the shadows in front of him, carrying what appeared to be a weapon of some description. Utterly terrified by this creature's unearthly and intimidating appearance, Schneider had used his sidearm to kill it, only for 2 more to then emerge out of the darkness behind. Backing towards the crane basket and firing wildly, the engineer had managed to fell one of the pair, only for the other to then use its own weapon upon him in retaliation. Schneider was instantly consumed by an eerie blue light, and felt a huge jolt of electricity burst through his body, which had sent him crashing to the cave floor. When he came to, he found himself being bundled into the crane basket by the Green Beret, who then turned and engaged more of the creatures as the basket began to ascend without him. Upon his return to the surface, the doctors who treated Schneider found severe damage to both his left hand and foot, with several fingers and toes missing. After he had explained to his superiors what had taken place, he was removed from the project, but later discovered that construction had continued despite his encounter. For the next year, it was alleged that further battles beneath the Mesa ensued, as US Special Forces clashed with alien interlopers, who appeared intent on frustrating the construction of the base. Schneider claims that in total, 66 soldiers and countless extraterrestrials lost their lives before an uneasy peace was finally formed between the 2 opposing sides. He went on to allege that the aliens who had been residing beneath the Mesa had worked with humans ever since, creating numerous scientific breakthroughs which had gone on to assist mankind. Throughout 1995, Schneider continued to tour the United States, giving talks in which he listed numerous other alleged conspiracies, alongside the revelations of deep underground military bases. Over the course of these lectures, however, it soon became apparent that the former engineer was beginning to struggle with what he had started. He described how he had been involved in a shootout with federal agents, killing one in self-defense, and how an attempt had been made to kidnap his daughter in a bid to force him to stop delivering his lectures. Then, in January of 1996, 2 months after his final speech in Denver, federal agents arrived at the home of Schneider's ex-wife, Cynthia. They explained how Phil had been found dead in his apartment in Wilsonville, having apparently decided to take his own life. The agents went on to conduct a search of Cynthia's house, removing any notes or materials relating to Phil and his lectures, before then leaving. The circumstances surrounding Schneider's death have always raised questions about the speed with which the authorities moved to attribute it to suicide. Phil's body had been found slumped between his bed and wheelchair, with a rubber catheter hose having been wrapped around his neck 3 times and tied off with a knot. Both his feet were wedged hard underneath the bed, with his head resting in the seat of the wheelchair at an angle that would not appear to have been easy or natural for him to achieve. There were traces of blood on the floor nearby, but no injuries or wounds were found on the body itself to suggest where this may have come from.
I bet you would.
When the family later asked if a suicide note had been discovered, they were told that all the papers seized from the address had now inexplicably gone missing from a police storage facility. Subsequent requests for additional toxicology testing on Schneider's remains were refused on the grounds of adverse cost, considering the cause of death had already been determined. Further and more adamant demands for these tests would also be refused, because the samples had apparently been destroyed by the laboratory which had been storing them. One detective who later spoke privately with the family stated that with the missing fingers on Schneider's left hand, it would have been almost impossible for him to have tied off the catheter himself. When the officer in question had shared these concerns with his superiors, he had been ordered to keep his observations to himself, before then being reassigned to a different case. It appeared that even in death, Phil Schneider was continuing to raise awkward and uneasy questions for those in positions of authority. When taken in context of the many accounts which already exist regarding a possible underground base at Dulce, the testimony of Phil Schneider appears to be compelling. Many of the experimental compounds and construction techniques he listed during the course of his lectures were mere concepts during the late 20th century, but have gone on to become commonplace in modern building work. His descriptions of the base layout and the functions of each of the 7 levels were also eerily similar to those offered by other witnesses, people whom he'd never met or associated with. And yet, even the lightest touch of scrutiny has shown his accounts to be marred by falsehoods and inaccuracies, which make it difficult to take some of his claims seriously. He made repeated assertions that his father, Otto Oskar Schneider, was a German U-boat captain who had been captured by the US Navy and then turned against the Nazi regime. Yet a cursory search of both German and American wartime records shows this to be an apparent fabrication, with Otto having been born in San Francisco in January of 1906. Similarly, his claims that the original attack on the World Trade Center involved the use of a tactical nuclear weapon, and that the occupants of Waco Ranch had been murdered using chemical weapons, have apparently been debunked. These revelations would appear to suggest that Phil Schneider was an individual prone to exaggeration, sometimes verging on the edge of delusion. But if this was the case, then where did he sustain his life-changing injuries? And what happened to the missing samples and notes he brought with him to his lectures? Why is there so much evidence that he was silenced by unknown persons, and efforts made to present his murder as a suicide? Schneider's detractors argue that he was not a well man, and merely seized upon the alleged testimony of Thomas Costello, using it to conjure up a fantastical backstory of his own. But to his
2 to 3%
supporters,
chance their child
the
is born with
inconsistencies in his account are explained away as the US government rewriting
What
his
about
family
60
history,
brothers?
designed specifically to undermine Schneider's credibility
Yes.
and keep prying eyes away from
And a
the
lot of
Dorsey
times this didn't have to do it
base.
because people didn't have the ability
They
to travel
point to the
far.
same
So
methods
if you
used
went
against Bob Lazar
you know,
and his removal from college and
2,000
employment
yards or
records
8,000
as an
yards,
example
you were
of the
still
lengths
over
the US
time, people
government
were
will
still
go
related
to cover up such
That's
revelations.
one of the concerns about that
With
place
the
on
advent of
Sentinel
the
Island,
internet,
that,
each passing
an island
year
of,
sees more information on
uncontacted people.
classified military projects slowly creeping into the public
Are you
domain.
talking about that? Oh, about the Bible guy.
It is therefore entirely
That's,
possible that at some
that
future
place
point,
is only 39.
evidence proving the existence of deep underground military bases will finally materialize. Or it may be that advances in technology enable investigators to finally disprove the existence of such facilities once and for all. For now, at least, it seems there is a lot more digging to be done.
Oh, wow. Well, go to DuckDuckGo. Oh, genetic risks of 2 siblings having a child together. Here it goes. Look at that. How about that? A curious adult from Texas asks, is that yeah, the future crime people incest laws seem to be socially rather than genetically based, but I'm guessing there are biological consequences too. So what are the exact genetic risks of 2 siblings having a child together?
Get down to it.
Okay, you're probably right. 2 siblings of kids together have a higher risk of passing on a recessive disease to their kids. Okay, what is the number? I want to tell you. Okay, here it goes. If a brother and sister are both carriers who have a child together, each of their children would have a 1 in 4 chance of ending up with CF. Is that cystic fibrosis?
Yeah.
By getting a disease copy of CFTR from each parent. So the odds of this brother and sister having a child with the disease is 1 out of 4 or 1 in 16. Now,
I'm gonna say don't risk it. Dude, they used to say about us, if you rearrange the letters of sister, what does it spell? Titties. And I never forgot that.
that's good. That's smart.
Yeah, I thought it was helpful. So I had a question, like, do you know, like, how golf, like, the PGA started doing, like, the live, you know, like, they have people leaving the PGA because this big money organization came in and is paying the best golfers? Could something like that ever happen to the U.S.? You feel like?
That's an interesting question. They've tried to do that before. Affliction came along before. They got Fedor, they got Sylvia, and Andre Arlovsky. There was a lot of like big name fighters who went over to Affliction and fought for them, but they went under after a few events. It's hard doing something like the UFC. First of all, the UFC is so firmly established. It would be like trying to create a new NBA. It's like maybe you could do it, but you need a lot of money. Fortunately for this live golf thing, it's run by the Saudis. And they obviously have insane amounts of money. But even so, people passed on it. They don't want to be associated with the Saudis.
But do you think, like, if they start to see that template work, and we don't really know if it's going to work yet, I mean, they're just, you know, it's just started.
It really depends on how much money they throw at them and how long. They have so much money.
We can't even imagine it.
I don't think we can. Because you're talking about trillions of
became
dollars.
involved in this. Started out in the afternoon.
If they decide to do
in the
that,
afternoon,
they may be able to have like a real rival. But right now, this is the first year. Is that correct? You're golf guy for years.
That's what's great.
Completed 38 events. They got, like I said, 6 more left.
And what does the vibe feel like out there as somebody who pays attention to golf stuff? Does it feel like it's
They don't have a TV deal, so it's all being broadcasted. And I would guess that this is a play to get a TV deal. There are still people, they just got a big announcer that went over from, I think, NBC, a long-time 25 years plus guy, was David Barry, got a really well-known voice for golf. Now, is there a stigma attached to this? Are these guys getting like,
But
there is
outcasts,
outcasts,
for
sure,
stuff,
but
and
they don't
that
seem
I
to mind that much.
call
Because
down
the
well,
ones
I
so
could
great
have
is
them
like
maybe
really
feel
great. They
less
don't have to play golf
next
every
week
week like they
that.
had to. Oh, so
So
it
he
was
said I'll get
PGA.
back to
Yeah.
him.
Right.
And,
And like,
that was
who's the
first
one guy?
contact
Phil
that I had
Mickelson, is that his name?
with the Knights.
And
Then he called
apparently
back
he's not playing good.
That's the other interesting
45
thing.
minutes or so later.
They're already
And
getting
he
prepaid
said, I
money.
need
So
to
they
ask
don't.
you
It's
some more
not
questions.
performance
He
based.
said,
There is performance based.
in
Money.
case
They do
something
nothing.
like
They win.
this should
There's more
happen, he
money
said,
to win.
we need to
Tournament, but
know
So there's less
what
incentive, you think?
they're getting.
preparation,
They have like I read a
what
4.5 year
preparations are for the
contract right now.
bodies
So most of these guys
that
have
have been laying out in the
varying
elements,
levels
you
of
know.
money, six
And,
figures for some of them.
he said, we need
Only
to
6
know
figures.
also,
Sorry.
but,
On top of another. It's okay, man. I'm nervous.
your
$100
children and other bodies only remains,
So for them, they feel like, fuck this is my
could you
take it
get
out.
to them and
I
the
could retire.
treatments would
Yeah.
So fuck it. Fuck all those stigma.
come
Yeah,
up with
Our argument against
with
is really that they're not
tissues
going to be
of
playing traditionally what everyone was playing for
yeah,
over their
so
careers.
I thought
Like,
probably it would.
The big
And I
tournaments
said,
that everybody's accustomed to. But they
so
don't have a
see
TV deal.
exactly how we
right,
treat
just on
our bodies
YouTube
because
and
we
their website.
have an outline
Man,
from
YouTube
them
is so
and what
big.
we really have
Yeah,
to
but
do
for
to
golf,
that,
though, I feel like a lot of
you know,
people,
get
there's
that
something
point.
about, I feel like I see my stepdad watches it on TV. You know, there's
Right.
a Sunday
Yeah.
afternoon
I
TV.
told him,
There's a
I said,
tradition about that I feel like
yeah,
is
no
really
problem.
baked into
You
golf.
know, if you have something you don't really
I don't know
what to
enough
do
about golf.
it,
Yeah, me neither.
But
You know,
to answer your question, yeah, somebody could come along and do something like that. It's
And he
possible.
said,
You'd have to throw a lot of money. And
You have to get guys that are out of their
and he said,
contract, right?
no,
Yeah.
I said,
you'd have to get guys that are out of their contract or get guys that are on the come up. You know, that's like right about to break into the UFC and get them before they, you know, because there's a lot of like really
so
talented guys
he said,
that are
well,
coming up.
you know, we don't really have it.
There's a company called One MC that is based out of
Get
Asia,
involved in something
and
like this, you know,
they put on some
what
killer
preparation,
fucking shows.
what
And I
should
watched some
we
of the
do?
fighters and some of their fights, and man,
Then I,
these guys
you know,
are
went
world class killers.
I
They're
said, do you
good.
really want to know
They
how
usually
we
could be
do
like
it? Well, yes, you know,
And
we
then
would
many
like to.
UFC guys like Mike
So that's
Mouse,
when I explained to him
Eddie
that we would have
Alvarez,
the
bunch
vets
of
that
guys
would
have gone
fill
over
up
there,
with
and they're competing now in One MC.
another light solution
So
with water.
that's like
Yeah,
a
and we put the
viable
bodies
alternative for some people who don't want to compete in UFC
see
anymore,
that
or maybe have a more
24 hours and then take
deal
them out.
with One FC. But
And,
it's not in the public zeitgeist for
crack the
UFC.
bodies
Like
in
you tell people like,
would be
oh,
a
it's watching
sawdust
One
and
FC,
really
they're
align
tough as that.
Yeah, they think something's wrong with you.
Right, you say
what we
UFC,
were factoring in.
it's like Q-tips, you
Wrapping
know?
in the
It's like
flesh,
everybody knows
that's bodies that would
Yeah,
really
yeah.
decompose.
NBA. Everybody knows the
If there was tissue, deep
Everybody knows
tissue,
that.
we'd have to do it.
Yeah,
everybody knows
The brand is just, the brand is strong. I mean, I think it's the UFC.
You would have to aspirate the care of
The fact that it performed, it showed up every few weeks during the pandemic was
So that's what we
unbelievable.
kind of wrong with this.
That brought I feel like it had to bring so many fans. That's when I became like, oh, this is my favorite sport. I didn't realize it, but after like a certain month, I was like, oh wow, this is my favorite sport.
Well, once they started doing those events,
He said, well,
when everything else was shut down, it opened up a lot of people's eyes, like what was possible. So then the NBA started doing events, and all these other sports organizations started doing events with no audience.
Yeah.
Then we got
Didn't
back
have
on
baseball
the
games with no
subject
audience?
of
Yeah, I
maybe
think the Dodgers won
not
the World
damaging
Series.
any of the compounds or anything, the bodies
Right,
or
right,
tissues, whatever.
Just have empty seats.
Because it,
I know you're lying.
You worked so long at UFC. Do you feel like that? And I've watched your pace over there. I remember when I did a show with you in Atlanta, and then you went to. We did a show the night before. Then we was sitting behind you, so like you guys are commentating, and you go right up into the ring, and you come right back there, and you commentate again. I mean, it was like watching like a. It just seemed like a lot. Like this is a lot. You know, like you have to have a real pace for it.
It's a real job.
Yeah.
You have to have energy for sure.
It blew my mind.
Yeah, it's like, and you're doing it for 6 hours. So I sit down for 6 hours and I try not to pee. Which is lucky that I have good experience doing the podcast. So I'm just like holding my chest for 3 hours, but that's about my limit. So I always have to pee at least once or twice.
Ride that bag, baby. You know I like riding that bag.
Also, I'm drinking like Monster Energy drink sometimes, which I'm like this night.
Yeah.
It's delicious, but it makes me want to pee.
make you want to beat your wife. Dude. I've seen a lot of dudes drinking Monster that you know they're going home to punch.
I don't know if the Monster's called. I think there's probably other factors.
Well, I'll say this: it's the beverage of choice for some of the gentlemen. I'll say that.
I think it was Rockstar.
Maybe it used to be. Do you think you'll always work there? Do you ever? You've done it for a long time. You know. Do you think? I mean, I guess nothing can be forever. But do you think you'll always commentate for UFC?
I enjoy it. I enjoyed the sport, but I enjoyed watching it too. You know, when it came to Austin, it was the first time in 20 years that I sat in the audience and I watched it. It was great. I enjoyed the shit out of it. Just no responsibility to be able to watch. I want to go to more of them, but I'm not going to. At the Apex Center, those are great. Because
in Vegas?
Yeah, it's a small arena, a small octagon, and you know, you're right there, man, right there with the action.
When you started, do you feel like did y'all have such a strong commentating team? I mean, now it's like
it's stronger now than ever. Yeah, it's stronger now than John Anderson's a fucking man. He's great, and Daniel Cormier's a fucking man. What we get to do with Dominic Cruz or anybody else that, you know, Paul Felder's fucking great. It's amazing. It's a beautiful job, and I love it. When I meet DC, hang out and have fun. It's just like he's such a great guy. He knows so much about the sport. He's a division world champion and great wrestler, and just a dude who likes to have fun. Like, we laugh a lot. It's a great job, man. I love it. I look forward to it every time. I look forward to it this weekend. This weekend in Dallas.
oh, nice. I don't know who's fighting.
It's Amanda Nunes. Yeah, Juliana Pena.
Dude, how was that? The first one.
Yeah.
And Halle Berry was there in the first one.
Oh, yeah.
That was
Halle Berry was there all the time.
Yeah, that was cool. Yeah, Jared Leto was there. He's over there. Yeah.
It's always, exciting. You know, a big fan of it now, Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah.
He's training now. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Good for him. They should make him fight other owners.
Very nasty. They're not
Somebody that's
always not in the cat. And he said,
he's efficient. He just had like 9 kids in a month. I heard on Twitter. How fucking efficient is that?
I think he's doing it in vitro fertilization.
I'm sure.
He said,
I thought about that. I thought about having a kid via like a machine.
And then the black sergeant.
Think that's the way to do it?
I think because I was thinking about having a child with a friend of mine.
And he said, yeah, he would let her go.
Just want to let you know what you can do.
And I thought it had to be an old trifling.
Yeah, Google what's the percentage of
like you could date this child.
But you'll get confused now.
And then there was
Look
two
at how many men can get pregnant. All of them.
takes it outside each other.
Today, no one knows what to say.
But I think those men are trying to trick other men to bust them all the time.
I think we're talking about trans women. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, I see where they put the ovaries in one man.
No. Like a biological female becomes a man. Trans men.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So when they said, can men get pregnant? People said, yes. And they're like, okay, I want off. I can't take your fucking confusing reality.
But do you think ever that Mother Nature has a plan, a bigger plan, where in the end it all ends up that we're like trans, like Ben Simmons, like all like cross? Ben Simmons is like he's black and he's black and white, right? He played at LSU. He's a great basketball player. What does that do with that? But he's beige. You know what I'm saying? He's beige. It doesn't. There we go.
He's like, what the fuck, man? I'm a man. Leave me alone, bitch.
But if he put a wig on, if he put a wig on and shaved,
with those fucking arms and hands, yeah, you get tricked by that guy.
You want to.
Yeah, you want to get tricked. You're trying to get tricked. I'm like, trick me.
Propped up on the side.
Trick me, Ben Simmons. That's a fucking manly man.
Maybe like
The size of his fucking hand. Go back to that picture. Bro, that guy's jacked. If you think that's a woman, I mean, maybe he is now. I don't know. I don't want to.
No, he's not. No.
He's 6'11". He's giant.
You're talking about what I'm saying is.
What are you saying?
Here's what I'm saying, man. I can't believe you guys can't understand.
I do understand.
Okay, I'm just fucking around.
The design of something that kind of reminded me of Mason.
I think that if we're sending somebody in, say if the trans community is going to send somebody in to fucking vouch for them, they need to send in a fucking warrior. You know, they can't.
I don't know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
I swear to a new idea.
Okay.
What I was saying is, do you think we all in the same skin color and in some sort of trans sexual type of situation?
I think it's very possible that we all become genderless. Yes, I do think that's possible. Yeah, I think that might be what is happening with like microplastics changing people's hormone systems. I don't know if you know about all that. You know about all that?
You know. I mean, I appreciate it.
There's a book called Countdown by a woman. Her name is Dr. Shanna Swan, and she came on the podcast and she explained that there's certain chemicals that are in plastics and in some fertilizers that are disrupting the human body and immune system. And it's causing people's penises to shrink, balls to shrink, sperm counts are lowering. And one of the ways they find out about this is the size of the taint.
Wow.
Yes, in male mammals, the taint is 50 to 100% larger than female mammals. So like when they take a gerbil, that's how they can quickly tell whether or not it's a boy or girl. It's by the size of the taint. And when the introduction of phthalates, it starts with you say phthalates. Phthalates are a type of chemical that disrupts the human body, and because of the use of petrochemical products, the increase of phthalates into the human body from contamination has caused people's taints to shrink, balls to shrink, dicks to shrink, sperm counts to drop, and miscarriages to go up. And they think that if you think about that, like that is like causing gender to just kind of compress and just kind of like more ambiguous. And in the future, if that continues to happen, what does that mean? Like, what do we become genderless? And then what do we do to try to keep the human race alive? Well, we may revert to genetic engineering, like some sort of a medical, technological intervention, so we agree from like splicing genes.
We get enough males that we get enough.
Yeah, and that has always been what's crazy about this. Although this sounds nuts, we're talking about it now. For decades, people that have been abducted by aliens have always said that aliens are performing experiments and making hybrids with human beings because their genetic material has run stale, because they're breeding or they're rather reproducing through genetic manipulation rather than through sex. So they don't have sexual intercourse anymore.
So they need our eggs and sperm.
They need all that stuff. They need our material. But because they don't have that anymore. So that might be where all biological creatures that develop technology, and technology in our case involves a lot of plastic. The more technology, the more plastic bodies, the more bodies become genderless.
Wow.
It's wild.
And since there's plastic in our water, like little molecules, does that affect the species?
Yeah, definitely does. Yeah, we found a statistic, but the statistic is every week the average person consumes a credit card size piece of plastic.
Very delicate.
For microplastics. Yeah, but then Jamie found out that the way they calculate that is like worst case scenario.
Like some dude who really likes it, I saw some bottle.
A lot of bottle.
Yeah.
A lot of chewing on vibrators.
Or chewing on, like that dog we saw the other day. So, let me think, I had a couple more questions for you. Is that all right? Yeah. Okay, cool.
becoming like a celebrity in America, right? Like, I know you don't think of yourself maybe as that way, right? But you become real popular. Is it hard to keep it from like affecting your family and kids and stuff? Does that ever get like scary and stuff?
It definitely will affect everyone around you. You know, it affects people in a weird way where like people will like contact family members and ask for things. You know, it's just like weird.
There's only two small
You know, like
side of
one.
the head.
Like I've had people contact my family members to ask me to introduce them to people I don't even know. Like this is there's some like sort of celebrity network you become a part of. You get a card. Like, hey man, you got 15 million Instagram followers. Here's your cards. Yeah. Call everybody on the list. You know, you can hook up your friend with Marky Mark.
Yeah.
Weird.
And does it get scary having kids that are like, you know, does that get scary at all? Like,
all of it is scary. Yeah. It's scary. It's weird. You know, like, I haven't that many people. Like, I get a lot of people contacting me saying they've got chips in their brain. And I'm talking to them, chips in their brain. Not just one.
I know a woman like that who was coming to my shows in Texas, dude, and her chip kept telling her to fuck me, dude. That's the crazy part.
Did she listen?
I sent her away like so many times. Said, was she hot? She was hot too.
Yeah, why'd you say that?
Because I just thought it was like a scam or something. I thought it was like some kind of a setup or something, you know, like I just got scared. They're scared when they tell you that.
You gotta think of that too. Imagine if you're a guy and you're worried that every person is trying to set you up. You know, like you're some oligarch type dude. Every woman you meet might be a hit woman. Or it might be someone who's like trying to get information with some Russian spy. Yeah, trying to record you fucking.
She said,
even if I ejaculate, dude, you know, I'm doing okay, but I'll even walk out of the room backwards, you know, just to make sure, you know, like.
How does that help?
Just a great, so I can see if anybody's using any of the scenes.
Doesn't Drake pour hot sauce in his condom? Is that real?
Then she got it off of the
around. So you got a little bottle of Tabasco by the minute.
Look, before you get to step his advertising up, that's all I'm saying.
Excellent. Excellent hot sauce. It's very good.
It is good.
It's very delicious. It's like a vinegar-based Louisiana hot sauce.
Kind of hot enough, but it's nothing crazy.
Tasty. Very good. What's it called? Like but it's. I get you sent me a case of it. It's fucking very good. Good. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy it myself. Poirier's Louisiana style hot sauce. You can buy it on Amazon.
Look at it, dude, having fun.
And they told me that she
there it is. It's good too. Oh yeah, when someone makes something like that that's good, I appreciate it. That's a legit hot sauce. Justin has some really good hot sauce. I like him a lot.
Yeah, Dustin's neat, man. He's really, really fun too.
He's a fun dude. He's a fun dude to hang out with.
And he likes to cook too. Do you think that Nate Diaz fight is just like do you think he's going to care about it? Is that impossible for him not to care about it? Or
Hamzat's fine. I mean,
I got a letter addressed to
Hamzat's terrifying. He's terrifying.
Oh yeah.
She didn't sign. They have any.
I get scared at home. Yeah, that's how it is.
Yeah.
Just a note.
When he gets into that,
this is dangerous now.
Do you think that it's just a setup fight for now? Like it's like, because I know he's trying to get out of Congress. Do you think that, or do you think
Nate asked for that fight? That's what Nate wanted to fight Francis and Ghana.
Okay.
Nate is as game as a human being has ever been. That dude is wild. I mean, that's one of the things that Dana White said. They were saying, "Why did you do this fight?" Like, that's the fight Nate wanted. He goes, "Well, by the way, Nate asked for Francis and Ghana."
That'd have been awesome. Well, no. Yeah, you're right. No, okay. I mean, but you know what? There would have been something exciting about it.
Yeah, murder. Yeah, something exciting with Francis and Ghana, a natural 270-pound man, hits harder than any human being that's ever been recorded. You're the hardest punch ever recorded.
Well,
Francis is terrifying.
I think they could do that. I don't know. I don't know. Nate just never ends, bro. Nate just never. Yeah. I hope so.
There's certain things that you just can't. There's certain physical attributes and advantages you cannot overcome. I'm not saying that Nate isn't an amazing fighter. Nate is an amazing fighter and has been for a long time. I mean, you go way back. Nate has been submitting and beating people for a long fucking time. He's a tough motherfucker.
That she was.
Francis is gigantic.
Why do you think gigantic people come out of Africa?
Well, I mean, gigantic people come out of Iceland. Gigantic people come out of areas where gigantic people met and bred. You know, Francis's father was huge. I don't know how big his mother was, but
why she's
you know, there's there's a lot of giant people in the world. When they find other giant people and they fuck, they make big humans.
Yeah, they said that'd be an OnlyFans right there, giant people fucking.
Yeah, big giant people fucking. I bet people would love that. Because in OnlyFans where you only got together with other giant people and fucking,
I'd watch that.
and then have a little person who can watch it.
Okay, what happened there? Then the next day after I was there, and I had a problem with the officer.
Did you go on OnlyFans at all?
No, I logged on one night and I logged off. You know, I'm trying to stay off of masturbation, stay off touching my own weed. Yeah, I don't need to do it. I'm doing cool. You know, I feel better when I don't do it.
He called.
Is it masturbation or
pornography?
Well, pornography I think is nice to stay away from. We talked about this before because my thought was just that it, and you said it's fine, it's just people that have used it, you know? So I think like, I don't like to have those thoughts in my head. It keeps me thinking too much sexual side and not enough like connection side.
Right, that's the number one criticism of people who watch pornography.
George said that he didn't have to spend years
Yeah, if I want to have a family and stuff, I have to have more like, you know, real intrinsic kind of romantic connection thoughts. And I have to be able to control not control my brain, but let my nature come through that way.
Not think like, I want to recreate some shit I saw on film. Right.
Or I don't even think that way, but like your subconscious just it remembers the stuff, you know, and it kind of mills around in there, just kind of loiters around your brain and dick.
How many girls started to make a living off of OnlyFans that would just normally have a job and never get paid?
Well, it's one of the reasons why we're not seeing that many hot chicks working at Chipotle out there.
Is that what it is?
I think it's definitely.
How do they get an audience? Like just because you're hot and you show your asshole?
They fade through their Instagram. Those two assholes are the same. Is that true?
Sure.
Use that from now on.
Yeah, and I did tell the father what the story.
It's like your retina scan.
That's how you get in the damn Bulgarian now.
Then he became very upset and he wanted to go shoot.
I mean, if you really think about how many girls are making like stupendous amounts of money on OnlyFans.
Oh, it's baffling, but you also think, Joe, that, wow, OnlyFans is over 1 million creators, so let's imagine that's worldwide. Up from 70,000 in 2019. So all those people jumped on board during the pandemic. Does that make sense? This is what I start to worry about. That it's going to be like what is this called, a gig economy? What is it? Okay.
No, gig economy. So,
okay.
What do you think of OnlyFans? Does that count? Yeah. I mean, you could get a gig. They can make a video for a specific person. So it's the same kind of thing. Oh, okay.
Do you think it's
like
going to...
Cameo?
Well,
I watched Cameos the other day.
All she was
I got one
market share.
Making all about $2 at Christmas. I made it like a video for did I make no?
The doctor
explained like, oh, hey, cinnamon and whiskers. Dad loves you. Yeah, I got I didn't know that. How's it? Oh, no, Gary. Who's the other guy that looks like Nick Nolte?
Gary Busey?
Gary Busey.
Oh, that makes sense. They were very different.
Yeah,
the hate cinnamon and whisker.
Well,
Gary was a great actor who got in a horrible motorcycle accident without a helmet.
Probably laying out here
I'll get some
in July and August, 105 to 110 temperature every day.
Got my guitar, got my horse, got my dogs, got my love.
That's not
Send you and a cameo. However many you want.
She's very good people that can tap into community as a United States or whatever. You know, they can,
I love that. It doesn't make you feel good. Does it feel good when you did it?
No, maybe think you should wear a helmet.
Oh, you think people are taking advantage of him?
That's what happened. We got in a motorcycle accident without a helmet on. Back when LA didn't have a helmet law, and he crashed his motorcycle and bounced his fucking head off a curb. Yeah, got serious brain damage. He pulled that up. I want to say that was from like the early 2000s. He had a serious. That's why one of his eyes was different than the other one.
They remade it.
His fucking skull got crushed. Yeah. In 1988, the actor, then 44, had just picked up his Harley Davidson from a shop and he tried to maneuver around a bus and accidentally turned too hard, started skidding, and hit his back brake, causing him to fly over his windshield and land directly on his helmetless head. Oh, yeah. So that is when things went sour.
And his hair still looks good, which is crazy.
Great hair. Great hair behind that spawn.
That's unbelievable.
Not good.
Yeah. Well, this is my question. Do you think it's going to get to a point, right, where if we start losing jobs, right, and there's less jobs and more people are on, like, OnlyFans, right, that you're basically have chicks out there, like, literally people, women holding each other at gunpoint, like, you know, subscribing to pussy, stuff like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know where you know, help me. Maybe can you pull up some help? I need some help, man. Like I always had this vision of like two Uber drivers, like you're gonna be my you're my rider. You know what I'm saying? You're my like it's like people like it's all just digital. It's all online. It's just like people just like subscribe to me now. You know. Oh, like literally at gunpoint, like that's how bad it's going to be.
I don't think that's going to happen, but I think there's going to be a lot of people that are doing that to make a living. The problem is, where's the money coming from? Is it going to be subscribers paying other subscribers? Is it going to be like a hierarchy, like someone who makes like $1 million a month paying someone who makes $100,000 a month, who pays someone who makes $10,000 a month? Is it going to be a pyramid scheme for pussy?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to get by pussy somewhere, put it out there.
I don't think that's good enough. I think you have to have the whole body attached to it. Like, what do most girls on OnlyFans do? Do they show like bikini pictures? Like, what do they do? Showing feet?
There's bikini pictures. I know that there's like meetups where like manager companies like have them all go to like a location together, like at the beach, and then they do like you know tit touching and like you know.
They get together, you
know, like stuff.
Oh, and so that gets everybody excited, and then they get more. Like, so they have
animals do, like stuff animals do before their owner pulls them away.
I heard that a lot of these girls, when they're interacting with people online, they're not really doing that because they hire a company, and then someone writes these letters. Because like, you feel like you're going to respond to people and text them. Like, how many of them are you going to do this to? Like, how many can you? How many days? I mean, how much hours a day do you have? And if people don't know how many you're responding to or who's doing it, like if you have, like, say if you have 1 million subscribers on OnlyFans and you get 100,000 messages a month,
yeah, you gotta have somebody helping.
Maybe they just have a person, like a service, who writes like sexy things. Thank you, sweetie, heart, kiss, kiss, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you're so sweet, thank you. And a fat guy writes like, you know? Do you remember Marilyn Martinez? Did you know Marilyn Martinez? Marilyn Martinez was a comic in the comic store and very funny. And she used to do phone sex back in the day. That's how she made a living when she was starting out as a comic.
I'd like to have
she would get on the phone with guys while they were jerking off. She'd talk to them. That's wild. Yeah.
My daughter said,
yeah, I think I just wonder if it's going to come to that where you're going to have, you know, people just helping each other jerk off, and that's going to be. You know,
I think I would love to, you know, whatever you guys feel comfortable. I'd love to, you know, have some tapes or whatever.
I think we're all going to slip away to neutral.
Like I was saying,
yeah, aliens. We look at what aliens look like. What do they look like? Sexless,
I just go to Kmart or wherever and buy the
autism too.
You think so?
Aliens?
Yeah,
I think highest, most acute form of fucking Alzheimer's. They might have Alzheimer's too, dude. They could have it all. I mean, at this point, they've mastered the disease.
I was trying to say Asperger's. with Alzheimer's.
Well, Asperger's have a different thing too. That is just
Asperger's. That's right. I wonder if he's like a doctor. Dr. Asperger figured out Asperger.
To describe the
I don't know.
Take a guess. Let's find out.
Take a guess.
Ron Asperger.
Yeah, probably. Like a guy.
That was very
I was thinking that was about 48 drinking pastry.
Right.
that from your best to the first joint here.
Exactly.
It was probably 1.5 times.
So let's find out where the name there it is.
And
Oh, it's Perger.
the
Asperger. Asperger.
very small, very small, very small. Bone structures, bone structures.
I love the Austrian, huh?
You were talking about
Yeah, they just seem so pure and they seem like outdoors. Yeah, they seem like
Hike a lot.
they're getting water for everybody.
Yeah, shorts, little socks.
The mills with the windmills going,
Hiking suits.
beautiful flowers,
Yeah.
and probably crazy sets too. I think they're,
So?
I think Austrian women.
Really?
Yeah, and you don't see them a lot in porn or anything. I think they keep it really. They're kind of like they feel almost to me like Disney Amish kind of.
Disney Amish.
Yeah, like kind of whimsical, but like also very like stick to an old script. Pull up some
Whoa.
It wasn't discussed.
Yeah, very Disney princess looking. All of them.
But I
Dang,
don't
I wonder like what
She sat up all night and
is
she knew I was going to be turned
you think
out
there's
to
like a
when what happened, you know, she knew that I
nationality that's the most beautiful one?
I don't know, but I know that I've thought
through that.
poorly
Yeah,
that
she sat up and
someone
made little notes.
jerking off in America
Like,
and could have done it
description
in
cards.
places.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like it's a
She had
small
the
world,
notes
like
made right,
Ride.
and that's what we discussed, particularly what she did.
Dude, why do you and I have the fucking silliest podcast? Oh my god, I just had a great podcast with Rich from Rich Rebuilds. We were talking about cars, and then you come in here.
You started with him. I thought you were talking about
I was
horse
really in charge of all
sex.
the military contracts. I did all of that shit.
Very different than your
Oh yeah, that's cool, man. I would like to get some different. I'd like to get some different hobbies and stuff like that. I don't know. I thought about sometimes I thought about maybe getting into golf. Like that's one thing. Like in Nashville, it's like most people just drink. There's a lot of drinking in golf.
Talk to this dude. He's a golf school. Him and Tony Hitchcock and Ron White.
Oh, Tony's built for it.
Built for golf.
I think so. He's just that perfect. He's very. He looks almost like Pinocchio. Oh, you know,
Telling that I attended or whatever. And this is where I put
you know what I'm talking about? Pull him up.
diagrams and notes that she gave me.
Pull up Tony Hitchcock 5.
Well, Tony Hitchcock. It's probably already in comparison. Tony Hitchcock side by side next to Pinocchio.
All every day. 2 years later.
Dude, that was so much fun, man. It's interesting. You guys definitely made a good case for Austin.
Yeah.
Well, I was fine.
Yeah.
You get to see it, right?
Yeah.
How wild these shows. Did I think wild shows?
Really good.
And they had all the milk.
Yeah, a lot of good comments out there. A lot of good comments on stage. Yeah, just felt, yes, like you said, that having a sense of community is really cool.
Contracted Fort Sumner was basically had a water place there, and
But
also
look right there with the mic in the ice house. That is almost like his hand looks like it was pulled up by a piece of cord. Yeah. Little right one more.
And so I had all the five. Everything was
his arm
one
hanging
cabinet
from
was
the tree.
strictly on that. And that's where I had all this file. I had all this file.
Fuck
I
Geppetto.
had the newspaper that Walter Hawk
Yeah.
had on, so this.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I wanted to ask you, Joe. I think we covered it. See my stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
We definitely did. You move here?
Well, no, there's some of the other files are missing also, not
I
just
thought about it more today. I thought about it
my
yesterday.
file was in the same.
What percentage?
Yeah, most all of my
I thought
files.
30%, which was surprising.
But
I didn't
there's
think I was
also
thinking about it that
some
much.
files.
I'll say this.
They had really actually had
Zillow.
destroyed most of the files that were training after a certain year. They just got
That's pretty pricey. I found that.
and they told
Yeah.
the Minister General, the manager their name, and they tell.
Prices went way up.
He knew my
Yeah, you gotta have really,
Joe
yeah,
Lefferts,
pretty pricey. But that's okay.
managed that time, knew my father.
We gotta shekel up.
And he and I had some special problems.
Yeah, no,
I
I
said, get rid of it.
Did you buy it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's already went up.
Nashville's another place like Austin where a lot of people move to. But it's like a smaller city, right?
Yeah, I would say it's probably half the size. I mean, I noticed that this feels more like a city. Nashville, it's still a city, but it's definitely a different kind.
Okay, that was what would you do if you had to ship from out? And
That's a fun town. And it's also like Boston, a town that like appreciates art. Appreciates live performance.
Oh yeah, people come out all the time.
Yeah,
I mean,
just has a smaller problem.
Yeah, that's the tough part, and that's what I realized. It's like, you get up and go to more, you know, instead of having to go to LA to do like a month or 6 weeks at a time. So I think about it.
We got Cap City just opened up. We have the Vault. We have Reason King. We have Michael. There's a bunch of satellite rooms.
That's how he would like to have it done.
A lot of open mics, places where people perform. And since the pandemic started, it's exploded. Definitely since Kill Tony was here, the only thing I heard is Dylan, all the other folks.
Allow the dry security back in the house if that's possible.
That's really special.
Yeah.
Did about that.
No, sorry about that.
What were you talking about? Comedy.
So,
No.
Shekels.
Yeah.
Big guns. Nope. Should we end it?
I think so. I think I have one more question. I'm trying to think what it is. I just have about 8 seconds. No, that's good. I feel like because I did, this is good. This is like a good consideration of if I'll come here. Oh, I was gonna try for one. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was do 1 month at Airbnb.
That's to the mortuary.
That's great.
This is my question. So sometimes I've had times in my life where I've thought too much about regrets and stuff in my life, right? We talked about that some in the past. Looking in the past too much, or attaching myself to the past. Has there been anything along your journey that you kind of regretted? And then how do you deal with it?
I mean, individual choices and mistakes, yeah, but ultimately learn. So like,
then I said,
like, even the regrets, the bad things, the stupid things, learn not to do bad things, stupid things. Those all things are beneficial in some way if you do rules. If you like,
and I said, that's
it's
what
something that we're going to look at, result in something bad, something horrible like that, you have to be terrible. But I've been very fortunate that hasn't happened. But the dumb shit that I've done or the bad mistakes that I've made, they've taught me, you learn. Like, that's why failure is so important. Failing and fucking up and making mistakes is very important. That's how you learn. See, the bad feeling that you get from something that you shouldn't have done or wish you didn't do or wish you did better, like especially failing at something where you half-assed it and you still look fucking losing. Like that just teaches you to
You have such a good ability to learn from those things. Some people, I think, kind of it's just like it gets repetitive or something.
That's dangerous. It's dangerous to dwell on past mistakes because people sort of define themselves by the worst things that they've ever had. And if that's the case, like some people are stuck in high school. They're stuck in failures that they had like when they're first getting jobs. They always think that they're a loser. They don't like the feeling of failure, so they keep low expectations so that they never have to feel that. You gotta get through bad feelings. You gotta get through failure. It's very important. And you get through it by just picking yourself back up and moving forward and going. But it's hard for a lot of people because that sting, they never get over it, the feeling of failure. And they don't have a good support system, like good friends. Like having a good community of friends is very, very important. Because you just feel like, even girl broke up with you feel like you're the worst, you're a fucking loser, like you're a piece of shit. So then you go out with your friends and you have a few laughs, and next thing you know, you're laughing, and you're like, we'll be okay. And maybe you meet a new lady. Yeah. She like picks you up. You're like, oh, you're gonna be okay. And then you learn from the last mistake.
Yeah.
That's life. it just, those feelings of failure are so hard. They're so hard to get over, and they overwhelm people. And some people can't get past them. And then every time some new thing comes up, when you have to rise to the occasion, you have to perform, you think, oh, I'm failing. It fucks your head up, man. You think, I'm a fucking loser, I can't do this, I'm gonna fail, I'm gonna fuck up, you know. Like bombing. Like, how many times have you had a bad set, and you're like, God damn it, that's not good comedy, I can't do this.
Yeah, I've done all this as well.
It's not good comedy. That's
And I
exactly,
was
just suck.
a minority stockholder and manager of a radio station here back in
Yeah, dude, there's thankfully you never had too bad in a row. It's kind of interesting.
Well, you learned that one.
We got word that lived in Rancher himself.
Yeah, maybe that makes sense. Did you feel like you learned that from somebody, or did you always just have that kind of
First, there was a release that came out of Wall Huts.
I think I learned
PIOs when I was market up.
your ass kid. Someone in your ass kid.
So we followed it up. I didn't have a lot
better.
because I to the crash site. I did not go out to the crash site. Speaking of the big instance. So I looked at the camera and said, "You're a press would be used." So that's it.
Those failures that you have.
So you were aware of something going on out there, and then
and then you don't want that to happen. So you gotta
other sources. As a matter of fact,
get way better.
I like that, and that's great for a lot of us. There's a lot of guys, just, a lot of guys, just trying to keep going in their lives.
wire.
Yeah,
People out there.
Yeah.
That's why there's so many
We got a lot of this listeners
motivational documentaries.
We live out outside the city limits.
It's because people need stuff.
You were present at the actual interview?
I was not.
And generally, that's the version of it. It's not like someone
There's the very next morning.
Yeah.
Some friendly person probably.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. You know, you're like a kind of like a library. I was thinking about the other day, in a weird way. You're like kind of like
You
a
understand
library.
that you have some information.
That's interesting.
And I'm not really sure you.
Because you just have all this information that's passed through you, and you're able to like kind of, you're almost like a cleaner. The cleaner, if you ask a question, then it goes and gets the information and brings it to the front, you know, and it's like wrapped up. It's cool. It's a nice skill, man. Because I was even listening to an old episode of ours, and it was information and like kind of suggestions.
Was there any suggestion when you got a phone
that
call?
was still present.
So
it was pretty cool.
Hesitate about releasing information. You say, well, we're not going to
so much
release it.
for
We're not going
I
to
appreciate you. Yeah.
So, you got the call?
Now I'm just going on free, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves on
It was a great nighttime working on about 6 o'clock at night. So you got the phone call from Washington. Yes. And they told you that your license was in jeopardy. Did you? They indicated that would be a very negative thing.
What convinced you that they meant business and you were really talking about them before?
I don't even remember who it was who identified yourself. Was there any?
All right. Looks like we're live. Hopefully we are.
You've already made such a stir about that.
The founder of English81.com and the English Fluency Guide. Welcome to another live video here on YouTube. Today we're going to talk about the secret to spontaneous speech.
I have been down here for a couple of years at that time.
Really something is fluent speech. It just means being able to speak without thinking, hesitating, or translating. I will say though, at the beginning of this, that it's not a bad thing to think in your head. Sometimes, right now, I need to think a little bit about what I'm going to say. The problem is when you get stuff trying to think and translate.
Well, that was one of my questions. When you have a phone call from Washington, was there any thought about going into release?
Look at that. We got Asia representative there. It's awesome. Nice to see you there. And I can't read Hangul, but
so when you got the phone call, that was
nice to see you. Hopefully everybody, good morning, long time no see. Can't check back. Ohio, Ohio.
Already have the language out there.
Good morning to everyone. So this should be actually not that long of a video, but I always say that.
So that was I never did see
Kurdistan, nice to see you there. I can't read that Chinese. I know.
Now you say you hit out your Walt Whitman hit out.
Let's see. Well, Olympia's back. Oh my heart. Okay.
Oh yes.
All right. Looks like everybody's excited.
Yes.
So it's good to see you over here. Good sign. Good good sign.
So he had a
See,
45
make
minute
sure I'm missing. But what Nils is back.
I don't know how long it was.
Nice to see you there.
In those
Glad to
days,
see
while
you.
recording
Well,
always
pleasure to see everybody over there.
before your time.
Let's get right into the lesson. So I wanted to begin, as I usually do, with a quick story. Famous
Sierra, whatever happened that while recording was raised.
So this is an interesting story. I want to, before I tell the story, though, just to give kind of an example, I often remind people of this, and especially if people are watching the channel, I want to tell people right at the beginning of this video that there are really two ways of learning English or any other language. The first is learning English as a second language, where you're basically trying to learn the rules like a linguist, and you're mostly using your native language to translate things in your language into English. So you begin by thinking about something in English, thinking about something in your native language, and then you want to translate that in your language before you speak. And if you can do this process quickly enough, you can kind of speak fluently. But it's much easier to learn the first language instead, and that's what we'll be talking about in this video. So I really want to talk about communicating with spontaneously, and I do cover this a lot on the channel, but I thought this is a slightly different angle way I could talk about this to help more people understand how this process works. So let's say I'm let's just say I'm a French, native French speaker. I'm not going to speak French, but let's imagine I am. And I'm learning, actually, no, let's imagine I'm like an Arabic speaker, because that's a different language than English.
I can't tell you because I just got down.
So if I have a word that I'm trying to learn, like I learn a word like, make sure this fits.
So I haven't run into that sort of thing. There's lots of
it doesn't need to be capitalized, but let's just say I'm capitalizing here. Super. So I'm trying to learn a word, and I don't know any English at all. And the first word I learn is super, and I don't really have a way of understanding that. So I just get a translation through my native language. So I'm going from Arabic to English, and I'm going to the Arabic word for super. You can put it in the chat, but this is basically how people are learning language. So anytime I want to say something is super, then I would first think about that. I would kind of think about what I want to say in Arabic, and then I would translate that into English, and then I would say the word. But I wanted to tell you a quick story about me as a native English speaker and how I learned this word. I didn't learn this word through Japanese or Arabic or French or any other language. I learned it as a native speaker, so all the English language. All right. So this is an interesting story. If we begin with the word, we just have the word super. And I wanted to use a basic word like this just because it's an example that even a child can understand. And it's a common word, but hopefully it will make you think a little bit differently. So when I was a young boy, 5 years old, 6 years old, 7 years old, I knew who Superman was, like the superhero. I knew about superhero.
So
Superman.
Had Basil over,
and I knew that, wow, that's Superman. You have like a regular man, and then like Superman. He's just like amazing and powerful and does things better than other people. He can fly and other things. So I learned that, like I knew what a man was. Like I could tell like man and woman, I knew what a man was. And so when I learned Superman as like a comic book character in a movie, I understood this was a person who was more powerful, better at a higher level than regular people.
Military coming to pick him
Now
up.
what was interesting though, I didn't really think much about
Would it be fair to say that
just learned okay, this guy is like better than other things, so super must be better. Or if you go to like McDonald's or something, you have like super size. Not offered at McDonald's anymore, but if you want to get a super size of something, it means you're getting a larger regular military or private. We just got a good super size.
So Whitmore was more worried about checking the story than the military finding where Bradford was. We had no reason.
Anyway, so this is a super size over here.
So
now, here's an interesting story. So I was at I think it was like a
That next morning,
or an
I
opera
decided
or
you wanted
something
to go out
like
to
that.
the crash site.
Probably an opera.
No,
You
I wanted to go. Hey,
I don't remember how old I was. I
went out
was
to the
still
crash
young.
site or?
But I'm watching this show.
I
So
thought
I'm
we could
sitting
do it.
in the, let's just put
So you
chairs down
follow the
here.
back road down
show.
toward
You
Corona.
have some people
What
up
happened?
here
You got out
singing. I'm sorry.
Why do we have one?
Pictures of people, but here I am, I'm sitting down here, and I'm there with my mom, and I'm watching the show.
I
And I
didn't pay
noticed
that much
that you have,
I wasn't driving.
there were words up here because, you know, the opera was Italian or whatever language it was in probably.
Because
And I saw there were words up here. And I knew, like, oh, look at that, you've got like the words up there. And my mom said, yeah,
So
those
you went
are.
out to the area, you stopped by the, sir, how did they do that? The same side, the road, this is
Super
together.
tight.
Military.
And I said, oh, that's interesting because I heard
With
that
a,
when you're
with a
watching
Jeep, with a car.
or even if you're watching this right now, this is a live version.
And you will post talking out on the road and wave you down. But as a matter of fact,
The subtitles will not be
be
ready until after the video
because
is
of
finished.
that,
So if you're looking for subtitles and you're watching live, you just have to come back and watch it. But when I knew about that, I already knew about
just blocked off the whole.
so I heard about that, I'd seen movies, and I just knew that was the word, you know.
So you didn't get out.
But when I heard,
Turned around.
that's interesting, super titled
I wasn't.
above the screen rather
I
than
don't know.
under the screen.
Because at that time,
So we call them,
I say it wasn't
I think
important.
surtitles.
We wanted to see the stuff.
Surtitles is also another word for these, but the idea of super title, something being over, above what we have, and this is a physical understanding of, look at that. We have this thing over something else.
Well, one of the
Subtitles
things
are,
that I still remember specifically is that the material,
and so as I learned that, I understood what super meant, not because I was
Lucky Strike
getting the definition of it, but because I continued to get lots of examples. And again, this is only like one more example. But each time you get another example of that thing, that puts another layer onto your fluency, and basically coming from your understanding, and that's what enables you to speak spontaneously. So because I was feeding my brain, I mean, in this case, this is my mom teaching me something. She said, oh yeah, there's a super title. Super title. So I could have said, oh yeah, look at the subtitles above the display or above the.
So the ones that added to the account itself.
Oh, very well.
She said, no, those are the super
My thoughts.
So isn't that interesting?
Looking back
So
to the
at
old
that
days
moment
of
when I heard that, like you can feel that in your brain where you're like, oh, that's interesting. Like, even if you already know what it means, here's another use of it that you probably hadn't thought of, especially non-native learners. Most of them are familiar with the words subtitle, and they might even know, okay, sub means under, just the same way you might have your water here, and a submarine,
people long time ago,
under the water. So
we saw some of these.
marines,
We had no reason to,
or
we had no reason to kid anybody
This is from
about
all
standing on
hard
the pick up and watching these lights go back.
what you should normally be getting, how many times you hit the ball before you get it into the little hole. So subpar is kind of like the low
Or was
value,
it
you're
your
not
nature
very,
to be
very good, or you're not doing
around the
something
station?
like, oh,
What was
just
the
tried
general
this
reaction?
like pasta restaurant that was kind of wasn't very good.
Oh,
All right.
weather balloons would be unlocked.
So as you're learning these things, this is the way a native learns. So you just learn this thing too, as a first language. As a first language.
Weather bureau at that time.
So I wanted to give you this quick
So
example,
weather balloons per se were not that.
just to show you that really what we need for spontaneous speech is lots of input. So I don't become a better speaker by repeating the word super over and over and over again. I become a better speaker by understanding what the word really means in each. Okay. So I'm not trying to learn it through a translation.
Did you ever have
I'm trying to get more connections in the word. So we've got sub here, we've got sub here, we've got the word sub.
Maybe said something to you. I don't think so.
Submarine. Submarine.
Bill Blanchard was.
And so here we have, well, you can guess what marine probably means. Marine refers to the water, the ocean, that kind of thing. Like a marine. So we have marine life.
Students under him.
Marine life means animals that live in the water.
So I always.
And so as you get all these connections, again, I'm not doing this through another language. I'm not using Chinese to understand what something means. I'm getting more varied examples of these things to really understand.
I don't know.
And when I really understand something, that's when I start.
That would have been the time to.
So two things
find out
about this video that I wanted to make clear at the beginning here. The first point is that when you're learning something like this, again, you don't want to try to get translations or even definitions of words. We want to kind of form a natural definition or understanding of the word by getting lots of examples of it. So I've given you these like the word part here. So this would be like a prefix.
I do not know in retrospect.
Even if we have a word like subscribe, so it's slightly different meaning. We might have like subpar, subtitle. But as you get these different meanings, you will come to understand what it means to say under or below. But you understand that naturally without someone telling you. You discovered that yourself by me giving you. So when you feel confident, when you know the thing really well, it will come out spontaneously, automatically. You know, oh wow, I can talk about something being like super good. Really super in some other way, the same way we have to have super types. Okay. Now the other thing is kind of like a tricky thing about language learning is that people feel comfortable with a particular way of learning, even if it's not working for them very well. Many people continue to try to practice their speaking, or they will continue to study more and more, even though that's not really helping them become a more confident speaker. But they do it because it's comfortable, it's the way they know how to do that. So this is why I'm trying to show you a different way of doing things, like learning English as a first language rather than learning English as a second language. I want to do it in small, simple, very tiny steps, like giving you an example of one word, 2 words, and word parts, things like that, to help you understand the language. And then they get you used to feeling more comfortable and more confident. And these two things work together. All right. George says omni means like so if we have a word like omni, I mean, you can even get a word or a prefix or a suffix or something like that, like these kind of things. So omni, like if something is omnipresent, it means it's different. So you can think like God is omnipresent, something that's present in every place and every time, omnipresent. Or omnipotent, we can say like omnipotent. P-O-T-E-N-T, excuse me, omnipotent. But we say it as omnipotent. Omnipotent means all powerful. So omni just means all, everything. All right, but as you get more examples, I don't want to just give you like omni and then here's a definition. The definition actually comes from your understanding. That comes from getting lots of varied examples. Okay. What does it mean prompt? Or what does prompt mean? Prompt means like, well, it could mean different things actually. If you mean prompt like being on time, then like I am prompt to the meeting, or at a particular location, I am prompt for that thing. Or I can prompt you by getting you to do something at a certain time. So I say, okay, we're going to start speaking 3, 2, 1. Obviously, and so that's your prompt. That's me telling you how it's time to do something. But again, the point is not to get lots of definitions of words. So we don't really want translations, and we don't really want
notifications the military came back
definitions either. And one of the problems with definitions is that it makes it's kind of telling you a way to think about a word, but almost always you will expand or you will deepen that definition as you get more examples. So it's important to understand the meanings of words in situations, and then as you get that same word used in other situations, come to understand that word better. Okay. So hopefully this makes sense. The basic idea is that we want to get lots of varied examples of things that really help us understand it. Because the understanding is what enables spontaneous speech. So if we don't want to think and translate for our native language, we shouldn't learn that. Okay, let me say that again. If we don't want to think and translate for our native language, we should not learn that way. So how you learn is how you speak.
I believe that makes sense.
How you learn it. How you speak. Okay. But it's also important if you've been learning for many years.
This wasn't.
It's like the typical way of trying to study grammar rules or translate.
It was nicely.
And now you want to switch. You have to also have your brain feel comfortable.
You weren't.
Because typically, if you don't know a word, the first thing you do is look it up in the dictionary.
That sort of thing happened on a regular basis.
But the better way
aircraft accident
is to try to get a bunch of varied examples. So you can do that with YouTube or Google, anything, even like that. So I could type in a word in Google like super or chat GPT or whatever, and just say, give me examples of words with this. It could be like a prefix or a suffix or just something that has the word super. And as you get these different examples, the collection of
but for this one,
together forms a network. And that's what enables you to speak. Okay. So you become fluent in individual words and phrases as you learn them, and then you just do that with phrase questions. And that's how you get fluent very quickly. And you're just doing it more. Hopefully this makes sense. I knew it wouldn't take a long time to explain. It really is a simple idea, and I have covered it many times on the channel before, but I thought this was a helpful example, especially because it came from my own childhood. Learning the language as a native speaker. So this is what it means to learn the language as a native speaker, or to learn it as a language. All right, let's go back and check chat now. If people have questions about anything, whatever, it could be related to this or not, I'm happy to answer all of them. All right, let's see. Martha right there from Venezuela. Nice to see you.
For 90 days.
Gilder, nice to see you. Let's see.
People say, boy.
A newcomer, yes, you say I'm a newcomer. Sako says, hi from Aomori, Japan. Always fun to listen to you. Thanks to you. It's my pleasure. I am from Indonesia. Let's see. Sam says, hi, Sam. Nice to see you again, teacher. Ganshan, super mighty man. Yes. Yes, yes, super. Teacher, yes, you guys are great. Well, hello there. Nice to see you from Ukraine.
Was there any general?
Dilson, I love your example.
Public reaction.
Glad to hear it. Leave the subtitles on the screen and subtitles over the screen. So same idea. Submerge something as like.
I would suggest
you could have like merging something. You could submerge something. Right. So we want to put something like under something else, and that could be a physical idea or something figurative. Looks like Pablo pronouncing it correctly from Poland. Let's see. Okay, answered that question. Someone says, I don't hear asking what that means.
I'm obviously
on red.
Pros and wireless.
Are you asking like what that means? Or there's like a question about that? Let me know what you mean. Nelson, is there a difference between could and might both have the same meaning? Well, the way to answer questions like this is to look for examples where they do have the same meaning or where they don't. So all we need is one counter example to maybe change the way we think about something or to answer a question. So could
do that. There's not so much stuff in the contract.
So when do we use could without being able to?
I don't know. All I know is I think that to keep repeating myself, you don't need to do it. It should be cut it out.
So we have could, like
why should we think in this little weekly part of the universe that we're the only people who ever created intelligence?
Part.
I know people who think there are other intelligences in space.
I need to stop speaking and writing at the same time. I could come to the party. Now, if we change this to do these sentences have the same meaning? I could come to the party, or I might come to the party. Now, could, here we have like the possibility of doing something. So I could come to the party. So if I'm thinking, well, what should I do tonight? I don't have any plans. So I could go to the pool. I could go swimming. I could go meet my friends. I could go have dinner someplace. I could come to the party, or I could go to the party. But might, to make sure I'm answering this question, if I didn't like.
No, I was busy.
So if I might come to the party, we're talking about how probable it is, like to what degree. So let's say I have, like, we're going to measure this. So if we have,
my job is
draw
stay right there.
0 to 100%.
More himself as an answer.
So I might come to the party is like, I don't know, like 70%. I might come to the party. Or let's say if I'm definitely coming.
Is this deposition over then?
I believe so. I think you've done a heck of a job.
Definitely coming, absolutely coming. That's 100%. All right. But 70%, like, yeah, I might or I might not. So here we have an example where the means are different. All right. Now we can also talk about like could you or like might we do something like in that case we can't use them in the same way. So this is an example of when they would have a different meaning, but sometimes they could have the same meaning. Like might little.
Which is
why yours is important. Or if I might, someone might say like, well, might help me or might be able to help.
Well, I realize because.
And in that case, they're basically the same, where you're just like, is it possible?
You are willing to take.
So here we're talking about how probable, like what is the possibility of something like will I or will I not? But again, we have an example where they do mean something the same, basically, where they so you're looking for counter example.
So you're Mrs. Lyons,
where we just married one counter example or one example to show that they do the same thing with it.
It says right there on the official thing.
All right. Hopefully that makes sense. Let me know if it doesn't.
So let's go.
Right.
You were saying you knew Mac Razzle, and you lived out near his ranch in the summer of 1990. Okay.
Which direction?
I don't know. What, give me more context for that. I don't get something short. I mean, it depends on what you're talking about specifically. Like, and it's why
the Mac one.
It's always important to understand vocabulary with the situation. So I gave this example before. I'm trying to connect the vocabulary with the situation rather than just like looking at the words by themselves, like they have beyond the context of the situation. So vocabulary always means something in a situation. All right, just like I showed here, like the meaning of might, it means like you probably will do something, or like might be able to do something.
Can we help you out?
It's asking.
Yes, that's on that. Okay. So we're talking about Mac Razzle.
Well, we moved there at 39, and I had my youngest child.
But I can't, or they are not always used the same.
I didn't get around to making it.
All right, I'll get to that question. But anyway, hopefully this makes sense.
Very soon after we went there.
But let me know if it does not. Let me see here. Still.
Mac came by.
So getting things short. So let me give you an example.
Sometimes he came in the house.
Short, in the same way that maybe we come to understand this.
Very friendly guy.
I don't know what your specific example is from to get something short.
Very,
but here's the meaning. It could. It might come. It could come from. It might come.
very dependable.
It might come. So let's say I have $5 in my pocket. I've got $5 in my pocket, and I want to buy my dress, here's a dress or a shirt or something.
Movie bed was over 1947.
So I might say for this example, I am one.
You're of course aware of that took place in July of 47. Now you have no personal knowledge of what happened.
So short meetings,
See
like
anything?
you can have long and short contracts or something. So you can think about it like I have $5, I want $6, but I'm $1 short. So I don't know what specifically you're thinking about for like getting something short, but this is the kind of example where you would come to understand the meaning of the word short with different examples. So we can have something long and something short also.
But he would come out his way.
But here we can also use this same idea of like, oh, we need $6, but oh no, I only have 5. So short.
Now he said
Short.
Now, Sally,
But let me know if that's still not clear. Again, if you have a specific example where you heard something, try to think about the context. Where did you hear that? Who was speaking? What were they talking about? What was the situation? All right, let's see. Bayanara says, why your English is easy? Well, because I'm a good teacher.
literally.
And basically, to be a good teacher means you're making the language you understand. So number one, like I'm speaking more slowly, more clearly, and then I'm also using a lot of complicated vocabulary that you probably don't know. Right? So I'm using easier English to help you understand it, and I'm using examples to help you understand.
Thunderstorm?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Because we had a,
All right, let's see. Neil's got back to me. Sometimes I say
this house built
yeah,
later.
Neil,
We had a
don't
little
worry about it.
shack.
What you're doing, what you need to do is get examples in context. And so you learn, okay, I can use can or could and might in the same situation in this,
Oh, right.
but maybe in
Go out,
this other
of
one,
course,
I
see where it's from.
use it differently.
How
So
much
at
you
first,
got
you're
from.
kind of feel more confident about a
You had to
particular
stand out there
context,
and see
but
where
then
it
you
was
hear
raining.
something different,
There was so
and
much.
it's like a counter example where you think, oh, I didn't expect to use
My
that,
baby
like that,
come
or
to the house and finally there was this
it's like the
terrible.
same example before that I gave about
He came in and he said,
so
Lord,
I
I
didn't
did
expect,
something.
like, I would just
You know, I
use
had
the
a different
word
thing.
subtitle, because I just thought, oh, subtitles are
So you
words
thought,
that go with some kind of picture or something, so you can understand
It
what
was
people are saying.
2 or 3 days after that.
So, like, my understanding of the word subtitle when I was a kid, I just thought it meant words.
He didn't see the lighting
But
No,
actually,
not till he couldn't.
it's the word,
And the
titles,
jobs were hanging
the
low.
location. So subtitles
they
is
were
a
pretty
contrast to supertitles,
So,
which
and you, and Lyman, nobody went over to back to the.
So as you get these examples, like, it will feel
No.
confusing. So at first, you're like,
Mac went to the doctor.
like it actually feels a little bit uncomfortable, but it also is like, wow, that's
They didn't go
that's
down there with me. I guess everybody
you
was
understand
busy.
something.
Mac thought it
And so
was
you will have
weather balloon or
examples like
some
this,
sort
especially
of
with
experiment that
words like
he
could,
was
might.
glad to do the government a favor and bring the peace.
So especially if you're like if you're
That's actually
life,
the attitude he had.
but you can also
You gotta get up and
just
just
looking at like
When you went, you didn't go out
just examples on ChatGPT or YouTube as well.
and what happened to Rob? Ever talk to you about that?
So don't worry about it. Like you should understand the situation. So don't try to think about the meaning of words. It's more what does the word mean in this situation. And then you'll understand. All right, Ellie from Brazil. Nice to see you there. Mary Flowers. What does echo chamber mean? Oh, that's an interesting.
I was busy carrying the coffee pot.
Echo chamber.
I really heard more sketches.
So an echo
Than if I were just
an
sitting
echo
there
is a sound that comes back to you. So let's say if I'm here, like if I just stand here and talk in a big open space, so I'm making a sound, and it will just kind of continue to go. But if there's something else like a wall, or something else, that sound comes back to you, that's the echo. The echo. And so a chamber is just some kind of room. All right. So an echo chamber is a room where you stand in there, and if you say something, like the sound will continue to bounce around, and you will hear the same thing over and over again. So I say hello, 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 hello. echo chamber. So this is the physical understanding of what an echo chamber is. Now you've probably heard it before, figurative usage of people, like an echo chamber would be where I go to a place, like a physical location, or online, and I'm talking to people who just repeat back what I say. So everybody agrees about the same thing, and everybody's just talking. And like so there's no, it's like the opposite. Where you have one person that believes one thing, and another person believes something else, and they have like a back and forth. They try to debate something like that. Okay.
Because we were all, the whole neighborhood was.
So when people like, let's say you get all like people who believe in one political idea, like liberals or whatever, they all get together in one room and they're all talking to each other, and they all say things.
Went on with was held.
And they all repeat things back to each other, and they all agree. That would be an echo chamber. And this is for anybody, not just like the liberals or whatever. This is for anybody who believes one thing and is continuing to go back. So you hear that a lot recently, mostly because now people have like specific groups or places that they can talk with each other about, and they only kind of discuss ideas without having other ideas.
There was any excitement about this material.
Let's see. All right, next week, teacher, I have a question. I want to know the difference between immigration and migration. What immigration means, you like moving into someplace, and migrating means so you can immigrate. So we have like I am like immigrate, like to go into someplace. So you can have immigrate, like to go out from that place. And migration by itself just means so like animals might migrate because we like to move from one place to another, or we might migrate like my website from one server to another server. So migration could be like a cycle, or it could be from one place to another. But immigration means to come in and some other times here.
I don't remember him being in my place. I was in the house, and lots of women are
so going in
around the corral.
And again, this is why we want to pay attention to the different contexts.
He came to the house.
Good question. Let's see, I'm from India. Thanks for joining Brazil. My pleasure. Hello from Paris, France.
I don't remember that he ever came.
What is an out-of-pocket meeting? Out-of-pocket, like rather than something you plan on?
Under some stress, felt like he was
this is an accounting term.
And this was right after that out-of-pocket. Right.
Expense, so you can think about it physically, like you have here's your hands over here. Here's your pocket. And you've got money inside your pocket, so you reach in your pants pocket and pull the money out. So this is like an out.
I don't think it was too much.
Did he talk about the material?
Yes, he did.
Expense.
I remember he said something about that you could.
So instead of like paying something where I might use a credit card or something, or I might have, there might even be a specific accounting definition of out of pocket, but it typically means like some, usually like a small expense or something that is paid with cash or paying that thing, or if there is like a specific definition that you need for like accounting purposes. But this would be different from like regular expenses that you need. So it's
And
just
she
a
said
particular
that
kind
it's very, very,
of, so you're paying out.
that I had done. I told her. And she was familiar with fabrics, and she said it was like a very thin cotton, but
Okay, I'm
very
having to move
tough.
faster.
She
The
emphasized
comments
the
are piling up. Okay, here we go. All right.
I said, honey,
Let's see, Paul, I wrote something like this. You left me on red. It
she
means
said, oh,
you
6
did
inches by 18. I said, how do you reckon he did it?
I've never heard of that. I don't know, maybe that's a new
If
expression.
they did.
I don't know. Try Googling that and see what you get.
Believe
Maybe
common than might more used. Yeah, and it depends on the situation. So again, things on how to pronounce
They didn't have their house
but
closed.
you're pronouncing it or you'd say horridly.
Yeah.
They pronounce it horridly.
He says, well, when, if he didn't
And
go
again,
out
if you
and
like
work, so he probably
pronounce
threw it away.
it, show you how to do that. You know what
That was just conjecture.
do if Frederick click on the
Where's
word
your daughter
description
now?
below this video.
Fort Martin, Colorado.
And it's Sally.
And here we teach you how to pronounce over 2,000
Would
words.
you be all right to
phrases,
talk
sentences.
over long distance
The way I
together?
I'm sure it was.
Do we have a phone number?
Yeah.
Do you remember what it is?
Want to get married
I do. You want to
with
write
me?
it down?
Have it recorded.
I'd have to ask my wife. We'll see
One
what she says.
dash
I think it's hard and weird to pronounce
303 dash
maintain
867
and another
dash
similar word, which I don't know.
502.
Yeah, so sometimes you will get words that
That's
are
her
similar,
home.
where they have similar words
Sally.
like omni becomes like omnipotent. Like we don't say
Now, of course,
omni and then
her husband and sons wouldn't know anything about it.
and the same thing with maintain versus maintenance.
Oh.
And then you also hear slight
If she
differences
says Bill Brown
between
bought a
things
Sally
like,
Bible
like British English
Well,
versus American
just the
English.
show.
Even with
The show. And,
pronounce words a little
Like
bit.
I said, now she
This
lives
is
in
another
there.
excellent reason why we get lots of examples from different native
Her dad
speakers.
had orders.
You get examples from one person,
She had her
but you will be surprised or kind of shocked to hear different
She was out
pronunciations
there, and the
from
boys
different
were out there, and I
native
was going to
speakers.
build stuff.
You hear lots of different
Whole
pronunciations from
family
many
was
different people. And you need to do the same
And
thing
I don't know
if you
how
want
to
to
talk
become a
about
native speaker.
So basically, what you know is Mac Brazel was held by the people of faith for many days.
Yes.
He came to your house and was irritated by their
Worse than irritated.
Because they're different between,
You made some of his discussion about what would our debate. And then now
if you're talking about
back
in the context of
in the company
like
of
asking
a number of
permission
If I could say
or
something.
being able to do something, may is actually the correct way. Like, may I go to the toilet? So a student is asking a teacher, they shouldn't be
Did
saying,
anyone
may
else
I do something? But the language gets a little bit worse.
I asked one neighbor about one time, and she said, no, she didn't remember it because
For permission.
she had little children, her children.
So
By
there is a difference there.
1947,
Typically, when people say like, oh, can I come to the party? Like, you don't need to ask the other person, you need to ask for permission, which is may I come to the party.
I think that's
But
what she
may
said.
almost sounds a bit more formal now because some.
I don't know if anybody.
Let's see.
Anyone else in the family?
I definitely, one thing that's difficult is
About.
idiom. Sometimes I guess the meaning, other times I have to search the answers. Yeah, so you will get these, and it's again a really good idea to pay attention to what natives are talking about, because kids will learn idioms in these same ways. So if I'm watching a cartoon with my kids, and like the character
I think he was threatened with
and another character says, "Oh,
something because
they might not
he was
understand the idiom.
threatened if
They're
he
not
opened
trying to
his
think
mouth, he
logically
might
about what that means.
get thrown on
They
the
just
backside of the
associate
jail.
or connect
He gave that impression, definitely.
dying. And so that's how you kind of get that. And then usually as you
That's
get
not
older,
telling.
you start learning it more as an
You
adult.
said that.
You connect more
What you're
with
supposed to tell them.
the
Yeah.
specific, like the origin of something like
He was
that.
angry,
You
but
learn
yet
more
he
about that. So if you're curious about the meaning of a particular idiom, you can look up the origin of the origin.
Is that unlike him? That he would
Yes, it was unlike.
You should go to Google or chat
Down
GPT or whatever and just say, what is the
He was
origin of
a very
that particular
upfront person.
Cable
He
Vice says an echo is a
like what he
reverberation.
thought,
Yes, that's correct.
and if it fitted, you didn't
All
like
right,
it,
let's see.
so what?
what would it take to get him to keep his mouth shut?
Serious, correct.
My native language is English.
More than it's
But I speak
physical.
Japanese. This is hi, Drew. I'd like to know what days of the week you are alive. It's boring.
But I don't know.
Train
Correct.
rolls.
Yeah.
Like
Like I said, I was
like
trained
while
on.
you're on the train or.
Could they have done anything else?
Typically, I'm here, like, it could be Thursday or Monday or
Like what?
Wow.
drive it.
Right, whenever I feel like
You couldn't drive.
but I don't have a specific schedule, but it's usually around this
I
time.
don't think you could.
I had a conversation with my boss at work in English. He thought that I lived abroad.
That's your way.
Are you, well, where are you, so you live in,
I don't think.
so are you saying that with like a good meaning or a bad meaning? All right, yeah, good teacher, from Guadalajara, Mexico. Real big fan. Real nice to see you there.
Financial situation prior to
Because you know other people in Brazil who are
I
trying
don't
to
know much
improve
about finance.
their speaking. They want to understand how to learn English language. You speak a little Polish? No, I don't. But I am from Chicago, and we have a lot of Poles in Chicago. I'm not a
In the
good
nice part of town, it wasn't extraordinary in English way. But it was a nice home and she had a pretty yard with flowers.
like out of pocket. Yeah. So that, I mean, if you're
I
looking
don't know whether she
for a
was want
specific,
to live on the
like a specific accounting term, then like that's slightly different.
probably the
Out of my pocket is out of my pocket.
You're
We're using it like that.
man would be paid to run a ranch in those days.
What is the best way to learn English? Maybe give us some tips. Well, there's really just one thing you need to do to learn English, and that's just learning English as a first language rather than learning English as a second language. Now, you might be new, or I know some people are probably watching this, so I'll give my very quick explanation about how this been.
a common.
What's the best way to get some delicious water? All right. So most of the people who are looking for help, usually they have problems, so as you can hear. So these are the communication problems that people have. It could be like, just make this very quick, forgetting words, needing to translate, not understanding native speakers, confusing grammar rules. These are the kinds of problems that people have with communication. And the reason for these problems, usually people think, so like people think.
Is there anything different about him after this?
So people think that they don't study enough, or they don't live in an English-speaking country, or they don't have enough speaking practice. These are the three main reasons why they think this. So because of these problems, they don't study enough, or they don't live in an English-speaking country, or they don't practice speaking. But none of these are true. The real reason you struggle to speak is because you don't understand English as well as you think. So there are three basic levels of understanding the language. And so the first one is exposure. To be exposed to the language means hearing it. I could go to Romania and hear Romanian speakers speaking to me, and I don't really understand what people are saying, but I'm being exposed to the language. And next we have awareness. So awareness meaning I recognize and I understand what people are saying, but there are, you notice now, different levels of understanding. So I can hear something and I understand it, or I can hear something and I can recognize it, or I can hear something and have what I call ownership, which is the fluent level of understanding, which means I have enough confidence to say something. Okay. So confidence only comes at this level, and so I gave you an example at the beginning of this video where I'm talking about learning a word like soup. So the reason people have the problems they have is because they learn English as a second language, and this means that they're either learning it through their native language, or they're studying it the traditional way by trying to memorize grammar rules, or they're studying flashcards. Or they're getting kind of slow, easy examples that aren't really helping them understand language. And so this gets you, usually like ESL lessons, will get you to the awareness level. And awareness level meaning you can understand, you can recognize things, but often it's kind of like the speech that I'm giving you. So you can understand a teacher, but often have trouble understanding native
these cowboys went out
Okay.
in the morning, I don't have any.
So learning English as a second language actually makes the language
So they knew something happened to them.
more difficult to understand. And because it's difficult to understand, you feel
More stuff in the hole.
and you have doubts and questions and confusion about the language. Like you see all the questions I'm getting here. Every one of these questions is really the same thing. Drew, I'm uncertain about this, or I'm uncertain about this grammar. I'm uncertain about this vocabulary or this pronunciation. It's all talking about uncertainty.
They want to
They
tell you
have
the world
uncertainty
wants the
because they learned English as a second language. So I have like experience teaching English here in Japan in the classroom, and most of the students are still learning this way. They have a Japanese teacher who doesn't pronounce the language very well. They're not really learning the language as a native would learn it. They're just studying the translation. So of course the language, they're learning it as a second language. Okay, so again, like people think that they don't speak well because they're not studying it. But you can try to study as much as you can. You can study for 20 years and still not be a good speaker if you're not learning the right way. So a simple solution becomes learning English as a person. And like I gave the example at the beginning of this video, that is an example of learning English as a first language. So I don't take a word like super and just like translate that into Japanese or French or Korean or Thai or whatever. I'm trying to help you understand it working your mind that really helps you use that language spontaneously. So at this point, if you want to speak spontaneously, you have to have the ownership of
My son was selling
the vocabulary.
at the time that he died.
So just being aware of the vocabulary, being able to recognize it, doesn't mean you know how to speak. It just means you can recognize vocabulary when you hear it, and it's much easier to recognize things than to speak. Okay. So again, the problems that you have, they're really just coming from learning English as a second language. And second language lessons are typically difficult to understand. There's doubts and questions and problems, and that's what stops you from speaking. So it's not like the amount of vocabulary you have, it's how confident you feel about that vocabulary. If you are 100% certain that you speak correctly, then you speak. But if you're not certain about speaking correctly, or if you think, well, I don't know how to pronounce this word, or maybe I'm using the wrong grammar point, or I make a mistake if I say this word rather than that word, all those doubts that have, that's what stops you from speaking. But if you learn English as a first language, like a native, you actually feel confident about what you say. So you feel confident that you will speak correctly, and that's what you speak. So the big secret, the big thing that I can tell everybody, the same thing I've been sharing for 20 years, is that you don't get fluent by learning more. You don't try to like study the language more. You get fluent as you understand.
I don't
Right? I know it sounds like it sounds like a small, unimportant difference, but you don't just like add more vocabulary. You get understanding that vocabulary really well. Like I gave at the beginning of this video the example of super. Right? So I give you one example, like here's a man, and here's a Superman.
He was 4 years old.
I can compare these two and think like, wow, like here's a regular man, there's a regular guy, but Superman is like super strong, right? So I can look at these two and slow him. Well, look at that, like a man versus a Superman, I get. But when I go to the opera and I see subtitles and super titles, then I get an even stronger, more confident feeling about that word. So I know it means like over and above something else. So when you think about it, super doesn't mean like really strong. It's just like over, bigger, better, higher than something else. And so rather than getting a definition, the point is to get lots of varied examples that help you understand the language like a native. Okay? So I don't say to people you should learn like a native. That's basically what you're doing, but I just don't say that because people don't believe they can do it. But I proved you can do it earlier in this video. Right? But I just tell people it's just an easy way to understand it is learning English as a first language and just do what natives are doing. And so that's how you get it. All right. So we don't need to study more. We need to understand vocabulary better.
I'd like
And as we
I
do
don't
that,
know
the
the
process of
how good it will
fluency
be, but I'd
speeds up,
certainly like to do
right?
it.
So it accelerates. We get fluent faster and faster as we learn more and we understand the language better. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense. So this is, I know we have new people coming, but even, you know, the veterans, the old people, people who've been following me for a while, it's always good to get this review. That's why a lot of
When
people
you say this
on the
is
channel.
his house or your house.
All right. I spent a little bit of time on that. But it's important for people to understand how that works. All right. So if you have problems with your communication, you don't need to learn more. You need to understand the language better. That's the real secret. Right. So Alan, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, little teacher, I'm learning from West Africa. Gambia. Nice to see you. Thank you for making my English skills a super.
Is it done from a photograph?
Thank you, lots of learning. Here from Colombia, says Milton, nice to see you there. You help
Working a lot of media.
Yes, not bad. I'm trying to the learning comes from you. All I'm trying to do is make it understandable so that you naturally are like, oh, look at that. I understand what we're talking about. I followed you since you started. Wow. Look at that. All right, well, thank you very much. If you know other people we can help, send them our way. Let's see. He said, I'm going to start teaching some English tips to close friends. So I've already suggested that to follow you. Well, thank you very much. You're a regular guy. Great. How often are your classes? Well, these classes, most of the stuff I do on YouTube is just giving simple examples of how to learn English as a native speaker. So how to learn English as a first language. And if you want like classes all the time, that's what we do. So you can click on the link in the description below this video. In the description, you'll see that one down here. But these live videos are maybe once a week. Let's see. I think you have classes with your dad about Thanksgiving. It was an amazing class. Yeah. So he's been in a few of those lessons here for us. All right. So there's a super class, etymology and origin. Well, etymology is like specific for words. Origin can be anything. Like my origin, you talk about my etymology. We talk about my origin. Hi, Andrew. I've been following your lessons for about 3 months, and I want to give us a lesson on English humor and jokes because sometimes we're learning them and laugh with the natives. If you're in Fluent for Life, we have lessons about that, about like sarcasm and humor, and I explain kind of jokes like that. Sometimes I cover those here, but if there's a specific joke you hear that you do not get, let me know. Right.
I want to tell you that.
Super lesson about you.
Anyway.
Actually, it looks like you wrote leadership. I think you probably mean lesson. If I'm spelling that correctly. Solana, it's really hard, really sad that I've been learning English the wrong way. I wish I had known how you should have. Yeah, don't feel bad about that. It's not your fault that this is the way most people teach. And this stuff is either unknown or it's ignored by most people because most people don't need to, they don't need to be, and I really don't say most people. When I'm talking about people who are learning English, like for school or trying to get a job or something like that, they don't need to become confident speakers. They just need to know some information on pass a test. So if you do need to speak, then you should be learning English. Even if you don't need to speak, this is faster than learning the traditional way as well. But most people just don't think it's possible, so they don't try.
This plane, you could tell it.
Let's see, hello, beautiful. Yeah, be our super teacher as my easier instead of more. Yeah, you can, I mean, sometimes, yeah, you
think of what to do, go down to the field and pick up, shine the light.
Thank you for teaching people English. I understand English, including the different accents, but I'm struggling to speak. Yeah, so the things that I explained when you talk about struggling to speak, there are specific reasons why that happens. And so it's basically all because of this. So how you learn is how you speak. And traditional lessons make the language more difficult to understand. understand. Like those language lessons, they basically create doubts and questions and problems in your head that's not being. So humans, we are not, we are like emotional beings, you know, we feel bad, we feel embarrassed if we make mistakes. And so we can't just learn information like, okay, here's a grammar point, and we're not chat GPT or a computer where we can just take information and memorize it. We really need to understand what we hear very well. And if we don't know something very well, we won't say it. So, and this is even in your daily life as a native speaker of your native language. So me, like, I can't talk about government fiscal policy in the United States, even in English, because I just don't know much about it. Like, I couldn't speak confidently. I couldn't give a speech about that. I couldn't give a speech about, I don't know, some biology things, specific vocabulary for, I can explain it in an everyday way, casual way, but I just don't. So it's not about like knowing the vocabulary, it's how confident you feel about that. So if you feel you understand something very well, then you speak.
But I did get out and I saw it not through the light came right straight over us. Still, all at one time.
Yeah. This is your great teacher. But here, in your profile is you. You checking out my picture? Yes, I have like an old picture on YouTube, and I'm too lazy to change it, so I have that. I think actually maybe Facebook has a more recent stuff. I'm struggling to use the word though. I always use a but. What am I supposed to do? Well, you don't have to call. It's just another way of expressing it. So you could say that. Like, I understand what you're saying, but I have questions. I understand what you're saying, though I have questions. So again, like the reason why you might not use one word rather than another is either you don't know it very well, or you just don't feel comfortable. It's just more comfortable to use it. And so you will notice this in your native language when you speak. You likely use the same words and same expressions over and over again rather than like difficult things or new things or things that you feel uncomfortable about. So that's another thing that I mentioned in this video where we're talking about your comfort level. So I want you to feel comfortable learning English as a native speaker or learning English as a first language rather than trying to translate and do things as you typically did. So most people who watch my videos, that's how they begin learning English in school. So that's the only way they know how to learn. And so you have to change the way you learn and start speaking better. Let's see, I agree with you. The weather, second language. Yeah, and so that's the frustrating thing about it is like you're trying to learn it the right way, and teachers tell you that you should be learning that way, but like the human doesn't really operate that way. So I can tell my students, hey, just be confident, go out and speak, and people will not follow that advice. So it's actually not good advice to tell people to do that. So when I was first learning about language learning and I didn't know anything, I was like, yeah, you should speak because I just heard other people saying the same thing. But when I thought about that, I said, well, why do people not follow that advice? And the reason is because they don't actually feel confident about speaking and they don't want to make mistakes in front of other people, which is understandable. And so the smarter thing to do is not to try to speak, it's to understand the language better. And that's how you get it. So let's see, I think most English courses teach the wrong way, at least in Brazil. Since I've been learning to read, they've improved a lot more. Glad to hear. Yeah, so most people in most classes, like, either they don't know about this, or they do know about it and they don't care. Well, we have lots of schools, they think the better way to teach is just to try to give you a bunch of rules, but this way is actually faster. It's faster for everything. So it's weird that more people don't do it, but I guess more students for me, I guess. So that, like what I tried to do by creating Rhetoric is creating a new. So I got you click on the link in the description below this video. You can save your children from learning this way. So Frederick allows children to actually teach themselves, and it's not just for children, especially for adults who have learned English in tradition. Now they're learning English as a first language. You can actually start your kids learning English as a first language too.
I know it's really good.
So food and challenge system. Yes, I'm not doing anything different than I would do with my own.
As it comes together, it's flat.
The way my kids learn, because they can only learn English as a first language. They can't learn it. Although, I mean, I guess
where the theory that's actually drawing there.
But that would be kind of a dumb thing to do. Nils is another example of subtitle and subtitle like that. Yes, and so that's the whole, like, when you don't forget something, I've created an example that you think, oh, it actually sticks in your mind as the aha moment where you feel really confident about something, and so just do more of that. So continue to learn more like that as you become more confident speaker. So as you get more individual words, speaking spontaneously. Let's see, Wilson's tool helped me was starting to write my diary with everything I do, projects, research, etc. Note that it's true because most of the teachers here teach the student.
But you are moving in the structure.
Yeah. So, like, you will know the method by
was it up
so
ahead?
meaning, like, what is the result?
So
if your goal is another, like, really, like, insidious or kind of, I don't want to say evil, but like, it's a really disappointing thing about the traditional way of teaching. Because it's relying on hope. So it's mostly saying like the hope that you will learn something. So the hope is just like, okay, people say, how many words do you need to speak? Like, okay, you need to learn, let's say 10,000, just as an example. So we start over here, we learn the first word, you feel fluent and confident about that? No, not really. Let's try another word. Do you feel fluent and confident? No, not really. Let's keep going. And so we keep going. And so the hope is that, like, you will become fluent, like, at some point over here. And so that's why, like, it's a really frustrating thing for many people, because they think if they learn more words, remember I gave you those examples before, so people think that if they learn more words, or if they live in an English-speaking country, or if they speak more, that's how they get fluent. But there are people who do live in English-speaking countries and do try to speak every day and do study a lot, and they still can't speak. And the reason is because they don't really understand the vocabulary as well as they think. And it's usually because of just the methods that they use to learn. And it's not their fault. It's just how everybody, almost everybody, teaches language. It's not just English, but learning for everything. And so what I'm explaining now about learning English as a first language, it applies to everything else. So it's how I got fluent in Japanese. So I started learning Japanese as a first language. That's when I became fluent. So it's not a complicated process. It's just changing the way you learn. And so if you don't get fluent in individual words and phrases, you won't get fluent overall and have good conversations. So if you're just learning something but you don't really feel confident about it, you're wasting your time. You should learn something and then feel confident about it. And then, oh wow, so now I know this word, I can move on to the next word. And then as I start learning more, again, it accelerates. Your progress accelerates. So this is why, like, people go out there for life. If they follow the program, you start learning at the beginning. You're just like getting examples of words, and you start feeling confident about them. But as you hear them more and more, you really start to feel, I know the vocabulary very well, and that's how you start to. So I don't want you to feel hopeful. I want you to feel confident and certain. Like, that's why I just focus on a word like super at the beginning of this video. So you really feel that. You feel like, I got it. I really understand it. So you become fluent in that word. it's really a fast thing as you continue.
I went right on to roll 20 before she got in that way.
Going for an hour.
Up above.
All right, let's see. Okay, let's see. Time out. Maybe I'm pronouncing it. Is it time? Why can't I understand English songs? Well, it's a faster speech. It's a faster speech. Blurred and vocabulary is difficult because people use idioms and cultural references and things like that. So it's a different language than what.
But I do remember what book to me
let's see, Mr. Morrow's back. Okay, that's
lantern light that would show through
I wrote
10.
in Portuguese. You didn't tell us.
Anybody moving around?
My native language is English.
I didn't want to sit there
I understand English, but the rainstorm so
white form,
says.
and I didn't know the road was
Let's see. I understand, but I have a problem when I need to speak about a specific subject. Yeah, it just means you don't know about it very well or you don't know enough about it. So if you want to speak spontaneously, you need to get more information about that thing. And so this is the great thing about getting fluent. You don't have to be in a particular place or be a certain age or person speakers. You just need to get a lot more input about that particular thing. If you have not seen the espresso video I made, check my channel for that. Watch that video for an example. This is, do you speak slower with us? I can understand 100% what you say, but watching you understand 50%. It's easier speaking another language. Yes. So I'm changing the way I speak. I'm speaking more clearly. I'm speaking slower. And I'm also not using idioms and cultural references, things like that. So I'm intentionally making so what we do in Fluent for Life is I go from this level of understanding teachers to understanding weather and movies and real conversations.
No, I wouldn't have gone.
Let's see, Raul says, Master, it would be better if you take class every morning. Well, for the people who want to learn with me every day, that's what Fluent for Life is for. You can click on the link in the description to learn more about that. Hello. I'm even going to stay. I've already heard a lot about teachers. I don't know what you're referring to. It was you made a video on vocabulary where you mentioned different words in the same.
You know, I think so too. And we saw the first thing.
How long did it take you to become proficient in Japanese? Well, again, as I explained before, you get individual words and phrases, so you actually become proficient in individual
well, you didn't want to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
So rather than this process where you spend years trying to learn something and thinking that you need to learn more words to become a fluent speaker, but you don't. You actually just need to understand that vocabulary well. And this is why adult non-native speakers, they know a lot of words and they can't speak, but you have native children who know these words and they can speak very well. So when you talk about how long does it take to become proficient, like I gave the example about subtitles earlier in this video, how long did that take? 2 minutes or something? And so you can become fluent in something very quickly, and then you move to the next thing. Get fluent in that. And so you will become
I got up and looked right back to bed.
All right. What is your favorite book you've ever read?
I think he suggested it might be
My favorite book. I mean, there are different books I've enjoyed for different reasons. Actually, I really
that's what we decided it was. And I thought, well, it's ammunition done. So what you got me up here for? I went back to bed and I think he went in. They told me.
It's weird. Depends on my mood, what specifically I'm talking about. Like if you're talking about a novel or a business book.
We had an awful lot of dragons.
Yeah. I actually can't think of it because it wouldn't be. I couldn't give you one example and then I probably
that came out of
it's a good question. I'd have to think about it.
something that
Let's see. Difficulties understanding speech, especially connected speech, or creating a strategy to improve comprehension and listening. Yes, same thing I'm recommending for everything else, which is learning English as a first language. And part of that is you're getting examples of different speakers saying the same thing. So you will hear people talking about, like you could be talking about the same thing or actually saying the same thing, like the same
anyway,
speech.
the Rangers
Speak about cars, American food, because I'm naturally very revealed. This is watching many different video speakers talking about that. So it's very easy and obvious when you start learning that way. So if you want to learn more about a particular thing, and you start studying that, you will be able to speak more confidently about it. So it's the same thing in English and the same thing in native language. Is it possible to get fluent in English even if I'm not so fluent in my native language? Well, yeah, you don't have to be fluent in one language to get fluent in another. Just get fluent in different languages the same way you can be fluent in some words and not fluent in other words. So confident and comfortable using something, but not. Yes, I have a lot of
and anybody that asked well, after that didn't get it.
This is the ESL method that you have applied to any language. Yes, it ESL. So English as a first language, not English as a second language. The traditional, typical way of learning is you take, like people say, how do we learn another language without using our first language? And I say, well, how did you learn your first language? That's the answer to that question is you have to get understandable examples of the language, like I gave with the example of super at the beginning of this video. So it is possible to do that, and it doesn't matter what language you already know. You could not know your maybe whatever if you're born in Mexico and Spanish is your like the language you should be native in, but you don't know it very well for some reason. That has nothing to do with it. I'm in USA now, and I can say I'm fluent in English. A few years ago, I was in Brazil watching the videos. Thank you very much. Glad to hear. Yes, if you know other people, yeah, we have lots of people, lots of learners, students in the United States, Canada, UK, Australia, and these are people from all over the world who are now in these English-speaking countries. And like, wow, this is very different from the language I learned in school, and now I can't speak. So we have a lot of people there. Let's see for Tazza said hello. I recently moved to Canada. My English is not very good. We'll keep following my videos. Keep applying this idea of learning English as a first language. Megan says hi again. So what would you do in a situation if some joke spoken in Japan hit everyone in the room except you? Vocabulary. In that case, I would just ask somebody because that would like. That the understanding joke, that specific example, like I know the vocabulary, but that means it's a reference that I don't know. So we could call that. It would be like that wouldn't really be like an inside joke. Usually an inside joke is like between two people. So I'm standing with two friends talking and they make a joke to each other. I understand the vocabulary, but I don't know what that's referring to. Then that's not a vocabulary problem. It's just I don't know what they're talking about. So that's a different problem from vocabulary. And I would just ask, like, what is the reference? So that usually, like a joke in that way, kids, if you're trying to learn kind of humor in another language, like start with kids and look at the kind of joke things they get. A lot of those are puns. So I talk about this in Fluent for Life as well. So a pun is something like where we take different meanings of words or something that like I ate something. So I ate something like the sound ate sounds the same as ate. So like I ate like that's a joke for a child because it's taking a different meaning of the same sound. And so that's sort of a way to think of that. And it's the same thing in Japan. It's called like a dajare, like a dad joke or a fun, same thing. My kids, they do that all the time. There are whole joke books just talking about that, about playing with words things like that.
What's going on?
So that's a
I
slightly different, that's a thing where if you don't get the joke, it just means you don't know
remember
other meanings or something that you might
Well,
use.
we read about it.
But again, like if you actually don't understand something at all, just ask somebody. They're not gonna, you don't have to feel bad for not understanding.
War of the world.
Detrevlin says, sir, people, right? Can we say person? Yeah, you will hear that. Sometimes like it's almost like a legal or it depends on the context. But in general, like
Now they've had
if you go to a restaurant, they will say how many times.
Yes, and
They wouldn't say how many persons. But on a legal document, you might see something.
used to the idea of their superiority.
Exotic. If you're looking for like an example of like what, exotic would be rather than go telling you what it means, let you like discover the meaning yourself. But it's an interesting thing. There's a what can I do to improve my English level? I want to reach an advanced level, but it seems I'm stuck in intermediate. That's probably the problem I talked about before, where you have an awareness level of vocabulary, but not the ownership level, where you feel confident about saying things about whatever you don't feel confident talking about something. So that's usually where people get stuck. So they think they know something, so they don't review it anymore. But you know you feel confident about something or not. So either you feel confident in saying something or you do not. If you do not feel confident, it means you need to review that thing or read examples to help you understand that vocabulary better. Bill says, I've heard a lot of hate.
Thank you very much for your time. We will make it down there.
Another interesting question. What are your resolutions for the new year?
Make 2 copies. Don't worry about it. It's very simple to do and it doesn't cost anything.
Keep doing what I've been doing, I guess.
Sort of
It's like a resolution I had 5 years ago, which is helpful people.
I appreciate it.
I don't even have like a new resolution. Hi, teacher. My first time here. Hope you're
Here he is.
I am. And nice to see you.
Speak up. It won't hurt.
And Brittany says, hello, teacher.
And we're here in Del Hart,
Nice to
Texas.
see you. All right, look at that. We got through all the comments.
Did you wear
Just do a quick recap of the video.
Bonnie Bryant?
The main idea here is that if you want to speak spontaneously, you don't have to try to practice more and say vocabulary, or you should really get more information that will help you understand vocabulary better. So as you do that, you will naturally be more confident, and that's what will allow you to actually speak without
Barney was a
or hesitating or thinking about
civil engineer.
that kind of thing. So any of the problems we have, as I talked about, all this stuff is learning English the traditional way. So as you start learning more, I want you to feel confident learning. So even if you get one example with one word, and you can feel more comfortable and confident about this way of learning, you will be informed. So just give that a try.
The story of that.
And you will notice progress very quickly. Because it says, my name is Kasim, greetings from congratulations. I understand 20 to 30% of text is worth listening to or go to. Yes, I would go to it. And again, the same thing with me. I'll still, like my reading level is lower, so maybe I can have a much faster conversation in Japanese, just speaking with people rather than trying to read. My reading is still really slow. And there's a lot of kanji. These are the Japanese characters from Chinese that I don't. So yeah, like if you don't, it will also make the process of reading information much more enjoyable if you understand most of it. So you should understand most of the sentence so that one word or one phrase is understandable in context. But if you don't understand most of it, that will just be really frustrating for you because you'll just spend time looking things up in the dictionary or whatever. So again, getting used to the language. And another thing I would do is instead of reading like a long thing, whatever that is, like something short, and then get many examples of people talking about that. So whatever, if you're trying to learn about, I don't know, changing a tire on a car, so watch videos about that, read different articles or something, and that will help you feel more
Did he have any clues where the archaeologist came from?
You aren't look good, you look tired. Well, after speaking for 78 minutes, yeah, I feel
Did he ever describe the creatures to you?
I don't.
You said
you notice my voice tends to get a little bit weaker as I go through the video, but it looks like we did get to the end
so
of the
never said
program.
that one might have been alive.
But
might have
you
been.
know, as you're starting the new year, think about just try to find some simple things that really make you feel more confident about the language and about this kind of learning. So you shouldn't have to hope that you're getting fluent. You should know you're getting fluent as you learn. And that will make you feel more confident. You're learning the right way. You're actually feeling more like you understand the language better, and you will start speaking more. It will naturally happen. You will start speaking more spontaneously. What would you say? So last couple of comments. Thank you very much for everything.
Side of
Nice to see you again. Sandra, thank you. James, you're awesome. Have a nice day. God bless you and your family. Happy 24. Thank you very much for reading my message. Natalia was
did he ever describe the object?
Look at that thumbs up and the heart and boom.
About that.
You know,
You're gonna make me embarrassed.
I don't know what.
Thanks. Have a nice day. It's a lot of things. Yeah, don't feel bad about asking me questions. You know, it's nice to get questions about New Year's resolutions or whatever.
Not that anybody's doing anything.
My favorite book.
Well, but you what you read and
You read the book, you saw the other
Let's see. Thanks, Jerry, for taking the time to teach us. Helping us get better at understanding language. It's my pleasure, Venus, and thanks. All right,
but you're
fantastic.
Your memory is pretty vague about what you said.
Except that I do know
And that there were creatures
in it.
and so, so
And I believe he did say describe it as a round thing. You know, let's say I don't know what.
do you recall now in the subsequent years what his feelings about UFOs were? What's your feelings about it? What do you think?
Yeah, it's a problem. I know this.
So you believe, based on what Barney told you, that flying saucers were piloted by beings from other planets? Is that a fair assessment?
I don't know who they're. I just know that they're real. Or that.
But you trust what Barney told you? Was he ever known to play practical jokes or spin tall tales or anything like that?
Oh, I don't know that he plays practical jokes.
Prepositions. I don't think this is
So he was ready.
But this, he was very.
Lots of questions, but it should be.
Did it ever come up more than one time that you remember?
A good way to help you understand the way natives
So,
prepositions.
and you have really no clue.
I'm sorry.
No, that's
I recall it so far.
That's fine, that goes back to what you want, you know exactly what you remember, not what others may have said or things you might have said, but what you recall yourself.
Now, the point of this video is not to teach you a whole
So you really have no clue as to when he mentioned this to you. Other than it may have been in the 50s.
It was in the
That's how you speak.
middle or latter 40s.
When you understand things completely, that's what you're actually
Relevant. Yeah.
So it might have been 49 or 48. It might have been right after, close to the time it happened. Do you remember the context? I'm sure you don't. Do you remember the context of the conversation, how it came up with all of it?
Nice to see everybody.
But it made enough impression on you to remember at least a few of the details. Anything else that you could think of?
I thought about doing this video, number one, because
So you have.
I've tried, you know, right my brain. That, you know, it seems ridiculous. Maybe a day or two.
I also wanted to do this
What,
because
given what you know of
children
Barney Barnett,
their understanding
what's your feeling of the government claims
and I thought this is a really good story. This is something that happened yesterday with my older daughter. So I was talking with my
You know the government.
family back in the United States.
Do you think the government's hiding information on you?
Chat, Skype with each other.
And they must be.
And I was talking with my younger sister and her family, and my mom on occasion.
The body did mention the archaeology.
So this
Did he mention anybody else who might?
yesterday. My younger sister, she now has her Christmas tree up in her house. So she put a tree up. This is our kind of first.
Nobody else there. That's,
I use this black that doesn't erase very well.
okay, wow. This was your short. That's why we don't know that. That's why I put it on the end of the day. Sure don't know that.
And now,
but you have no doubt that Barney was telling you the
native speakers was learning prepositions.
Did
Example.
Barney ever have trouble with the government afterwards? Like and internal evidence or something like that? Something like that?
Like her children would see her getting a tree, so she brings a tree into her house. And
you retired from soil conservation?
Yes, I think of that.
In her house. So she puts the tree.
And then did he stay in Socorro?
So this preposition up, we just have a basic direction where people might think like something is up and down, or after, or in, or on. Those are all basic things where we think about your physical location something is, but when we talk about putting something up, it's sort of this is what our phrase we learn, something like that. So she put up a tree. But what was interesting is during the call, so I'm talking with
Did she ever mention this at all?
and I was saying, oh, can you show us a tree?
Wasn't really that major of an event in everybody's life.
I guess it was, and even though you can imagine it. Now I can't
In front of.
play down.
So in her house, she has kind of a little.
I haven't been in part of my plans back then.
Chair over here.
We might have.
There's another chair over here, the Christmas tree, there's a window here. But
We might have.
there's a door here on this other side of this wall.
All right, well, I think that probably you say something like enough. So I'll just
And I said,
help him out.
oh, isn't that interesting?
It worked out real well, didn't it?
Put up a tree.
It wasn't horrible or anything. It was scary.
You can also say you put the tree up over these. When you learn prepositions with phrasal verbs like this, you can learn that some of them are separable. So you can separate the words. I can say put up the tree or put the tree up. Both of those are fine. But when I was saying, oh, look, you put the tree up or you put up the tree in. Now, an adult native speaker would understand this, like, well, look at that. It's not physically inside the window. And so my younger daughter, or my older daughter,
rather horrendous designs and organizations of our federal government that I feel directly imperil not to tell anybody about, so that's why I'm here telling them. In doing so, I'm breaking my security oath. I'm also guilty of breaking major federal law. How long I'll be able to do this in the next guess. However, I would like to mention this talk is going to be broken up into 4 main topics. Each of these topics will have some bearing on what you people are involved in, the patriot people, or even some of you people that aren't patriots that may be leaning in that way or considering it. I want you to know these United States are a beautiful place. I've traveled in over 70 countries, and I cannot remember any country that has the beauty as well as the magnificence of its people like these United States. Give you an overview of basically what I am. Started off at the engineering school, which half of my schooling was in the field. I built up a reputation for being a geological engineer as well as a structural engineer with both military and aerospace applications. I have helped build 2 main concern bases within these United States that have some significance as far as what is it called, the New World Order. Number one is Dulce, New Mexico. I was involved in 1979 in a horrendous firefight with alien human type, whatever you want to call them. And I was one of the survivors. I'm probably the only top-tier survivor you'll ever hear. Two other survivors are under Coast Guard somewhere in the United States. One is not in very good shape. He's been living in Canada. So I'm about the only one around that knows the firefight, that knows all the detailed files of the entire operation. 66 Secret Service agents, FBI, and the like, has died in that firefight. I was there. Number one, part of what I'm going to tell you is going to be very shocking. Part of what I'm going to tell you is probably going to be very unbelievable. So, instead of putting on your glasses, I'll ask you to put your skepticals on rather than your spectacles. But please feel free to do your own homework. I know the Freedom of Information Act isn't much to go on, but unfortunately it's basically the grace of God. Your local law library, your nearest law university is a good place to look for congressional records. So if one continues to do their homework, one can be standing vigilant in regards to their country. If I love the country that I'm living in more than I love my life, I would not be standing before you right now risking my life by telling you these things if I didn't believe it so. First part of this talk is one to concept deep underground military bases and black budget. We first start by emphasizing the black budget. The black budget is a secretive group, basically a secret budget. It garners 1/4 of the gross national product, the entire gross national product of these United States. The present gross national product is around $5 trillion. 1/4 of that is about $1.25 trillion per year. At least 1.023 trillion, and I say at least, is used in black budget programs like deep underground military bases. Presently, there are 129 deep underground military bases in these United States.
Now, similarly, so we have in over here, out, kind of on the other side of that space. So look, there's a bird. So if I'm inside my house, here's a window here. I'm inside my house. Looking out here, there's a tree branch or something. There's a bird. I take a look out the window. There's a bird out the window. All right, so it's not kind of like within that space, but it's on the
bases comprise.
So if I have here's a bird actually right here in this space, that's that bird.
These bases comprise basically of large cities underground. They're connected by high-speed monorail magneto-leviton trains that can go up to Mach 2. Several books recently have been written about this activity, all of which is verifiable with bibliography. Al Billick has many copies. Al Billick, you're going up. Al Billick? But Richard Sauber, PhD architect, has written a huge alone also risking his life by talking about that he worked on the number of agencies underground military bases. Okay, there are 129 of these in the United States. You don't know where you live. In Idaho, there are 11. The average depth of each base is roughly a mile deep. They are basically whole cities all down underground. They're somewhere between 2 and 2/3 cubic miles and 4 1/4 cubic miles underground. Might ask that, well, right now we have labor drilling machines to drill a tunnel 7 miles. Obviously, we told them. Sidestep Congress, right now, the new world order is depending upon that basis, and that norm is the new world order. The technology we know it for every calendar year that goes by, every 12 month calendar year, the military technology increases about 44.5 years. This is why it's easy to understand that back in 1943 they were able to create exactly through technology a ship that literally disappeared from one place and reappeared 400 miles later. Our father, Snyder, which is now some story about him. He was originally a U-boat captain, was captured, was captured by the French, he was turned over to the United States Army, basically, he was involved with different kinds of concerns, such as Avon, and Beachcom, and Philadelphia, and these other kinds of projects. His groundwork, you can build a camera, a high-speed camera that took pictures of the first atomic tests in Iran. And 12th of July 1946, which I had original photographs of, which showed unidentified flying objects leaning bombs at a high rate of speed. Bikini Island at the time was infested with things in various depths of waters. The natives always saw them. The natives had problems with their cattle, basically kids. And other things, this story has been come out. This is basically what happened. So, that time, General MacArthur and others felt that, in fact, General MacArthur was finally saying in terms of World War I, not with people from the people from the planet. This man was, he had a which really be anyway, my father laid the groundwork with theoreticians about Philadelphia experiment. What does that have to do with me? The fact that all I can say is that it wasn't. He never told us kids this, and he kind of kept it secret. One more example. Let me go back and check chat and make sure people don't have it. Regretfully say that. I don't agree with what he did on the other side of the pond. Nazi Germany, I'll tell you one thing. I think he had a lot of judgment telling him he was cheated in his own contract. He was a $1 million reward, and of course, bring the picture back to the head. But let me check the chat and see if anybody has any questions. Anyway, back to topic number one. Big boss, we've been live to a long time. Number one, the alien question. Nobody really knows the truth. We've been ruined by Madison Avenue painted a very unrealistic picture of what's going on with our state aliens and the inside going facility that shows this wasn't the original city. Well, you're promoting yourself. There you go. Anyway, this particular base was housed with 107 senior live AM credits or whatever you want to call them. Right now, it's not housing anything. Most of the stealth hardware has been removed and moved to Portland Air Force Station.
Good evening, everyone. Cyrus, good evening.
First of all, I'll tell you about aliens and the alien agenda. Back in 1954, under the Eisenhower administration, the federal government decided to circumvent the Constitution of the United States and form a treaty outside of the borders of the United States. Basically, a treaty from entities outside of the borders of the United States, and it was supposed to be secret. It was called the created in 1954 treaty. That basically said that the aliens would take the physicality and test their implanting techniques on human beings, but they got to get detailed lists of people involved, et cetera. Slowly but surely, the outer space aliens slowly and altered the bargain until they decided they wouldn't work at all. Back in 1979, this is a reality. The firefighting crew quite by accident. I was involved in building an addition to the people underground military base in New Mexico, which, by the way, is probably the United States deepest state. And at that particular time, we had drilled 4 straight holes in this desert ground, and we were going to link them together with shape charge process. And then we were going to basically blow out large sections at a time. My job at that time was to go down in these holes, gather rock samples, check them for their particularity, do a detailed account of what kind of chemical explosive or plastic explosive as I was headed down there, to my total surprise, we found ourselves amidst a large cavern that was already full of space aliens, otherwise known as large craters. I was petrified from that, as most people might be. The only thing I could think of doing was shooting until 2 hours, but at the time I reloaded, refired them on wall. This helped. As an engineer, so I didn't feel I had to carry a gun around, and I always carried this particular one, so nice and small, it's quite effective. But, anyway, they killed a couple of these things. And at that time, there was several other groups of people down there, about 30 people all total, 40 fans came down there. Basically, what had occurred was a surprise whole underground base of existing aliens here in Playground was to find out that we are not the highest in the food chain. Yeah, I'm not really, I don't care about daylight savings time. I'm happy to just have it. Anyway, short from the base. Seeing your thumbnail could explain a lot of theory, ancient theory of ancient astronauts. Well, I also explained that there's a data population of the astronauts, whole max. Anyway, I got shot basically here. Just a quick lesson about this. So from their kind of weapon, it wasn't really a gun-like thing. It was kind of like a box they had on their body and they could hit it. And it tore a hole in it. Split my ribs apart. Kind of worried. But anyway, it also gave me a high dose of red acid full radiation. I later had cancer that became a problem result of Okay, the second part of my talk, topic number 2, includes basically how this all occurs. How could we have possibly gotten involved? Well, we basically were beaten down by World War II, and I guess we were figured to be rather vulnerable. And I'm sure this is probably why we had our weakest point, later found out to be vulnerable indeed, and so we were basically attacked. Of course, I think some of us, how many people here are familiar with crash reactive information? See, in 1947, I'm alive in 1947, there was a large crash of a flying saucer. I believe it had 7 or 8 alien critters. One survived, I believe, 6 or 7. I don't know the whole story about it. And one of the artifacts I have here on the table was a friend of my father, Sir Johnny Rollins, and he had me, I asked him if I'd have a piece of metal in his crashed disc, and my father protested violently, but anyway, more Johnny Rollins said, sure, I can do this. How we get it, things are out of it. Sometimes kind of like a small start of the collection. But other than that, it really wasn't my bag until I started working at Area 51. That's just in Nellis Air Force Base in north of Las Vegas. Then, going back in 1979 in the fire plant, it took me about 2.5 years to recuperate enough to go back home. I did. Actually, when I went back to Morrison Peninsula, back home, construction outfits at the time. Anyway, at Area 51, we were testing all kinds of very peculiar spacecraft. Also, how many people here at Lansing are familiar with Bob Rammers? Good. That's a good indeed. That's good. More of you biased opinions gave the borrowed page and read some of the qualifications. He was a physicist.
Different sounds, and it's the comparison of different things that lets you understand them like it is. Okay. So I don't want you to compare something like in your language to English. I want you to compare different things within English itself.
For over half a century, there have been rumors of secretive facilities and bases hidden deep below the surface of the sprawling North American landscape. This week, we examine the most infamous of these alleged sites, an underground base believed to be situated near the town of Dulce in New Mexico, a modern-day mystery which lies deep beneath the mesa.
I don't know what I have a spouse visa currently, and that's a 5-year visa. I should probably get that with you. I need to check to see if I need to do that or not. But I'm considering permanent residency. What is the difference between or when we talk about movement? Sure. Let's imagine we have a doorway here. So this is a regular door frame. It's open door, and I am over here. Now I could be moving toward.
Bringing his patrol car to a halt, Gabriel Valdez stared out through the driver's side window at the dark mass lying not far from the side of the road, and then cursed under his breath. For the briefest of moments, he tried to convince himself that the most sensible course of action would be to simply drive on, away from this place, and to ignore what he had seen. and yet his curiosity urged him to exit the vehicle, to conduct a closer inspection, and confirm what his instincts and fears were telling him. With a heavy sigh, the patrolman used his radio to inform the dispatcher of his location, before opening the driver's side door and making his way across the scrub. Deep down, he had known what he would find before he even reached the carcass. A cursory inspection confirmed that this cadaver had been left just like the others he had attended upon. A series of diamond-shaped indentations had been carved into various points of the hide, with several layers of skin having apparently been removed in an expert fashion. The creature's eyes, nose, and tongue were all missing, despite there being no sign of any wider animal predation having taken place. It was almost certain that the reproductive glands would be absent, as well as a number of other key internal organs, all removed and represented as a clean and sterile manner. As he stood regarding the lack of any tracks or disturbed foliage on the ground surrounding the animal's corpse, Valdez now became aware of the low rumble of an approaching vehicle. Looking up from the grisly scene, he caught sight of a 5-ton truck painted in army camouflage, heading along the highway towards him. The transport began to slow as it approached the point where he'd left his patrol car, its occupants returning the questioning gaze he had offered as they passed, before it pulled away at greater speed. As he watched the dust cloud thrown up by its passing dissipate, Valdez found himself experiencing a whole host of emotions: confusion, a small degree of fear, but most of all, he felt anger, directed towards those he blamed for the death of this creature, for the deaths of all the slain animals he had found in recent months, and the wider falsehood that their slaughter had been used to perpetuate. A lie fabricated for one purpose, and one purpose only: to keep local residents away from the neighbouring mesa, the fear that something resided there which neither he nor any other earthly power could hope to protect them from. The town of Dulce in New Mexico would not come into existence until the end of the 19th century, when US authorities ordered the local Apache tribe to settle itself permanently in one place. The area's Native American population duly complied with this instruction, forming the Jicarilla Apache Reservation, around which the town would eventually be established. For the next century and a half, the inhabitants of this small backwater community would live their lives in relative peace, a short distance from the slopes of the adjoining Archuleta Mesa. There had always been tales of high strangeness associated with the region, from weird light anomalies witnessed in the night sky to Bigfoot-like creatures seen wandering the scrub. But by the late 1970s, the looming shadow cast by this towering mountain peak would begin to take on a sinister connotation, with the discovery of a series of bizarre cattle mutilations. Following several complaints by ranchers and farmers to the local police department, insisting that someone or something was slaughtering their livestock, an officer by the name of Gabriel Valdez was ordered to investigate the matter. But after visiting the affected properties, the investigator often returned to his superiors with far more questions than answers. Usually, only one animal in the herds which were targeted had been affected, and it had been dispatched in the manner which seemed to discount the involvement of any natural predator. Although key sensory and internal organs had been removed from the carcasses, there were never any indications that the flesh had been consumed by a potential attacker. In fact, these bodies would remain untouched by scavengers for weeks after the event, a phenomenon previously unheard of within this harsh and unrelenting environment. The report submitted by Officer Valdez also highlighted the lack of disturbance in the soft and sandy ground surrounding the remains, offering no hint as to who or what is responsible. Due to the discovery of shattered bones in some cases, his suggestion that the bodies had been dropped from a great height was something he would go on to be questioned over at some length. It soon became apparent to his superiors that Officer Valdez had no fixed agenda and was not promoting any theory in particular regarding the deaths of these animals. Instead, his report simply documented everything he had encountered during his investigation and demonstrated that he had discounted all of the most obvious explanations for the deaths. But situations would soon unfold, setting in motion a chain of events which would quash any hopes the investigator might have had in maintaining a calm and rational assessment of the incidents plaguing his community. During the summer of 1986, a resident named Jerry Julian approached the local police department to report that someone had attempted to abduct her from her home while she was sleeping. Julian explained to the attending officers that the evening prior, she and her husband had driven out in their flatbed truck to the slopes of the Archuleta Mesa to do a bit of stargazing. After a short time, Julian's attention had been drawn to one star in particular, which seemed to be moving through the night sky. As she and her husband looked on in wonder, the celestial body in question suddenly began to descend from the heavens, landing on the ground a short distance away. Gradually, the bright light before them began to diminish, revealing a metallic structure from which a small set of steps descended. Two small figures then slowly made their way down the metallic walkway before they set off on foot in the direction of the married couple. With a frightened cry, Julian's husband had grabbed her by the shoulders, bundled her into his pickup, and frantically attempted to start the engine. She continued to stare back in terror at the two squat figures slowly advancing upon the vehicle as the engine repeatedly failed to turn over. It was only when the strangers were mere meters away from the rear of the truck, reaching out as if to take hold of it, that the motor suddenly fired into life and allowed the couple to escape. Later that night, having decided not to report the matter, the couple had gone to bed, only for Julian to awaken in the early hours of the morning due to a strange tugging sensation. Looking down towards the bottom of her bed, she could see two shadowy figures, identical to those she had witnessed emerging from the strange craft earlier that night. Suddenly realizing she could feel her sheets being pulled off the bed to expose her lower body, Julian attempted to scream, but nothing more than a hoarse and raspy sound had emerged from her mouth. This quiet whimper, however, had been sufficient to awaken her sleeping husband, at which point the two figures had immediately vanished. When questioned further by federal agents who had been tasked with attending the incident, Julian claimed the existence of these entities was common knowledge amongst the native community. She even went as far to describe a large hole bored deep into the mountain face, hidden away much further up the slopes of the mesa, which she claimed the creatures used to access the surface. Around the same time that the investigators were taking Jerry Julian's statement, separate claims of a possible alien base concealed beneath the Archuleta Mesa were being directed towards the local authorities. Security staff at the Kirtland Air Force Base began to receive a string of detailed allegations from a local businessman, stating that he had documented mysterious activity both above and below the mountain chain. Paul Benowitz was already well known to the senior officers at the base, following reports he had submitted to them of strange lights in the sky above his home in the Four Valleys district of Albuquerque. He now claimed that in addition to the lights he had filmed, he had intercepted mysterious energy emissions and radio transmissions, and that these were emanating from beneath the mesa. The businessman had also taken to conducting regular flights across the mountains in his private aircraft, photographing anything he deemed out of the ordinary. Invited onto the base to speak in person, he showed them photos of what he believed to be paths and doorways cut into the rock, miles away from any existing road or highway. He drew maps of alleged air vents and access points, and cited interviews he had conducted with the owners of mutilated cattle and locals who claimed to have been abducted in the vicinity of the mesa. But the more detail that the impassioned benefits chose to add to this ad hoc briefing, the less credibility he was extended by his audience. He began to panic, citing discussions with shadowy government agents, claiming that the extraterrestrials living below the mountain were one of 3 separate species to have visited Earth. But it was the assertion that a whole floor of the alleged alien base contained vats filled with human organs and body parts harvested by the alien visitors, which saw him ridiculed and finally escorted off the base. Shortly after this,
what are you doing, or what is something being done to you? Okay, and then I would just give lots of
as the businessman's mental health and coherence continued to deteriorate, he suffered a nervous breakdown. On the advice of doctors, his family applied to have him committed to a psychiatric facility in 1988, seemingly removing any shred of credibility his initial reports to the military may have contained. But perhaps the most amazing aspect of the stories told by Paul Benowitz is that they are by no means the only such detailed allegations of a secret base concealed beneath the town of Dulce. During the mid-1990s, a former Air Force technician by the name of Thomas Costello went public, confirming that there was indeed a hidden facility underneath the Archuleta Mesa. More incredible still was that Costello claimed that this was not an extraterrestrial base, but one constructed by the United States government, where aliens and human scientists worked together on genetic experiments. Costello related how he had been a US Air Force photographer based at Nellis in Las Vegas, but in the early 1970s had been transferred to the secret Dulce base in New Mexico. Whilst there, he was responsible for maintaining the facility's extensive surveillance network and for documenting some of the work being conducted in the laboratories. Costello even went as far as to offer photographic evidence with his testimony of what he purported to be some form of alien hybrid suspended in a vat of fluid in one of the labs. But barely had journalists time to digest his claims that the Dulce base was just one of many such facilities linked by a vast underground railroad network before he disappeared from public view altogether. However, his claims would later resurface when a further whistleblower came forward, this time from within the ranks of the Dulce Police Department itself. A former reservation police detective named Avery Tafoya, who had been researching the testimony of Jerry Julian, related how he had stumbled across the report written by federal investigators assigned to the case. To his amazement, in addition to the events described by the victim, they had included detailed drawings of a sprawling military facility, exactly where Julian claimed the hidden opening in the mountain was situated. The drawings depicted that the base had 7 different levels, including accommodation blocks, storage facilities, and laboratories. It was also serviced by an underground train network similar to that alleged by Thomas Costello. Armed with this information, Tafoya stated that he had made a number of attempts to climb the mountain and see the facility for himself, only to be defeated by adverse weather conditions on each and every occasion. Not to be deterred, he had then used a thermal camera to document strange apertures and vents built into the rock of the mountain, and recorded what sounded like large machines being operated, beneath the slope.
Thanks, Ocean Circuit helped me glad here. I believe we're with originally.
Over the years, the United States military has gone to great lengths in denying that Dulce Base exists, or that it's part of a network of hidden underground facilities. And it would seem that part of their strategy to do so has involved a concerted effort to undermine the credibility of those making the claims. The background of Thomas Costello remains shrouded in uncertainty, with attempts to locate and review his military service records seeming to suggest he never existed. Photographs associated with his testimony have proven to be forgeries, and no formal interview with him has ever been unearthed. Members of the intelligence community have also come forward and admitted to deliberately feeding false information to Paul Benowitz. It is alleged that having become uncomfortable with his obsession and surveillance of the secure Manzano weapons storage complex, the Air Force invented the fictional Dulce Base in order to distract the businessman. They even claimed to have placed machinery and fake air vents on the Archuleta Mesa for him to photograph, in order to convince him that a base existed there and draw him away from genuine military facilities. Gabriel Valdez himself has always refused to believe stories of a base at the Mesa, extraterrestrial or otherwise. Prior to his death in 2011, the former police officer told his son that he believed it was humans who had mutilated the cattle near the town, and not aliens. He cited secretive nuclear testing in and around New Mexico during the 1960s, claiming samples had secretly been removed from local cattle to test for radiation poisoning. There are equally detailed cases both for and against the existence of a base beneath the Archuleta Mesa, and the secretive work which is allegedly being conducted there. With so many stories, it is difficult to know which sources to trust. It is not beyond all possibility that the US government is in possession of secret underground military bases, constructed well away from prying eyes. But at the same time, some of the claims attached to them seem so outlandish that they push any notion of their existence towards ridicule. However, throughout this episode, we have deliberately avoided the most detailed and impassioned evidence for such an underground structure as Dulce. That of a man who claimed he was a former worker at the secretive site and had survived a horrifying battle unfolding between human and extraterrestrial forces during the excavation of what would become the eventual facility there. Join us next week as we examine the testimony of one Phil Schneider.
If you learn a new word, I mean, it's okay to look up in a dictionary, especially an English to English dictionary, to get an idea about what something means. That's okay. I just don't recommend looking like an English to like your native language dictionary. So you should be able to look up things, especially at your level. You can understand what I'm talking about. Understand my speech. You should be able to use an English to English dictionary. And in that case, yeah, so you can look up the meaning of a word and then just try to get many examples of English. If we have a good resource for listening to different examples of that. English.com, I think is the website for that. English. And so that will, you can type in a word and you can find examples of that from YouTube transcripts that you did, and you can listen to those. But yes, I would look that up, whatever those words are, and then try to get different examples in that same situation. So even in your book or wherever you're reading something, like to be like you should try to get it from the context of the story or whatever you're reading if you can, and if not, then try to just get some examples. But yeah, it's good to get more examples, write them down, that's how you remember those. Frederico says, I'm from North Carolina. Thank you for that. And also says, I want to study math in school. Yeah, and so it's the same thing. So I can be right here, like I'm at school right now. Even if I stay outside in a school parking lot, I'm still at school. But I can also be inside a physical building, and I'm in school right now. And also, just generally speaking, I can say, yeah, I'm at school, or I'm going to school, or I'm in school, even if I'm not physically there, just to talk about, like, I go to a particular school. So if I am a college student, but I'm not physically in that school, so I'm like at home right now, I'm away on vacation or something, I'm still in school, but I'm on vacation.
In our previous episode, we examined reports from various individuals who stated that there is a secret facility buried deep beneath the New Mexico town of Dulce. But we deliberately avoided the testimony of one man, who is arguably the most controversial figure in the allegations surrounding the possible existence of Dulce Base, a man who claimed he was the survivor of a war beneath the Mesa.
So, like, you could understand something further, or you could explain something further, like I could go on, or I could explain something further would be further. The farther would mean like physical distance. So if I'm walking to my house, I can keep walking farther. Right? But in general, like, so there's again a slight nuance that people might not care about, but get more examples of that. So look up more examples of both of those, and you can see how people use them correctly or differently, or it'll help you feel more confident about using them yourself. Victor, again, I've heard that what I could get kind of like
having sought shelter behind an equipment crate of sufficient size, the lieutenant now tried to take stock of the situation. At least 3 members of his platoon were gone, their bodies charred beyond all recognition, following exposure to the horrific weaponry employed by their opponents. Despite this, they had managed to push the enemy force deeper into the facility, as they had been ordered to do so, and if they could just secure the stairwell in front of them, the mission would be a success. Waving across the corridor, where 2 more of his team members were sheltering behind another crate, he began to issue a series of orders using hand signals. Moments later, the pair were up on their feet and heading towards the looming metal door, each tightly clutching a satchel charge. Their intention was clear. But before they could reach their objective, the door suddenly sprung wide open. A skeletal figure materialized from the darkness within, followed by a terrifying bright blue energy discharge from its weapon. The 2 soldiers did not even have time to cry out, as their bodies were engulfed in a ball of brilliant blue flame. Almost immediately, an infantryman further down the corridor, operating the platoon's M60 heavy machine gun, opened fire, shredding the attacker with a steady hail of gunfire. More soldiers then ran forwards, snatching up the discarded satchel charges and priming them, before hurling them in through the open doorway. There was an enormous explosion, immediately followed by a shower of dust and debris as the stairwell caved in, preventing their enemy from accessing this floor or any others which lay above them. Leaving 2 of his men to cover the collapsed structure, the lieutenant and the remainder of his platoon made their way back up through the facility towards the main loading area. But upon his arrival, he was shocked to see that 2 further army trucks had arrived, discharging several more squads of soldiers wearing black uniforms, who hurried towards the corridors from which he and his men had just emerged. Turning to his commanding officer, he abruptly inquired as to what was taking place, who this unit were, and why they were now heading underground towards the lower levels. Curtly dismissed, he and his fellow Navy SEALs could only watch on as the mysterious soldiers continued to head deeper into the base, where so many US soldiers had already lost their lives, in an effort to contain the marauding extraterrestrial threat. During the summer of 1995, Phil Schneider gave a series of lectures across the United States, in which he went to great pains to highlight to his audience the dangers of what he was doing. He spoke of the murder of his close friend, which he alleged had been made to look like a suicide. Then he related various attempts on his own life and threats to harm his family in an effort to stop him from sharing confidential military secrets with the public. But Schneider explained that his love for his country superseded any thoughts for his personal safety, that the American people had a right to know the potential dangers which their government was hiding from them. He would open his talks by explaining how he came from a family of public servants, how his father had been a military officer who worked on the Manhattan Project. Then he would reveal to those present the fingers missing from his left hand, relating how he had lost them whilst fighting to regain control of a secret military installation from extraterrestrial attackers. Schneider would hold up bizarre-looking metals and minerals, claiming that they were products of experiments which had been kept hidden from the American people. He would then explain in great detail how there was a vast network of underground military bases beneath the surface of North America, linked together by miles and miles of magnetic train tracks. Finally, he would close his lectures by saying that when his time came, just like his friend, his murder would be made to look like a suicide, reiterating that he had no wish to end his own life. Less than a year later, the impassioned public speaker would indeed be found dead in his apartment. His death, perhaps unsurprisingly to anybody who had ever heard him speak, ultimately being ruled as suicide. Much as the former Air Force Sergeant Thomas Costello had done before him, Phil Schneider told anyone who would give him the time that there was a military base hidden deep beneath the Archuleta Mesa. But unlike the enigmatic Costello, Schneider chose to deliver his evidence in a far more public manner, speaking openly to roomfuls of interested people and fielding any questions they might have concerning his account. He described how, since the end of the Second World War, the United States government had been building a vast network of underground bases around the country. Schneider explained that to his knowledge, there were 129 deep underground military bases, or DUMBs, hidden beneath the plains, mesas, and mountain ranges of North America. 9 of these were clustered in close proximity to one another, located in and around Green Lake, near the infamous Area 51 testing facility in Nevada. All of these bases were linked by a seemingly endless series of tunnels, which housed a maglev train line, allowing workers to travel between the locations at speeds of up to Mach 2. As he stood and summarized how these tunnels had been created and how each of the secret bases had been constructed, audiences found themselves visibly impressed by the level of technical detail Schneider used. Having listed his credentials as a geologist and structural engineer, he related how he had been brought onto the project to assist with the complicated and advanced construction methods being used. The maglev tunnels had not been drilled or blasted through the ground, but had instead been created using laser technology that vitrified and melted its way through the previously impenetrable rock. In order to create each base, 4 gaping holes were bored deep into the earth. Each separate floor was then blasted out of the rock before being linked up to these 4 gigantic corner shafts. And it was amidst the construction of one facility in New Mexico during the late 1970s that Phil Schneider became an unwitting participant in what would become known as the Dulce War. Schneider maintained that in August of 1979, construction on the Dulce base had begun to fall behind schedule due to issues relating to the drilling of one of the corner columns. The facility was being tunneled out beneath the southwest corner of the Archuleta Mesa, but every time the drilling teams had attempted to pass a certain depth, they found that their machinery was mysteriously failing. In an effort to discover what was frustrating the drilling operation, Schneider and a Green Beret bodyguard had been lowered into the incomplete shaft via a crane. But as soon as he stepped out of the crane basket into what appeared to be a pre-existing cave network, he had instantly realized that something was very wrong. There was a bitter and unnatural stench in the air, as the drilling operation had now allowed ancient gases to escape from the void beneath, along with a mysterious and sooty residue on the unusually smooth walls of the caves. It was at this point that a tall and slender grey figure had suddenly stepped out of the shadows in front of him, carrying what appeared to be a weapon of some description. Utterly terrified by this creature's unearthly and intimidating appearance, Schneider had used his sidearm to kill it, only for two more to then emerge out of the darkness behind. Backing towards the crane basket and firing wildly, the engineer had managed to fell one of the pair, only for the other to then use its own weapon upon him in retaliation. Schneider was instantly consumed by an eerie blue light and felt a huge jolt of electricity burst through his body, which had sent him crashing to the cave floor. When he came to, he found himself being bundled into the crane basket by the Green Beret, who then turned and engaged more of the creatures as the basket began to ascend without him. Upon his return to the surface, the doctors who treated Schneider found severe damage to both his left hand and foot, with several fingers and toes missing. After he had explained to his superiors what had taken place, he was removed from the project, but later discovered that construction had continued despite his encounter. For the next year, it was alleged that further battles beneath the mesa ensued as US Special Forces clashed with alien interlopers, who appeared intent on frustrating the construction of the base. Schneider claims that in total, 66 soldiers and countless extraterrestrials lost their lives, before an uneasy peace was finally formed between the two opposing sides. He went on to allege that the aliens who had been residing beneath the mesa had worked with humans ever since, creating numerous scientific breakthroughs which had gone on to assist mankind. Throughout 1995, Schneider continued to tour the United States, giving talks in which he listed numerous other alleged conspiracies, alongside the revelations of deep underground military bases. Over the course of these lectures, however, it soon became apparent that the former engineer was beginning to struggle with what he had started. He described how he had been involved in a shootout with federal agents, killing one in self-defense, and how an attempt had been made to kidnap his daughter in a bid to force him to stop delivering his lectures. Then, in January of 1996, 2 months after his final speech in Denver, federal agents arrived at the home of Schneider's ex-wife, Cynthia. They explained how Phil had been found dead in his apartment in Wilsonville, having apparently decided to take his own life. The agents went on to conduct a search of Cynthia's house, removing any notes or materials relating to Phil and his lectures, before then leaving. The circumstances surrounding Schneider's death have always raised questions about the speed with which the authorities moved to attribute it to suicide. Phil's body had been found slumped between his bed and wheelchair, with a rubber catheter hose having been wrapped around his neck 3 times and tied off with a knot. Both his feet were wedged hard underneath the bed, with his head resting in the seat of the wheelchair, at an angle that would not appear to have been easy or natural for him to achieve. There were traces of blood on the floor nearby, but no injuries or wounds were found on the body itself to suggest where this may have come from. When the family later asked if a suicide note had been discovered, they were told that all the papers seized from the address had now inexplicably gone missing from a police storage facility. Subsequent requests for additional toxicology testing on Schneider's remains were refused on the grounds of adverse cost, considering the cause of death had already been determined. Further and more adamant demands for these tests would also be refused, because the samples had apparently been destroyed by the laboratory which had been storing them. One detective, who later spoke privately with the family, stated that with the missing fingers on Schneider's left hand, it would have been almost impossible for him to have tied off the catheter himself. When the officer in question had shared these concerns with his superiors, he had been ordered to keep his observations to himself, before then being reassigned to a different case. It appeared that even in death, Phil Schneider was continuing to raise awkward and uneasy questions for those in positions of authority. When taken in context of the many accounts which already exist regarding a possible underground base at Dulce, the testimony of Phil Schneider appears to be compelling. Many of the experimental compounds and construction techniques he listed during the course of his lectures were mere concepts during the late 20th century, but have gone on to become commonplace in modern building work. His descriptions of the base layout and the functions of each of the 7 levels were also eerily similar to those offered by other witnesses, people whom he'd never met or associated with. And yet, even the lightest touch of scrutiny has shown his accounts to be marred by falsehoods and inaccuracies, which make it difficult to take some of his claims seriously. He made repeated assertions that his father, Otto Oskar Schneider, was a German U-boat captain who had been captured by the US Navy and then turned against the Nazi regime. Yet a cursory search of both German and American wartime records shows this to be an apparent fabrication, with Otto having been born in San Francisco in January of 1906. Similarly, his claims that the original attack on the World Trade Center involved the use of a tactical nuclear weapon, and that the occupants of Waco Ranch had been murdered using chemical weapons, have apparently been debunked. These revelations would appear to suggest that Phil Schneider was an individual prone to exaggeration, sometimes verging on the edge of delusion. But if this was the case, then where did he sustain his life-changing injuries? And what happened to the missing samples and notes he had brought with him to his lectures? Why is there so much evidence that he was silenced by unknown persons, and efforts made to present his murder as a suicide? Schneider's detractors argue that he was not a well man, and merely seized upon the alleged testimony of Thomas Costello, using it to conjure up a fantastical backstory of his own. But to his supporters, the inconsistencies in his account are explained away as the US government rewriting his family history, designed specifically to undermine Schneider's credibility and keep prying eyes away from the Dulce base. They point to the same methods used against Bob Lazar and his removal from college and employment records as an example of the lengths the US government will go to cover up such revelations. With the advent of the internet, each passing year sees more information on classified military projects slowly creeping into the public domain. It is therefore entirely possible that at some future point, evidence proving the existence of deep underground military bases will finally materialize. Or it may be that advances in technology enable investigators to finally disprove the existence of such facilities once and for all. For now at least, it seems there is a lot more digging
to be done.
About something. So I have to go to get a new suit. I got fat and now I need to get a new suit. I don't know if I would go to this place or that. So I don't know whether or not I will go to that. So I'm talking about like the location. Maybe I will go there. Maybe I will go tomorrow. I don't know if the weather will be or not. Whether or not. So there are different ways to use it. I will Google that with more examples of that, and as you get more examples, you will see. It's like I speak Arabic and I still teach English with English students. Yes. And it's either the same as any, no, because either is talking about like one or two things, but any is talking about multiple. Okay, so I don't have like any clothes at my house. So I don't have pants, I don't have shirts, hats, gloves, jackets. I don't have anything. But either is what we're talking about. I don't have a coat for the word. Right? And again, get more examples. And that's how you know something correctly. Remember, people have doubts about whether they can do something correctly or not. Whether or not. I don't know if I can use it correctly or not. So if I can't use it correctly, maybe I will not. So you need to get more examples. That's what Mark says, I'm having difficulty using between on and with. Now, I don't want to get too, like, I'm going to get too many comments over asking about specific preposition. So I would Google that, or also just go through my Canadian grammar playlist right here on YouTube. So watch all those videos, and I cover prepositions like that. Today's video is just giving a specific example about how my daughter got more nuanced understanding of something, and that's how she was able to feel more confident. She was able to kind of level up her understanding. So Gilbert says, could you turn up? You mean the volume? I think most people can hear me just fine. Just turn up your sound. It shouldn't be out of range. Thanks for your comments. Francis says, hello, can you please explain how to pronounce can and can't? Yeah, Fred, it's in there. Can and can't. But in general, yes, you're paying attention more to the content. So if I say, no, I can't. No, I yes, yes, I can do that. I can do that. Better says, what is the best way to improve speaking if you don't have communities to practice with?
Really, when I became involved in this was started out in the afternoon around probably 1:30 in the afternoon. And I received a telephone call from Rothschild running officer out of to record those notes on the record base. And he was inquiring about what would be the smallest possible casket that we could get that would be dramatically sealed. And at that time, I know that we had used like 4 feet casket for years over 4, but I thought we also made them through 6. So, he wanted to know if we had any in stock. I said, no, but if I can make a call down the road, I can have them in, by 7 o'clock the next morning on the truck. So he said, I'll get back to you. And that was the first contact that I had with the base. Then he called back probably 45 minutes or so later. And he said, I need to ask you some more questions. He said, in case something like this should happen, he said, we need to know what preparation, what your preparations are for the bodies that have been laying out in the elements, And he said, we need to know also what your treatments and other bodies are in those. Could you detail any of the treatments would it change any of the chemical breakdown of the tissues, the blood, would it make a difference? And I said, I thought probably it would. And I said, course, he knew exactly how we would treat those bodies because we have an outline from them of what we really have to do. I think he read that completely exactly what we have to do. No, I told him, I said, if you have a problem, if you want, if you have something you don't really know what to do about it, let me come out. And I'll try to help you do whatever you want to do. And he said,
I created like the idea, the process, and developed everything and did all the recording
and he
for it.
said,
But I
no,
had to
he
find
said,
a team because I don't know how to code an app. So I found a great team to help me with that. We're still continuing to improve, and future apps will also kind of use the same idea of allowing you.
So I said, well, we don't really have anything. He said, we're sitting here thinking, in case we should get involved in something like this, what would be our preparation, what should we do? And then I went to, I said, do you really want to know how we would do it? Well, yes, we would like to know. So that's when I explained to him that we would have a batch that we would fill up with a modified solution with water. And we would put the bodies in, let them stay there for 24 hours, and then take them out. And we would pack the bodies in would be a sawdust and really a lime. But we would pack them in and then wrap them into plastic bodies that would never decompose. If there was tissue, deep tissue, we would have to do it hypodermically. What it would mean is to get to the deep tissue. And we would have to aspirate the cavities if the cavities hadn't really erupted. And then put some cavities in place. So that's probably one of the procedures. Well, I think that's what they do. And I'll have to take care of them. He said, well, we don't really, right at this time, we don't really need your system. But he said, in case something like this should happen, and he said, we would be prepared, we would know what to do. Then we got back onto the subject of maybe not damaging any of these chemicals, compounds, anything with bodies or tissues, whatever. Because how do we pick bodies up like that? And what we can do not to contaminate any of it. Well, that's maybe what happened. They might have had the IP or some extra something that happened, and maybe they didn't want to keep it quiet, and they probably want to do it themselves, not be involved with it. So
Again, go back and watch it.
Well, I didn't go out to the basement. Yeah, I was curious, but then I didn't go out to the basement probably a couple hours later. And I got an emergency call. There was an airman that was in there during an accident. And I took the airman to the base. He rode in the ambulance with me. And I took him out to the emergency room.
Let's see if this goes
and that's why I became really involved after this. I didn't go out just because I was curious.
Looking good so far. We got some people in there. Look at George. The video's not even live yet. Good work. Nice to see you there, though. All right, I think we're working now. I am your Badger, the founder of EnglishCom, and the guide for the live video here on YouTube. Often I will talk about just interesting techniques for people to use the language, to learn the language more easily, faster, general idea that you should be learning English as a first language. But in this video, I just want to cover a whole bunch of phrases, a whole bunch of expressions. And I wanted to do this for two reasons. The first one is I thought these would be just like fun for you to learn the vocabulary, especially if you can learn these things the same way natives do, because it's the same way I teach my kids. And the second thing, it will also help you understand not just learning the vocabulary, but how natives use the vocabulary. So the combination of learning things and understanding how to use them the same way natives do. So let's get right into it. We're going to cover 11 of these, and this probably won't be that long of a video, but
how did you get in here? What are you doing in here?
And answer any questions. All right. So nice to see everybody there. If you do have questions, just post them in the chat. I will keep my eye on that. Some of these phrases will have rhymes in them, like I just like keep an eye on that in the chat. So it's a rhyme, and it makes it a little bit easier for you to remember these phrases. Remember, these are the same things. The natives are also teaching their kids and just remembering things in general. This is like everyday useful advice, but for you, it's useful advice, and you get to learn the vocabulary. So all right, let's get into it. So the first one, really good rhyme, and very simple as well. No pain.
Stood there for a minute. We turned around and evidently missed the blade for somebody else.
Now you might have heard this before, but you can see how a very simple English expression can teach a lot or share a lot. So no pain, no gain. So there's the rhyme right there, very easy to remember. No pain, no gain. But basically what we're talking about is in order to get something, you need to have some kind of, you got to pay for it somehow. So this is another way of saying no free lunch. There's no free lunch. For any time, like if you're actually doing physical exercising, if you want to get your muscles bigger or just become more, build up your strength, then you're going to have to go through a little bit of pain to get that. So no pain, no gain. As I said, these are actually quite simple and they're really quite easy to remember. As you'll see as we go through the list, but really these are some very simple things. And once you understand it, you can also apply it to many different situations. So I can talk about no pain, no gain for my kids as they're doing studying or something like that. So my older daughter Aria is now learning Japanese characters, and she's learning to write in English and Japanese. And as she does that, there will be times where she gets frustrated. And I know the same thing for me, and I remind her, hey, no pain, no gain. So sometimes we have to do things we don't really like so much in order to do this. So it could be no pain, no gain, or studying, learning something, or work, or sports, or really anything. So we have to usually give up something to get something. Right? I try to make English as painless as possible for people, but typically this holds true. No pain, no gain. If I don't see any questions about particular vocabulary, I will just keep moving. All right, pretty simple, no pain, no gain. Also, if you arrive late, or you just want to know what we'll be covering, you can click on the links, or actually on the vocabulary listed in the description down below.
That's when I saw.
All right, what do we have for?
They had. Because I've seen him do this.
All right, this is another really useful expression. Again, I thought these, I had this kind of collection. I had to spend a while looking for some good things. But this is one I've also taught my children.
Some degree that was probably 2.5 to 3 feet, long, but probably high. That was propped up on the side.
Righty tighty, lefty
loose. Kind of the shape of maybe like a half canoe.
Now this is a phrase that people use to remember which way to turn a screw. So when you're using like a screwdriver, you're trying to turn something. We want to turn, so we're looking at the screw, and that's the screw and the ball. You want to turn to the right. Turn to the right. So turn to the right to make it tight. So we push the screw in, and then if we want to make it loose, we turn to the left. So this is every screw. So right tight.
Designed or something. Kind of reminded me
so if you want to make something tight, you turn to the right. And if you want to unscrew that, you turn to the left. Very simple. Now, Lucy, this is not actually a word. You will get probably spell check on that. But again, this is for the purposes of remembering this. The regular word is just without the line there. But this is, I suppose you could also remember it as like right tight, left loose, but it sounds a little, sounds less fun. So especially for teaching kids to, showing them how to do something right tight, left loose, right tight, left loose. As the MBO says, can I use English to dictionary to get fluency? Well, fluency requires a lot more than just knowing some vocabulary. You also have to be prepared to use it, and also prepared to understand different natives when they say various vocabulary, or even if they say vocabulary that develops in unexpected ways. So they might pronounce it less clearly. Let's say like so here's a perfect example from this. This is a Japanese example, but it's the same idea. So I could study look at this middle character right here. These two are pretty easy to read. This middle one here. Now I'm gonna draw the actual writing character here just so you can see what it looks like. But it's a lot different from how it looks on the page. So if I'm going to draw it like this, so this is supposed to be this.
Well, but
you really wouldn't, yes, exactly. So, but you wouldn't like know what that is just look at the character. And so when you have something like that, it's the same thing in English. So you could have you could know some English. You're hearing some English in a lesson, and you understand the teacher very clearly, but other people might not be so clear. So when I look at this bottle, the first time I'm like, oh, I don't understand what that character is supposed to be. But after I learn, now I understand what that is. So again, it's the same thing. Just looking up the definitions of things in dictionaries is useful, and it will be helpful to learn vocabulary, but it's different from actual communication. So it's part of the process, but really the number one thing you need to do is make sure you understand the vocabulary like a native. And you become more used to understanding vocabulary as you learn it like a native, and as you hear more natives using that vocabulary. Okay, so you those two things. That's the core. So that's why I'm trying to give you examples here, so we begin like writing tightly, writing tightly, inclusive, easy thing you can understand visually. And that's why children learn these phrases. I think even in like a video, my older daughter Aria learned this from just a video for a song for little kids. Let's see, Danny says, we mess up different things. Well, this just means to confuse something or to take something. Like if I take this character right here, and now I just messed it up. So I've changed it in some way, or I made it worse, or I've taken it and destroyed it somehow. So you take typically something that's like nice and clean and ordered, and then you're so you could see that in many different situations. I encourage you to look for more, but again, that's the same way we want to look up regular vocabulary. We want to get lots of different examples of that. So this video, I don't want to cover even more vocabulary. I want to stay focused on the stuff we're talking about, but that's the thing. Right, tight, left, loosey. Hopefully that makes sense.
No fingernails.
But let me know if you have anything you still don't understand about the specific vocabulary we're covering here. I think somebody just asked how often these are. Typically, these lessons are maybe once a week, maybe. It just depends on when I have time to do them. So next week will probably be Monday, my time, so it's now Friday morning in Japan. All right, this is another one, probably less common than you might not know, but maybe speakers know this. And this is because three.
There's only two small boxes on each side of the head.
I really could never write and talk about
some way that might cover both of those. But there was not a.
Now again, this is a useful phrase for just while you're out hiking, you're traveling around out in nature, and you see any kind of, you see plants like this, like leaves of trees. So if you see leaves of trees, let it be because it might be poison. So this is like for poison oak, or poison ivy, poison sumac, that kind of thing. So anytime you see plants like this, especially if you like to go hike with leaves of trees, let it be, like that beetle song. So let it be, is just leave it as it is, don't touch it, let something. All right, but let it be even by itself is a really great expression. Like if your kids are asking you lots of questions, I'd say, hey, let me be, let me focus on what I'm doing right now. Let me, or let them
bring your hands and she said,
let it be. All right, let me go back and check the chat, make sure everybody's still following us here. Mahmoud says, I am an Egyptian. This is a beginner in English. I cannot understand everything you say, but I have a wish
so when I saw her, she was
and there's a rule to know how to pronounce some words after some words. Like, how can I pronounce he after the word? There's a function or not next to solve.
She said,
you should get
I asked her that question, which is the doctor, and she said, I don't know that. She said,
click on the link in the description below this video. Get the app, and it will teach you all about how to pronounce things. And it will teach you the rules without you consciously studying. You will just automatically absorb them by playing with the app. So if you'd like to pronounce things correctly, and it sounds like you do,
examination and
get the app. It's awesome. I spent a lot of time building it to make sure people had a perfect resource for that. So get the app. All right. Olga says, thanks so much for your help. I'm a big fan from Brazil. You are the best. Again, you would say this is a big mistake I see people make. Thank you, Tiago, for that. But you would say you.
I had to get back to
remember you were apostrophe. You can test whether apostrophe is correct or not if you can remove the apostrophe and then you have like you are. So the full word you are. If you just say your, that's like mine. Like this is my heart. Yes, I'm sure you probably got that correct, but a lot of people still make these mistakes, and embarrassingly, natives make them a lot as well. I think people get worse over time, like young people today. They're just, I feel like an old man talking about like these young kids, you know, they can't use this properly. They often make simple mistakes like this. All right, hopefully this makes sense. Leaves a 3. All right, moving along here. Race number 4. All right, this is an interesting one, more useful for people in the United States. Spring forward.
This is my forward. And that was extended. So then I
spring forward, fall back. Now this is for in the United States, and I don't know if other countries use daylight savings time or not. So the United States does change the time in the spring and the fall, so that way we basically get more hours of daylight. So for daylight savings time, this is spring forward and fall back. So these are both like interesting phrasal verbs as well, but we're playing on the name of the season here. So when you spring forward, you're actually moving forward. So we turn our clocks ahead 1 hour. When we fall back, we turn our clocks back 1 hour in the fall. So spring forward and fall back. So fall back can also be word for moving back, like if I'm fighting someone, but I'm retreating like this, it falls back as well. Use the back part, spring forward, jump. It's spring forward and fall back. Spring forward and fall back. So this is useful for me when I'm speaking with people back in the United States because Japan does not change their times during the year. Spring forward, fall back. All right, pretty easy. Pretty easy. All right, fine. Let's see here. All right, here's another simple one. You may have heard this before, but an apple.
Well, she hadn't missed it. She feels like, she wants to talk, but she feels like I would like to hear from you.
An apple a day keeps the doctor away. You will also hear dentist.
Why she wasn't able to contact me.
And this is a basic meaning of being healthy, but specifically eating apples, like trying to be healthy, keep yourself healthy by eating an apple. And now we have again another useful phrasal verb to keep something away. You're trying to push something away for yourself, like there's a dog trying to bite you, and you try to keep him away. Trying to push him back. So we want the doctor to stay away. That way we don't have to go see the doctor if we remain healthy. So an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Yes, there are many of these phrases. Wakey, wakey, rise and shine. I wanted to do stuff that specifically had rhyme in
he
it
called
because it makes this easier to
to
remember.
see if my
All
father
right,
was
some of these
in
actually
the
they do not have rhymes, but they're just very useful.
and
An apple a day keeps the doctor or the
there was
dentist
a black sergeant
away.
in the
An apple
base.
a day keeps the doctor away.
Came to his office,
All right, pretty
was
easy.
inquiring about who my parents were, my mother and my father, if I had any brothers or
So whenever you
sisters.
learn, like, you hear an interesting expression like that, look at the pieces of that. So see if that can help you understand something like phrasal verb that you did not understand before. All right, what are we at now? 6. This is a slightly trickier one, but pretty actually easier to understand. Again, I'm trying to talk and write at the same time.
But he didn't, they evidently didn't explain why I was in trouble. So, first thing my father did, he was
Stitching time saves 9. Here, I'll write the word out for you.
said we had to talk, because he and I were very close.
Typically, when we're writing letters or writing numbers, we write the numbers out like 1 to 9 like this, and then once we get to 10, we start using numbers like numerals like this. So we would write out 1, 2,
like you got involved in something that you had no business getting involved in.
And some people will also use numerals just to make it easier and more obvious.
So I told my father the story.
A stitch in time saves 9. Have you heard this before? This is an interesting expression. It's a little, maybe, it's not, I guess it's not really uncommon, but I suppose the people definitely know what this means. So a stitch in time. So first of all, to do something in time, remember we've got like, let's just imagine a time period here. So any time.
So that was
within this time period, this would be in time. So I'm doing something in time, doing something in time. And that just means from the start point until something else happens. Right? So the idea here is that let's say I've got like a pair of pants. It's short or something. I've got pockets on the back of them. And there's stitching. If we look very closely, you can look at like your, even like here's my shirt right here. So you can see the stitching on the inside of this, the stitching. So the stitch, each time we stitch something, this is where we take the needle, little needle with the thread. So we pass that through to stitch something up, to fix something like that. Stitch something. So a stitch in time saves 9. Means that if we have maybe even a small problem, like there's a small rip or a small hole or something, we should fix it now. So a stitch in time, so that means we should fix it. If we have a problem, we should fix that thing now before it gets bigger. Okay? So if we fix something now, so a stitch, if we do the stitch here or here or here or here or here, before it really moves, that's much easier. It's easier to do 1 stitch than to do 9 stitches after there's a big problem. Okay? So if I have my pocket here and I notice a little hole or something, I should fix it now before the quick stitch. Or I can wait, and then maybe, oh no, the hole gets bigger, and now I have like a pocket, it's kind of like hanging off of my ball. So if I fix it quickly, then I don't need to deal with a bigger problem later. Okay, so the bigger problem will require 4 stitches. So instead of 1 stitch, now I have to do 9 stitches. It will take more time to solve the problem. Okay. Now you can see how this would be applied in many different situations. So we have a stitching time saves 9, or here's a physical example of it. We might also talk about this like in business. If we have an issue with something, maybe we see, oh no, there's like a problem with some business situation, some like accounting. It looks like a small problem right now, but if we don't solve that, then it will become a bigger problem in the future. So it's better to fix it now, stitching time saves. And there would be many ways to express the same idea. This is just one of them. A stitching time saves. And what's nice about all these phrases, these expressions, it's called proverbs or sayings that I'm teaching you here. You can just use them in a conversation when something happens. So if you're talking to a person about like a business situation, and like they say, oh,
the one that hadn't been
maybe we shouldn't do this now, or maybe we still have time
to a
to
great
do
extent.
something where they say, no, it's not really a big problem. I say, well, let's take your time saves now. Then they would think, okay, maybe we should try to fix that thing now. All right. But it's great as an English learner using your brain. So stitching time saves 9. You can just use this anytime you're giving advice about something, encouraging people to take action now rather than wait until let me check comments. It's nice to see we are rolling through over here. All right, Hilda says, what's going on, Drew? Just in time. Lesson must be very useful. Well, tell me, hopefully it's useful for you. Also, if there are any specific topics that I have not covered, or there's something you still don't understand and you'd like me to cover, let me know, and that could very well become a new lesson. Cornelio says, very good. Nice to see you. XDL. Well, today is Chinese New Year. Oh, yeah, that's right. We have the Lantern Festival here in Nagasaki, so we actually have lots of really big Chinese lanterns and lots of big characters made out of paper lanterns. So many people come to see that. Let's see, my says, how do you rhyme the saying helps improving communication? Well, think about it this way. Each time you learn a new word or phrase, you feel more confident about that particular thing. And so in a conversation, if you don't feel confident about something, you won't use it. So what I'm doing here with these things is I'm using a larger phrase or larger expression or saying to help you learn like individual pieces of the vocabulary. It could be phrasal verbs or vocabulary, but it becomes easier to remember as you're learning them together. Right? So a stitch in time saves 9. So you're learning a little bit of culture, you're learning a little bit of just good advice, you're learning the vocabulary, and you're hearing how a native would pronounce these things. So you're getting all of these things together in one phrase, and that's why I selected these things to teach. Okay, so as you review these things, you learn more expressions like this, like, oh, that's a good phrase, and it helps me understand some other vocabulary as well. Vocabulary inside you. But part of this is, or I guess another big part, is understanding how native speech works. Because a learner might say something much longer in this expression or in this situation when you really can say something very simple. So a learner might say, we should solve this problem now before it gets big. Maybe it is. We should solve this problem, or we should fix this thing before it becomes a bigger problem. So it's a much longer way of expressing the same idea. So that's why we have, because this is a common thing, a problem is small, usually problems start small, so they get bigger if you don't handle it. Okay, so this is another reason. Really, there are many good reasons why this is helpful for developing fluency. But remember that you develop fluency in individual phrases. Okay, that's why I'm just showing you as an example. So if you feel confident about this, like, oh, look at that, a stitch. Like, now I know the word for that one little mark on a piece of clothing. So we have this piece of fabric connected to this piece of fabric, stitch, 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 stitch. Those are all stitches. It's the same thing when you go, like, let's say I have a scar on my face. I cut my face, and I fell off on my bike, and I cut my face. I need to get stitches. Same idea. So this is me over here. I have a big cut on my face. Look at that blood dripping out of there. I just get some stitches. Close that up. Okay. So as you're learning the vocabulary, you feel more confident about many different things. Helping you develop a network in your mind that makes you feel very confident because you understand the vocabulary very well. Okay. And then you'll feel more confident about using it. So you should be thinking about this as you learn all kinds of things. So whatever vocabulary you're learning, you want to learn it until you feel confident. Get more examples, or get like examples of this expression, whatever the vocabulary is for you. All right, Dana says, give him a thumbs up. His job is incredible. Well, thank you very much, Dana. I appreciate that. Neil's back. Saving 9 or saves 9? Well, it saves 9, remember, save that, like to save you from doing something. All right, and again, this is, you can see how like the native English is compressed. We can remove many words from the sentence. But what we're basically saying is a stitch in time saves you from having to do 9 stitches. Okay, so a stitch in time saves you from having to do 9 stitches. Or having to make 9 stitches. Or having to stitch 9 times. All right. So save 9 stitches. So we're not saving like in 9 something, like we're talking about how many stitches. So either you do 1 stitch now, like let's say I have a scar on my face, or not a scar, not a face, just a cut on my face like this. So if it's a small cut, then I should get 1 stitch on there, and then my skin will heal. But if I don't put stitches in it, then maybe the heel of the cut will get bigger. Maybe I catch my face on something and it just like rips my face or something. It's pretty awful. But hopefully it's more memorable that way. But anyway, that's the idea. So either we fix it now with a small action, or we wait and we have some bigger action later when the problem is okay. So that's it. So a stitch in time. So if we do 1 stitch now, then we don't have to do 9 stitches. And there are many ways of expressing this, but this is what I wanted to do because it rhymes. All right. So a stitch in time. So in time, again, the reason we're using in time here rather than on time is because there isn't like a specific time we need to use. Usually there's like a window, an area, a span of time. All right. So if, like, let's say if I'm just walking outside and I have this, like, I have like a small hole in my pants. Maybe I can walk for a long time and it's not a big problem. So there's a window, a span, an area, and amount of time where there is no problem. That's why we say it's in, like in this time, so in within this time. So I'm not trying to do it on time because I don't know when the bigger problem might happen. All right. But when we say in time, we're talking about from now until something else like has a bigger issue. Okay. So let's say today, right now, I have a hole in my pants, right? And maybe this whole week is fine, but maybe one day I'm walking and I walk next to a rose bush and there's a thorn. So here's this little rose bush with a thorn on it, and I walk by this thorn and this thorn gets stuck in my pants over here, and it makes it. Now I have like a huge hole in my pants. So we don't know when that will happen. So that's why we can't say something is on time because we don't know when it will happen. But probably something bad will happen at some point. That's the idea. So if you notice a problem, so if I see there's a hole here, I should fix it now rather than waiting until that time when it becomes a big problem. Right. So now when the hole got really big because the thorn got in the hole when I was walking and ripped my pants. Okay. A lot of writing on the board here. Everybody getting this though? Those are all good questions. But you see how fluency develops as you ask questions because you really want to understand the vocabulary. So you say, why did you say this and not that? And once you understand, okay, now I get it. That's when you feel confident about speaking. So you don't become a confident speaker simply by repeating phrases. You become a confident speaker by understanding what you okay. When you understand something really well, you feel confident that you will use it correctly. All right, that's the basic.
That's the one thing you could do. I would suggest the first thing.
Hello, Russia and C says, how many ways to pursue different confidence? I don't know.
I would suggest that you contact
to chase something. You could be pursuing your career, or police could be pursuing a criminal. I don't want to just like listen here. Olympics says, excuse me, but I love your whole cake. Like when I say the word, okay, is stitch the same as so? Yes. So when you're sewing something, sewing is like the act of
But I
putting
said, the only
stitches.
thing I know the kid do is
So I could sew something, and each time I sew, like making this whole thing, that's sewing. But a stitch is when individuals look
and that's what I suggested to do.
all right, so I go like there and back, that's one stitch. So connecting one thing to something else, that's a stitch. Same thing. But let me know if this makes sense. I'm glad you're asking questions. First task every day is eat the frog in the morning. That's interesting. I've never heard that before. That is can you take a look to vocabulary? Can you take a look to vocabulary? What's your question?
Well,
You're asking if I can do something, or
what
asking
I suggested that. The mortuary house, I suggested this.
Marcy says, hello, teacher. I'm from Brazil. God bless you too. Welcome to the party. Elder says,
and I said,
yesterday I watched a video about walkie-talkie radio nowadays.
We need our service. Yeah.
Radio, and my live stream with 12 guys
He said, no, this is
from different English-speaking countries. It was awesome. Yeah. Again, it's another example of natural variability. Where you
then I said, well, first thing you better do, you better get a hold of that dog. I know you.
All right, but yeah, I don't think walkie-talkies are known now as handwritten. I think it's actually two different things because you still have, there are walkie-talkies that are still a thing where you're just communicating with somebody else, and I think handwritten is a different thing. But correct me if I'm wrong. All right, we're moving along here. About halfway done.
You go to Sunset Creamery, buy all the dry ice.
All right, number, let's see, 7.
Whatever the problem is.
Now, this is an interesting expression. This is pretty funny that I heard 2 years ago in California. It might be still used over there as well, but it doesn't matter if you're living in California or not. I thought this was an interesting expression. I would share this with you. So if Brown
but they would come and the things so offensive, they were afraid they were gonna upset everybody in. So they moved him over to him. And that's the last thing she didn't bring about him too.
Okay, another set of rhymes here. Now, this is again from California where they have problems with water shortages. And so people trying to conserve water, they want to keep water, not waste the water. So this is talking about going to the toilet in California. So I thought that was just, I remember hearing this, I said, oh wow, that's like an interesting phrase. So if it's brown, flush it down. And if it's yellow, so mellow is just like, yeah, just let it sit there, relax. Like, yeah, I have a very mellow disposition. So mellow is also what we're talking about. So if you do a in the toilet, you should flush that down. Don't keep that sitting in the toilet. But if you just, just pee, then we can let that sit there for a while. That way we can conserve water for when there's like a big thing. All right, so I thought that was very interesting. And when I heard it, of course, I remembered it very quickly. And I did my best to conserve water by flushing down the brown and letting it
that's what Robbie's about. And I was the minority
incidentally,
was
related to this,
the radio
pee
station.
should really be yellow. Yellow
station
probably
KGFL. And
you don't want like yellow.
we got a word
Get more water in your
rancher himself. Word of the I beg your pardon, it was UFO. Of course, it wasn't released until Walmart's PIO.
Brown, flush it down, and it's yellow.
So we
Again,
thought
just like we had to let it be before,
because I
like we use it 3 times B, so let something be something.
If I look at the camera instead of you, that's would be easier. Okay, so that's it. Be that as it may,
So you were aware of
What do we have? We're not right now. There, another good one. Good advice. Remember some vocabulary.
other sources. As a matter of fact, whether I should say this or not, but it was true. We get out the
And you can see already in these phrases, these expressions, how often the phrasal verbs are used, like throwing something out, throw something out. This is when you're talking about food, so if you see some food and you don't know if it's old or not, and you open your refrigerator door,
I was there. I was on the refrigerator and got some impression that we
something.
We ran
Yeah,
in.
I pick it up and I think,
It was the very next
I
morning.
don't know if that's
Some
good or
other
not.
person
So
probably
when in
in
doubt, so when you are in doubt, you are unsure
He
about
said,
something, throw it out.
You understand that
If
you
you're
have
unsure
some
about
information.
whether it's good or not, then
You want to assure you that
get rid of that.
if you release it
Get
on this matter, it's not supposed to be released. It's very possible that your license
to
is
dispose of that thing, to get rid.
And so we suggest.
You'll hear this a lot, we need to get rid of
So
something.
when I mean in jeopardy, my favorite phrase
This
is.
problem, we need to get rid
Did,
of.
was there any suggestion when you got that phone call? I mean, did Walt Whitmore hesitate about releasing information? Did he say, well, we're not gonna release it, but we might release it? So,
That's a part I don't like, but when you doubt, for now,
See, W. Whitmore was doing my work.
same idea. Get rid
I
of it.
did
You
my
can probably
office
read
He was a great nighttime worker and
in your own
he
expression.
came home
Well,
about 6 o'clock
to
at night.
get
to talk
rid
to
of
me about the
something
radio.
you don't like, but
Time
think of
to
the
your 6
rhyme for it, I just like this one.
so you got a phone call from Washington.
Yes.
Another thing
And they
related
told
to
you that your license was in
get
jeopardy.
rid of hurdle.
Did you?
Yes, so that's another expression, like, but typically in life, you can't just get rid of the hurdle. Or go around them, I suppose. But yeah.
I don't even remember who it was who identified himself.
So scuba divers must control the hydration every day. Well, really, everyone
Because
control
we've already made such a stir
drink
about
lots of water. It's good
the
advice.
release of this even in this.
All right, when in doubt, throw it out.
And so in other words, the pipe went on this way, but this was not unusual for me because I had been down here for a couple of years at that time in
All right.
Minneapolis. And
Let's
with
see.
things like
Number 9.
air crashes,
Nice, easy
water
one.
airplanes, or problems of that sort, it was not unusual for us to talk to the people
Even me right
and then
now.
say, okay, we've got a release date on this, and not before this time. Of course, we always fought it because we always tried to take care of the afternoon newspaper.
Another great rhyme.
Well, that was
Very
one of my
simple,
questions.
easy to remember.
When you got the phone call from
You're doing
Washington, was there
something
any thought about going in to release the story
in a
anyway?
hurry,
You
not
just
doing
immediately
something very well, so you could cause a problem. You didn't have to go back.
So when you got the phone call, that was it.
All right, this is, it's kind of similar to a stitch in time, save time, but instead of having a
We
small
already have
problem,
those findings
the
out
problem
there.
is just trying to do things too quickly. All right, so take your
Weather
time.
balloons.
If you do something too quickly, maybe
So that was it.
maybe it will not
Funny
look so
is
good or
I
whatever.
was
So
unable, I never did
just
see
joking
the
because this is
material.
the problem I have. I don't like taking time to write things clearly on the board. So haste makes waste.
So I'm saying you hit out, or Walt Whitmore hit out,
Write
miles
things
overnight.
clearly, so it's easier.
Oh, yes, and it was W.
So haste
Yes.
makes
Same.
haste makes waste. And these are the kinds of expressions.
So he had the 45-minute wire
He has a
recording.
bunch of them,
That's
as I mentioned. Is
I don't
because it
know how
really
long
shows
it
you
was.
how short it
In
is.
those days, the
You
water
can make
recorders always,
things, it still sounds very much like
if you recorded 15 minutes, you took it back.
Don't rush, take your time, even shorter than don't rush.
3.75 or whatever.
Don't rush.
Do you remember whatever happened that wire recording was erased?
No, I haven't. At that particular time,
But what I like about this phrase is it has
on
the
this,
advice here, like
and
haste
because there were
makes
people who
waste. So this is the result of this. So if you are
well thought of
being
people
too
who
hasty,
were pretty well
you're
convinced,
too
and
fast, or not paying
myself was one of
attention,
them, and I
or
knew all
you're
of
in
those
too much of a hurry,
we had remotes out there, and we did lots of broadcasts out.
makes waste. Haste makes
So,
waste. All right, Patty says,
I don't think
"Your
it's-
speaking
I think
sound
we
of a
just
good
decided
native
for Walt,
why am I not able to
so
understand other natives?
we would sit
You
tight,
speak fast and I'm
except
unable
whatever it was,
to,
even though
or
in our
break the
innermost
conversation.
mind,
Thanks for
we
waiting.
had real
Yeah.
something.
So this is the common problem that a lot of people have.
Had they ever created a story like this?
I think we're done with this one.
Have you ever created one?
Had they ever
No,
created a
haste is
story?
quite common, especially like don't be too hasty. You will hear that.
Not in this
Hear that a
particular way,
lot.
because this was a highly unique experience.
Or
However,
too hastily.
and I say we were used to it because
If you are actually sure about how common the word is, just Google it and see how many results you get. I'm sure you
But yeah,
probably
precise, but that was a total fight. I would say so, it certainly was as far as we were concerned. There was no time limit.
109 million.
They didn't say it was such a
109
big
million example. So again,
I can't ever be sure about, see, I just got down to 46 when I came down to those.
ChatGPT, but ChatGPT
So I haven't run into that.
lots appropriate in this example.
We were in the
Because you
business
really
side.
want to see how many examples you really are allowing. If you look for words like that, this is how you expand your vocabulary.
Lincoln Lights and
So
all
very
that
quick
sort of
note,
stuff.
since people
We held, we
almost
sat
every
on this.
video I say, or I don't say, but I get this comment from people where they say, Drew, I can really
People ask
understand
me
what you're
for
saying, but I have trouble teaching the after your body. Explain that very quickly again. Remember, they're at different levels
Colorado
of English.
last week.
And
the guy
the level that I'm using down here
all of a
is
sudden
slower.
he's a fan, and I sent him the book
So it's
more.
slower.
And so
It's easier because I'm making my sounds very clear.
The funniest thing was, as far as I
And the
was,
vocabulary I'm using is,
people say,
it's typically
you
stuff
think
that
it's good? I
things
said,
that people
I don't know.
So
I'll
we
tell you
do
this,
vocabulary
it's
is,
hard for me to believe.
so it's higher
in this
in like the
exceptionally small area.
and we also have
We're
like
the
the
only people that
pronunciations, like you could call it the accent, we'll
So
call
there
it
are another thing that
to keep it short, more pronunciation.
I have a friend.
And then we also
I
have
had a lot of hours.
being different. So if you have different speed,
I don't know how many
different
hours.
pronunciation, and different vocabulary, it's basically like a different language.
He said he saw something off the
So
left.
it's like one vocabulary, one way of speaking for teachers, and another way of speaking for natives. So it's higher,
He said,
more
well,
difficult.
we did. This is something.
So
He puts his own business
often
in.
what I do in these YouTube
So,
videos is explaining
W.
tips
Whitmore
about how
had
to
to travel
learn,
over.
or I might share some vocabulary like in this video or some strategies
Only one that
for any kind of specific skills for that. Pronunciation, English, that kind of stuff. But really to get here to here, so how to understand natives and actually become a more confident speaker, you have to go through basically a series of steps that help you understand and move from here to here. So like this is hearing, as an example, we want to take for understanding the speed. Like
Did the
I would
military
say
come
something
to pick him up,
so
or
you
did Whitmore take him
but then you
to
hear maybe a few natives.
Would it be fair to say that
Whitmore
surrendered to the military, or
Yes.
Or you might hear it pronounced or said, excuse me,
Unless you're.
in a different way. So I got to talk about this video, like to dispose.
I think so.
Like to dispose of something, to get rid of the trash, to dispose of
Hiding
trash.
rather from the military or from your riot. We just had a good story.
So Whitmore was more worried about protecting his story than the military finding what Brown
It's the
was.
same situation here, but there are different ways of expressing it. So you might learn from a teacher, like remove,
So it happened that it was all for nothing.
to remove the trash.
Okay, so that next morning, Whitmore decided he wanted to go out to the trash.
The natives might say
No,
dispose of the trash, or conversationally, to get rid of the trash or to throw it out.
Went out to the crash site, or?
So if you're learning these expressions, your different
I know
ways
we
of
could
expressing things, then you will be
So
prepared.
you follow the back roads out toward
You will understand people more easily.
what happened when you got out toward the
understand
trash.
movies and TV shows and newspapers.
I wasn't there.
Things like that. So this is
Well,
what
if
we
we
do.
had the whole thing, you use the word recorded for it, like, so that might be pretty well. I
So
didn't
if
think
you're
that.
wondering, how do I understand natives, how do I learn to communicate like that? Just learning this way, and it's not just me, like many of the people that will help me learn some English here on YouTube. They
You say
will
another
give
guy,
you
you
this
have
kind
remember
of
who that was?
So most of the lessons are, it's slower English,
You went out,
easier to understand, they're probably not giving you lots of different vocabulary.
how did they do that?
Lesson about vocabulary. So you can't, if you're only getting this, you're not gonna get it. Okay? It's quite
Were they in a
difficult
Jeep, or in a car?
up to here in a single jump. And most people, English learn,
As you approach,
because
you
if they go to an English lesson,
road,
they
make
try
it
to
down.
watch an English movie, it's like
As
a
a matter of
different
fact,
language.
the reason I'm so vague, I don't need
So to prepare yourself for that, to get used to that's why we have these series of steps. And actually, they're easy to do, but you just, it's like if I have to try to jump up to one stairs much higher than where I am, it's going to be very difficult.
Part of the reason
But if I
why
have
I'm
a bunch of small steps,
Well, you didn't get out.
it's not easy to get back.
turned around at that point.
Get back to
So
Rob.
this is why, if you're listening to me or other people
And I
on
was
YouTube or like a podcast or anything else, if you're only listening to
Let's say it wasn't
English
important.
lessons,
We wanted, we wanted.
it's going to be very difficult for you to understand English.
Of course, by that time.
You have to find a way to do this individually with me, you do it by yourself. It's possible to do it, but we must. Okay.
Consider stuff you turn on.
All right, I want to get that question off.
Well, one of the things that I still remember specifically is
All
the
right.
material they said was as thin as the wrapper on a Lucky Strike package. But she couldn't put it
in, so
We twisted it and scrunched it up together and we'd come back to something. We tried to burn it.
What you would say, good act.
It was a good mystery to a small town.
It's better
Of course, we had a
to
large.
learn more examples of things. You
We
have
had a
leaders
lot of
pronounce things or say things differently. You will become
Notice any
natural. You will
extraordinary military
answer the questions you have that stop you from speaking, because it's really a lack of confidence, vocabulary,
So the one fanatics, you can tell himself.
Oh, very well.
All right, see you back. Hi, Drew. It's nice to be
Back to the
alive.
old days.
Thanks, always been great to Lashes.
And I think it's had on the East Coast.
I don't know. Google that expression and see what you get.
And we were not.
Miss Guadalupe says, hello there. I'm writing from Mexico right now, so you would say writing like W.
After that,
Now,
we got
I'm
into
on
the
vacation,
all.
but I live in the USA. You say I'm
We were kind of respectful.
on vacation.
People, long-time guys, ranchers, and people like that. We saw some of
Let's
this.
see if I should get
They had no reason to. They had no reason to
speaking.
hit anybody. So,
Slowly,
I'm
clearly.
saying, you'll pick up and watching these lights come back.
MC, nice to see you at last. I was waiting for your video call last week. Well, I apologize. Yes, I don't.
Was it the nature?
Maybe I will have a schedule at some point.
Around the state,
Like,
what was the general reaction?
I know that's inconvenient for people, but I've been trying to
Other
give
balloons would be
some
unlocked.
people more advice about when I do this. So again, the next video should probably don't like send me a bad email if it's not, but it should probably be next Monday and time around
The other
this.
balloons per se were not.
Tina says the first time I can't understand you, but
So you
now
didn't buy that
I know you.
explanation?
We really did.
You mean like the first time I could
It
not
was scattered up there, you don't know.
understand? Is that what you mean? So if you
Wasn't right.
couldn't understand you,
You were able to see
now you
it.
can understand me.
Something goes down and there's a hell
Oh,
of a
it says, I admire your way of teaching. So you would say, I would
Did you ever have
admire
a
your
chance
way
to talk
of
to, say, Colonel Blanchard or anything about the dates after this event and subsequent years?
your way of.
Heard anything from them? Maybe it's something to you like, oh,
Because I understand clearly
Well,
all the
Blanchard
words you say.
the first time I came across him, because he had served under my elbow, he was a general in the Air Force.
All right, get a spam in the chat over here. Pat says, thank you very much. I got it. I've gotten to practice my speaking and listening more and more. Remember, speaking practice actually comes from understanding. So you should really think about it as understanding practice. So your brain will make connections. Again, it's the same thing. When I look at this water, I gave this example.
I don't know why we didn't.
But if you look at this thing, sometimes the Japanese characters are written like a calligraphy, a little bit messy way, because that was more interesting. Whatever for the situation, it's like English fonts, so they will be written differently because they need something different. And so they have. When you just look at it like this, it's hard to know what.
What's the chances that
if you just say, oh, like, can you try to write?
Wire
Then it would be difficult even to look at this.
I
and
do
try to
not
copy
know in
what it
retrospect
said.
why I did.
But if you know what it said,
Just figured it
as
was
you
a
get
death
more
story.
examples, you make that connection in your mind.
Like
me,
before
when I
that,
learned
was writing says.
this water has been around for many years, I think, with this like brand of water.
Rancher never said, hey, I was out and I
But
was
just a
driving and I
natural
saw this.
mineral water.
This is what it looked like. and
But I
I
couldn't
figured out
figure out
what it was.
that. I didn't know what it said, but after I learned the kanji, now I understand what they say. So I'm getting another example of that thing that helps me understand.
I don't think that
So you
he
don't,
himself,
I don't get better
but
trying to like write this in a messy way. So someone like, draws or something like that, and I spend my time trying to draw that. Like, no, that's just one example of something. I should look at other examples and maybe other people first draw it like, oh, look at that. They really just mean numbers, but they wrote it in like fancy art way. So that's why it's really important to get lots of examples. Another fact with this, when I came to Japan, I heard
bizarre stories.
Like I look at my phrase book and try to learn some Japanese. I learned in the morning to say to people. And I hear a lot of people say, I hear some people say that, but a lot of people just like, I said, oh wow, look at that. They can just say,
so basically,
whatever.
All you really know is a little bit of what
that gave me an example of the example that you get in a textbook.
And attempted yourself to go out inside and turn back. And we see the phone call. Now, you sure we put the answer on that?
Change it or pronounce it differently.
Could have been there.
So that's why we need to get more examples of things, and that's why if you only watch people doing YouTube videos like this, you're not likely going to become a speaker because you're just not really getting the real language that you need to actually
make sure you weren't putting out bad information.
All that information and our ASCAP was out there trying to fight through playing some of their stuff. So we had all of the government.
Any example of the rancher? You got changed your phone. It is working badly. Oh, you're talking about me. I think hopefully it should be.
Have any questions? Where do you want
to say to do?
I do not recall. That's very possible.
Season financing can be encouraged. Well, you don't have to necessarily have courage to do something about like something audacious. You can be scared. But yeah, but like pay attention to words like that. And that's why I do the example. Or use it always to give many examples of things. My is on inside example on. Yeah, so you can sit. I think we had this example before.
Have any idea?
Yeah, I think we covered that before. And she says, of course, I respect your freedom works. Yeah, I mean, part of that is I don't want to have a schedule, and if I have to change the schedule, I don't really have a way
Did the military ever come by the decision to change?
So I feel bad. I'm telling people, hey, there's a video like that.
If the military came back,
I said, hey, we'll
make sure nothing left behind it.
So if I know,
no, I don't think so.
Plan that something else. Eagles Fund Detectives. Lefter says, I'm following you for about 3 years. Yeah, well, thank you. Again, I'm not doing anything different than a native speaker would do for their own students. That's really what I'm trying to do. But thank you, everybody. It's been helpful.
Really is.
Durgan says, hi, Drew. Can you give some examples to understand about nonsense versus doesn't make sense? Well, like
stories about any people you talk to.
This is the time, so you will probably notice in these videos, like I will get vocabulary questions and I have to choose whether I can say like, or if I answer the question. And so in my mind, I'm doing like a calculation. So could you go to Google and find an example of that, or could I just give an explanation faster? If I can do that faster, typically I would do that, which is why I'm answering this question. So if we have something like doesn't make
it was nicely fleshed out. Let me put it that way. That's a general way of putting it.
So if something doesn't make sense,
So
if I say like
that concerns the military,
this shape has 5 sides,
that
this
you
shape
have
has 5 sides.
that sort of thing
Doesn't
happens
make
on a regular
sense.
basis.
There's 1, 2, 3, or 4
An
sides.
aircraft accident is maybe something.
And I think, oh, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to cover all of this stuff.
This shape has 4 sides. So typically when something doesn't make sense, like there could be pieces of it that are correct, or like we can understand what the other person is saying, but like, there's something wrong with the logic. So if I say, like all dogs are nice, and I want to buy a dog
But for this one, you didn't really think that.
Like I'm making something like logical, trying to understand something, but it's not actually true.
I thought that whatever
like I could find, this dog is not so nice. This dog bit me.
Questions in many minds.
So something doesn't make sense. It means it's not understandable.
That's what
There's a problem with logic somewhere.
people.
So if I say something
No place
which is not true, that doesn't make sense. But there are actually quite a few uses for this. So something like, oh, I'm sorry, that doesn't make sense. You can add, that doesn't make sense.
A discussion with a guy who
Right? So this is a little bit different. This is a kind of
did a
softer way of saying something. Like if a teacher is explaining to you, if I say, oh, that doesn't make sense to me, it means like I'm still confused about that. So I'm not saying the teacher did anything wrong. That doesn't make sense.
Maybe that isn't.
So like if I say, oh, that doesn't make sense, it's like yours.
People say,
If I'm telling the teacher you're not explaining it well, but this is a softer way of saying this, so you're protecting the other person, you're protecting yourself as well. That doesn't make sense. All right. So those are some examples of when something doesn't make sense. Nonsense is like it's just like what did I just say? That was just there's nothing makes sense at all. Nothing. There's no sense to that at all. No order, no understanding. It's not clear. It's confusing. It's nonsense. So if I just write some stuff here, I'm writing some nonsense. I could even write some English like this.
I wouldn't have any idea because nearly run a full.
Like I'm writing some English history.
I would suggest
nonsense. It doesn't mean
there were some people
like it has no sense. It has no coherent understanding. Hopefully that makes sense. Does that make sense?
It's all
Is that clear? Is that so when I ask people, does that make sense? It just means, is my logic clear? Can you understand these? There's something confusing about what I said. Does it make sense? But I try not to say nonsense. If nonsense, nobody will understand that. Not even me. But
myself.
It's just nonsense.
We think of this little dot. It's getting smaller and smaller all the time, even though this thing isn't working too well.
Hey guys, what nice word. But you know, they say, what nice word. That's a very good usage of that. What a nice day. What a nice word. Often little kids and like English speaking kids will learn this.
All I know is I think to keep repeating myself, which is what I need to do.
Like what?
The point is, why should we think in this little weekly part of the universe is really the only people who ever
so someone says, oh, that's beautiful. Oh, what a nice word. What a nice word. Or what a nice word. And often the story is getting this construction from it. Right. And so the big bad wolf is trying to get Red Riding Hood and Little Red Riding Hood. Oh, what a big ear you have.
So they did.
Or what big eyes you have. Or what a big nose you have. What big teeth you have. And the wolf says, yes, how did you know which And it's interesting, like this is another reason I recommend, when I say learning like a native, I mean kind of practicing things. Like reading stories for kids, because you understand there are lots of these, like you'll get a particular grammar construction like this, and it's repeated in different ways. That's that naturally very good. What big eyes you have, what big ears you have, what a big nose. So what notice it's like what
sports and
notice. As kids hear these examples over and over, then they can start using those for other things. But you'll notice again, naturally very revealed,
stay right
take a
there,
simple grammar point like this and
more
repeat it
yourself as an
like each time. And this will help you learn to use things like this correctly. Hopefully that makes sense.
Looks like I took that.
Let's see. So this is lights.
I believe so. I think you got a heck of a job.
Yeah,
I'll turn this off.
To help with the lights. See, to go find us some more people. Recommend. All right. Let's see. Schedule time. Yes. He says, how to retain
I was putting the data on this now, so we got a picture of you with the date.
Use one in real conversation. Well, you don't have to because lots of different ways of expressing yourself. You could use one, and often people will have like they're kind of
which is why your story is important, because
so if I say, hey, like if I'm in Australia, like goodbye, like people would say like hello.
I can never convince you how important our story is to us.
Well, whatever my way of talking. So I might have to think about expanding my vocabulary, and I made a video about this maybe last week, which is how to get comfortable with shattered and vocabulary. Yes, that vocabulary. So you don't have to even
well, we're rolling now. We have to get going. So your voice is lunch with Mary and Strickler, and we're going to allow it to Mexico. Yeah, it says right there on the official thing.
More about like to take out the trash or get rid of the trash or remove trash or dispose of.
You were saying you knew Mac Radical.
Might have one
You were the neighbor.
Again and again.
And you lived out near his ranch in summer of
The ranch is joined on the corner.
Okay. Which direction?
So that's why you'll notice when I'm teaching, often I will like repeat something. I will repeat the same situation or the same context, but I will say it in a different way. So I will like repeat. If I say like we should
farther
we should
from
leave
the Mac.
exit. Okay.
No, he
I'm
was
talking about the same situation or the same context, but I'm going to use different.
that ranch belonged to the corner.
You met how long
Real English is
before December
it makes sense. Remember, it makes.
We moved there in 1939, and I had 3 small children.
You will hear me say like, does that make?
Can we help you out?
Yes, does that?
Yes, back on, no, that's okay. We're talking about Mac Radical.
Well, we moved there in 39, and I had my youngest
Just
child.
thank you, Mr. Drew, for
And I didn't get around to making it.
but still, you are one of
He was out of
these.
very
Yeah.
soon
And
after we
again, like,
moved there.
I'm not trying to be lazy when I think, like, just Google. So it's not about, like, if I think
came by, he
a
would
faster
stop.
result, I will tell you to go to Google. So if I think
Sometimes
maybe
it's foreign, sometimes it came in the
Google
house.
could explain something well, but if I could probably explain it faster.
A very friendly guy.
All right, so that's the
Yes,
value
he
of having a
was,
teacher is someone who can actually
very,
explain things because often you can't find
self-sufficient.
like what is the subtle difference between this and this. ChatGPT is a little bit helpful for that, but I've found it can give
Very
you errors as well. So it's still not there yet.
So,
All right, next an Asian joke. When we were young, our parents always told us to play games with a jolly face, but when we had done playing, we just finished the line of Nikes.
Moving ahead to summer of 1947.
Like funny, but
Leaping right ahead. You're of course aware of the events that took place in July 47.
well, there you go.
Now, you have no personal knowledge of what happened.
Awesome, but
You didn't see
know how to
anything.
help us find out.
You didn't watch the facts out or anything like that.
no,
So, yeah, my pleasure.
no, I think that.
Again, but my goal is to make sure.
See, we were on the spur of the main line, across the range to Corona.
And you feel like now I got it. Again, I come back to this same example with this Japanese character here.
He was
If I just look at that, it doesn't make sense. It
Dr.
doesn't make sense to me, but it would make
on the
sense
way to
to
town.
someone else.
But he would come out of his way to come
So once I
by.
understand what that is,
So he came by
now it
and
makes
told
sense.
us about it, and
My
probably
son's
tried to
learning
get one
English,
to
please bear
down
with
and
me.
look at it.
Is it
Sally said he,
common?
she,
People use
Now,
this
Sally is
expression.
your daughter?
Yeah, you can say that.
they have 2 sons.
I'm trying to think of a better way to say that.
She
Simpler way,
felt
you could
that,
just say,
she could remember
yeah,
him
I'm still learning English.
wanting the boys
Still
to
learning
down.
English. Like, please bear with me. It sounds like the kind of expression that a
Literally,
non-native would learn because they needed help. Like, please give me some time.
she
To say, oh, I'm still
said
learning.
that,
I'm
that
still
was a
learning.
good
So if you say like, oh, I'm still
If
learning,
it was dry,
you can say that. The idea of please bear with me is implied in So you don't have to say it, people will understand that and try to bear with you
Lambs.
already.
And you said you heard the thunderstorm?
Oh, yeah. Because we had a,
I just want to say thank you for real.
this is what happened. Tell later. We had a little old dinky shack.
Watch some of your streams.
And had
I feel like now learning
a porch
amazing rather than learning frustrating.
wasn't in the water.
That's awesome. That's great. All right. So again, like the only difference, the language itself is not different.
Oh, right. Go out and porch, see where it how much you got.
All right. So remember, I
You
go
had to
back to
stand out there and see where it was raining. There was so much here. Lightning that, I begged him to come in the house and find him. It was
The
just
English
terrible.
language is not, it's not like difficult.
And he came in and he said, boy, that is
How you
something.
learn it. This is
You know,
why
I have
lots
a
of
different
kids
thing.
need an English
They have a
speaking
house.
fluent speaker. They become native, they're not born native, they become native because of how
It was 3 days after
English
that.
language. Now, you can learn it as a first language, like native, or you
Yeah,
can learn it as a second language. Like
You didn't see the light
This
was
is really
getting.
where people do
No,
stuff because
that's
they're,
Hilly Country.
they're trying to learn the
And
language,
clouds were hanging low.
trying to memorize
They
rules
were pretty
and
low.
vocabulary, and they get
So,
lessons
did you,
that don't
why
actually help them
nobody went over
understand
to Mac to see the
right?
stuff?
And it makes it more confusing for people,
Mac
so you
went to
really
the
need to go
front
back
maybe so.
and start doing this the same way it needs.
But,
And that's going to help you speak, but I'm so glad.
they didn't go down there with me. I didn't know what they were busy. And Mac thought it was a weather balloon or some sort of an experiment that he was, glad to do the government thing, would bring the peace.
Bear with me, you're going to please hold your horses.
That's actually the attitude he
Hold
had.
your horses is more when you're telling someone else to stop. Like your kids are really excited in the house, and they're like, oh, they're running around.
And what happened to Rob?
Relax.
Ever talked about that?
Very
But
sick.
bear with me. It's
He
like,
didn't
I
talk to me,
I'm asking.
but, they were
So in a
around
conversation
my
like that,
table.
it sounds weird.
Uh,
I'm learning English.
Mac,
Of course.
I don't know whether Bill Bradley was
Like they
there.
decide that
I don't
that's a very
remember.
funny thing to say because I'm
But,
telling them.
Mac and my kids and,
Right, but it's more.
and I was busy carrying the
That's
coffee.
why I don't even really recommend people try
I really,
phrases like that. Just think about what
very
you
more
would say. Like,
sketchy.
oh, I'm learning right now. Or you can just say, I'm new.
than if I were just sitting there
That's
talking.
like a casual, like, I'm new.
What was,
Right, so like I'm new to,
How nasty the,
or it's like it's new, like it's a
officers
new language.
that,
Or I'm a beginner, or something like that. But you don't need to take a long time.
elaborate on that?
Explain that. Like,
he
well, I
did the
just,
damn.
I don't know much English.
He was held for, I believe it was 3 days or 3 nights. Of course,
I don't know much
rangers all
English.
had livestock in their trails.
So I can say the same thing in Japanese. I don't know much Japanese. That's how I say it.
I
would say
Bill,
like,
Bill,
please bear with me. I might say,
take care of his livestock, but they literally threw him.
so you could
in
say
jail.
that.
And it was 2 or 3 days later, Simon and Floyd Proctor had some business with the Bureau of Land Management, which,
But just keep it simple, keep it natural.
I don't know.
You don't need to take more time to explain something.
Anyway, they came down here
Phrase
to
that you might not
the
get.
Bureau of Land Management.
Let's see, Juliet, hi, I'm Juliet, nice to see you there.
They saw Mac
Let's see.
being escorted by 2,
Hello, Andrew, every
I believe
time
2
you are
Army
not
men.
here on your regular days, you cause me
I
a
don't
headache.
know whether he had handcuffs
At
on or
the end of
not.
the month, all my medical bills will
I don't believe I ever heard that. I don't believe he did.
Remember that the videos, it doesn't matter if you watch them live or not, you still get the same
Because
benefit
we
from
were
the
all,
video. But yes,
the whole
typically,
neighborhood was
it depends on my
analyzed
schedule.
the Army.
But I think the next one
The
should
services
be,
would treat.
don't hold me to that, but it should be. This is another good expression.
Don't get back. Ever mention what went on when he was held on the base?
I didn't.
So don't hold me to that as like, well, don't, you know, like if it's
Sure,
not
while
true,
we were
don't
walking.
don't hold me to that. So it should be next Monday. But actually, if you would like to propose a
I
topic,
couldn't tell
you
you
can put it.
because, like I said, I was
Just
hearing
comment right now.
the
Let me know what should
That was
be
very
on Monday.
secretive, and I know he
Because I
made
think
it
these
plain
guys,
that
hopefully, if
he
you tell
was
me
not
something you need
supposed
help
to
with that I've not covered already.
tell this, not supposed to tell that. And I think most likely was not supposed to
Mac was pretty unhappy.
Oh, he did.
Or thank you for
He was a man who, had
being a
integrity.
bit more casual. Thank you.
He definitely felt insulted
The invite.
and misused.
Thanks for the invite. We're a little bit more, I'm just taking these two words here and just.
So he was annoyed at the way the
more
military.
casual, a little bit more.
He made the effort to come in for material and make it in that way. You sat basically at your coffee table and elaborated.
You meet some friends after work or something, oh, thanks for
I meant just, actually, kitchen table.
invite. Remember, you always.
Was this the only time that he talked about it? Did he ever mention it some other time?
I don't remember him being at my table. I was in the house, and lots of women
I don't know what that is. What are you referring to? Talking about like learning questions, like what, where, why, when, or whatever? Give me more.
He came to the house.
Let's see again. Thanks for answering.
This new house, he helped line up the plumbing.
Says hello, sir.
But,
What is that?
I don't remember that he ever came during that time of stress.
According to
He was definitely under some stress and felt like he had been misused and kicked around.
And this was right after that last week, right after his own bill.
Yes. Again, like getting different examples of something is how like that's how you get.
Understand what the importance of it.
I don't want to go into like a long explanation about this, about naturally very review, but the basic idea is like there's kind of a core meaning.
Did he talk about the hearing?
Understanding
Yes, he did.
from
I remember
getting
he
lots of
said
examples
something
of
about,
something. Each time you get a new example, you strengthen this understanding. And as you get really, really good here at this point, you're like building it up.
anybody had any scraps.
So like each one of these situations might be a little bit different. Like
She was only 10
repercussions for
years old.
Kennedy being
She said she
assassinated,
wasn't impressed
repercussions for something else. As you get those examples, you feel more
Scrap
confident.
of it up
You
there.
really understand what it means and how to use it. Then this is where the
I know I never saw any.
fluency comes from, understanding,
And
confidence,
she
all
said
that
that
works
very,
together
very,
as you get more examples.
that
So it's
I,
in different
I
contexts,
told
in
her.
different,
She was
could be
familiar
different
with
speakers.
fabrics, and she said it was
Even the exact same
very
context
thin
that a
cotton,
different speaker is saying that.
very tough.
So as you get those,
Emphasized the
that will
word.
make you feel more confident about
And
the
I said,
language.
how big was this scrap?
Okay, so you don't become a good speaker by learning a word like repercussion and then just repeating
And I
it.
said, well, you have to be different.
These are all these different examples,
If,
different situations. So you're doing a great job.
I don't believe they're,
Let's see, Marcelo says, let me ask a personal question. What do you do for a living?
they didn't have their house.
We're watching it right now. This is what I do for a living.
She says,
I remember
well,
somebody else asked me that.
if, he didn't realize the importance of it, God threw it away.
This is my living. What I was saying, how can I bring my vocabulary and remember the correct word?
Fort Martin, Colorado.
Not really, the correct. Again, like I've covered this in many different videos. You should search that on my channel, like remembering vocabulary.
We have a phone number?
Yeah.
You have a little.
Just need to make sure you understand something.
Yeah.
So yes, if you form a word and just repeat it again and again, you're probably not going to remember.
303
But if you get lots of very examples of that vocabulary, you can understand better and start using it.
That's her home.
Okay, so repetition is really a bad way of getting something, what people call spaced repetition, which means helpful, like after you've already
Are they
understood
from this area?
and I maybe need like one or two instances of spaced repetition.
She says Bill Brown bought his tablet with I should really take it.
Well,
To show.
to show, and, like I said, she lived as well.
To really understand that well.
So
that's how you.
her daddy had to order the house.
All right, and Dennis says, hi, Professor, how's it going? My pleasure.
She was out there, and the boys were out there, and I supposed to get them stopped, and the whole family. But I don't know whether I was home or not.
Isn't that interesting?
So basically, what you know is Mac
This is
Brown
called
was
magic heat, silent.
held by the people of Dave, remember Dave? He came to your house and
was just a
was
typo, but this is just interesting.
irritated by their worse than irritated by the way you run out of things. Right, some of the discussion about what went on in Lyman saw Mac in the company of a number of
Click on the back on the description to get that. Teach you all about pronunciation, spelling.
Did anyone else
discover rather than just give you a bunch. All right,
I
magic
asked one
topics.
about it one time, and she said, no, she didn't remember it because she had little children, her children. By 1947.
What's the specific issue? So I like to make these issues, if you think about what are you looking for, if you're just like, what are like tips and tricks, like for me, trying to learn a language, I'm really trying to get to the heart of how I can learn something as quickly as possible. How can I understand it that whatever I need to using the language as quickly as possible. And so I'm rather than looking for just like random tips and tricks or whatever, what's the core? What is the real problem? Where did we stop? Think about it. Makes waste. If you still have more, that was a long feature.
Something because he was threatened if he opened his
We got
mouth.
two more expressions. We've been going for an
Get
hour.
thrown in the backside of the jail.
All right, so
And he gave that impression. That was
again, I will waste. I'm not going to
you must not tell anything.
You said that he wasn't supposed to tell anything.
Yes.
Use it for
So he was angry, but yet he
for another good rhyme.
also took it serious
Yes.
that he couldn't say anything.
Quick note here about pronunciation. As you listen to me,
That unlike him, that he was
Yes, it was unlike him.
buckled down
like
and
this
something.
actually sounds
He
more
was
like
a very upfront person. He liked to say what he thought. And if it fitted, you didn't like it, so what?
What would it take to get him to keep his mouth shut?
Serious threat.
More than just a physical.
I think so.
This is what I call the one rule for pronunciation.
But I don't know if it's a threat. Like I said, I was during the call.
Could they have done anything else?
But this is the basic.
Try to shut him up?
Listen,
You could drive my dad.
remember, this is why it's not
I don't think
tricky to learn spelling, especially with little kids, because what they hear is different from the way they write.
that's
Learn,
your right.
oh, use is one word. It's not like use it.
I don't think
This way. So use it or lose it. Or lose it. Now, this expression just means that you should continue to learn something or
in such a
you find you can't use that thing anymore.
Why
Like
would
my
you ask
English, so I get to use my
to start
English
his
videos, but I actually don't speak a
financial
lot of English
situation prior
during the
to
day. I actually don't do much speaking at all. I don't even speak a lot of Japanese. I usually reading, studying.
life lived in Alabama.
But if I don't use the language, I will forget it. So sometimes I forget the word. For some reason, I couldn't remember
Well,
it.
it was just a nice house.
So
In a nice town. It was extraordinary and English.
Similar thing, I've shared this expression
And she
before.
has her yard with flowers. And
Your meat,
I don't know whether she didn't want to live on
call
the
this,
ranch.
your meat.
Foster ranch was big. And,
Sometimes we don't need the hand in there.
probably the pay was something important.
Similar kind of idea.
Any idea what
Like if you get up,
man would be
or
paid
chair, someone else
to run
sit down.
Iran in those days?
Your butt, like your body, your meat. And you would lose.
I know what we had to pay hired men, we hired them just one day.
All right, last
I don't
one.
get any idea what ranch
Look at that, we made it all the way through. Now, this is kind of.
What did a hand get per
expression,
day back then?
but you'll see
Ah.
here.
A plum and would get about $60 a month for,
Don't key word, pollute. Give a hoot, don't pollute. So to give a hoot, this is a more T like an owl. So to give a hoot, like, it means like to give a care or to actually care about something. So this is a conversational way of saying, like, you will hear kind of negative, not negative really, but like a crude way of saying, like, to give a fuck or give a shit, like, I don't care. I don't give a shit. I don't care. But this is a more kind of a friendly way of, like, or a nicer way of saying, oh, you
a little more reticent, maybe he felt like he was disgraced. And they really wanted to spread himself to the neighbors. I think that's why he talked to us.
I remember, like, I had my uncle many years ago used to smoke, and we were, like, my family was visiting him, and we had a little owl, it's like an owl statue, outside in his garden to scare away birds. Just those little owl statues out, so birds
I don't know.
come out. So I put the owl
We built
next to
this
the
house,
spot
I
where he would sit and smoke. Put a sign that gave him, I don't think he noticed that. But anyway, in this case, I was saying, oh, you should stop smoking. Don't give a fuck. Don't. So even though people might not use this, this was actually, I think, like a specific advertising campaign to get people to stop.
Done that before, I don't know.
But give a hoot. You will still hear this, like, to give a fuck, give a shit.
He painted everything in oil and did all the wood.
I don't care.
Anything that China
I give a hoot. I care.
I did that. You did this one on fire?
All right, let me get comments. One last time over here.
A story that really
People always ask my occupation by saying, what do you do for a living?
that happened when my husband was about 2 or 3 years old.
No, it's actually not what I meant. It's funny that you thought about it that way.
My son painted it from his
But
father's
actually, like,
story about it.
people, like,
At that time, they had
for this
no
particular
fences
situation,
were there
yes,
too.
like, I'm teaching.
And
Also,
lots of
yes,
cows.
like, I'm breathing. That's also right.
And they ran. This was like children.
Our purpose is
They
I
didn't
want
work
to learn the
kids,
Lord's
they
Prayer, the pronunciation, just fine.
And they run cattle from the neighbors onto the mountain.
Heated and heated.
And
There you go.
anyway,
Says you are the
these
best.
cowboys went out in the morning. I don't
Okay, everybody says they're like teacher of choice is the best.
Oh, this was in the back.
You can go to like any YouTube video.
So they knew something had happened to him.
I'm sure that's nice. Everybody
Well,
has
it happened.
their statements. But really, my
Much
goal
stuff
is just
just
to make sure
moved.
you understand what else.
Fell with him.
All right, Marcelo says, could you tell us something about grazing technique? Well, that's just naturally
Wolves
very
that
easy.
smell
But
blood.
I suppose I could do maybe like a video about that. But I've talked about that many times already.
And the wolves
This is just,
smell the blood. And it's naturally right.
if I'm
And
guessing.
they did. I bet it. They won't tell you the wolves won't attack. Maybe they want
This is
to.
teacher thing that it's used
So
over
there's
used.
a whole ring of wolves. A bunch. And they smell
Not
blood.
necessarily.
They would.
Again, like,
And
look
anyway,
at what natives do. Natives
he
are not
had
sitting around,
chips of wood.
like, saying tongue twisters to themselves. They
Fire
might
and
be,
threw
a
that
child
all
might
night
do
long.
that, but
They
it's not
found him.
necessary.
The
The point is
cowboys
really
found
to
him.
understand something very well, to get lots of examples, and that's what will improve your pronunciation.
My mother.
Again, Fred, they take care of that automatically.
There's supposed to have been a tree right there.
All right,
That's where
if you have any questions, chat. Or
Have never painted a
definitely,
tree.
there you go.
He never painted a tree until I insisted that he painted these doors around
Yes,
the house.
if you can understand what I'm saying, but you can't.
So he didn't put any
speak as well.
trees.
This is like,
And her sister,
like,
Jenny, walked up to him and said, somebody else in the room says, well, you know, she says, well, it sure was a good old answer.
I talk about these programs because they work.
That's good.
Thank you. I treasure everything here.
Right
My
now.
son was selling at the time that he died. And he
All right, well,
sold
have a
several
fantastic day.
books.
You got through all 11 of these. Thank you for joining me. Next video should
People who
be
had
next.
commission.
Forget what day
I
from
can't.
now, so today's Friday, so Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Yes. All right, have a fantastic day. Let me see you next week.
And what is it that you think?
I paint China.
And what in here did you do?
Well, this cabinet is full of it. That cabinet is full of it. And everything except one or
Let's see how
two
we're doing.
antiques.
George saying
and
good
new
day. Nice to see you there, George. Hopefully we'll load out in a moment. We can get started.
How about these
Party.
cups?
This should be an entertaining video. I'm excited to be here. Hopefully. All right, looks like we're live.
I didn't
I am
paint
Drew Badger, founder of EnglishMe1.com, the English
I did
Fluency
that
Guide,
half
and
for
welcome
more
to
than
a little
that.
live video here on YouTube. Today we are going to talk about the ones that you haven't tried that guarantees English fluency. This will probably be a really good review for people who have been with me for a while.
I've enjoyed doing it.
But especially new learners who have struggled to speak. They often have doubts and worries about communication that stop them from speaking, especially if they've been
I
learning
thought,
for
well,
a
I've
long time.
always
They
enjoyed
finally
China.
want to become
I'll
fluent
do
speakers.
this.
We're going to talk all about
I
that
don't
in this video.
interfere with his
Look in my what's about to say Ohio, Yokohama.
had talents and I
Good morning out there in Japan and
But obviously,
all right, I should make an exciting video.
There's pretty much a
In
sideline.
my last live video, what was that? Last Friday, I think. I asked people what they wanted to learn about for this video, and someone said tips about speaking and understanding better the guitar hangs. I don't think we need to come up with something better. I don't even think I look like Tom Hanks. It just shows how like you don't know. But yeah, people, I get a lot of that in the comment about people saying I look like Tom Hanks. I should do an actual video on Tom Hanks.
And it was
Just to show
a cowboy standing by a
nice to
windmill.
see you there, everybody. I want to get right into the meat of this. If you have
The
questions
cowboy was much taller than the windmill.
on comments. So anyway, this video, the one on Friday, is just a learner asking about tips for fluency. So I'd like to do something even better, which is really just share one thing that you really need in order to speak fluently. I want to keep this very simple, help people understand what you really need and what you don't need. And hopefully this video should answer a lot of questions for people. Pardon me if there's a little bit, I think there should be maybe some construction. There is some construction going on around here. But
if you don't mind, I'd like the video.
Just fine.
Painting.
All right. So there's really just
I don't know if it'll come out.
and I would agree, but it's very simple. If you look at all of the videos, so there are over 600 videos on my channel. I've been doing this on YouTube for over 10 years now, and all of the videos, they really have one theme. And so I'm going to talk about that in this video. And again, this should really be a great way to answer a lot of
When you
questions
say this is
people have,
his house, or
issues
your
that
house.
people struggle with. I'll talk about those. But we start with the idea about inside your brain, the basic communication switch. And this was found by linguists and language researchers, really. But you can discover this for yourself anytime you're trying to speak and you're unable to speak. It feels like your mind goes blank. All right. So the reason for this is basically you haven't been able to flip the communication switch in your brain, and I want to talk about how you do that very simply.
Is it done from a photograph?
All right, so I want to help you imagine this. I haven't really talked very deeply about the fluid communication switch in a while. Actually, really, in any of my videos, I think maybe there are only one or two that I talk about this because I want to make this very concrete, very easy to understand, very simple for people. But let's imagine, like in your brain, I'm going to draw like the bottom part of your brain over here, so we have some space to work with. But within your brain, there is a what you might call a communication switch for each of the language learning units. It could be vocabulary or grammar or pronunciation, anything like that that you're trying to learn. And we know this is true because you probably feel confident and fluent, or you can communicate fluently about some things, but other things you cannot. So I want to explain why that is. But it's just important to understand you don't really become fluent in the entire language at one time. What you do is you become fluent in individual words and phrases class where you learn to pronounce things correctly, you understand more about culture, one thing at a time. As you understand something, you could actually have a group of things you understand at one time. But as you understand something very well, that's when you're able to communicate. So let's imagine this switch here, just like a regular light switch on your wall. So we have inside the brain, and remember this is for individual words and phrases. So you can kind of imagine there's a little switch like this for each of the things that we're learning, for each word or phrase, grammar point, anything like that. So it's a simple light switch, and it just moves like this. It's like either it's on, let's say it's off, or move to the on position. Very simple. Right. Now, usually what happens is if you are trying to learn languages by pushing the switch from off to on, and the way they're trying to do that is maybe they're studying rules. We'll just put some very brief writings, examples up here. So you might be trying to memorize rules, or you have some translations. Or you're studying something, whatever that vocabulary is, or studying. So you're studying something, and you're trying to basically push. You can imagine all of these things are trying to flip the switch that way. So they're trying to turn it on, so you're able to switch. Right? Now, here's the big problem that most people don't talk about, that you probably not heard about before, but you recognize it and you feel it every day, or at least every time you try to communicate. And that is over here. There's actually like a small block. Draw something like this. So the communication switch is prevented. It's actually prevented from moving over. It doesn't really matter how much you do this by any kind of doubt or worry or concern or question you have. Okay? So I just put this block right here. And this block prevents the switch from moving over. All right? Very simple idea. So we'll just say these are doubts. Draw this right clearly.
Every time you think of what to do, to go down to the field with your pickup, shine the light
or worry
on the first.
Any kind of uncertainty at all. If you have any kind of uncertainty here, you will not be able to flip this.
Anyway, they started this.
So this is the situation that most people are in who are learning the language.
And they try to
speak about learning English on this channel, obviously. But the same thing is working for everyone, and this is for native speakers as well. So when you're trying to learn something, maybe you're studying or translating, you could be repeating all the language. So you could be repeating things again and again. All of these things are really trying to push over here, but all right. So instead of trying to do these things, if you can eliminate doubt, pardon me if we get a brief siren over here, like that, water break.
Large red pulsating light came up out of the aisle, came directly at us.
So the basic idea is that instead of trying to force your way to become a better speaker, you're trying to basically force your way. Oh my goodness, and I'll even put over here, since a lot of people think they need to speak in order to become a better speaker. And speaking really, it's basically part of repetition, because you learn something and you repeat that thing either to yourself or you're repeating it to other people. But none of these things are really dealing with the real problem. I really want to make this very clear for everyone over here, because if you understand this simple idea, then learning becomes very easy. Right? So if the real problem is we have doubts and questions and worries or any kind of uncertainty, remember, this could be uncertainty about pronunciation, grammar, or vocabulary. Remember a phrase, recognize something. Often this stuff over here, you studied something a lot and you recognize vocabulary, but you just don't have the confidence to use it. That's over here. You have some kind of doubt or block that's stopping you from having the confidence to express yourself. Okay? So a pretty simple idea. So instead of doing more of this, you actually need to
attack this problem over here, and we need to remove the doubt from the situation about this particular word or phrase or whatever. So instead of doing the traditional things where we're learning typical things like learning English as a second language, some kind of exercises or drills or anything else, he's trying to push on this, and it's probably been really need to have like lots of time, spending even many years, or even lots of hours trying to read this. But again, until you actually solve this problem, you're not going to be able to communicate, because this is what's really stopping you from speaking. It's not really that you know some information a little bit. If you lack the confidence, you won't be able to use it. So how do we remove this? I want to give you an example of this. So this is actually what I call, so if we're trying to delete this, we want to destroy the doubt. That's really the goal of language learning like this. This is what I call, if you want to use it this way, it was called a
something I've never seen before. And
so rather than getting more of this over here, we really need something that can remove the doubt. As we remove the doubt, or we replace the doubt with confidence and clarity and understanding, that's when the switch automatically works. Okay, so that you already want to speak. There are already things you want to express, but you don't because you lack confidence. But as soon as you replace that doubt or that uncertainty with certain confidence, the switch flips and you're able to
speculation theories
all right. Hopefully,
how it graphics.
Now, this is kind of theoretical here. I want to show you how this works with one of my favorite chapters. This is not an English learning one.
Not even sound that makes sense.
Space over here. But it's one of my favorite examples that I share with learners to understand this idea of trigger and all of these other things and why they often stop. So this is a language learning lesson where we're going to imagine we're learning an alien language, because I don't know what language you speak. I don't want to use Japanese or some other language that you might already know. So it's a little bit easier to understand. If you know this example already, because you've seen me teach you,
we would have lots of reports of you,
people who are new learning this. So this really is a fantastic example that demonstrates this point about how most people are language or learning languages and the things they try to do. And instead, if you just use a trigger, it would be a lot faster. Okay, so you don't have to spend a lot of time language. The point is to actually use a trigger that makes it a lot easier. Part B is we have a little bit more, still some more construction going on. Hopefully you can hear me. Let me know if everybody hear me well. There's like a little bit of sound in the background. Feel like a thumbs up.
Actually, we're all surrounding air molecule.
Everybody should be okay. All right, I'm going to go continue with my example, but I think everyone should be able to hear. All right, so I'm going to give you some numbers over here. Okay,
really, we don't know.
There's no friction. In other words, it's cold. So you know what a sonic boom is. Because that's where the air is separated by the supersonic jet, and as it comes together, it collapses.
Make sure those fit.
Okay.
So this is teaching you a new language. It's an alien language. It's going to have you the numbers. And so typically what people do when they're teaching a language is they will give you some information like this. They will give you some new words, and they will probably give you a translation of that. Right? So I'm going to give you a translation. So this is 1,
that's where like meteorite breaks up, or even a satellite in re-entry will burn up and comes into
so
the atmosphere.
in a typical language lesson, again, I have the new language I'm trying to teach you, and then this is me teaching you that language basically as a second language, what usually people are doing. So I'm giving you a translation over here, and then I'll just tell you, because there really isn't much more I can do with this. I just say, okay, you have to remember this. So go home, make some flashcards, and like write these characters. Okay, this is 1, 1, 1, 1. 2, 2, 2. I'm going to write these things over and over again. And
but you're moving in the
I remember.
No.
You can stop. Good stuff.
So this is a typical language lesson. All right, it's actually typical for a lot of education, but particularly in language learning. You see, I'm just giving you these basic things over here. So I haven't really
done anything to put a switch in your mind and really understand these things. It's just giving you information and telling you to memorize. Okay. Hopefully, any questions, I think everybody understands this. So what I'd like to do is I'll give you I'll be kind of a bad teacher here, and just give you about 10 seconds. I'm going to give you a quiz. I'm going to erase these numbers over here, and I'm going to give you a quiz. So take a few seconds, see if you can memorize these things, and then I will erase them all, and then we'll give you a quiz. All right, so just take a moment, see if you can remember them, whatever you have to do in your mind to try to remember these things. That's on you as the learner, not me as a teacher. So this is you as a student having to figure this out. All right.
Trying to land and come down the road.
We got 5.
What this have been 1949?
1. All right. It's quiz time. Let's see how many you get correct. So now, just like in a regular lesson, so I gave you the lesson. I gave you some information. I gave you translations.
When is that?
Go home and make flashcards, and then a few days later, we're just imagining this. But just like a typical lesson, so you would repeat something, maybe you would try writing them again and again. But again, all of these typical things here, you don't really feel anything in your brain at this point. It's probably kind of frustrating for you. Maybe you've already forgotten them. But let me give you a quiz that you can test yourself and see how many you remember.
He died 22 years ago.
6 years.
Oh, 6 years ago.
7 years.
Okay. So you can just type in the chat. Let's see how many we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 numbers. Can you write those? What did I write? Can you translate that from the alien language here into Roman Arabic regular 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can anybody do that? Can anybody translate these back into the number? I'll give you a moment as I go back and check the chat. See if anybody can figure that out. I'm going to cover that up for you. All right, so nice to see everybody. I won't go back through and say good morning, but thank you all for coming out. Nice to see everybody here. All right, let's see. Let's see. It's back. Nice to see you there, Juan. Yes, please, friend, get through some likes. Yes, see, it's back. Like manager. All right, Hilda says yes, Drew. It is like flip the switch when you speak with one okay buddy for the first time. He says that understood me and gives me confidence. I was surprised with myself. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, this works for everybody. It's the way we all learn languages, and really, I'm thinking specifically about language learning here, but this is really for any kind of learning. If you don't really understand something, then you probably won't feel confident about talking about it or doing that thing. Like someone could explain to me about fixing a car, but I don't really understand. You know, I could maybe learn to fix a little bit, but I probably could not rebuild an engine or something very quickly. So, this is the same process that happens for all of us. But the point is, there are faster ways to learn, and we really want to get we don't just want to get translations or study or something. The real heart of this is eliminating doubt. Okay, I really want to make this clear. I've said this again and again in all of my videos and emails and things like that. But the point here is to eliminate the doubt people have about language learning. Right? So let's go back and see if we can translate this. Let's see if I remember. I'm the teacher. I have to be the good person to see if I can remember this. All right, let's see what we can remember here. 8. Anyone get the first one? You remember that? 3, 4, 2, 9, 6, 7. Some people might have thought, oh, look, 7 kind of looks like 7. Maybe remember some kind of way of thinking like that, trying to give yourself kind of concentrate. 2, 3,
and it was very rough. You couldn't get up there and pick up on pieces.
Did anyone get all of that? Was anyone able to do that?
And that was above our house.
Now, the interesting question is, how was I able to do that? Am I just like very smart, I have a really good memory or something? Did I do that? Do I have some kind of power for learning languages, or did I do something different did I give myself a fluency trigger?
Where?
All right. Was anyone able to do this?
I don't
It's
know.
okay if you were not. The point of this exercise is to show you what a bad lesson looks like. And by bad lesson, I just mean something that doesn't
No, I
destroy
wouldn't
the
have done.
down. So I just taught you a new language, and I made it more difficult, really. I mean, you already kind of know the letters and the numbers in this case, but it's more difficult for you to understand. Well, Elena figured it out. I think Elena knows the answer. You've been with me for a while. So especially for new people, this will be most likely to enjoy this the most likely to trigger. All right. So now that I've given you the bad lesson, let's go back and put our numbers back up here, so everyone can see. Whoops.
We've had an interesting time.
You know, I think so too. And we saw the first summer song.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Saw the flag?
Yeah.
I actually wrote this. Yeah, I didn't even put files.
And this is true. My husband is one of those that.
All right.
Well,
So we've got our numbers up here. I'm going to put this back up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Yeah.
and 9.
He shook
I actually
me
wrote this
around
incorrectly.
and
I
he
should have
says,
wrote
come
down
here and
5. I
look.
wrote that wrong the first time I did it. But anyway, so this is how we're going through and looking at these numbers over here. So we got number 1 over here. We got 1 over here. 2 over here.
He wanted me to say
All right, pretty easy. Once I give you the translation. But the difficulty comes when you want to use it later and you don't actually remember it. It's more difficult to remember
behind the mountain.
what everything is.
But, and it was very wise.
All right. So now I'm going to give you a better lesson, what I would call a fluency trigger. And this is.
I got up and looked, went right back to bed.
What'd you think it was?
We talked about it a minute or two and thought it, I think he
All right.
suggested
Now,
it
if you
might
look
be
at
an
these over here,
ammunition
see number 1.
because nobody
It's over
knew
here.
what was going on.
Number 2.
It hadn't been
It's
announced.
over here. Number 3
And,
is over here.
that's what
Number
we
4
decided it was, and I thought,
So I'm
well,
taking something
it's
that you've
ammunition
already
dump,
seen
so what have you
many
got me up
times on your phone or on your computer,
on?
something like that, and
I think he
helps
went
you,
in there.
it helps you make a connection with the
Have you heard any rumors
which
about
makes
what
it
was
easy
going on?
to remember. All right.
If
So what I've
I
done
don't
now,
remember.
if I give you another clue,
We
if I
had,
put a bunch of these characters up here,
we
you
had
would very
all kinds of
easily be able to do this because
and we also had, planes,
I've eliminated
we
the down.
know they came out of
All right.
California.
And once I do that, the switch automatically.
That
We can just have it
something
over here like this.
that dispersed the clouds.
It flips to on, and now you can use this
I've
language.
got a government.
Okay. So you'll notice, like, it is possible to take the rules or translations or study or repeat something, or you're learning any speaking over here, but you could really force yourself to do this.
Anyway,
And some people do, actually,
they
because
thought
many
it
people do get fluent learning this way, but most people do not.
these
And the reason they
young
don't
boys,
is because we haven't actually dealt with the real problem of removing the doubt. So there's 2 ways to try to do this. To try to do all of these things over here, you're trying to force your way to understanding something and trying to force your way to remove the doubt, but it's much easier instead of just trying to push over here until you've gotten rid of all the doubt, just remove the doubt. Okay? And this is what a fluency trigger gives you. So if you look at all of my videos, what I'm really doing is trying to give examples of things that are fluency triggers, and it might be something simple like this, like a visual way of understanding something, or it could be maybe a series of lessons, or maybe even a story that helps you understand something. But the whole goal, everything I'm doing, all the fluency triggers that I give you, it's just to eliminate doubt. When you eliminate doubt, speaking becomes automatic. And remember, this is for individual words and phrases as you learn them. It could be for pronunciation, culture, or anything else. But anytime you have doubt about something, don't try to study it more or repeat that thing over and over again. If you take this home, and I don't give you a fluency trigger for it, if I just give you these things, if it's just a list, and this is, again, it's just a lesson with numbers because anybody can understand this in any language. But if I'm teaching you some new English, if I word, and then a translation in your native language. Or I just tell you to repeat that thing or just study and get a definition. You're not really not likely going to become a fluent speaker. And if you do, it's going to take you a very long time. Okay? So all of these things, again, are pushing on the switch this way when the much easier thing is simply to remove the doubt and switch to automatic. All right, I'll take a moment for next siren over here to go through. Hopefully everybody is getting this, though. Hopefully this makes sense. All right, so I gave you again the basic lesson here. Notice how it's not really a lesson at all. I didn't teach you anything. I didn't help you understand anything. I didn't remove the doubt. So the job of your teacher is to remove the doubt. You are in a lesson and you still feel confused about something, especially with me. You can just ask me, oh, I didn't understand something. Please help me understand it. So the goal ultimately is just to remove the doubt. Remove the doubt and become able to speak automatically. All right? Because for anything, any word, phrase, grammar point, the fluency trigger it might be one thing or a couple of like a series of something. I'll give you a different kind of fluency trigger. With English, in just a moment, has any questions or comments in chat. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Lewis has been seen and has the most quite a few fans in Brazil. Nice to see everybody there. Let's see. Yes, a lot of Brazilians are interested in right, so just going back and looking at the comments, I think most people had a difficult time doing this, and I want to let you know it's not your fault. I'm showing you it's actually difficult because this is not really an efficient, good, helpful, fast way of learning. All right? Does everybody understand this idea? You have a fluid switch for brain. And imagine even if there's not like a fluid switch, you can recognize and understand that if you don't feel confident about something, this is the number one complaint I receive from learners. They talk about forgetting words, or they feel unconfident in conversations, or they don't know whether a grammar point is this word or that word, something like that. Everyone has these issues, and it's all coming from this. But the simple thing is, once you get the fluency trigger for that particular thing, then it's very easy.
Wonderful work for us.
All right. All right, I'll keep going here. Make sure I go through these quickly, and then I'll give you a quick an additional example. And if you go back, like understanding this idea of the fluency trigger, if you go back and watch really any of my other videos, you will see that. I do. I'm telling you, I'm kind of revealing the secret here, telling you what I'm doing. But the point is, I'm trying to give you something that triggers this over here. So I want to eliminate the doubt. I want to destroy the doubt or worry or anything where you feel unsure about pronunciation, grammar, vocabulary, anything, so that the switch flips automatically. Feel confident about learning. So this example here, when you discover this for the first time, you should be like, wow, that feeling is the feeling of what you get when you have a fluency trigger. Okay. All right, let me see here. Anybody else? All right, I think people are getting it though. All right, yes, most people were not able to remember, but they figured it out once they got the fluency trigger. And that's really an example of how quickly this can happen. You can do these other things over here for hours and hours, but it only takes 1 second for this example. All right, so that's how quickly this can happen. You focus on the fluency trigger, really focus on eliminating the doubt, rather than just trying to repeat things and say things to yourself or other people. Alice, if you live next to a hospital, or what's the music for you? There's a fire station about 3 or 4 blocks. But and there are a lot of old people in Japan, so you put those together and some fireworks. Again, can you apply this fluency trigger to a practical English lesson? Yes. Keith says, how to combine lesson magic and efficient rule and method. Again, like, instead of focusing on this, and this is what I do as a teacher, so I'm here to help you really do this. This is why I don't tell you just, okay, repeat the same thing again and again. I want to help you understand things better. And even members of like
Thank you very much for your
life.
time.
We're always trying to get an
I'll make a copy of the tag. I won't
different examples of things that really help you understand something. Because we want to eliminate doubt. That's what we
don't worry about
speaking. So we want
they're
to eliminate
very simple to do, and it doesn't cost them. Get more sort of
so Dan says, I'm so happy to be here. Glad to how to get the trigger in a second. You're the best feature that I have never seen before. Well, I'm glad to hear it. This guy, we can only be fluent when we are sure about everything. Yes, but remember, this is 4 individual words and phrases. So you probably already feel confident and fluent about some things. I'm sure you can say hello and yes, maybe what's your name, and talk about, like if you use English professionally, you can talk about your job. So maybe if someone asks you about something outside of your job, like what did you do over the weekend, or did you see a movie or something like that. This is when you might struggle because you don't have the confidence about that particular vocabulary. Okay, so you don't need to be fluent in everything. You don't need to have complete confidence about everything. It's the same thing with me for learning Japanese. So I'm like, I don't know the entire vocabulary. That's impossible. And even native Japanese speakers don't know all the vocabulary or even all of the kanji. Those are the different characters borrowed from Chinese. So there are lots of things in the language.
You remember the story about
even native speakers, they're only using, like on average, about 2% of the language. So 2% of all the vocabulary, this small portion over here, is really the thing that most people know. So you really should be focusing on this and trying to get as many fluency triggers as possible, because the more fluency triggers you get, and the faster you get them, the faster you get fluent. All right? So you are unlikely to become a fluent speaker simply by studying more or reading more or even getting more speaking practice. And this is why lots of people live in English-speaking countries for years and still don't know how to speak. All right? Does everybody understand this? I really want to make this very clear to people, because if you continue to do more of this, it's very frustrating when you're trying to learn something just by studying it and repeating it and hoping you remember it. When it's much easier just to get some kind of trigger that helps you understand the vocabulary, so you feel confident about using it. All right. Anybody else? Don't be afraid to make a mistake when speaking. Well, I don't recommend this. This isn't the kind of advice that I give to learners. So a typical teacher will try to do all of this stuff, and they will make you repeat things and study, and they will just say, just go out and try to speak. Don't worry about making mistakes. But me, as like an English fluency guy, I know. And I have to eliminate the doubt. That's actually my job. So it's not my job to just give you a translation. That's not teaching you. If I give you a translation and just tell you to go home and study it, and then okay, don't use it correctly, that's on you. That's not my fault. That's your fault. So that's the typical way people are learning language. And the typical advice then is it's okay if you make mistakes, but people don't want to make mistakes. They want to communicate correctly. So you never said one might have been alive. Communicate correctly. So obviously the real problem is over here. It's not this stuff over here. You need to eliminate the doubt. So the job of the teacher is to find creative ways to eliminate the doubt or vocabulary or grammar or whatever. Okay? So if you're trying to do any of this stuff over here, trying to push on the full communication switch in your brain, it's going to be much more difficult to do that. So this is why, again, I don't bother telling people like don't be afraid or whatever. It's my job to make sure you are certain. All right? Of course, like you can try using things you might not be perfectly confident all the time. That's fine. But as best you can, you really should be certain about it. Okay. All right, Esteban, because I've been working on that since last week, and I actually had a full conversation. Did he ever describe the Tycho says, should I put on subtitles if I can't keep up with speaking speed? If you're talking about in general, yes, then feel free to use subtitles. For these videos, the subtitles are usually released about a day after the video is done. So I don't have the subtitles a day later. I captions in these videos. Well, but you've read it. You've read the top 2 but that's how you're going to get it after the video is done. So if you want to come back and watch this video again tomorrow, when the captions are available.
But your memories that are just
I So I think the best way to be confident is to acquire the language of this thing and reading. So remember, like, I mean, you could put listening over here for reading.
So, and I believe
for watching. It doesn't really matter what you're doing if you don't remove the download. So you can do all of this, and you can. Some people can become fluent by putting immense pressure on their brain to try to remember things.
What is your
feature do not? And I'm telling you, you don't have to. All right, if you just instead of pushing this way,
so you believe based on what
remove whatever that is by getting a fluency trigger, anything that helps you understand the vocabulary.
Beings from other planets?
Right. Keith says, when you share these efficient methods, I think you have a deep understanding of psychology and how the brain works, don't you?
But you trust.
I'm interested in that for many reasons, but
Would you
I
know
studied psychology,
like practical jokes,
philosophy,
spin tall tales,
but
like that?
I mean, anybody who's teaching should understand how the brain works and how the brain wants to learn. Your brain wants to speak. You were born to speak. Everybody on the planet is able to speak. I mean, maybe there are a few people, maybe
Did it ever come out more than one
they
time?
have some difficulty or something, but almost everyone is able to speak.
So,
and we all learn to speak.
And you
so
have
learning to read and write the time, but really speaking becomes very natural for people because you have lots of examples.
Others may have said or
ability triggers that help us understand the language. So it doesn't matter if it's Chinese or
so you really have no clue as to when
Spanish or Italian, whatever the
other
language
than
is.
it may have been in the
Eliminate the doubt, then
it was in the,
all right, Dennis is teacher. I got a question for you. I understand you very well, but one day I was listening to Obama's speech and I didn't understand him very well. If you can tell me what happened. Again, Obama is speaking differently than I do. His pronunciation is different. He's probably speaking faster and using some vocabulary that you don't know. So,
remember context and conversation, how it came up at all?
if you don't understand what somebody says, you got doubt about that. So you need someone to help you understand what the vocabulary is, to help you understand and remember it, help you remove the doubt about that vocabulary. So that's my job.
I've tried, right
All right, so Andrew's teaching me how to do research. All right, David says, I think you can do everything you want on your life, in your life. It's just not giving up. Most people stop on difficult and get afraid of moving on. Yes,
given what you know,
a lot of people quit before they should, but this is an example of a lot of people try learning languages and quit because this is what they've been told to do. So it's not their fault. It's not that they're stupid or can't learn languages or something. And that's something I used to believe about myself. I used to think I was too stupid because I failed to learn native languages. But then I discovered this, and it's like, oh, okay, this is. So the problem is, how can I understand something well? And it's much easier when you have someone to help you learn. All right, David, learning any language takes years, not hours and months. You will never give up. Again, hopefully this example, again, I'm going to give you an English example in just a moment, but hopefully this shows you how quickly you can do it. So you just learned 10 new, or 9, I guess, 10 new numbers, 9 new numbers in an alien language, and almost, this was it was almost instant.
That's why
Once you understood it, so that changed the way you thought, and that gave you a way to eliminate.
But you have no doubt that
you can start writing these. You could write 1,000 of these characters.
Did Barney ever have trouble with the government after
just because
the internal
you got this fluency trigger.
All
right, if you don't use it, you lose it. That's correct. Just like from our video last week. I wonder why you can react so quickly and confidently when there is a sudden question. So amazing. But I've been doing this a long time. So again, like I'm able to do this fluently because I've done it for a long time. But I've also studied these ideas, and I've spent over 20 years trying to make this very simple. And I continue to refine the way I teach, but I think probably the fastest, simplest, easiest way to explain what I do is influence and trigger. Okay, just that idea by itself, once you start getting those, everything becomes a lot easier. So let me give you one of these.
Did you ever mention this at all?
Since we are here to learn the English language. Again, I will contrast kind of the bad way of teaching.
Was it really bad? The major of any bad in anybody's life?
So the bad way of teaching, I'm going to teach you 2 phrasal verbs.
Wait down.
So phrasal verb, these are a quick definition of this. Just combinations of words that let you express things in a simple way that you can also express in a more difficult way, typically with more advanced vocabulary.
All right, well, I think
so take some simple words, put them together, to express some more complex ideas. All right, the first one, let's see, we will do.
It wasn't horrible. It was scary.
And then fall over. Now, this is a typical lesson in a classroom, and especially a lot of people are learning English through their native language. So I would just tell you the translation of these things, whatever your language is. I would just say, oh, fall down means this, and fall over means that. And then I just give you maybe a few example sentences, like, look at that, like the leaf is falling down, or the building fell over, or something like that. Okay, so I could explain it to you, I could give you some definitions, and then I say, okay, go home, and I want you to remember that. So go home, make some flashcards, repeat these things again and again, maybe try listening to them, or reading them, or speaking, whatever you think you need to do to actually remember.
Not to tell anybody about it, that's why I'm here telling you. In doing so, I'm breaking my security. Also, guilty of breaking the nature of the law. How long to be able to do this in nobody's guess.
You know which one? Do you feel confident about that? Do you have absolute certainty that you use it correctly?
This talk
okay,
so
that's kind of
broken up into
bad.
four main topics.
So again, a bad lesson is where I
Each of these topics will have some bearing on what you people are involved in, patriot people, or even family people that aren't patriots that may be leaning in that way.
So let me just show you how this works.
I want you to know these United States are a beautiful place. I've traveled in over 70 countries, and I cannot remember any country that has beauty as well as magnificent people like these United States.
Fall down. You see it
give you an overview of basically what I am.
So up here, of course, I hold and I drop the marker, and then the marker falls down.
Which after my schooling
now watch this, a
field,
little bit different. I'm going to put the marker in my hand, and I'm going to let go.
For being a geological engineer, as well as a structural engineer with both military and aerospace applications. I have helped build two main concern bases within these United States that have some significance as far as what is it called the New World Order. Number one is Dulce, New Mexico. I was involved in 1979 in the Orange firefight. Alien human type, whatever you want to call them.
But you should,
and
by seeing this,
I was one of the survivors. I'm probably the only talking survivor here. 200 survivors are under close guard somewhere in the United States. One is not very good shape, is in Canada. So I'm about the only one around that knows the firefight, that knows all the detailed files of the entire operation. 66 Secret Service agents, FBI, and Black Beret died in that firefight. I was there. Number one,
showing you an example by contrasting these two things and
what I'm
showing
going
you
to
how
tell
they
you is going to be very
so once
shocking.
you see it,
Part of what I'm going to tell you is probably going to be very unbelievable. Well,
I might have like
instead
a
of putting on your glasses,
here,
I'll
like
ask
the
you
marker,
to put
like
your
what
skepticals
falls
on
into,
rather than your spectacles.
falls into. Or I
But
could have
please
another
feel
hole or
free
some
to do
kind of
your own homework.
container or
I know
something
the
like
Freedom
a
of
tunnel.
Information Act
The
is
marker
much
falls
too long, but
through.
it's unfortunate. It's basically the best we've got.
Falling through.
Your local law library,
now,
nearest law university, is a good place to look for
build on it
congressional records.
or we can extend
So, if the trigger
and we
continues to
can
do
take
their
something
homework,
like
one can be standing vigilant in regards to their country.
falling through here. And then
I
we can
love
talk
the
about
country that I'm living in more than I love my life. I would not be standing before you right now, risking
so something
my
where
life.
I thought
I'm telling
something
you
was going to happen, but it
didn't believe it. So,
right? It fell through. Unfortunately,
the first part of
I
the
had a
talk
new job offer, but I
concerned
didn't get that
just
thing.
underground military bases and the black budget.
Job opportunity fell.
We first start by emphasizing the black budget.
So anytime I can
Black
give you
budget
a visual
is a
example
secretive
or
group
a story or something to
basically a secret budget.
as the teacher is to eliminate the doubt.
Garnered
You might need, for
one-quarter of the
example,
gross
maybe
national
you come
product,
back
the
tomorrow,
entire
and
gross
more
national
examples,
product of these
but that's really
United States. Present
get
gross
as many
national
fluency
product
triggers
is around
as
$5
fast
trillion.
as possible.
One-quarter of that's about $1.25 trillion per
So
year.
the only thing stopping you from getting fluent
At least
is
$1.023
trying to
trillion,
do all of
I
these
say at
things over
least,
here,
is
study more
used in
rules and
black budget
translation,
programs
try
and
to
people on the
repeat
ground
things,
military
trying to
bases.
speak yourself or others.
There are
But remember,
129
if you
people on
don't
the
feel
ground
more
military
confident,
bases
if
in
you
these
don't feel
United
certain
States.
that you will communicate correctly, the stuff is probably going to
Is this
waste
right?
your
No, that's not that word.
It's good to repeat things, but you really want to repeat things after you already have some strong understanding. So like if I'm studying some Japanese and I learn some new vocabulary and I figure out like, oh, that's like a very good fluency trigger really helping me understand this. And this is for any for learning any language, really learning anything. By fluent, it just means you can do that thing automatically. So without thinking, without taking time to hesitate or translate anything in my head, you can see how this can solve a lot of problems.
Basic components.
Oh, no. Now I need a fluency trigger for these sirens over here. I need a way to stop all this. But let me see if anybody has any questions about this. Hopefully, this
Of
makes
large
sense.
cities underground, they're connected by high-speed monorail,
Says, I'm
magnetic
studying
electron
English
trains
as a
that can
second
go
language.
up
My
and up.
problem, a lot of spelling errors. How can I improve that? I also have problems with my grammar. Please give me your advice. Okay, so again, you're studying like all of these things over here. These are all learning English. Learning English as a second language. So all of these things over here, these are what people typically do, and it's because you're learning English as a second language that you have trouble remembering things, or you're not understanding grammar, vocabulary, forgetting things. It's because these things over here don't actually remove sound. You could something I can teach you a new word and repeat it over and over again. You might remember it, but you don't really understand.
There are 129 states in the United States.
Some kind of doubt.
I don't know where you live.
So until
I
you
don't know where
really understand that thing,
the average
that's where you will continue to have problems. Alright? So the goal is not to like continue doing more of these things. So the best advice I can give you is stop learning English as a second language. Alright? So if you watch my videos, like go back and watch any of my videos. I'm basically just giving about the fluency. So even Influence for Life, my actual fluency program, it's really just like thousands of these fluency traits. So I'm giving you lessons, they're all organized, you can decide what you want to learn about, and you just start getting just like giving them like over and over and over and over. And the point is, you remove the doubt next time. So answering your question about Frederick or about remembering spelling rules, Frederick is the other tool that I made for learners like who want to understand spelling. Technology. You can click on the links in the description. You hear this video about both of them. But Frederick will teach you these same rules. Basically, you will watch your triggers and help you discover what you understand. Learning how to spell, Frederick is going to teach you that. And then if you want to become a fluent speaker, technology, grammar rules, and all the vocabulary you need to speak, Alright, everybody gets this idea, so if you can, like, you can find fluency triggers yourself. It's really anytime you can make a connection, or you get a lesson, or an example, or see something, or hear a story, where you think, oh, like, I get it. The point is to get clarity and understanding to remove the doubt. If you replace doubt, it's certain. And when you get that, then you use that thing forward. Alright? I think everybody's getting it. If you have any questions about that, please let me know. Alright, I know there's a raindrop falling on my head. That's right. Drop. You know, so they don't drop like raindrops. We call it like a drop, like a cloud is dropping the rain. Then, yeah, again, using graph and science to remember something is really efficient. Yes. And so this is just one example, but I'm trying to remind you also how to learn every time. parents will probably not do anything. You definitely did not learn your native language through translation because you have another language already. You're just trying to learn your first language. So the only way to do that is for parents to keep good examples. So this same idea of the trigger for non-native information is for everyone. Right? It's not just for people trying to learn English and already know it in the language. This is for anyone. So even children, you can see that like let's say we all have kids at the same level, it's bring them the students who get more, students who get more and faster, the triggers will become better students faster. Okay. I would be happy to study back in the lab if it was possible to see that. But anyway, you can take probably a group of kids, split them in half, teach one the traditional way, and then give one just a bunch of fancy triggers, and that second will become great speakers very quickly. All right, so native speakers can do this, as we just showed in this video. All right, let's see. She says, can you tell what time and what so these videos are unscheduled. Like I don't have a schedule for them. But typically they are usually Mondays or Thursdays. But so today is Monday and then the next video I think is Friday. I was a little bit late getting started on this one because we have some instruction in the middle. All right, it is, I think grammar is always very important. We cannot deny or just listen and talk like a parent without understanding. But I'm talking grammar in order also important. Yes, and so my point is the idea of fluent communication switch works for everything. So it works for vocabulary, it works for grammar, it works for pronunciation. The point is if you have a doubt about something, you need to focus on eliminating that doubt. And they're different ways. So that's why all of these lessons I gave here on YouTube, they're really just different examples of fluency traits. So it could be a story, it could be a visual example, like I did with fall down versus fall over, or fall into and fall through. Or it could be, let's see, when I give naturally varying reviews. So as an example, let's say like this, right? If I say phrasal verbs, electric, but you hear 10 different native speakers say that, you're going to hear each person speak a little bit differently. Their pronunciation, their accent will be a little bit different. And so you will become more to understanding natives as they speak. And so people who only listen to slow teachers, they're not getting that naturally very beautiful pronunciation and listening. And that's why it's important when people say, like, why should I join programs where you have lots of information on the YouTube channel? Because most of the stuff I do is at an easier level to make sure all of you understand what I'm saying. But for people who want to understand at the native level, you really need to get lots of examples from different native speakers. That's an example of naturally very. So another example, like I gave before, like a sort of kind of naturally very repeated. I don't want to just repeat like fall down, fall down, fall down. I want to show you how it's different from fall over, from fall in, fall through, and then take that and extend that into other cases where, like I just fell into this job. So I was walking down the street and I found like some guy painting his house. And I said, oh, like that's a nice house over there. And he said, would you like to help me paint? I just fell into a job. So he basically wanted to help paint his house. I fell into the job. So it was like an accidental thing, like I'm walking, actually fell into. So this is a very common use of that phrasal verb where we take sort of physical, like falling into a hole, like, oh, I just fell into the job. So if you weren't trying to do something, it was an accident that just happened. Almost like you're walking and look, you just fall into it. Yep, fall in love. So often you don't really expect that thing. You just, wow, I met this beautiful lady on a cruise. Hopefully, this makes sense. But you see how what I'm doing is trying to make connections and eliminate that. Because as soon as I teach something, your brain is thinking, oh, how can I use it? Can I use it in this situation or that situation? Or how do I pronounce it? That's what I want to continue even more your triggers until you really feel confident, and that's what you start doing. So as you get more triggers, you find they connect with each other, and you can become even faster. Okay, isn't that cool? Hopefully, it should be like in a basic lesson. People like, wow, look at that. Yes, you don't have to do all these things over here. Really, the goal is to get a frequency trigger that helps you eliminate the doubt you have, and then use it. So the funny thing here, this shows that if you speak, when you're trying to repeat things, if you don't feel confident person, speaking is probably not going to help. So a lot of students think they need to speak, or they need to live in an English-speaking country, or they need to be a child or something, but it's, over here, all of this is really trying to do the same thing. They're trying to force everybody to remember something. Like easier, just eliminate the doubt.
The only thing I can think of doing is
all right, let's
killed two of them here. So at the time I required that.
All right, it's really easy to learn with visualization. Yeah, that's the one. All right, the visualization is really helpful to understand the language in general. Yes. So I'm trying to help you. Anything that really makes it clear. So when people are like, wow, do I really feel more confident after watching the video? Just because I to eliminate some doubt. To eliminate some doubt. So that's very, very clear, easy to understand. Yes. So this is another just example. Many people think phrases are words are difficult, but it's really because of how they're worded, not because the phrases are worded by themselves. He again says, I think these are also really useful when we learn other things. Yes. So as I said, this is a language learning example of this, but the fluency training in general, by fluency, we're talking about language fluency, but you could be fluent in any, I could be fluent in fixing cars or riding a bike or anything else I'm trying to do. It's just like feel confident about that. Another example of a fluency trigger, I've told this story, so this is a story trigger. But the point is to again eliminate doubt to help you understand something. So the idea of a fluency trigger, can I remove the doubt? I was walking, this is a real story, this really happened to me, and actually Fluent for Life members can see this actually happen in, I think it's in the learning, like education lessons, but they can actually see me learning a new skill by getting a fluency trigger. It's actually like a really interesting thing to see. I'll just tell you the story very quickly. So I was walking down the street here in Nagasaki, Japan, not far from where I am now, and I saw two maybe teenagers or college kids. They were riding BMX bikes. So they were kind of spinning bikes around and trying to do tricks. And I was there with a friend of mine, and I had my camera, and I said, oh, I think this would be a cool lesson if I could learn how to figure out how to ride a bike like them and do just one trick. So I don't know how to ride a BMX bike or do lots of tricks, but I learned that in this. And so that you can see the learning process happening. I'll just describe it here. But I'm watching these guys, and I say, okay, can I try that? And they were very friendly. They said, oh, these guys trying to learn how to do these tricks. And so they were happy to show me how to do that. Now, what was interesting is that, like, I tried, like, the kind of bike riding idea for these things. So, like, they explained something to me. I tried to understand. I tried to, like, do it, but I kept falling off. So I was doing these things. I was trying to repeat. I was trying to copy them. I was asking questions, but I still didn't really understand, like, the doubt. I didn't really understand how to do that. But then one guy gave me a fluency trigger, and what he said was, like, the reason I kept falling off the bike is because I needed to hold it with my leg so that the bike didn't fall over. So you can imagine, like, the bike is here, like these are the two pedals on the side. I'm kind of just standing on it, but I needed to, like, hold the bike with my leg, and that way I could control the bike and keep it from falling over. The trick is really to keep the bike up and then spin the wheel, hit the front wheel, and then put it back on. So I wasn't able to do that, but as soon as he gave me that trigger, I thought, now I've got it. That's, again, the moment of clarity, aha moment, as I call it. So the trigger allowed me to do that, and now I can do the trick. So if I see someone else with a BMX bike, I can do that trick. right? So it seems difficult until you get triggered to understand how something works. And often many are really so it seems difficult to try to do the typical things, just repeating something again and again. Much easier than you might expect. So that's another example of a fluency trigger. But just repeating all right, then it says, let me know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Hi, Andrew. Now having your lessons, my vocabulary makes it more like spider graph. Just a list of random words. All right. One question then is, how many people was Monday running? Let's see. Esteban, that's true. I see it now. You're always going to translate everything into one language, and that becomes a problem. Yes. So if you translate what you learn, you will translate. So that's the reason people translate is because they have doubt about what something is. But when you're certain, you don't translate. You don't have to translate. You just learn it like it is in English. Let's see. Looks like we got some people there. I'm a new subscriber to this channel. Great lesson. Thank you so much. All right.
There's another thing on top of that under knowledge about people underground organizations.
Those they sound similar. I'll give you a very quick definition of one of those, but you learn a lot more.
Except that we're all worried about
get more definitions. Often people will ask me like what something means, and I explained this in the last video. The reason I will answer some questions and not answer others is if I think I can give basically people a trigger and help them understand something very easily on visual. In this example, really they're just words that sound similar, but they're
I can tell you that
confirm means like I have to check something. So maybe I see someone in the distance they're walking up to me and that's my friend, but I don't know for sure. I want to confirm that it is a walking over and see what it is. But to conform really means I want to like fit into the shape of something else. So you can think about this in the example, like if I have a bowl and I drop some water into it, like the water in here, the water in this bottle actually conforms. So like the shape of that thing. So it's with that same shape to conform to something. So the water in this bottle conforms to the bottle. If I take the bottle and tip out the water, then you get lots of water on the table, whatever, and then it conforms to that. So you can think also about conforming, like I want to conform with how other people think. So if other people have a belief about something, I share that belief, or I lie, and I say I believe something. So those are examples of conforming to something that is a figurative.
so anyway, he told me, I was asking,
And then another example of that, like
got a contract with the government bill, $107,000 pulling rail cars, each one 143
but you notice, like, instead of me just giving you a definition, I'm trying to help you understand that.
And there are 11
Just an example of you see how this works. So you don't want to just repeat the word. Like if I say, okay, go home, look up the definition and repeat, confirm,
steel,
that's not going to help you very much. But if you get some quick fluency triggers,
anyway, so this is a nice fantastic story, but how does it pertain?
Let's see, this helps a lot understand the Yep, and again, this is how it is. Kids are learning English this way, and then they start figuring out what they learn, just like I do. Example. So we start with something physically and turn it into something else.
If you want to build 102,000 young children times 143 times, we can come up with a monster figure of about 15 million. It's about the number.
Intimacy. If you're talking about like, remember to be intimate with something means like you have a close connection. So you can say I have intimate knowledge of something. That's one example. Like I have intimate knowledge of how language learning works. And learning and studying this for even just teaching over 20 years of doing it. So I'm intimate knowledge. But intimacy
not
also,
the
again, it just needs like a close connection to that thing.
and it's in the form of people who has nothing to do with the
Hello, sir. I guess, yes.
These people
All
have
right, I answered
got
that question right.
they've voted out, they've legislated out prayer in public schools.
If you're talking about like becoming more like once you go through for life and people buy the program, they don't have to go through all of the lessons, but you kind of get a bunch of triggers for you to find out things you're interested in, like the grammar that you struggle with, or anything you'd like to know about. But the program actually it's designed to graduate you from learning like languages the way people normally learn to being able to learn languages. And so after you go through the program, then you're just learning in a real world the same way they do how to learn language. So I mean, it's basically the last program you need to get if you're trying to understand the same language. You have to get basically like thousands of words to train. So if you like, when I'm learning Japanese, I have to kind of create these things for myself. So find examples. Like I remember I got a perfect example yesterday. So my wife was talking about like and she was saying like she used the Japanese word for fish. And I think it's and that was the first time I had heard that. But again, when I hear something like that, I'm just like it kind of goes into my ear, and then I forget. So I'm not really learning anything. Remember, like someone tells you what something is, oh, like what? All right, I think that's weird. But then she continued. She actually gave me a fluency trigger, which was like a ring, like wow. And I was like at that moment, when you feel it, like now the doubt is gone. I remember the word. I taught her English. If you don't know what this is,
helicopters and the F-117 RB-1 bomber and all the other 24, 25 helicopters and get the next level.
But this was an example.
We've been lied to, folks. I know we do that.
And I remember the word.
Like blood, is roughly one of the first $1 trillion every 2 years. Trillion. I'm not talking billion, but trillion. Don't know what a trillion is. It's 1,000 billion. Big number.
I mean, it's comprehensive. Yes, it's like the most comprehensive word. I can't really think of anything more comprehensive than that. Plus, we usually answer lots of questions anytime. So anything you still don't answer, even though there are thousands and thousands of words you learn. We'll still be taught if there's anything else. How can we use the word? That's kind of a long explanation.
John Douglas, Mark Manson, what do you recommend? Ray Aerospace, Lorimar Aerospace, Aerospace, Mitsubishi of Japan, also IPW Industries, Ryder Trucks,
so all of the things that people talk about, you can get for. So just like I've given you a visual example, or you see something in writing, something like that. The point is to eliminate the doubt. So you can ignore all of these things and just focus on this. So if I go in. Look at that, we got interrupted. So the point of having like a fluency training is when you have, when you understand what you need, then you can use, okay, I know I need to like maybe get some different examples, like right,
none of this was available without us taking the part and trying to film crash flying flights either we down or they crash themselves into our deserts. No. All these materials on the table, some of which are formed by our
I want to speak like a native. Well, if you want to speak like a native, you have to learn like one and get lots of fluency training. So this is how to pronounce without sound.
Balance. First of all,
how to pronounce
the nails in the confines
of our without sounding like an ass. Is that what you mean? That's what you get. How to pronounce words like that. I understand. Remember, like
we're not
I'll
even
put practice over
we're
here.
not even getting any semblance
What do you
of
mean
what I
by
call
practice?
tablet.
What people don't even, teachers don't even explain
We're not
what this
being
means.
told anything
They just say these things like, well, you need
I
practice.
believe our
Practice,
government
practice
officials
what? So I
have
can,
told us down the drain.
practice mean I repeat something over and over again?
Up until
Remember,
several weeks
it's
ago,
not,
I
it's
was
not like,
employed
like shooting a basketball or something where I need to get like a physical.
one of the highest in the world.
I really just need to understand something well, and then I feel confident about it. So I don't become more confident just by repeating it.
Anyway,
So when people say, like, if they give you anything off of this list,
microphone doesn't get up any further.
translations,
Anyway,
anything, it could be speaking, listening,
another
writing,
thing, strategic defense
whatever that means.
I believe
Just
it's
saying,
there
really the
to
goal is to
prevent alien attack on planet Earth. It has nothing to do with the Cold War. We've seen the
repetition is typically not a good way to eliminate the doubt because it
and
doesn't
only
teach
a
you
toy,
anything.
an implement toy.
All right, let me say that again. Repetition is usually not a good way to eliminate doubt because it doesn't
I am
teach
and you are.
anything new. Okay, you need to get different examples. If I just give
I
you
don't
one
mind
example,
a defense initiative against attack and
a smart teacher
if he from a real threat.
try something else.
They need to be lied to about there being
So we want to
this
come
kind
at
of
things
communism
from
and that kind of
different
communism.
angles.
And the one I call
That's
finding out
very
the whole thing that's been planned the last
How can I trigger
for the last 75 years.
How can I trigger
Pioneer governmental
speak by eliminating
begins
doubt? That's why I call
then
it.
we kind of know which side of the bread is buttered. Anyway, here's another piece of information for you folks. The DEA, ATF, Drug Enforcement Agency, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. These agencies rely on
the explanation of the jump
weaponry for as much as 40%
bandwagon. Oh, jump on the bandwagon? Well, bandwagon is like
1993.
or something. So if there's like a sports team or somebody doing well, other people
The
will get
United
on that.
Nations used American stealth aircraft for over 28% of its collective worldwide operations
Like in
from
Chicago when I
1990
was
to
young, that was the
1992,
time when Michael
and has
Jordan
taken
was
for
playing
center
basketball
for
for
strategic
and
studies
at that time
and the
everybody had
United
those
Nations
hats and
for
those jerseys and things. Everybody was on the bandwagon. So everyone was there. Like you think about a band or like physically like people playing music, you know, little wagon, you know, a bandwagon. So everybody wanted to participate in that because it was well. But when the Bulls are losing, then everyone takes off their Bulls gear, you know, their Bulls hats and things like that. So they're getting off.
Thank you very much.
So people generally
Regarding
following what's
there
popular.
are three distinct classifications of special police use to guard one of our most well-kept secrets. Number one.
Now, after your tips and tricks are involved,
The MJTF, and that by the way, that stands for Military Joint Tactical Force. Otherwise known as the Black Berets. Some people call them the Delta Force, and there are other names.
yes, so again,
It's a
this
multinational
works for everybody. It's not only for some
multinational
people, for some
tactical
languages, or whatever
force,
it works for.
primarily used to
Learning
guard
anything, but I just
various
focus on
stealth
explaining how it works.
aircraft worldwide. And by the way,
Kids
see the
entertain.
picture over here on the table, and I come over here and look at it.
Perfect English teacher. Thanks a lot for your teaching. My pleasure. I pronounce I and I. It's the same pronunciation. Again, if you want to learn like
you'll find
other
out
differences like that
a nice picture of it
in
there.
treasure, just
There
get the
were
app. Click on the link in the
170
description.
students
Go to
built.
this video to get the app.
And
And
on the
thank
right
you
here
so
were
much. Thank you
crippled.
for your
Something wrong with
Facebook for all
roughly 162 or 3, I can't remember the last count. We gave them away.
comics and
We,
came across the word Hulk.
we, the federal government gave them away. That word signed them away about 6 weeks ago.
So you're trying
The
to
United Nations. Is
You're trying
this
to
what we are paying our hard-earned tax money to do, folks? No, I don't believe so, and I know we can do better. And I actually believe, I'm not advocating the right-wing government, I don't believe in such. There's something for the main reason. Number one, I call it kills their own folks. I believe if I have the chance to tell people about these atrocities, I think that there will be some serious letter writing, if not letter writing, some serious conscientious voting.
Words and then we saying, well, go home and remember that now. That's a bad culture. And that's unfortunately a lot of education, why a lot of people
Our local
struggle to speak.
please ask some questions.
I just saw a huge jump in finding those level 4 levels this thing for 1 or 2 hours. Yep, so it's probably giving yourself some little triggers, even if you don't realize it, and you're understanding the language and you feel more confident. So you don't really need to speak in order to become a good expert. I know this sounds weird, it sounds wrong, but you just need to understand and feel confident about it. So you can do it quickly, and you can
Right
really
after the blast, and the concrete was totally melted. The steel
well, try to pronounce it more
rebar
slowly.
inside the
If I say
cement
so,
was literally
and I say
extruded
so,
at 6 feet longer than it's
I'm
going.
trying to over
And there's only one way to do that, and that's
practice things like that. But this is the kind of thing we
and
do.
that's construction nuclear
Juan
weapons.
says, I just joined your
So
board.
obviously, the people that they're looking for, that they say
Look,
were the
think
nitrate
about
explosive,
what you're interested in. Remember, like, you don't want to force yourself, like, to learn anything, but more think about, like, the thing you're interested in. So what if you go like, if you want to
very same group did do at the time,
think about that. And then focus on that, and you'll see, like, with my lessons, it's not like a pain to learn, because it's me doing all the hard work of making the stuff easy and understanding. All right, so pick something you're interested in, and guess what?
With the last explosion in Oklahoma City, they also say basically it was a nitrated or fertilizer bomb that had a whole truck full. Of course, they came out with the information that
Watch my videos on YouTube.
very key valve.
Don't know
That
basic.
was 3,000. Reno was 4,000.
But
Now it's 20,000.
it's much better.
Well, by the way, if you put 20,000 pounds in the rider truck,
know a lot of English already. If you click on the link in the description below the
now,
video, you will learn more about the program.
and
if you can
explosives per se,
understand that,
I
then
know
you're ready.
the chemical structure
If you're
and the
understanding
application
me in
of
this video,
construction
you're
value
not a
of
big
explosives.
But the
When you're
program.
in the reputation. I helped all out.
Yes, Lucas, again,
Over 13
get ready.
military bases in the United States.
So it goes up there. Yes. So then when I say advanced, what we're really doing is taking it from no content to
I can tell you
that's the goal. So we want to flip your communication switch to many
hardly shatter
words
the
and
windows
phrases and grammar points. Things like that. So as you begin the program, like you start learning,
maybe
you
at the most
begin learning
20 to
new
30
words and
people
phrases, and also feeling more confident about the vocabulary already.
I believe I've been like,
So we're going to take all of that and we want to
of good
move
standing
you out.
in these United
So the
States.
whole program
And
is about
I'm not
moving you out,
taking it any
making
longer.
you feel more confident.
So I'm telling you
Start
that
speaking.
you've been lied to.
So we don't give you like studying and typical things, but it's me doing the hard work.
And I do believe if we all get up and say, we've had enough, we want the truth, if we're not going to get the truth, we want to step down, we won't step down, then I do believe our founding fathers
It's kind of simulating
and warned us
getting fluency triggers
that a federal government structure out of control, totalitarian slavery, I do believe that we have to do something about it.
Jump for climbed on a bench.
Now, that's pretty serious.
Yes, and also like when you get examples, if you just use the dictionary, it's probably not going to be very emotional. So I try to give an example, like imagine like a wagon, like an old,
that we have
years ago, like a wagon,
country, life left
pulling
in these
wagon,
beautiful United
guys
States.
with instruments in here playing, that's the band wagon.
Right. Right
And
now,
it's like, wow,
the
look at all those guys playing, I want to get on that bandwagon.
Janet Reno. By the way, I want to tell you something
So
about Janet
people are
Reno.
having fun, they're
Janet
doing
Reno
something.
cheated her way through law.
Well, it's not just for sports, that's an obvious example. But that's I'm trying to show
Janet
you,
Reno is
when I give the explanation,
I believe there are a lot of wonderful women that make a great attorney general of these United States. They're far more educated, they're far more moral than she is. I would hate to think
as quickly as
how
possible.
we are being hoodwinked
Resources.
by such evil
I
people.
think I was from Korea.
We
Yeah,
are
let me know if
in
your name is not
world.
really English.
I believe I can qualify myself by saying I'm a tired
General
American
Sisson,
down
Uzbekistan,
speaking.
which is correct often with a tear that you'll hear.
I think we can
I
do
guess
better.
in what
I
situation?
think these people of these United States, mostly older people above the age of 45, are now seriously
I have gone
worried
into
about their
videos
own
like that,
future.
and especially for like recover all that stuff.
Run by
What is the best way to get rid of that?
scary
Like just to get more examples or to really see something, just really understand that thing.
The
So
United
very
Nations
quick, like I gave
is a world dictatorship body, period, plain and simple.
but it could be
It is housed in the United States.
maybe you make it's something that allows your brain to make connections.
Thing that happened.
So you can imagine like your brain is doing these things and it's there's something in your brain and there's new information. You have to find a way to connect that so that you integrate that information into your brain. And as you learn more, you create a network of all these different things that are all connected to your brain. That's what your brain looks like. All these different things.
One of my best friend's wives and her two little boys killed by a drunken diplomat.
All right, Mr. Moore, I've experienced something a bit strange. I feel comfortable with the speaker more than foreign speakers.
Our law, by the way, has no effect.
Well, I would imagine.
I'll tell you another thing. Military law on military reservations has no effect. Public law on military reservations has no effect. But once again, our wonderful, beautiful, thin sheet of paper called the United States Constitution and another nice thin sheet of paper called the Bill of Rights has been trampled on beyond repair.
I can hear Richard speaking.
We have to stand up and say, this is enough, and you as elected officials are going to obey the Constitution of these United States. Number one, by limiting the amount of your service to our federal government.
That's why if you
Like
don't feel
one term,
you won't say
one thing only, and
so
they
you
will
might feel
say
confident
one
about
thing
one thing,
only.
but not something else.
By the way, one term
And
is
you
plenty.
might know this word or that word.
Because if you're an evil
About
person,
saying
one
no,
term
but
can do a lot of harm. If you're a good person, you can do a lot of
that's why
good.
the struggles.
Two ways of looking at it. Our elected government officials have sidestepped our whole things as well. So contractors America. Contract of America is the exact terminology that Adolf Hitler used to subvert his people in 1931. I believe we were
I have
not
done that.
called by the same
If
color.
somebody wanted to invite me, like let's say,
I believe we would do that.
like pay me to fly out there, just like have a fun trip and teach a bunch of people, that would be fun. But
Contract with America
power of video means I don't need to get on
a
a plane or
last-ditch
anything.
effort by our federal government structure to tear away the Constitution of the United States and the Declaration of the Bill of Rights.
I try, but I'm also trying to be patient. Like even for me, I don't want to just like work hard. I want to think, what's the best way to explain it to people so they feel confident when they understand it.
Wonderful piece of paper.
As much as you probably know this already, but how often do you make live videos that would
other forms of slavery.
If you like
I
breaking,
doubt there's more than 50 people in this room, including me, I
like
think,
live
that
videos that maybe once or twice.
seriously read the U.S. Constitution.
But remember,
That's
you
a
don't need to
national
watch them live.
I'm getting. I picked up the book out of a library.
Just watch the
and
replay,
photographed it.
and that the replay will
I'm
have
reading.
transcript, subtitles.
Our founding fathers separated church and state, not live like any form of judgeship or judgment to say that we cannot pray, either in a school,
Yeah, it doesn't
on
need to
federal
be a
government
visual
property.
example.
By the way, you cannot pray on federal government property. If you do so, you're in violation of federal government standards
And
and
so,
law.
like,
Then
making
you can
lessons
be
in
guilty
life,
of $100,000 fine and 20 years in prison.
people will tell you a
I
story
do
and try to
believe
teach you
people that are now in charge
stories to teach our
are
children.
atheists.
So we're like
And
trying
if
to
they're
teach
not
them,
atheists,
like the story of Little Red Riding Hood or Snow White.
I think we can do better.
Story like that. So we're using a story even if they don't.
Another thing I want to blow by your ears is the fact that a lot of you have probably seen in different areas, black helicopters.
So
There's
it's not
over
just
64,000 black helicopters in these United
just get
States.
more examples or
Every hour that goes by, there's one being
it's
built.
possible to do it by yourself. It's a lot easier when you have
Is this the proper use of our tax money? I don't believe so.
See,
According to the fact that the federal government needs 64,000 tactical helicopters
yes, I
for
recommend
if they are not going to
English is helpful
enslave.
if you already know what the word is. know what you're looking for. That's another reason why a teacher is helpful when you're trying to run. Good morning.
Over 230 countries. I know all the
Heart.
that we help out.
All right, I think, look at that. I think we've got through
Self-aircraft.
everyone.
Vehicle 17 is 157.
All right, I'll give a quick
You know, the sole purpose is all roads with LiDAR, L-I-D-A-R, and SEER, computer-enhanced imaging laser. They can fly over your house,
even speaking, it's not going to help you if you don't
they can
feel
tell you about a
confident about what
antique
you're going to say.
rifle
So
on
trying to study
map
more, repeating
They can
things,
see
trying to study more,
objects in the
getting
house
definitions
with
and
a
translation,
variation,
it's most likely not.
with a variation limit
Instead, focus on
capability
this
of
side.
1
Then we have this little switch here.
1,000 miles.
It begins
That's
off.
how accurate
So
this
there are
is.
things you want to express.
Is this the
Try to
proper
kind
use
of
of
push it
our
this way.
I
You
would
might be
say
able to
no.
translation or make a flashcard and study something again and again.
No, I work
Try to push it to on, but
in the federal government.
it's like you're trying to work against the doubt you have instead of just
I know exactly how these
so
people
like if you have
handle
a,
it.
another good way to understand this is a door stop.
Every time I did a job,
So I have a
We're
door
in the
stop
federal
in my
government
room.
installation.
Here's the door.
I was given a battery of 17 psychological
Wedge like this.
feet under the floor.
So if I put a door stop behind the door to stop it from opening,
First of all,
then you can
we're supposed to be
keep trying to push on the door,
somehow
but it's going to be
that
really
jumps the Brady bill.
because the door stop is there.
And
But if you
other
just ask, hey, did you remove the door stop? Then yes, okay, now you can open the door.
I don't agree crazy people should
Same
be
idea.
shooting firearms. On the other hand, I do believe
Really
in
stop, not this stuff over here. All right?
and
So the more things you trigger,
guided by a
yes,
good
the faster
story.
you will become a fluent speaker. I guarantee it.
Most
Show
of
you
us
these
will
video how it works.
go
And understanding this idea of a fluency trigger, go back and watch any of my
regardless of
other
what religion we are, and by the way,
you'll see the same thing. I'll be sharing stories, examples of things. Anything I can do to trigger
that
that
doesn't
fluency
restrict what
in
we
your
live
mind.
on.
So it's something I'm doing to try to help people. I'm getting them fluent. Obviously, you can do this by
I can
yourself.
tell you though,
But I
that
do
if we're allowed the atheist government structure to enslave us,
but I can tell when
we
people
won't have this
understand
opportunity any longer.
now I like to see that
We
expression.
have to do something about it.
All right, that's the basic idea. So the faster you get these fluency triggers,
Some of us are attorneys in this,
all
right?
right, you
Perhaps
think this
maybe one or
thing
two.
is improved
Maybe
by
somebody
this or
works
not.
from this.
Remember, like,
Maybe somebody
you
knows
can
somebody
make that
who
question for
is
any
a
of
good
these things.
attorney.
Do
I
you
know
think
that seems
studying
like a hard
will
number to
improve
come
my
up with. But
do you
there's
think
therapy with it.
repetition? Do you think speaking?
Maybe somebody knows a senator or a
writing or
congressman
anything else will
had
improve my
help myself.
fluency and language learning ability?
There's one
That's not really the right question. The question is, how do I remove the doubt? Because the doubt is the thing that really stops you from speaking. Once you understand that, there could be many ways that you remove the doubt, just like I've shown, or you've got even some listed in the description below this video.
Operation product.
Remove doubts
And I'm gonna have this
yourself.
one out on the table, so Rich, I'll ask you please carefully handle
The point
it.
is, the
Try not
focus is on
to
you.
too
So
many
it's not
things.
about like
Right
which
over
one of
here,
these things
right
you
over
do.
here.
You could do all of
And
them,
I'll find,
but it's more important to eliminate the doubt.
hey, that
Think about what's the best way
there's a structure,
to
it's an
understand this.
unidentified flying object.
So to eliminate the doubt
These scans
about
line action
the
46.
vocabulary, the grammar, or the pronunciation.
Federal government
Do that.
knew all about bombs, so
When you start teaching writing skills,
and how they
what
run
strategies can you
control us
suggest?
by world
Can you
domination.
start from
Not
the beginning possible? What do you mean teaching writing skills? Like actually teaching the letters and spelling, or are you talking about how to write essays or something like that? If you're talking about actually how to write and remember spelling, that's
very secretive government operation called
but
Philadelphia.
for teaching people how to write well, how to
I didn't know this until
good writing and write by hand,
and I now have
like physically write by hand what other people are writing.
Fortunately, I picture
So if you're writing essays, and you
9 human
you have
aliens
essays, and
called
you
Gal
take a
4
pencil
work in the Pentagon.
and paper and write that way. So just to
In
get a
58
good
years,
example,
he's not
and
changed.
it's
He's
something
still
you do with a
feeling
pencil
on the wall.
or pen and paper rather than using it on the computer because that slows down the language.
I don't know where you're still there.
Time to think about
Don't know
what
what kind of alien he is.
but that will help you do that.
He's about
So
2
just
inches
depends
shy
on
of 8 feet tall.
specifically interested. Right, and very good question. Look at that.
His work.
word of the day.
Another
question is services. How can Bangkok, Thailand, want to include my listings, feel I can't watch Netflix without subtitles.
Don't tell me, folks. Don't tell me federal government.
Go back and watch this video again. Go back and watch this video again. Watch this video again. Remember, this is, I always say my videos are like important and helpful. This idea is probably I would say that's the best idea I've ever had for explaining how this works. Okay. So it's even better than like comprehensive input, or learning English as a first language, or learning English like native speakers, because it really gets to the heart. But even when I explain to people, you should be learning English as a first language rather than learning English as a second language. It's important. I really want to understand like where does the fluency actually come from. And so even a native speaker does something. 1 year. Okay, so you could be like a native speaker is still trying to study because they have bad teachers, just like English learners have bad teachers too. And I don't even want to talk about like bad teachers. A lot of people don't know this is possible, and they don't know they should be focusing on it. They just learn like a teacher, okay, like this is what everybody does, and they just do that thing. But once you understand this, the idea of a trigger is really what can I do, what insight or story or visual or something can I do to eliminate the doubt. So if you have a question about the language, answer the question. That's how it works. If you have a worry about something,
1,719,000 federal police officers.
For example, or something that you actually feel when the trigger happens. You're like, I understand that. That's what you're doing.
Russia,
so if you're doing it by yourself, just answer the questions you have about the language. You think, okay, here's a grammar point I want to learn. I don't feel very confident about using this word. Why do I not feel confident? Because you don't know the vocabulary well enough or whatever. But you need to answer that question for yourself.
And the
If you're doing this by yourself.
What is going on?
How to improve fluency in a non-native country where we don't have anyone practice. Remember, it doesn't matter where you live, it doesn't matter, you could be in a box. But I don't think right now, you can get all the information, I don't believe, that's why lots of people in the white they don't live in English-speaking countries. Some of them live, there's like a few people I think that are just,
because the federal government has created the World Trade Center bombing and the bombing in Oklahoma City, which is extremely
eliminating the doubt. That's how it works. So if you eliminate the doubt, it doesn't matter where you live. But we also
have absolutely no use to a person that hates children.
If you want to do that. But it's
Our
important.
Attorney General Janet Reno hates children. He hates men, he hates everything but maybe their own kind. And by the way, if anything is outer space alien, it's her.
So try to eliminate the doubt as fast as possible, and then you can build into practice of the language like you created in your
Bill Clinton is one big liar.
Yes, as teacher, it is a problem I use my first
But Janet Reno, I can't
Yes,
forget
if you're
her.
using your native language,
She's done more as an interpretation as a singular intergovernmental official destroyed the country than any other individual. I believe it's the great traitor during the Revolutionary War. His name Benedict Arnold, there we go.
All right, Mr. Shaw, he's taking a bunch of sentences and
Probably
repeating them 100 times. My accent fluency. Probably not. Using repetition over here as well. So just repeating something is not likely to help. But if you get
What do we tell our government?
naturally very
Trusted government officials. I don't know
is when
where
I'm learning
they're
like to say
endangered
something
species.
that will improve my accent much
Well,
faster
they can
than
first
me
start
trying
by
to say
getting a bill going that requires all government officials
eliminate the doubt.
to register.
Remember, if you repeat,
I mean, if they're gonna ask us to register their, our rights and our rights, they have to register their rights.
that I will eliminate any doubt. I will stay in the
They can register their rights
same thing. So I have to change that
and their
to something
guns
different.
and their legislative ability
Like hearing somebody else.
one kind of referendum, number one, they can limit the amount of years that they're in office. If they cannot do this, by the way, Catholic contract with America, by the way, is really a contract. And all the politicians, or the Republicans or Democrats, or whatever you want to call them, to me, it's just a label.
But
they left one thing out of contract.
The translation of
Provide something on time.
and that's why it's
And
some of those things
it's got 10 parts to the contract.
like translation things like that.
And one is scratched out
In English as well.
after you sign the contract.
So that I understand everything you're saying, but I lack
By the way, it's more important.
that will help me become super fluent. That
You
I can
know,
speak without on
you may even be able to keep the problem. By the way, contract with America is not only illegal, it's asking us to change the market. Only damn people that only damn things that change the market are the damn adversaries saying it.
I can't comment on those other programs because I don't know what they are, but this is what you should look for, whether you learn to be or by yourself or somebody else, it doesn't matter, but this is the thing. That's what
Another thing we can do is require all politicians basically to accept no investment and accept no money from a salary, and that all government officials be basically put on kind of like that selective service.
Thousands of points and triggers about.
Everybody has to serve some part of a government structure.
So
and so voluntary is there. And if you've done it right, you get paid for it. And if you're not doing it right, then there are other ways to make sure that you will be punished.
Tell other people about it. And then I will see you in the next video.
We did these kind of things, we were praying, if we thought everything out, if we, because I'll tell you, the only thing that doesn't need changing in any way, shape, or form are two pieces of paper. One, the Bill of Rights, and one, the United States Constitution. Those two thin sheets of paper have kept us from totalitarian slavery or worse for over 200 years. And now they're being seriously threatened by a minority few people who want to reign over us, who want to kill us off, who want to cause us to break all of
Alright, so like if I'm talking with someone like
I couldn't even, if I saw something was wrong, I didn't really go. I had no way to believe it.
I clean my room
That's not what our founding fathers
every
taught us.
day. And my
That's not
mom
what they laid down. It's a sacred writing. Some sacred writing. I'm like, well, we can do better. If we are really a government, if we are really a militia, then we have to stand up and we have to make ourselves known that this will not be tolerated in any way, shape, or form, and will cease and desist. And if we are challenged, then so be it.
So I do.
Then we are challenged.
That's why we would add
I guess
something like that.
the actions of
So if someone says like,
rather,
oh, what sport do you play? You know, I play baseball.
I'm just answering that question.
But if someone is like, you really play baseball, or like, you know, the part or something, I do play.
I'm guilty of that.
You might even have the word.
I am called white slave by my own government for blowing the whistle. That's not
I'm just talking to my wife, like,
but it's an outrage. And ramifications on everyone.
so if I'm talking with my wife, you know, you never do the dishes. I say, no, I do.
I've talked about a number of topics that are uncontroversial.
Yes, like,
I don't think I've talked about too much about why we're being enslaved. You remember, there's always been an intervening war. It wasn't World War I, it was World War II. It wasn't World War II, it was Korea. It wasn't Korea, it was Vietnam. What about a convenient war when we got a little bit too smart? It's going to war to wipe out.
So if I'm trying to teach
people that
this is not
take over.
This is not a real language. I'm making this up, but I think it's a good example. Help people understand how to
we're going to have to face some very serious
I'll use the word
original,
just making it.
what we call patriot movements in this country.
So I can imagine I'm like an alien trying to teach me my alien language. And I call
There
this
are few people in
now,
these
at
groups
first,
that
you
are
don't
crazy,
really know
but
what
I
I
would
mean.
say
You have
there
a general idea, maybe like you can
probably less
guess
than
what I'm talking about.
100%.
But if I say come, you're not 100% sure. You wouldn't feel confident in being in a conversation. I mean, only if like, you saw another one of these, you would say come, but you don't know what I'm
are
talking
responsible
about.
for
100%.
reclaiming the
I could be talking
populace
about
for
color,
doing other
shape,
crimes against
I'm talking
humanity, like
about this
killing
item
children,
by itself,
innocent
or is
children,
it like a
regardless
group
of
of
race.
It's only as you get more examples that you really start to understand.
That happened in Oklahoma City is a wake
It's
up call.
not going to help. Right? Repetition, if I just
If we
repeat
do
like
nothing,
calm,
if we decide
that's
to
not
start
helping you
again,
learning.
to say, well, I don't have to do anything today, I can watch this show on TV or that show on TV.
Example of something.
I don't have to talk about all this Bill Schneider, I'll be like the Jones, we can talk about rights and criminals, we can talk about.
So now your brain is thinking like,
If
we're
we
just
act this
connecting
way,
these things
we're
because
not
I'm
gonna be
using the same
alone
word.
very long.
So I wonder what
If you
that
got rights out there, you might as well start enjoying them if you've never enjoyed them before, because pretty soon they're not gonna happen.
calm. And as
You
you
got the
get
one
these different
freedom of
examples, then
movement.
it's like, okay, he's probably talking about.
You don't have to show your ID. Slowly, that's changing.
And so this is
The
why
legislation right now in the
when
United
you
States
look
Congress,
at the example before about the cat,
and any person,
picture,
as you work for the federal government, has to have special identification.
or
It's illegal. It's an outrage.
now
And
one of
I've
these
already
is
drawn the line
about what the
and
animal
put the
is.
foot down, and I say, enough is enough. I've had enough.
If you understand what that means. And then you know, like, what? Yeah,
And I
understand
think we
what that
can do
means.
it.
But to me,
I know.
particular cat. Okay. But if you think about a small
So
child,
I'm asking you, out of this entire thing, how many 100 people are there? 150 or
you're
so?
lucky you might get even feline, but they don't really know what that means. They need to get more examples.
Gathered together.
So they see like other cats, like here's another cat over here,
The
like
good
both
things
this
about
is
America.
and this is
To whatever
we're
side
lucky.
it is, from
That's
among yourself.
interesting. This one is lucky, this one is not.
Try
That
that
means
group of
color.
10 or 15. Well, most of us have 10 or 15 people
The
in
whole
one.
point is you're not repeating that, you're doing this different examples. So when
If
you learn
10
like a
people did it in
native
this room,
speaker,
we reach
this is
double
what I
that.
talk about
We
learning
reach
English
20.
as a first language.
Or more.
You're getting all of these different examples, and that's what helps you understand it's like a native. I really want to make sure this is clear, because if you
What we have to
understand
do, we have
English
to
as a
stop
first
violence
language,
and all these other kinds of things. Trouble is with revolution,
that's
they
the
always
whole
end up
point.
killing the
That's
wrong
where
people.
fluency comes from.
Unfortunately, it's starting to look like that might have to be the only scenario to get these parasites off our back. And I'm telling you, folks, they're parasites of
Usually
the
the situation means like something exists here.
They're only
Right
after
now.
their own self.
Like it is hot, right? So this is
And by
like I
they,
am.
I'm talking about government officials. Not all. There's some that are good. There's some that are honest. There's
So
some
it
that
is
are
hot, or I'm like my being, like how I am right now, like I am
like the
doing
Constitution and Bill
being
of
it
Rights.
right now.
Other
But when we talk about get,
fathers.
get usually means there's some kind
They're
of,
few and far between.
all right, so
House
be
of
just get
Representatives in the United
right here,
States
but
Senate.
get is
There
more
is
like
not
you're
one politician
moving from here
that is not an
over to
attorney.
here.
There is
So right
something
now
wrong
I'm at
there,
work, I need
folks.
to get home.
Abraham Lincoln.
I'm sorry, I need to get
that's a long time ago.
Okay, I'm taking a position and moving from one place to another.
It was an
So
honor
to be
beyond medals and glory to serve the United States Senate or
be
United
used to be
States
like I
House of
am,
Representatives.
like understanding something, or I
There was
am,
actually
like
only
this
about
position.
8 total
So I am used to
senators and House of
doing these
Representatives
videos
people.
on YouTube. All right, so I'm already, I'm like feel good about doing it.
Rest of them
Very
are
easy, very fun. I am used to. Okay, so right now,
So we've been
think
led
about
down
someone who's like already,
wrong path,
like,
folks.
you know, they've been working at a job
sit
for
here
a
and do
long
nothing.
time, they do it well, they do it easily, they are
We're not
used
going to have any freedom. And it's not
to,
going to take
they've
very
already
long.
had that
This
experience.
rate of speed, the way things are going,
Getting
what's going to be the next scenario? There's going to be another
about
bomb
like
somewhere?
moving into that.
First
So
was
maybe
a
this is my
trace for
first
bombing New York City.
video. I don't really know how to do anything. I feel a little bit uncertain. I'm not used to
Killing
it yet.
children,
Right?
innocent
So I'm not
people on the
when
way
you
to
think
work.
about like we have time. And at this point, like right
Elderly
here, I'm
people,
used to
Social Security office and whatnot.
just means I have like
How
that
come
experience.
these AARPs
But
are
over
talking
here,
about the
not yet.
61
I am
older
not.
people who bit the dust?
So maybe my first time I tried doing
And
something,
Social Security
I
office
didn't do
and
that
the other
very
people
good.
are
Or yeah, I
seeking
didn't do that very
total
well.
internal revenue service and
Yeah,
all kinds
I made a mistake. I
But
don't feel very confident about something. But over time, look
there's
at that.
nothing legal
We
about
can
the
talk about
IRS
improving. Now I am getting
at all.
getting
By the way, you realize
used to something.
I was
So I'm
reading the
moving
Oregonian
forward,
newspaper
feeling good.
10 days ago.
I'm getting used to it.
President
So I made
Clinton
my
was
first video. I
authorized the
didn't
U.S.
feel very
Mint to
good.
print
My
a new
second
money.
video, I felt a bit more confident. My third
They've already
video,
printed
fourth
about
video,
$3 billion.
now made 500 some
The
videos
travel
on the channel. I am
overseas,
very used to.
you get this
Nice and
pink-looking
easy.
thing
I understand how
with a picture of the
I've got lots of
president on it,
experience.
and a similar thing that the insignia
So
of
the,
the
again,
lost
the
center.
difference here, we're talking
Down
about
that way.
like there's kind of
On
two different
either
ideas.
side of this bill is a
But
UPC
to be
spot.
used to it just means like you understand something, you
No.
feel good about that thing.
I don't
feel
believe in
confident.
having the mark of my hand
Right?
or
And
in
then
my
it's
forehead
either
like
are
the
you
Bible calls.
already or are you
But it's
becoming?
coming, folks, if we get
So
enough.
remember, get is move
It's coming as sure as I'm standing here
from
telling
one thing to
you.
another. Like if you get a
And
present,
it's
the
probably
present
gonna
is
be here
moving
in less
from
than 2
one
years.
person to you. You've got
We do that.
something. If you understand something, like I'm telling
And
you, like
this
you
is
get it.
I'm
Get
actually
what I'm saying? If you understand what I'm saying?
it could be a lot
Moving
sooner.
from me to you. Get it? So
Federal
hopefully,
government
some
right
people
now
who have been watching my videos for a
with
while,
their
they're
high
used
tech
to my way
is
of speaking,
inventing
and so they
earthquake
understand my English very
device.
well. They're used to it.
I have reason to believe that the earthquake in Kobe is planned by the way of geologists.
So the
I know exactly what I'm talking
more
about.
like
There was no pulse in the pulse wave. There's supposed to be a pulse wave in any earthquake. There was none in the Kobe, Japan earthquake. None.
Alright, used to.
In 1989, in and around
Now,
San
this is
Francisco, there was
different.
an earthquake.
This is
There was no
different
pulse
from
or pulse wave.
I used.
That
I
is
used to do something.
a
Right? Like I
device.
used
It was Tesla
when I
invented,
did it before, I
and
don't
he
do
did
it
it not out of evil, but he was trying to
So
make
it's slightly
a
different.
device that could be accurately used for construction and building of
I used to
buildings
play
like that.
chess. So I used to do
It's gonna
that. I
take
did
you
that
for evil,
before, but now I don't.
guaranteed.
Right? That's why we have this. Be your
I want you to know that the black budget program
like, oh, now I'm
throughout these United States
or getting
have
used to it.
subverted science as we know it. What's AIDS?
But when you just talk about what I'm used to do,
AIDS was invented
something you
by
do.
the National Ordnance Laboratory in Chicago,
I
Illinois,
don't do it now.
1972.
Don't do it.
There's a
And this is
biological
why it's
weapon
important
used
when you
against
kind
the
of learn
people of
one
these
thing. I want
United
to focus
States.
on one thing at a
The reason
time,
I
then
know this,
introduce
I
something
have
else.
seen the documentation
So look,
by the
same
Office
thing. You
of
got to
Strategic Services, which by the way is still in operation to
what
this
is
day,
used to? And they will think,
through the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta, Georgia.
when do we say used to? Well, we could
They
say, like,
use
yeah, I
the
used to.
glandular expression
I used to.
of animals as well as
Now I
humans,
don't.
as well as outer space
But I
aliens.
don't.
Tell you something about these outer space aliens.
We talk about, like,
They're mortal.
you're feeling like more
They can
comfortable
be
with
shot dead just like you and I can. But I'll tell you one thing. They're bad news in the worst order.
So always
We have
focus on the
absolutely
situation.
no
The vocabulary
defense
comes from the situation.
against their
Not the other way
germs.
around.
None. They're a biological weapon of terrible consequence. I advocate that every alien on this planet,
Just so people understand the difference between learning English
if they're
and
good,
second
they
language
have
and
or
learning
bad, they have to be isolated.
So when
They
you
are
learn
a
English as a second
biological
language,
weapon.
you begin with your native language. English as a second language,
Saddam Hussein and other
learning it
people
not the way it native
have
language.
killed
Getting some
3.5 million
explanations,
Kurdish people
So
as a
I'll just
similar
use,
biological
let's say
weapon.
Chinese as an example. So I'm from China, and I'm trying to learn English over here.
Do we
And now
the people
get
of
some
this
kind of
planet deserve
translation
this? No, we
to
don't.
learn that. And so I learned,
But we're not
I don't
doing
know, what
anything
is
about
I don't know any Chinese.
it. And every Every moment that we waste, every moment that we don't sort it out, and we say we've had enough, that we deserve better, that we're going to get better.
But again, if I take something like that, I'm just learning
We're
to
doing
translate that rather than trying to understand it like
great
and
disservice.
then what happens is you will learn the word,
Right now, I'm dying of
and then the teacher will
related to
say,
the work
okay,
that I did with
after
federal government.
you're going to say the word hello, 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 hello. And then
I might
you might get good at saying the word hello. Maybe your teacher is a native speaker, maybe they're not.
I'll tell you one thing. I keep speaking out the way I am. Maybe God will give me the life.
Typically what you would do.
Talk my head off.
Second language you begin with your native language.
I will break every law that I take and talk my head off.
Explanations and translations. You learn some
I
vocabulary.
love my country and its people more than my life.
Alright, so what's different?
11 of my best friends in the last 22 years have been murdered.
Like the English word,
8 of them
but it's
called
coming from
suicide.
some kind of situation.
I finally got wind of one of them. Department of Police is now involved in one.
Chinese or Thai or Japanese or whatever.
Not information
We're
named.
beginning with
Before
a
it ran
situation in life. Like here's a marker or something heavy that falls on my head.
Medical examiner's office.
Ouch. So the situation
Murder by suicide.
is something hurts me.
My friend Ronald Lee
Now, even
Rumble,
if I can't
Air Force
explain that, I can see
officer,
what's
with a
happening.
Silver Star Line,
It's like this.
was a patriot.
Some action is happening or I'm speaking or I see something.
Because he started speaking out about unidentified flying objects while being still employed
Vocabulary is being used at the same time.
as a member of the United
Now, the
States Air
same
Force.
thing, like, if I just show you what this is, I hold
Now,
a thing like this and just say, Mark.
he was drugged,
So the situation
jaw was broken open,
we're talking about this situation doesn't
pistol was piled off
or doesn't
numbers
have
while
to
the
be
Jennings
like some
J-22 was shoved in his hand.
process.
Somebody pulled the trigger because they found a piece of the
At a
fingerprint
restaurant or something like that. The
inside
situation
of the palm print on the
you're
right.
able to learn directly
Also found
rather
hair
than going
samples.
through your native language.
Somebody acted with somebody
So that's how we
quickly
learn how
putting the bullets
situations
in his clip.
vocabulary. Now, here's where the naturally varied comes from. And this is
That
just
man
one
was saved
example
my
of
life.
naturally varied.
That man had a
Alright,
family
again,
of 5
I gave you the
children.
example before. You begin with the word
The man was a
Chinese,
great
or
person.
Italian, or French. You learn
Who's
English
good
word for that, and you start repeating that.
When I fly back to Reno, excuse me, to Vegas, I have to drive home.
With the situation, and they're
You know,
learning
I'm
the
far down in
vocabulary.
Vegas, I have to drive home alone, I'm scared to hell.
Here's the change. Here's the big difference. They're all
Before I went to talk in Las Vegas, Nevada,
of saying that same thing.
I drove
So
a friend
if
of
I
mine
drop
to
something
Sable
on my
Farm
head, I
down
might
to
say,
Joshua Tree.
you know, it's slightly different than others.
And
So I might
29
say,
Collins next to Joshua Tree, I went to see
I say
the
that.
dying veteran, disabled veteran from the hospital. Kind of an
Or
acquaintance,
if
but
I
I don't
see
see
my
him around.
grandfather does something and he curses like, oh, good God, you know, depending on how angry you are. So someone might say like, fuck, or
Federal government didn't want to pay for it, so
but they're learning all of these different things.
a nurse, his father
You get from learning like a native.
enough
So
money
if
to
we
keep
see
him alive.
different people getting hurt, then we will learn different
I've seen these two people, and rode both over the mountains, or drive over around the mountains,
similar to
up in
repetition because the point you still have to repeat.
It's followed by 2 government vans, E350 vans with G14 plates, each with a couple of oxygen. Phase 1 had a loose, ready to use load, because I could see it through the
Again, the problem
windows.
is when you get into the
Leaves in the
real
bottom.
world and people say
I knew
different
exactly.
things, even for the same situation. So instead of
Already spoken out, I've spoken to 19 laws, probably reached 45,000
you actually
people.
have just the situation. So the situation is like, what do you say when you get hurt? What do you say when you breathe?
Well,
What do you say when you...
they sped up around me, I sped up around them for a bunch of pictures.
So
of
sometimes,
the
like,
camera.
because I'm just used to, you know, being in Japan,
And they
if I'm
thought,
surprised by something, I might
looked
feel
like
like
they
they
were trying to force me off the road before the torch.
So I like to see if they say,
But what they don't know about that Ford Taurus sedan is that police interceptor motor is got an 8-liter motor. We'll do 140 in the shade.
restaurant out here is just stupid thing that I say, but it always makes people laugh.
So I got up with my leg and I found a screeching halt right in the middle of the road. The road was wide enough for my car, maybe a foot on either side. There was a deep ravine to the left. There was a shallow ravine about 9 or 10, I guess, roughly 10 feet deep. On the other side. One skidded over, rolled over on the right edge, one went over to the left edge, rolled all the way down. There was a bunch of cries for help and crackled and glass and finally didn't hear anything.
Another example is if we just like out, and then we hear
2 weeks ago, a man found in my
different people saying that same word. So what does a grown woman sound like when she says out? Out.
Like 38
whatever, or a grown man's like ouch, or a kid's like ouch. So they sound different. Okay, and you get used to all these different pronunciations, and so when you were in a conversation with someone, now you feel very, very confident about it. So this is an example over here about a greeting, but we couldn't do the same thing over here. So instead, the situation is greeting someone,
so I kind of the door was reading. I said, read it in. You're at risk of your life. You threaten, yes, sir, I'm threatened.
How's it going?
I'm going to call the sheriff right now.
How's life? How's the family? How's your dad?
Call the sheriff. Sheriff came, Blackness County Sheriff Car came. Pulled right behind.
Get prepared
I know this man very well.
While a typical learner
I would trust him.
English as a second
My
language,
life.
they learn like one word. They're prepared
He risked his job. He risked a 22-year
career. So
career in the police department.
Oh my, what did that person say? And
So
hello,
I went behind this guy,
pretty basic, but
went
right,
from getting out.
the example before about ouch.
We were both says you're under arrest.
So
He's coming here, you know, escort you out.
We're trying to simulate what
And just swear down and then there's disgrace.
all right? And
Sheriff's
so
have a lot
maybe
of
a child will hear something from their mother,
they can arrest FBI, CIA,
each of those people will
It's a
say
very good
different
thing.
things. So they get something from a television show,
Otherwise, it wouldn't be your
or a
company.
movie, or radio, or a book, or something. They
Now,
all these different varying examples. And so when you're just learning about something, you're just getting like a few examples of something.
we all know
Maybe like the first 2 or 3 examples are good for helping
everyone
you
of us loves
just
America.
this
Most
pronunciation.
of us love America.
Actually, your mind stops listening
Most of
because
us are willing to defend it as we have defended it before.
examples again and again. Hello, 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 hello.
And we'll defend it again
So
and
you're not
again
like the
and
learning
again for how many
kind of
times
stops
it
that.
takes until we get the objective done.
So even if you get what people call
I don't like to believe in a teacher.
that you're learning the word hello.
I'm no longer employed as a federal government.
It becomes much more
Security
memorable
guard,
as
and they went back to the
you've got
SOB
all the
department.
different things that are woven together.
I wrote a detailed letter.
This is regular repetition as an English
My
word.
life is threatened
Naturally,
in any way, shape, or
so
form.
we have lots of different examples. I gave some examples earlier in this video.
I will consider downloading 140,000 pages of information
I played,
sensitive to
and I will.
the New World Order, Strategic Defense Initiative, and what it really stands for,
Naturally very good.
and federal government structure.
Start
That's all.
okay, like yesterday I was playing, right now I am
Through the
playing,
input
tomorrow I will.
world.
So if I will play tomorrow, then probably I will.
I spent $78,000
And so that's how they
getting
learn
these
the
kind of
vocabulary.
pictures.
We're not talking about right
And
now,
what would the federal government after my father will
but they're not thinking
do?
like as a grammar.
They're all another piece of paper. So if they were given also,
Like what's the situation?
family, well,
So naturally
is
very
this particular character
these
right here.
different ideas with a particular situation. So you get lots of nuance
Can't
there.
change
Like
that
can we say like media or housing in a
have over 70,000 pictures.
like maybe if I'm at a meeting of cowboys or something, I might say that, but
And a detailed file of writing.
or how is everyone or how are you or something like
I
that.
have alien
So it's
artifacts
a little
and
bit
that.
different, but because you're focusing
You're only
on the
looking at
situation, like
half a dozen of maybe
time,
7,000.
so he's probably going to speak a little bit more professional. So that guy's just wearing
I feel these people have to know the truth.
and so he's going to be a bit more casual, right? So we have
just look at them. And, yeah. Thank you.
Would you explain to me you find yourself grappling with one problem? All right.
Right.
So to grapple with, if you think about wrestlers, grappling is this physical idea of you like connected with somebody and it's like rolling on the ground and you're fighting this person. So it's different from like standing and boxing like it. You're connected, you're kind of hugging and holding that person. You have to be holding that kind. So that's grappling. All right. So when we grapple with a problem, it's like just like two wrestlers are grappling with each other. All right. So I'm fighting against something, and like it's just a kind of figurative way of saying that I have a problem and I'm fighting. So right now I'm struggling with grappling with that thing. I'm fighting with that thing. It's all the same way. Or basically different way of describing the same situation. So in your mind, you play the music, like you wound up inventing new ways of yeah. So like to wind up doing something means like you kind of end up doing it. Maybe you had not intended to do something, but you wound up going to a different place. And this is kind of a tricky idea because like you're wind something, you have like wind up forward. And so the phrasal verb like to wind up doing something. This is much more advanced because it's harder to understand the connection with a physical object or whatever. But you can think about it and want to connect those two ideas. So I can't say for certain what the origin of that is for this usage, but I could imagine something. So we have like here's a
police state operation in Southern California.
It's got like
it is like a low yield, deep underground military base. It's not military.
So right now I'm going to wind up the mouse. I put it down on the ground.
It's very low. 500 feet on the ground.
We don't know where he will wind up.
Runway underground.
Kind of spinning around and then look.
It's about 3 miles long.
All right. So even if I can't think of like a logical way to connect those, I can come up with
track on either side.
It can help me understand the usage of it.
All right. Shower facilities are long. They're kind of like individual cars on tracks. They service each friction.
You wound up.
You get to change your clothes once a week. Get a shower once a week. No television, no nothing. Totally underground. Minimum lighting facilities.
Physical understanding to a figurative one where like I began like I was living in India and then I moved to Thailand and then I wound up on the moon.
Federal prisoners are in it right now.
Amazing.
The worst of the
same
worst.
idea of like I was here and I didn't
I don't know
have
about
a
you,
plan, I didn't know where I was going, but what? Now, so you can wind up you in a place where you can wind up doing something. Right? So just like the people, but still.
I don't believe we or anybody else in these United States has the right to torture
so
anybody.
Maybe I started my career, I thought I would be, I don't know, like a marker salesman.
Basically get rid of
then I started, like I wound up selling toys.
And maybe it's a little bit of fortitude to kind of hope that, well, I don't want murder on my hands and the imprisonment. I don't believe this is the way.
All right. Looks like we're live. What? George is already there with me. Hi there. You're back. I'm the founder of EnglishNewsWay.com. And welcome to another live video here on YouTube.
Well, like I said before, Dark Force and Cell, Fireplace, I hate to say this, sounds like that computer nasty.
I want to cover this question because we get it a lot. I make 20 videos about it and people still ask me questions. So I like to approach it in different ways and try to help people understand the idea. But
I'm asking you
part of this video, after I give my little lesson and explanation, I'd like to take any questions people have to help you understand things better. Because this is really what helps people. Ohio. Oh, you got the yawning faces about the nice to see you there. Good morning, Drew from Indonesia. Everyone, nice to see everybody there. Nice face, Drew. That's right. I got all cleaned up. I got to do what I can. You know, I've only got so much hair left, so I'm trying to enjoy the party while it's still going on. my wife will also got her biggest like she can follow out yet. So we'll see how long it goes. All right. So let's talk about understanding. Andrea, nice to see you there. I'll be keeping an eye on comments as I go through this. But so if I like skip your comment or something, hopefully I should go back and check those out. I want to make sure I get to this important lesson right at the beginning. My wife controls my hair. All right. So talking about understanding the basic idea. So I will get lots of questions, and this one actually came from a learner maybe a week ago or something. And this learner said, "I don't really care about my pronunciation. Like I don't like my accent isn't like a problem either, but I want to be able to speak as well as I understand the language." And that's great. Some people don't care about an accent. Some people do. Some people really want to try to sound as native as possible, as blend in as much as possible. They want to fit in with
right now,
people they're working with, living with. Yes, go get a haircut. Go get a haircut. I love getting a haircut. I wish I could get a haircut every day.
But anyway,
just enjoy it.
the sign is the one to say,
or whatever.
and
Pardon me. As always, we've got fire truck. It's like a routine, like a tradition almost. All right, let's see here. Thank you so much. You helped me a lot. Glad to hear. All right. So talking about understanding, basically, people, they think what they think is kind of like this. So let's say we're going to have like a bar graph over here. How well? Let's see. Have like 0 to 100, and this is your understanding here. You have 0 to 100. This is your ability to speak or to express yourself. Now, a lot of people think, well, like I understand what you're really saying right now, or I understand other lessons, or I even understand native English speakers. So why can't I speak as well as I understand? So why can't I speak as well as the other people, or like the other my ability to understand? And so what's really happening is that you don't have like one skill, one level of understanding. So people think, well, I heard a word, and so I can use it, but they still struggle. So what was interesting about this letter, it was just an email, we received lots of emails from learners, and they're all basically talking about the same kinds of problems as what I'm talking about here on the channel. And so this one learner, they were saying again, they don't have a problem with their accent, or their pronunciation. Even if they do, they don't worry about it. They really just want to be able to express themselves as well, so they want to speak as well as they understand. And yet, in the email, there were lots of basic errors. So there were lots of basic errors in what they wrote. And that tells them that, again, they don't think like their level of understanding is not as good as like they think it is. So basically, instead of having kind of one like ability to understand, it's more like, and I've covered this in videos before, but it's so important I want to cover it again. So let me review this for people, especially for new people. Basically, when you're learning a new language, even without you saying it, you're going through 3 basic levels of understanding. And it is true that your ability to speak is connected to your ability to understand. But most people think they have like this over here. So there's kind of one just like, yes, I understand the language. And I say, do you really understand it? How well do you understand it? Do you understand it completely? Like 100%? And I don't mean the whole language. I don't know lots of words, thousands and thousands of words that I don't know. But the point is here, for the words that you do know, how well do you understand them? Okay? So people think that they have kind of one level of understanding. They hear some words, they can understand them, but why can't they speak? And this is why. So they think again that, okay, I understand something, I should be able to speak. But really, like I just mentioned before,
these three different levels, generally speaking, that you go through, and you already speak as well as you understand. So there's basically, in the same way, kind of three different levels of being able to speak the language. And so at the bottom here, we have, you see, make sure I can fit this in here. I'll put A here, or actually I'll put E here, for exposure. So when you are exposed to the language, imagine I go to, I don't know, Thailand, and I'm just sitting in a cafe listening to English. I'm being exposed to the Thai language. I don't understand anything, but I'm being exposed to it. And maybe if I listen and pay attention and watch what somebody is doing, and I'm able to get better understanding about that, then I can move up to the awareness level where I recognize. And so lots of English learners at this level here, so they recognize a lot of it. They can understand what I'm saying in videos, they can understand teachers, and even a lot of spoken native English. But still, again, like this is the level of here. This is the kind of struggling and literally I can't speak at all level down here. So if I go to Thailand and I'm exposed to the language, I still can't speak. So I don't understand anything, so of course I can't speak. I'm not going to have any ability to speak. But you can see that my ability to understand gives me the ability to speak. Okay, I really want to make this point clear to people, and I've drawn it this way so people understand what flows from here to here. So you deal with understanding, speech is following that. Now, a lot of people think it's the opposite, so they think they start with speaking, and that's how they build fluency. But they still continue to talk and look for more. Maybe speaking practice partners or something, and they still can't express themselves. That's because they think they start here with speaking. I maybe learn something very quickly, and I start repeating myself, talking to myself, speaking to myself in the mirror or in my car as I drive to work or something like that. But why am I not becoming a better speaker? Okay, so why am I not becoming more fluent? And that's because you're not getting, you have to move up in your ability to understand language. So right now, whatever your level of understanding is, that's your ability to speak. And this is true for individual words and phrases. Right? So this isn't like you being fluent in the entire language, because you will be able to speak fluently about some things and other things you cannot. And that's really just, again, how well you understand that language. So what I call ownership level up at the top here, this is where you really know something, and the whole point of learning is to move up here in your level of understanding, to go from exposure to awareness and to ownership. Now this process can happen actually very quickly. Like if I teach you something very quickly and you're able to understand it and you think, oh yeah, I really understand this. When you understand something well enough, if you feel confident using it, that's when you're at the ownership level. Okay? So everybody is always speaking at their level of understanding. But I really want to make it clear that there are different levels of understanding, and that's why you have different levels of the ability to speak. So maybe people will be in a conversation, and like if they have an awareness level, they can listen and follow the conversation, but they can't respond quickly and really have a good conversation because they just don't feel confident about the language. And just like this student wrote me, then knows a lot of things. So I could understand exactly what this person was saying, even though there were lots of basic errors in the writing. And so that tells me, again, that they're at the awareness level. They recognize it, but they didn't recognize their own mistakes while they were writing. This means they probably lack confidence. Okay, Dan. Let me know if I'm going too quickly or if anything is not making sense. I haven't seen anything in the chat for a while, but let's see. I'll go back. Let's see. Somebody says, how did you get your wide shoulder? You look muscular. Oh, I don't know. I spend like 20 minutes in the morning exercising. Let's see, just says, hey Drew, could you please explain why I should use the sound of regular verbs in the past? Use rock sound
It's quite a possibility because, for instance, the New World Order.
Can you please say when I should keep the T sound of regular verbs? These, it's easier to just see lots of examples of this. So if you get Frederick, I'll put the link to that. Actually, the link is in the description below this video.
That's another lie. Or why.
I could try to explain to you logically when you would do something, but then you would be trying to think about using speech. That's a bad idea. Stop from expressing yourself. Instead, you should see lots of different examples of these things, and then you will naturally understand the pattern for the decisions. So when you say walked, right, or did something, so when we're talking about the E, and so when the verb is something ends on the rock. When we say that, we'll pronounce it. So in Frederick, I think what level is that? I don't know, maybe someone who has Frederick can check. It's on my phone right now, which I'm teaching for this video, so I can't check it. But one of the levels is specifically talking about this, and it gives you different examples of the different ways to pronounce it. All right. JA's, hi Drew. I say when I want to tell someone that I work in I work in education service. Are you asking if it's like grammatically correct when you work in something? How do I say? Yeah. So you work in a particular field. So like I work in teaching, or I work in something, or I work in something else. Let me know if I don't have that correct. How do I say when I want to tell someone I work in something and in so, you know, as are again, in general, I understand what you're saying, but sometimes I need a translation in my mind of what you were saying. I don't know why I need to match sentences between English and Arabic. It's a natural thing that we want to do because our brain really wants to understand something. And so typically when people are learning languages, they're learning English or whatever language. It's the same for all language learning for the most part. When people are learning languages, they learn it first. And so people think that they basically get used to this over time and they want to continue practicing and doing like the way the teachers have taught them the language. But you can see the problem here with translating. So it's a natural thing you want to do because you don't understand the language very well. And that's not your fault. It's just the way teachers normally teach the language. It's easier in the moment to just give you like a definition or a translation of something rather than helping you understand something in the language that you need. So that's why I teach all in English. And I live in Japan, but I don't make content specifically for Japanese people in Japanese because it wouldn't really help them develop fluency and actually make their communication skills worse. So there is a place for that when some people just really want to get a quick definition for something. I don't care about using it fluently. I just need to know what a word means. Then you can just get a translation. But ideally, you get a definition or translation from English into English itself. So just the same way a native English speaker would look up that. But if you need to use translations, it means you're at the awareness level or just the exposure level, and you still have trouble expressing yourself because you don't really understand the language. Okay? So everyone does already speak at the level of their understanding. Okay? I want to make that clear. I made another video that talks about these 3 different levels of understanding, but I wanted to again cover it here because it's such an important thing that everybody should know about. So there's not just one level of understanding. It's not like, oh, I hear something and I recognize it, but why can't I speak fluent? It means you're probably here. You're at the exposure level where you've heard something before, or you're at the awareness level where you recognize it and you understand when someone is speaking to you, but you still don't feel confident enough to use that. So there's still something missing. There's a doubt or something, confusion or something. And so that's what I like doing in these videos is trying to break that down. So if you have specific questions about how some grammar works or something like that, let me know in the comments and I will help you go here to here. Because the ability to understand the language controls your ability to speak. So it's not the opposite. Most wants you just to say that thing again and again to develop fluency. But you don't develop fluency by repeating things, because repetition doesn't help you learn anything. It can help you practice something like that, just getting used to saying something. But you don't really understand that thing, and then you can't use it. All right. Heather says, well, I will also review your channel. This is a video I'm following for train and develop. I think I'm at. Yeah. So it's a very common thing. This is where most people are who watch my channel, and so I'm trying to get them up to the ownership level. It just means you understand something well enough to feel confident about using it. So you know that understanding and confidence and fluency, they're really all connected as one thing. And it's like a grade. I don't really like saying there are like 3 levels, but it's easier for people to understand how you move through the process of hearing something. So just like I gave the example before, like if I go to Germany and I'm sitting in just a room full of German people, I'm going to be exposed to the German language. But am I going to learn it? No, probably not. I mean, I'd have to spend a lot of time and really get messages and understand it. I need someone to teach me and make the language understandable for me. And then, if someone could do that, then I would move to the awareness level until I feel confident enough that I can speak and I can do something correctly. If I don't think I will say something correctly, I will not do it. All right? If I don't feel I will say something correctly, if I don't think I will say something correctly, then I will probably not use it. Right? That's the big problem here, and that's what separates people out. Ownership level of understanding versus awareness level. Right? So a couple of big ideas here.
I don't know if there was an out there, but I heard
understanding is the foundation of fluency. It's not speaking. Speaking comes from understanding. If you don't understand the language, or you don't feel confident about saying something, then you don't speak. Okay, is that simple? And so instead of trying to speak more, you don't try to force yourself to speak more, just understand that. It's much easier to try to do this, and this is something you can do all by yourself. All right, let me go back, and it says psychotic again, also to know the language you have, to know the culture of the language. Yeah, I mean, like, knowing the culture of the language is fine, and there's also, depending on the specific vocabulary you're using, so I can use the grammatically correct language without also knowing certain things about, like, how people speak, or like specific quotes or things like that about the culture. So there, and even like in Japanese, like a lot of people speak without moving their tongue very much. I don't really speak Japanese that way, but a lot of people do. And so those are things that you wouldn't find in a textbook. It's a little bit separate from the language. It's just a natural thing about how people pronounce the language and how, like, at this time, people are doing certain things. So yeah, culture is certainly important. But a lot of people, they still struggle to speak. It's not really culture. Culture is kind of, it's really more important for people who really want to speak very well. But before that, a lot of people are actually struggling with even basic errors in their grammar because they don't understand. Like even something like a preposition, or like the question I got earlier about ed in the word, like how do I know which way to pronounce it? And so those are basic things about the language. You don't really have any connection to culture, like in the way you talk about it.
Yes, I would say yes, that is true.
The point is, there are basic things about the language that people still mistake, and they can become much better speakers simply by fixing those things. So lots of people worry about little things about pronunciation or grammar or vocabulary, and that's what stops them from being able to speak.
Well, unfortunately, I'd like to say, yeah, go ahead and write everybody.
All right, you guys speaking to each other. There you go. All right, Andrew, can we maybe in the future learn some sort of short way of saying things normally used by native English speaker by any chance? Well, I mean, you've got lots of those examples here on the channel. If there's something you'd like to learn
I'll be
or you
more
want
than
to
happy to
express
speak
something,
in
let
any
me know.
area at any time.
Some more examples of it. Of course, we've got thousands of ways to do it. That's what I'm doing. Reggie says, why can't we get you up when I'm watching English people recognize? Yeah. So again, I'm intentionally being easier to understand. So I'm speaking a bit more slowly, more clearly, not using a lot of phrasal verbs or slang or other things without explaining it. So I could speak in a different way. I could speak much faster. I could blend my speech and speak less clearly. I could use more native vocabulary, like I'm talking with a friend of mine, like a native friend of mine. And so again, there are different. This process here, when I talk about different levels of understanding, this is for individual words and phrases. Okay, so you can have, if you imagine, like if you were to put all of your vocabulary, like ranking it, you would have some words that you have the ownership of, so you feel very confident about using some things. So a good example of this is a lot of people who are learning English and they know how to explain things about their job quite well because they've heard it so many times and they've probably spoken about it many times as well. So those people are able to talk about that thing. They have the ownership level for that vocabulary. So you don't, I guess you could take all of that and get a general like ranking for how well you understand the language in general. But usually what I'm doing, I'm making it easier for people to understand me. And then I'm also trying to teach them things to get them to the ownership level of understanding. And so people who are exposed to things like the news and there's just too much information that's either too fast or it's too difficult or for whatever reason. It could be because the speech is blurred so that people are speaking too quickly, or most often it's just because they don't know the vocabulary. So there will be some technical vocabulary or some industry vocabulary, something that's just more difficult to understand. So the way people speak in everyday life is different than how people speak on the news. And even a native speaker might be listening to something and not know, they would understand generally, but maybe about some specific thing, even a native speaker would not understand what they're talking about just because they don't know that vocabulary. So don't feel bad if you don't understand the news, unless your job is to understand the news. All right, okay, got it now. Psychotic, you mean dog. Yes. You guys, all right, I don't even need to speak. You guys can teach each other the language over here. All right, so understanding this, if people have particular questions about things, I'd like you to think about something right now. Maybe you were in a conversation or even something right now that you think you know, but maybe you just don't feel 100% confident about. So if I can help you get to that level, then you can start speaking fluently about that. Dog is it's become a word. Like it wouldn't be. I don't even know if dog would be in the dictionary, DAWG. But it's definitely in common use in design. And typically, what happens in the dictionary is some word will begin being used, and then after a while, people use it and it will be on the definition. And doing so, I'm breaking my security. Also, guilty of breaking the major federal law. How long I'll be able to do this? So everything is in the dictionary now. However, the time when it was not in the dictionary. But we began thinking about new words and creating new ideas, broken up in technology or whatever, and come up with a word for it. Each of these topics will have some bearing on what people are involved in, patriot people, or even spelling of people that aren't patriots who are going to be leaning on that way considerably. Once you know these United States are a beautiful place, I've traveled over 70 countries, and I cannot remember any country that has beauty as well as magnificent people like these United States. Feel very confident about it. Let me know. An overview based on what I am. It looks like this more turning into a lesson about slang and like ink isn't a word before now what? Yes, that's correct. You know, what do for being a geological engineer, as
as well as structural engineering.
That's debatable. I think like originally people would refer to it like in the slang term, like a gangster.
Two main
but you can
concern
move that.
bases in the United States
It's like with
have
a
some
G, like a
significance
different,
as far
kind of
as
usage of the
what
word.
is it called the New World Order.
You would find that
Number one, associated in Mexico.
there are
I was involved
slang
in
dictionaries that
1979
allow you to understand that stuff.
started
But a lot of that vocabulary
alien
switches.
human
People,
type,
something will
whatever you
mean
want to call
one thing and then it will mean
it. And
something else.
I was one of the survivors.
Part of what happened when we put
Only
something in a
talking
dictionary, we
over
feel
here.
pretty confident
200
that we understand.
survivors are under close
John
guard somewhere
says,
in the United States.
I want you to consider making a schedule in the future for your live, or at least announce it before.
So I'm about the only one around.
Consider myself watching. Yeah, so I generally do live, what day is it?
66 Secret Service agents, FBI, and live parades died.
So usually it just depends on the schedule, and I don't like releasing a schedule because I don't know exactly if I would be able to do something or not. I need to tell people that it's happening and it's not happening. But the nice thing is I still make all the videos available after that, so even if you don't watch it live,
rather than your spectacle.
but generally,
but please feel free to do your own homework.
Monday
The
or
Freedom of
Thursday.
Information Act isn't much to go on, but unfortunately, it's basically this.
Let's see,
Your local law library and your nearest law university is a good place to look for congressional records. So, if one continues to do their homework,
I don't have a number for
one
that,
can
but
be
I mean,
typically in regards
like the
to
more
their
educated
country.
people are, the more they will use like
I love
interesting
the
ways
country
of
that I'm
expressing
living in
stuff
more
because
than
they
I love
just
my
have
life. I would not be standing
additional ways
before
to
you
say
right
they can
now
do something.
risking
I'm
my
trying to think
life
of an
and
example.
telling you these
Like
things
yesterday,
that
I
I
met
didn't
a
believe
couple
it.
of friends of mine who were native speakers.
The first part of this talk is one concern deep underground
I
military
think like
bases
a
and
friend
black
of mine once. So one friend of mine, he had,
When you first
I
start
think he
by
made a mistake.
emphasizing the black
Like
budget,
he caused some
black
trouble
budget
for himself. And I said, you
is a
really
secretive
stepped
group, basically a secret budget. It
So
garners
if I
1/4
just
of the
say that
gross national
casually in a
product of the
conversation
entire
like this,
gross
it would
national
probably
product
be
of these United States.
hard for people to
Present gross
understand what I'm
national
talking
product
about.
around
But
$5
he
trillion.
understands that he
1/4 of that's about $1.25 trillion per year. At least 1.023 trillion, and I say at least, is used in black budget programs like deep underground military bases. There are 129 deep underground military bases in these United States.
how to pronounce these words correctly. You can get correct directions in the link in the description below this video. It will show you step by step how. So I said,
I don't agree with what he did.
and I was talking about the context for that was he had made a mistake. He had done something and he was saying, oh, like I kind of messed something up, I screwed up situation. I said, oh yeah, you really stepped in. All right. And the idea here is like you're kind of stepping in, right? You see some like some dog, you know, and you're like, oh, step in some dog. But you just say it's casual or something, you're stepping in, and it meaning you step in some dog shit right there. So that's a very casual way of talking about something, right? Like it's an idiom because you might just say step in something. It's not really clear what I'm talking about, but he understood the idiom, and that's why so it's the same way in saying yes, that you really made a mistake or caused a mistake for yourself. I could say that, or I could just say something more casual conversation like this, like, ooh, you really stepped in. Okay. So you understand what I'm talking about. So it depends, like, it's not like you need to have a college degree to use it. People will use them all the time, but you tend to just trying to figure out the answer to your question of how often people use them. There is a specific number, and it depends on the person, but typically people do like good writing or they have to speak or something. They want to express something in a different way or a more interesting sounding way than just like you made a mistake. All right, so it's like
aliens and the alien agenda.
All right, so there are different ways of expressing this, and that's when people start using idioms. They want their own better way of saying something.
The Constitution of the United States and form a treaty outside of the borders of the United States, within the borders, basically.
Okay,
Treaty entities outside of the borders of the
can't
United
have
States.
Thailand,
And
and it's like it's banks are host here. What do I bind myself to? So the word bind, it would just mean to be connected, like tied up to something. So if I have a string, let's say I want to bind my hand to this marker. So I can glue my hand to this marker, I can tie a string around it, some stuff like that. Down to involve bound.
Et cetera, slowly but surely, the outer space aliens.
So I bind myself, or I am bound to that thing. Okay. So if I bind myself to something, it just means I'm connected to this. And even if it's a physical understanding like this, like I have a connection to that thing, it could be a figurative connection as well. Or like I'm bound to my right. So I'm not physically like tied up with my right, but we're bound to each other.
This is why it's easy to understand that back in 1943 they were able to
be bound to something. That's how you connect with something technology in some way.
Ships that disappeared from one place and reappeared 400
yes, I mean that's one
later.
that's like one way of expressing it. And Marlon, what is the best way to learn I made a video about that. If you're talking about things like Amber or whatever, there's a video these 9 words. These 9 words. So I would watch that video and talk about that. Let's see. Elvis says I don't understand what you're saying. If you like you are in a language, I think you not teach this because you already know this language. Are you saying I can't teach English because I'm native in the language? Is that what you're saying? Well, the argument for the learner of it would be nice if my teacher also understands what it's like to learn a language. So I speak Japanese fluently, and I wasn't born in Japan. I wouldn't say I was like a native speaker. There's lots I don't know, but certainly I was at my barber yesterday talking about like sexual harassment. You know why we were talking about that. But I mean, I was able to have a conversation about that. But like, for being able to teach the language, there are lots of people who know English and are not very good teachers because they're still teaching English as a second language. And so they're trying to like help people understand the rules of the language without really helping them understand the language. And so if the lessons that you're teaching make it more difficult for you to understand the language, they will also make it more difficult for you to speak. Okay, so if you're learning things and you're studying grammar rules, trying to memorize grammar tables, and you're thinking like, I'm not getting it. I don't understand. Because you don't understand, you can't speak. Okay. So you have to understand the language first, and then your ability to speak really at the level of language to understand. Okay. So stop trying to force yourself to talk. You have to not force yourself, but just understand the language better. I think like an interesting metaphor or a way of thinking about this is like it's like looking at a mirror. And if you see something in a mirror, like if I see something on my face in a mirror, I don't wipe the mirror. I wipe off my own face. If that makes sense. So if I see something in the mirror, it's like, oh, that's like I've got some red or something blacking on my face. Looking at the mirror, I see that. And the mirror is just reflecting heat. Okay. So if I wipe off my face, then the mirror is too. And so that's the same thing happening here. Your speech mirrors your ability to understand. So you don't try to tweak or fix or do something about the speaking itself. You just focus on the understanding, and the speaking is automatically reflected in that. Okay, so that makes sense.
Of large cities
the other thing I related to this, I mentioned in an email about this idea, is that a
recently have been written about this activity, all of which is verifiable through bibliography. I think Al Bielek will, unfortunately, Al Bielek has my only copy is Al Bielek here, by the way? Al Bielek? Yes, please do.
People fall remember their lives are basically hyper-possible. And so the idea is that we're going to get people off by making it so expensive that it becomes impossible for them to live a good life is not morally reprehensible. People who have the most basic science literacy, the most about 20 minutes, they're both ends of the spectrum. So to use like businesses and alarms.
What is likely the worst effective?
The average depth of each base is roughly a mile.
The following conversation with Joe Lombard and Andrew Rapkin on the topic of climate change. This train to the debate with the goal of having a nuanced conversation, talking with each other, not at each other.
Well,
I hope to continue having
now laser drilling machines that can drill a tunnel 7 miles in one day. Obviously, we can tunnel. The Black Projects, as we know them, sidestep Congress, which is their reason. Right now, the New World Order is depending upon these bases. I know if I know it's the New World Order.
I believe in the power of conversation to bring people together, not to convince one side or the other, but to enlighten both with the insights and wisdom that each holds. Bjorn Lombard is the president of Copenhagen Consensus Think Tank and author of False Alarm, Cool It, and Skeptical Environmentalist. Please check out his work at Lombard.com that includes his books, articles, and other writing. Andrew Rapkin is one of the most respected journalists in the world on the topic of climate. He's been writing about global environmental change and risk for more than 30 years, 20 of it in the New York Times. Please check out his work in the link tree that includes his books, articles, and other writing. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Bjorn Lombard and Andrew Rapkin. There's a spectrum of belief on the topic of climate change, and the landscape of that spectrum has probably changed over several decades. For one extreme, there's a belief that climate change is a hoax. It's not human caused. To pile on top of that, there's a belief that institutions, scientific, political, the media, are corrupt and are kind of constructing this fabrication. That's one extreme. And then the other extreme, there's a level of alarmism about the catastrophic impacts of climate change that lead to the extinction of human civilization. So not just economic costs, hardship, suffering, but literally the destruction of the human species in the short term. Okay, so that's spectrum. And I would love to find the center. And my sense is, and the reason I wanted to talk to the two of you, aside from the humility with which you approach this topic, is I feel like you're close to the center and are on different sides of that center, if it's possible to define the center. Like there is a political center for center left and center right. Of course, it's very difficult to define, but can you help me define what the extremes are again, as they have changed over the years, what they are today, and where's the center?
Oh boy. Well, in a way, on this issue, I think there's no center except in this. If you're looking on social media or if you're looking on TV, there are people who are trying to fabricate the idea of this single question. And that's the first mistake. We are developing a new relationship with the climate system, and we're rethinking our energy systems. And those are very disconnected in so many ways. They connect around climate change, but the first way to me to overcome this idea of there's this polarized universe around this issue is to step back and say, well, what is this actually? And when you do, you realize it's kind of an uncomfortable collision between old energy norms and a growing awareness of how the planet works. That you got to
and gases that are invisible. The bubbles in beer. You keep adding. And that's the atmosphere because it accumulates. That will change everything. It is changing everything for thousands of years. It's already happening.
What do you mean by bubbles in beer?
CO2, carbon dioxide, the main greenhouse.
Good job, Logan. Thank you for your freedom.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Hello, good to see you again. Nice to see you. What is the latest in the world of life? Other than the fact you're about to have a child, congratulations on that.
Thank you.
What? Hello.
Good job. Oh, Logan. Thank you for your freedom.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. I go to see this dermatologist. Oh, yeah, almost. Yeah, a little excision here because it's been bothering me a bit. And a couple of years ago, I had a bit of a cancer scare on my head because I have a birthmark here that you don't really see, and there was a mole there, and I kept as my hair got a little thinner, I would use a comb and it caught it one time and it opened it up. So I kind of kept picking at it when it became a scab, and I kept picking over the course of like 6 months. And then I went to see this dermatologist for the first time in LA, and I said, "Yeah, I've got a little bit of a, I've been trying not to scratch it now, but I'm a bit worried about it. It's been like 6 months of me being an idiot because it just was really irritating." And so she's, cut it out and sent it off. And I was in a pretty serious meeting with a whole bunch of people, and she called me up at the end of it and said, "Listen, I'm sorry to tell you this, but it's cancerous, we've got to cut it out. And I just went completely numb at that point, and freaked out because I just thought, what does this mean in the bigger picture? And other friends who have passed from cancer of various kinds over the years. And so it really did bring me up. Anyway, I got the all clear, cleaned out. And so just anything that just looks or feels a little odd, that was something I've been scratching here a bit. Something here as well, so she just did a little cutting, and no doubt I'll hear from her in a few days once she gets the results. That's scary because in the spot they don't check. It's covered in hair. Yeah. What's going on back there. Yeah, but it was because of the birthmark. Just kept, and the thinner hair, so I just kept, brushing it with a comb, and it caught it, and then it scabbed, and then it became itchy, and so I kept scratching, pulling it up like a kid. You do. Anyway, I'm happy to be here. One piece for the moment. I got one of those comprehensive blood panel screens for cancer recently. Wait a while for the results. Jeez. What if I'm one of those people? I have the. Yeah, I go for a proper checkup twice a year, just on every front, just to make sure I'm going to be around. Because I like living. I want to be around for a long time. That's good. a weird thing because, you know, how old are you now? 61. Yeah, I'm 57. And we're getting up there, fella. I don't like to think about it.
I'm completely in denial. Absolutely. I refuse, you know, because I just remember seeing my uncles, you know, like on my mother's side, what they were like in their 50s alone, you know, and they just sit there with a big belly in front of the TV with, you know, a couple of packets of cigarettes and drinking tea or beer and watching the TV all day, and that was their life in their 50s and 60s until they had a heart attack and died. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that one. And I've just always been, not that